In the fifth year of the apocalypse, Xiyue found herself transported to a perilous world teeming with zombies and mutated beasts, where she had bound herself to a mobile convenience store system. With the newfound system, she embarked on a leisurely venture into commerce. However, could anyone enlighten her as to whether this diminutive van was indeed the so-called mobile convenience store? Fear not, as long as you accumulate enough points, the convenience store can transform into a grand castle. Thus, Xiyue plunged into an unrelenting quest to earn points solely for the purpose of upgrading her store. Despite this endeavor being punctuated by the comforts of air conditioning, sipping cola, indulging in grilled sausages and hamburgers, and even enjoying the company of a plump cat. During her leisure moments, the influx of customers compelled her to enhance her store. She unlocked a myriad of products, ranging from delectable foods and daily necessities to laser weaponry and cures for the zombie virus. In this brutal world, she traversed freely, and every base eagerly anticipated her arrival. When hunger struck, she would simply visit her store to select sustenance. When the weather turned too frigid or swelteringly hot, a warm coat or cooling attire sufficed. Dear customer, everything you desire is available at our establishment. Chapter 1. Binding to the Mobile Convenience Store System. Where am I? Xiyue surveyed her surroundings, finding herself enveloped in desolation, with no signs of life in sight. The air was oppressively stifling, the temperature anomalously high. Licking her parched lips, she struggled to rise from the ground. At that moment, several figures emerged in the distance. Xiyue squinted and waved her arm with all her might. Is someone there? Before she could finish her thought, the figures quickened their pace, seemingly aware of her presence. Just as relief washed over her, she realized that the approaching figures were anything but normal. Three disfigured, decayed humans advanced toward her in grotesque postures, accompanied by a foul stench of decay. Before her mind could fully comprehend the situation, her primal instinct for survival kicked in, propelling her to flee. As she ran, she glanced back, the figures drawing ever closer, and the horror struck her. Were these not the zombies from the movies? Her dehydrated body soon slowed her escape, while the relentless zombies, undeterred by fatigue, closed the distance with alarming speed. Xiyue's heart brimmed with bitterness. Was she destined to perish in this bewildering place? Ding! A potential binding target has been identified, a cold, mechanical voice announced. Mobile Convenience Store System 06 is at your service. The host is currently facing life-threatening peril. Please bind promptly.
Ding.
Does the host agree to bind?
Yes.
I agree. In that life-or-death moment, Xiyue hastily consented.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, binding successful. She noticed the zombies still in relentless pursuit and urgently exclaimed, System, they're still chasing me. I can barely run anymore. What should I do? Ding, the mobile convenience store has been dispatched, located 100 meters ahead. An absolute safety zone extends 5 meters outside the store. Please enter swiftly. Peering ahead, she discerned only a small vehicle, and panic clouded her vision. System, where's the convenience store? All I see is a tiny van. Ahem. Host, that is indeed the mobile convenience store, the system replied, its tone tinged with uncertainty. With little time to ponder, Xiyue accepted the system's assurance, gritted her teeth, and summoned all her strength to lunge into the safety zone at the last possible moment. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, while the zombies outside meandered aimlessly, having lost their target. Phew. Seeing this, Xiyue finally exhaled in relief. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, her lips chapped from the heat and dehydration, and her throat felt as if it had been scraped by blades. The temperature was unbearable, and the ground seared beneath her. After a brief rest, she regained some strength and hastily rose to her feet. Now parched and famished, Xiyue thought that since she had bound herself to the mobile convenience store system, it would be prudent to explore the store and procure some nourishment. She first circled the vehicle, discovering it was slightly larger than she had anticipated, though still merely the size of an ordinary van, with the interior hidden from view. Isn't this system rather diminutive? As a convenience store, this space hardly seemed capable of housing much inventory, even smaller than the smallest store she had encountered in her previous world. Host, the convenience store is currently at level 1, 06 informed her. Does that mean it can be upgraded to a larger size in the future? Splendid. Xiyue's eyes sparkled with delight. An orphan with no extraordinary talents, she had attended a modest university and, after graduating, worked tirelessly in a small company just to make ends meet. harboring little nostalgia for her former life. Now that she found herself in this new world, she aimed to ensure her comfort as much as possible. Though the store's exterior resembled an ordinary van, its purple and white two-tone design resonated with Xiyue's preferences. The vehicle featured only a single white door adorned with a light purple curtain. After some deliberation, she still couldn't figure out how to open the door. System. How do I open the door? Host. This door utilizes a fingerprint unlocking mechanism. Noticing a black device for fingerprint scanning beside the door, Xiyue pressed her index finger against it.
Ding.
The door automatically folded open. Wow, how high-tech. Xiyue marveled as she stepped inside. If the exterior of the van was exquisitely refined, the interior was still in its raw form. Due to its self-driving capability, there was no driver's seat, granting a bit more space, yet it remained quite compact. Apart from a mini bathroom at the rear, there was barely 6 square meters of space left. A folding wooden bed was positioned on one side of the van, serving as the only sofa when folded up, while a mini wooden bedside table stood beside it, holding a stainless steel kettle and a set of cups and bowls on the side near the door. A window served as the sales counter, featuring a small ledge with a card-swiping machine. The shelves were pulled down from the ceiling above the bed, lined with tiers for displaying products, effectively separating the living area from the merchandise during business hours. Why are there no products on the shelves? What am I supposed to sell? Xiyue asked, perplexed. Products must be unlocked and purchased by the host through completed tasks. All right then. Her hopes of simply enjoying free food and drink were dashed. Xiyue opened the bathroom door, discovering it was less than 2 square meters, containing only a shower head and a toilet, with a pair of unopened pink slippers on the floor. Realizing her shoes were caked in dust while the store remained spotless, she surmised that it possessed an automatic cleaning function. The temperature inside the convenience store matched the sweltering heat outside, and feeling dusty, Xiyue decided to remove her shoes and wash her feet. Noticing no clean clothes, she resolved to search further or inquire with the system. However, upon turning on the shower, she found there was no water. Exiting the bathroom, she frowned and asked, System, why is there no water? Host, you have yet to name the convenience store and are not yet the official store manager, 06 replied.
Ding.
Task unlocked. Please name the mobile convenience store. Task reward. 100 points. Unlocking mineral water and steamed buns. Is the point system the currency of the convenience store? Xiyue inquired. Indeed, it is, host. After a moment of contemplation, Xiyue decided, let us name it the Moonlight Convenience Store.
Ding.
The naming of the convenience store has been successfully completed. Task accomplished. Congratulations, host. You have earned a reward of 100 points. You have unlocked bottled water and steamed buns. Please check for yourself. Xiyue opened the system panel and, as expected, she had indeed received her rewards. Mobile convenience store name, Moonlight Convenience Store. Store manager, Xiyue. Convenience store level 1. Points, 100 points. Unlocked products, bottled water, steamed buns. Gazing at the still empty shelves, Xiyue expressed her confusion. Where are the already unlocked products? Chapter 2, Hope Base. Please open the shop to view. The mechanical voice echoed as usual. Xiyue indeed discovered the shop located in the lower right corner of the system panel and clicked to open it. She found that the shop was divided into various categories, including food, daily necessities, furniture, medicine, and weapons. Currently, she had only unlocked the food category, which consisted of mineral water and plain steamed buns, while the rest remained grayed out, labeled as not unlocked, and clicking on them yielded no response. After several fruitless attempts, she could only give up, casting a longing glance at the tantalizing products.
Ding.
A new task has been unlocked. Successfully sell 1 item. Task reward, 50 points. Unlock instant noodles, any flavor. Oh, another task. Instant noodles. Xiyue thought as she instinctively touched her stomach, realizing she hadn't eaten or drunk anything yet. Exiting the shop, she decided to take a shower first. Glancing down at her sweat-soaked clothes, Xiyue, who had a slight obsession with cleanliness, frowned. System. Is there water available now? Why is the temperature in this world so high? Clothes get dirty so easily. The system, feeling helpless, replied, but host? You can use points to purchase central air conditioning for the mobile convenience store. Central air conditioning. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Xiyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hurry. I want to buy it. Host, due to the abnormal temperatures in the apocalypse, a significant amount of air conditioning resources is required, so it costs 10 points per month. Just as she received the points, they were already slipping away. Purchase, she said, feeling the pinch in her heart. Once the air conditioning was activated, the convenience store transformed into a haven reminiscent of a cozy spring day. After showering and donning the pajamas gifted by the system as the shopkeeper, Xiyue settled onto the sofa, feeling that spending those points was truly worthwhile. Removing her towel, her half-dry hair cascaded loosely behind her as she accessed the system panel and opened the shop. I still have 90 points left, with only 2 items unlocked. Let us try stocking up on one of each. The purchase price for mineral water was 0. 5 points per bottle, and plain steamed buns were 0. 5 points for 2. Given the sweltering heat, mineral water will be in high demand, so I'll stock up on 20 bottles. As for the buns, in this heat, without a refrigerator, they might spoil easily, Xiyue deliberated. The stocked items in the convenience store will not spoil, so please rest assured, the system reassured her. That's splendid. Xiyue felt relieved. Let us also stock 20 buns then. After confirming her order, she noted she had only 75 points remaining. It seemed she needed to earn money quickly. In a blink, 20 bottles of mineral water and 20 plain steamed buns appeared neatly arranged on the shelves. Xiyue grabbed a bottle of water and gulped down half of it, feeling revitalized. She then reached for a steamed bun, only to find it pleasantly warm. The soft, fragrant bun had a delightful chewiness, and even without any side dishes, it was still delicious. Xiyue finished 2 in a single breath, wishing she could have eaten more had she not been full. After satisfying her hunger, she pondered pricing, 2 points for a bottle of mineral water and 1 point for a steamed bun. Once everything was settled, she noticed it was quite late and unfolded her folding bed, sinking into a deep slumber in her little nest within the convenience store. System, it's been 2 days. Yet not a single person has shown up. Xiyue gazed helplessly at the desolate landscape outside the window, her view dominated by barren yellow sands.
Sigh.
Not only are there no people in sight, but even the zombies are pitifully scarce. What am I to do about the tasks? As she nibbled on a bun, tears welled up in her heart. After 2 days of solely consuming plain steamed buns, she had almost forgotten the taste of savory food. Please rest assured, our mobile convenience store system's tasks are quite humane. There are no set deadlines, the system comforted her. That's not the issue. Mobile convenience store mobile. Xiyue's eyes lit up as she almost forgot this crucial detail, tossing aside the half-eaten bun. System, can you detect the locations of nearby survivor activities?
Ding.
The nearest survivor activity has been detected 4 kilometers to the southwest at a small base. Hope Base. Not far. Fantastic. Xiyue approached the convenience store's front, accessing the autopilot panel to input the coordinates. However, upon clicking start, the vehicle did not move. 06, YISNT the convenience store starting. Ahem, host. It costs 1 point per kilometer, 06 explained. Is this truly a convenience store system? Are you sure this isn't a scam? Xiyue still opted to use her points. And within 5 minutes, the convenience store swiftly transported her to the hillside outside the Hope Base, 4 kilometers away. Why aren't we entering the base, host? 06 inquired. Puzzled. We don't know the situation inside the base yet. Recklessly entering would put us at a disadvantage, especially in an apocalypse when we have so many supplies to consider. Xiyue sipped her mineral water while observing the small base nearby through the window. We'll camp outside the base and see how the upper echelon reacts to our convenience store. Besides, we are merely merchants here to sell goods. It's more convenient not to join the base. The Hope Base before her appeared to have once been a school before the apocalypse, now repurposed as a shelter, forming a small base with an estimated 300 survivors. Although the base seemed small, it was a vast improvement over being utterly alone, finally allowing Xiyue to relax.
Now,
all she had to do was patiently await the arrival of customers. Tang Jing, dragging his battered body, emerged from the edge of the forest, making his way toward the base. His lips were parched and white from extreme dehydration. Though only 14 years old, he was still just a child before the apocalypse. After his father was bitten and transformed into a zombie during their escape, it was only he and his mother left to rely on each other. Even after reaching the base safely, they still needed to scavenge for supplies or fight zombies and mutated animals and plants to obtain crystals and pelts for trade. The apocalypse had already lasted 5 years, and as food became increasingly scarce, coupled with the fluctuating temperatures of extreme heat and cold. His mother had eventually collapsed the previous year, leaving him to brave the dangers in search of resources alone. In this world, the only creatures capable of survival were either mutated plants or animals, with the latter possessing high attack power. Though he had awakened fire abilities, he was only at level 1, limiting him to the periphery of the forest to find low-attack mutated plants to exchange for a small amount of water or supplies. I must hold on. Tang Jing clenched the mutated plant in his hand, ignoring the sweat soaking him, gritting his teeth and persevering down the mountain. The sweltering heat clouded his mind, and he felt a ringing in his ears. He wiped the sweat that dripped into his eyes with his already damp sleeve, continuing to push forward. Suddenly, he spotted a peculiar van on the once empty hillside not far from the base. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he cautiously approached the van, filled with both curiosity and trepidation. Chapter 3. The First Customer. The odd vehicle in front of him was a striking blend of purple and white, impeccably clean and exquisite, causing Tang Jing to grow wary. This is too clean. Doesn't he look like a vehicle from the post-apocalyptic world? Hiding behind a rock, he continued to scrutinize the vehicle. On its side roof was a shining, colorful sign that read, Moonlight Convenience Store. Convenience store? How long has it been since I last saw that term? Tang Jing scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. Looking again, he noticed through the right side window that there were rows of shelves inside, stocked with mineral water and steamed buns. Tang Jing found himself unable to tear his gaze away, his mouth watering with desire, yet he discovered that his efforts were in vain. The sweltering heat had rendered him so parched that he could scarcely produce saliva. During daylight hours, Xiyue had utilized the system panel to adjust the display of goods to a viewable mode from outside, thus enhancing the allure of her wares to entice potential customers. 06. I am utterly bored. Could you possibly procure a mobile device or something to pass the time? Xiyue mentally communicated with 06, seeking an electronic gadget for entertainment. Absolutely not, 06 retorted firmly. Focus on your sales, earn points, and upgrade the convenience store. And then you shall have it. You are so heartless. Xiyue feigned a pout. Can you bear to see your adorable and beautiful host reduced to counting her own hair out of sheer boredom? Indubitably, came 06's unyielding mechanical tone. As Xiyue continued her conversation with 06, her gaze drifted outside the window, where she spotted a child, covered in dirt and bruises, approaching the convenience store. A sudden seriousness overtook her as she swiftly stood up and opened the sales window, assuming the role of the store manager. Business is here. Tang Jing cautiously approached, his eyes sweeping over the woman in the vehicle, growing increasingly wary. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her skin a porcelain hue with a rosy undertone, her hair sleek and ebony, and her attire immaculately clean, conditions that were decidedly incongruous with the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world. Tang Jing lowered his gaze, somewhat intimidated. Would you like to purchase some water or steamed buns? Xiyue's gentle voice reached him. It had been a long time since he had heard such a melodious tone. Under the oppressive heat, everyone's voices were rough and dry. This only solidified his belief that she was not from the apocalypse and that she meant no harm. He raised his head to glance at the mineral water and white steamed buns on the shelf, filled with longing. But how can I buy? I have no money. Tang Jing replied hoarsely, pausing before raising the level 1 mutated plant in his hand. Could this be exchanged for half a bottle of water or half a bun? The demand for water was immense under the high temperatures. However, water manipulators could still facilitate exchanges, albeit at exorbitant rates. One level 1 crystal core would typically procure 2 bottles of water. Given the ease of harvesting such a level 1 mutated plant, he suspected it might only be worth half a bottle. In truth, he desired the bun more, having not seen a white steamed bun in years. Exchanging grass for goods? Xiyue observed the mutated plant in Tang Jing's grasp, perplexed, and could only inquire within her mind, 06, can this grass be exchanged for products? Host. This is a level 1 mutated plant. While easily obtainable, its value is low. It can be converted into points for purchasing items. How do I convert it into points? Xiyue asked. There is a point exchange machine outside the convenience store, 06 replied. Xiyue recalled having seen a similar machine near the rear of the vehicle previously. Customer, you can place this in the exchange machine located at the back of the vehicle, and then you can convert it into points for purchasing. Xiyue explained to Tang Jing. With the mutated plant in hand, Tang Jing approached the exchange machine, contemplating for a moment before placing the plan on it. The screen flickered to life, displaying, detected level 1 mutated plant, no crystal core formed, can exchange for 10 points. Do you agree to convert? Tang Jing clicked agree. The mutated plant vanished, replaced by a white card. The card rested on the machine as the screen read, Moonlight Convenience Store Points Card Holder. Tang Jing. Ability level, Fire level 1. Points, 10. Tang Jing was astounded to see that the machine recognized his name and abilities. Meanwhile, Xiyue was also able to view Tang Jing's information on her system panel, as she could see the details of anyone who had acquired a Moonlight Convenience Store Points card. Tang Jing returned to the window with the card, feeling the refreshing air wafting from the vehicle, revitalizing him. Let me know what you wish to purchase. All prices are displayed, and I will fetch them for you. Xiyue stated before falling silent, patiently awaiting his response. Tang Jing peered inside, his eyes widening in astonishment. The prices were incredibly low, 2 points for a bottle of mineral water and 1 point for a steamed bun. Observing Tang Jing's shocked expression, Xiyue felt a twinge of embarrassment and clarified, currently, we only have these 2 items, but more will be added in the future. More products will be added? Tang Jing exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. Indeed, the selection will grow. Rest assured, the more customers that come, the more items I can unlock. Xiyue nodded earnestly. Without hesitation, Tang Jing decided on his purchases, 2 steamed buns and 1 bottle of water. Xiyue turned to retrieve the items and pointed to the card reader on the windowsill. Please place your points card here to pay. Tang Jing placed the points card on the reader, watching as the number 10 transformed to 6. Xiyue took a special purple bag made of the convenience store's unique material and packaged the items before handing it to him with a bright smile, saying, Thank you for your patronage. At that moment, the voice of 06 chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully selling 1 item. Reward, 50 points. Instant noodles, any flavor. Unlocked, please check. Once Tang Jing had departed, Xiyue closed the window and settled onto the sofa to access the system panel. She navigated to the food category in the store, and indeed, instant noodles had been unlocked, with no flavor restrictions. She clicked on the instant noodle icon and found a plethora of flavors to choose from: braised beef, pickled cabbage, chicken with mushrooms, spicy beef, and tomato with egg. Finally, she could indulge in flavorful food. The cost of instant noodles was 1 point each, so she decided to order 5 packs of 1 flavor. After placing her order, various flavors of instant noodles promptly appeared on the shelf. After some thought, she priced the instant noodles at 35 points per box. Ding! A new task has been unlocked. Successfully sell 20 items. Task reward, 100 points, unlocking ham sausages, meat buns, and vegetable buns. How could I have overlooked the indispensable ham sausages? Instant noodles without ham sausages are incomplete. I must unlock the ham sausages as soon as possible. Xiyue resolved fervently. With a sense of joy, she selected a box of tomato and egg noodles from the shelf, boiling water in a stainless steel kettle. And while waiting for it to heat, she opened the system panel. Mobile convenience store name, Moonlight Convenience Store. Manager, Xiyue. Store level, level 1. Points, 100 points. Unlocked products, mineral water, white steamed buns, instant noodles, any flavor. With her expenses and the rewards combined, she found herself back at 100 points. Xiyue sighed, 06. How many points are needed to upgrade the convenience store? To upgrade to a level 2 convenience store, the host requires 2,000 points. Xiyue let out a deep breath. So many points. How long will it take to earn that? Perceiving her despondent mood, 06 immediately encouraged her. As long as the host completes tasks and unlocks more points, it will be quite swift. Chapter 4. The Irresistibly Fragrant Instant Noodles. After leaving the convenience store, Tang Jing clutched the bag to his chest and hurried back to the base. Upon entering, he noticed the oppressive heat kept the streets sparse. Aside from those out hunting zombies for crystal cores or searching for supplies, most people were sheltering indoors or under eaves. Sensing the piercing gazes of multiple eyes from the shadows, Tang Jing remained unflinching, tightly clutching the bag to conceal its contents. Before heading home, he concealed himself in a corner along the route, scanning his surroundings. Only when he confirmed that no one was present did he allow himself a slight relaxation. Tang Jing hesitated for a moment before finally summoning the resolve to open the cap of the bottle of mineral water he retrieved from his bag. Taking a sip, he found it delightful. The water had a subtle sweetness, and despite his body's thirst, he restrained himself, savoring a few more sips before pausing. He carefully replaced the cap and returned the bottle to his bag, then extracted a fluffy white bun. Its soft texture and enticing aroma caused Tang Jing to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He took a large bite, experiencing its sweet, chewy goodness. It was even more delicious than he had anticipated. After finishing half, he decided to stop eating and set the remaining portion aside, intending to keep it for dinner if it proved to be safe. About half an hour later, feeling no adverse effects, Tang Jing felt reassured enough to bring the food home. Though he referred to it as home, it was merely a shelter constructed from wooden frames and tattered cloth. Typically, he would return with a meager ration of food acquired through bartering with mutated plants or trading with water-based ability users, all while concealing his despair behind a facade of ease. However, today felt different. Although the struggle persisted, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. He composed himself and drew back the curtain, revealing a gaunt woman lying within. Upon seeing him, her eyes widened, and she broke into a faint smile. "Jinger, you're back." "Mom, I'm back. Are you feeling any better?" Tang Jing stepped forward to assist his mother, noticing her dry lips, and immediately prepared to offer her some water. "I brought back water and food. I'll get it for you now." Li Mei, Tang Jing's mother, weakly refused. "No, Jinger, I'm not thirsty." Then she watched as Tang Jing produced a bottle of water and a palm-sized white bun from the purple bag. Tears immediately streamed down her face. "Child, I'm so sorry. Have you signed up to be a test subject?" It was all her fault for burdening her son. Over the past few days, she had heard from ability users returning from the Dawn base that they were recruiting volunteers for experiments, promising food from their experimental fields to every participant. Yet, no one who had gone to the base for such experiments had returned alive over the years. No, she would rather die than let her son become a test subject. "You need to return the water and bun, or I will die." Tang Jing sensed his mother's misunderstanding but felt his heart ache, his eyes reddening as he replied, "Mom, I didn't sign up." In truth, he had initially intended to return to the base to register. Then where did this white bun come from? "Don't lie to me." Li Mei reprimanded Tang Jing sternly. "It's been 5 years since the apocalypse. How could there be such white buns? Only a large base like Dawn could produce them." "I'm not lying." Tang Jing quickly recounted the story of the Moonlight convenience store to Li Mei. Her emotions began to stabilize, though she remained skeptical. Is there really such a mysterious convenience store? Tang Jing hastily handed the bun and water to Li Mei. "Really? At first, I thought I was hallucinating." "Mom, please drink some water and eat the bun. Once you feel better, I'll take you to see it." With that, Li Mei felt reassured enough to take small sips of water, and after regaining some strength, she picked up the white bun, eating a few bites while her voice trembled. "I haven't had a bun in ages." "Then please eat more." Tang Jing watched his mother eat, his heart brimming with joy. He was determined to work hard so that she could have enough to eat at every meal. Li Mei stopped after consuming half, planning to save the rest for dinner. Once Li Mei finished eating and fell asleep, Tang Jing resolved to venture out once more during the waning daylight to search for mutated plants, hoping to exchange them for points to ensure he could fill his stomach. As Xiyue opened the lid, the aroma of the prepared tomato and egg noodles wafted up enticingly. "Wow," she exclaimed, blowing on the steam. It smelled incredible, especially after days of eating only buns. If only she had some ham to accompany it. Such a delicious scent could not go to waste. She opened the window, allowing the fragrance to escape along with some of the cool air. Hee, with such a delightful aroma, I refuse to believe it won't attract customers. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Moonlight convenience store, a small team of 5, consisting of 3 men and 2 women, made their way towards the Dawn base, clearly laden with supplies. Among them, a short-haired woman was protectively shielded in the center. Shunyan suddenly halted, prompting the others to stop in confusion. "Have you all smelled that? It seems to be the scent of food." Wei Yubiao, his expression serious, looked at Xiyue with unusual gentleness. "Xiaoyan, are you hungry?" The other 2 men chuckled at her. "Xiaoyan, I have some mutated herb cakes, just call me brother, and I'll share." Zhao teased. "Haha. You dare ask her to call you brother?" Lu Shi chimed in. A woman with a ponytail, Yi Xian flashed a hint of jealousy, but maintained a gentle facade. Xiaoyan, we're almost at the base, there will be food there. Don't waste time here.
No.
Shen protested, inhaling deeply. It's definitely food. It smells like tomato and egg. Yi Xian's eyes flared with impatience. How could there possibly be tomato and egg dishes in this apocalypse? Stop joking around. Ignoring her. Shen pointed to the right. It's over there. It really is the smell of tomato and egg. Let us go check it out. You're being reckless. Although we're close to the base and the number of zombies is low, we could still encounter mutated animals, which is very dangerous, Yi Xian admonished sharply. Wei Yu Biao. Seeing Shen Yun's distressed expression, couldn't he bear to see her upset and said, let us take a look, with a few level 3 or 4 ability users. We can handle any danger. Wei Yu Biao's agreement prompted the other two men to nod in support. Thank you, Brother Biao. Yi Xian, don't worry. I'll just look at the outskirts. I want to venture deep into the woods, Shen Yun reassured her. Humph. Yi Xian shot her a disapproving glance, but chose not to argue further. The group quickly arrived near the location of the Moonlight convenience store. Indeed. It smells like tomato and egg, I wasn't too wrong. Shen Yun had always been a foodie before the apocalypse, often visiting restaurants due to her family's good fortune. As they drew closer, everyone could smell the strong aroma. How is this possible? It's the apocalypse. Yi Xian's face turned pale in disbelief. Wei Yu Biao and the others exchanged serious, puzzled glances. Look, that purple van. The scent is coming from there. Shen Yun exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the purple bread truck ahead. Chapter 5. Please help me make noodles. Wei Yu Biao narrowed his eyes, becoming fully alert. This sudden appearance of a vehicle outside the Dawn base was exceedingly peculiar. Moonlight convenience store? Biao, look at the sign above. Zhao pointed out. The others fell silent, clearly realizing the abnormality of this convenience store and hesitating to act rashly.
Ding.
Just then, a voice interrupted Xiyue, who was happily eating her noodles. There are 5 people hiding outside, 200 meters away. I knew it. Such delicious noodles are bound to attract potential customers. Xiyue smiled contentedly, continuing to eat without concern. After all, they would surely be unable to resist coming over.
Biao.
Let's go check it out. We're close to the base, so it should be fine, Shen Yun suggested, swallowing hard.
All right.
Wei Yu Biao pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing. This time, the others had no objections. Curiosity about the unknown Moonlight convenience store and the enticing aroma piqued their interest. What if it truly was a functioning store? A few individuals approached the convenience store window, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Through the glass, they easily spotted rows of delectable food items. Before they could fully comprehend the scene, a finely crafted visage appeared at the window. What would you like to purchase? A gentle voice inquired. Shen Yun was the first to break the silence. Miss, is this truly a convenience store? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Xiyue smiled, responding, indeed. It is quite real. What is that delightful aroma of tomato and egg? Shen Yun asked excitedly. I'm indulging in tomato and egg instant noodles, Xiyue explained. Proceeding to recommend the product, it's the tomato and egg flavor from our selection of instant noodles. All the products in our convenience store boast exceptional flavors. You must try some. Shen Yun turned her pleading gaze towards Wei Yu Biao, gently shaking his arm. Brother Biao, let us buy some to taste. This place is too peculiar. We should return to the base quickly, Yi Xian cautioned, eyeing the store manager's delicate and fair features. Xiyue shot a glance at Yi Xian, feeling a tinge of displeasure. Dear lady, if you choose not to purchase, that is your decision. Please do not dissuade my customers. Displaying no outward disturbance. Xiyue merely smiled softly and said, you may deliberate further. She then ignored them, deliberately bringing forth the instant noodles from the table behind and placing them on the counter to continue her meal. Confronted by the intoxicating aroma, the group instinctively swallowed hard. Brother Biao, I'm willing to take the plunge. Please don't mind me. Shen Yun, devoid of any remaining resolve, exclaimed, Miss, how can we purchase these items? You may exchange crystal cores, mutated plants, or any valuable items from mutated animals for points to make purchases, Xiyue explained, wiping her mouth. By the way, the points exchange machine is located at the back of the vehicle. Oh. Shen Yun hastened to the rear, with the others following her curiously. Shenyun retrieved a primary crystal core from her bag and placed it on the points exchange machine, which immediately lit up. Primary crystal core detected. Can be exchanged for 20 points. Do you agree to convert it into points? The group was astounded. Such advanced technology had not existed even before the apocalypse. Shenyun did not hesitate to confirm. The primary crystal core on the machine vanished instantly, transforming into a white card. The screen displayed Moonlight Convenience Store Points Card Holder, Shenyun. Ability level, Water type level 3. Points, 20. The machine even recognized her name and ability. Their awe deepened. Xiyue observed Shenyun's profile, exclaiming, 06, this girl possesses a level 3 ability. While this level was not particularly high, as the strongest ability users had reached level 8, 06 remarked with a hint of pride, oh, I'm more concerned that she's a water-type ability user. My bottled water might not sell well. 06, a primary crystal core yields 20 points. What about a secondary one? Shenyun did not remove the card, but placed a secondary crystal core beside it. Secondary crystal core detected. Can be exchanged for 60 points. Do you agree to convert it into points? This time, Shenyun declined, subsequently retrieving the crystal core and returning to the window with the card. Without waiting for Xiyue to inquire, she glanced at the price tags and eagerly began selecting items. 5 white buns, 1 tomato and egg instant noodle, 1 braised beef noodle, 1 spicy beef noodle, and 1 pickled vegetable noodle, please. Xiyue felt a surge of joy as she picked up a bag to pack the items. You can pay by placing the card on the card reader, she indicated, pointing to the points card machine. Shenyun nodded, placing the card on the reader, which deducted the points, leaving a balance of 1. Shenyun scanned the shelves and exclaimed, I can't believe a single crystal core can buy so many items. The others were equally astonished. At the base, a primary crystal core could only purchase 2 grass cakes. Xiyue handed the packed bag to Shenyun and casually mentioned, our convenience store offers a complimentary instant noodle preparation service. Would you like me to prepare it for you? This consideration stemmed from the possibility that customers who purchase noodles might lack water or find it inconvenient to boil some. After all, it was no trouble for her. And assisting with the preparation was quite easy. The area surrounding the convenience store was absolutely safe within a 5-meter radius, free from zombie incursions, allowing them to enjoy their meal nearby. The 5 individuals gazed at her with reverence. Even the most formidable ability users could not guarantee absolute safety in their vicinity. Yet zombies could not breach the sanctuary. Wow, miss, you're truly remarkable. Are you a high-tier psychic ability user? Shenyun admired. I'm merely an ordinary convenience store manager, Xiyue replied with a mysterious smile. So, would you like it prepared? Absolutely. Shenyun retrieved a box of tomato and egg instant noodles, handing it to Xiyue. Please prepare this one for me. Xiyue skillfully took the noodles, deftly tearing open the outer packaging, extracting the seasoning and vegetable egg packets, and squeezing them onto the noodle block. She then moved to the back to fetch a stainless steel kettle, filled it with boiling water, covered it with a paper lid, and presented it to Shenyun. It'll be ready to eat in 5 minutes. Shenyun eagerly accepted the noodles, having already caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, causing her mouth to water. As she waited, unable to contain her anticipation, she opened the lid, used the provided fork to twirl a large mouthful of noodles, and exclaimed, delicious. Absolutely divine. The other 4, witnessing Shenyun so engrossed in her meal, could no longer restrain themselves. One by one, they rushed toward the points exchange machine at the rear. Wei Yubiao was the first, retrieving a secondary crystal core from his pocket and placing it on the exchange machine. Secondary crystal core detected. Can be exchanged for 60 points. Do you agree to convert it into points? Wei Yubiao hastily confirmed. A white card materialized, the screen displaying Moonlight Convenience Store Points Card Holder, Wei Yubiao. Ability level, Fire type level 4. Points 60. Wei Yubiao glanced at it casually, swiftly seizing the points card and approaching the window to purchase food. Manager. I'd like 5 bottles of mineral water, 6 white buns, 2 packets of spicy beef instant noodles, and 2 packets of braised beef instant noodles. Would you like assistance with preparing the noodles? Xiyue swiftly gathered the items from the shelves and inquired. Please prepare 1 packet of braised beef noodles for me. Thank you. As he completed the transaction, watching his points balance drop from 60 to 35, Xiyue retrieved a box of braised beef noodles. tore open the packaging with practiced ease, and turned to boil water. At that moment, 06's system voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully selling 20 items. Task complete. Reward: 100 points, ham sausage unlocked, meat bun unlocked, vegetable bun unlocked. Did I really sell 20 items? Xiyue thought, delight flooding her heart, yet her hands continued to work swiftly in preparing the noodles. Xiyue, Zhao, and Lu Shi were still at the back exchanging points. Upon inhaling the aroma of the braised beef noodles wafting through the air, they hastened their movements. Lu Shi also retrieved a primary crystal core to exchange for 20 points, seeing that it displayed a level 3 earth ability. This time, she felt no further astonishment, grasping her points card and quickly returning to the shopping window. Xiyue first placed the prepared noodles on a small bedside table, accessed the system panel, and directly opened them all, gearing up for inventory replenishment. Before her lay the unlocked items in the convenience store: a delectable sausage for 0.5 points, meat buns for 1 point each, and vegetable buns for 0.5 points each. Let us have 20 sausages, 10 meat buns, and 10 vegetable buns, she decided. The prices were set at 15 points for the sausages, 25 points for the meat buns, and 2 points for the vegetable buns. After finalizing these arrangements, Xiyue returned to the sales window, carrying a bowl of instant noodles she had prepared, and handed it to the impatient Wei Yubiao. Observing him eagerly opening the noodle box and devouring its contents, she discreetly accessed the system panel that others could not see, promptly listing the newly acquired items for sale. Lu Shi squeezed to the front of the window, still contemplating her purchases, when she was astonished to witness sausages and buns materializing on the shelves seemingly out of thin air. What? How did new merchandise appear so suddenly? Lu Shi exclaimed, her voice laced with fear as she pointed at the shelves. Wei Yubiao, still clutching his half-finished noodles, leaned in to gaze at the shelves, his expression shifting to one of intense seriousness upon realizing that the items were indeed new arrivals. Just then, Xiyue, having finished her meal, stepped forward in amazement. The products here just appeared out of nowhere? Xiyue approached the window, her tone gentle as she reassured her customers. Dear patrons, this is how our Moonlight convenience store restocks its items. Though the method may seem peculiar, we are a legitimate convenience store, and all our products are guaranteed safe. Moreover, our items will never spoil within the confines of the store. Products like buns can remain unchanged for up to a year outside the store. Is that so peculiar? If it weren't for the deliciousness of the food, one might think they had fallen into a bizarre illusion. Xiyue noted the apprehension in their eyes, but chose to feign ignorance. After all, the nature of the system was something that could not be divulged. So, what would you like to purchase? She inquired of the dazed Lu Shi, attempting to alleviate the tension. The mobile convenience store system was inherently filled with wonders, and the origins of its seemingly endless products, along with future upgrades, would surely be difficult to conceal. It was perhaps best to reveal the store's strengths to dispel the curiosity of any potential troublemakers. Lu Shi, suppressing her fear of the store manager, quietly selected her items: 2 bottles of water, a pack of chicken and mushroom instant noodles, 1 sausage, 1 vegetable bun, and 1 meat bun. Very well, please swipe your points card. The balance on her points card swiftly changed from 20 to 65 points. Xiyue's technique for packaging items grew increasingly adept, observing the levels of these individuals and the crystalline cores they produced. It was evident they had some prowess at the hope base, unlike the first customer who had appeared quite flustered. With a smile, Xiyue handed Lu Shi her bag and, as if casually, asked, Am I considered one of the more affordable merchants in this apocalyptic world? Lu Shi, meeting Xiyue's gaze, found the manager to be an enigmatic figure and sensed that her seemingly innocent question carried profound implications. At a loss for words, he stammered nervously. Xiyue, pushing past him, reveled in the refreshing air wafting from the window and remarked, Miss, this is not just relatively affordable, it's incredibly cost-effective. You must understand that in our small hope base, or even in the renowned Dawn base, a single first-level crystal core can only buy a few grass cakes. Grass cakes? What are they? Xiyue asked, puzzled. At that moment, Zhao approached with a cheerful demeanor, seemingly having just exchanged his points card. Noticing Xiyue engaged in conversation with the manager, he sidled up to Wei Yubiao, eyeing his noodles with envy. He also observed Lu Shi. who appeared tense and frozen on the side, scratching his head in confusion. Xiyue cast a glance at Xiyue but had no intention of giving up her spot. She was engrossed in conversation with the mysterious and formidable manager, and no one could disrupt that. Grass cakes were the only food that could survive the extremes of heat and cold in this apocalyptic world. Created from a blend of ordinary grass and mutated wheat cultivated by plant manipulators in experimental fields, they served as the staple food for survivors, being the most affordable option. Although the taste was rather mediocre, Xiyue stuck out her tongue, recalling the flavor of grass cakes after having tasted the food from Moonlight convenience store. The comparison was stark. While she usually only consumed grass cakes during her excursions to collect crystal cores and mutated flora and fauna, nothing else could compare to the offerings from Moonlight convenience store. She resolved to remain its most loyal customer. Can a single first-level crystal core really buy so little? Xiyue furrowed her brow, initially thinking her pricing was somewhat steep, which relieved her somewhat. With a smile, she added, "Then perhaps you could help me promote the store back at your base." "Of course, miss. If the survivors at the base learn about Moonlight convenience store, they will surely come." Xiyue thought to herself, delighted at the prospect of more customers, which would allow her to earn more points and upgrade the store.
Xiyue,
noticing their conversation had concluded, approached the shop, seeing a few new items on the shelves without surprise, assuming they had simply been retrieved from the stockroom. "Manager, I'd like 8 bottles of mineral water for steamed buns, 6 meat buns, and 4 vegetables." Before he could finish, a piercing voice interrupted. "What kind of broken machine is this? Is it targeting me?" Xiyue screamed angrily. Xiyue and the others instantly adopted a vigilant stance, glancing around. After 5 years of surviving in the apocalypse, they had developed a keen awareness of the need to prevent attracting zombies and mutated beasts. Xiyue frowned at the situation and coldly warned, "The area 5 meters outside the store is absolutely safe." The group relaxed slightly, casting disapproving looks at Xiyue, who was shouting outside the base. "Are they trying to die faster?" Just then, the white door of the Moonlight convenience store swung open, and Xiyue stepped out. Dressed in a white collared shirt paired with light denim pants, her long, raven-black hair gleamed like feathers, and her complexion was a flawless blend of pale and rosy hues, making her appear as a pristine oasis amidst the desolation of the apocalypse. As she lifted the purple curtain at the door, the sweltering air outside dampened her spirits. Aware of the astonished gazes upon her, she strode toward Xiyue, who was evidently in a foul mood, her anger prompting her to raise her fist in an attempt to smash the points exchange machine.
stop.
Xiyue's voice rang out, filled with authority.
Ding.
A new task had been unlocked, detecting an intent to maliciously damage the Moonlight convenience store. As the store manager, please stop and punish the malicious customer. Task reward: 100 points, unlock milk and bear biscuits. The system added, the host is invincible within the store. Excellent. Xiyue's gaze sharpened, the air around her seemingly freezing. Xiyue's fist, poised to strike, halted midair, her entire body immobilized. What is happening? Why can't I control my body? As Xiyue's heart sank, her reason returned, and she recalled the peculiarities of the convenience store and its manager, her voice trembling with unease. Xiyue approached her, gazing at the intact point redemption machine with a cold smirk. What is it that prompts you to consider vandalizing my establishment? Though her words were couched in politeness, a chill permeated her tone. Curiosity gnawed at her regarding Xiyue's audacity to suddenly threaten the machine. Yet this did not imply that she intended to let her off the hook. In a state of panic, Xiyue bit her lip, her heart brimming with resentment. "Biao, please come to my aid. I told you this convenience store is filled with oddities, and this manager, no matter how formidable, should not be able to contend with all of you together. Hurry and rescue me." However, Biao and the others remained unmoved, casting disapproving glances at Xiyue. The manager exuded an air of mystery, her strength unfathomable, coupled with an abundance of resources. They would be mad to confront her. Biao asserted firmly, "Xiyue, you must apologize to the manager. The fault lies with you." He hoped that after Xiyue offered her contrition, the manager would not hold it against her. "But it's not my fault. Why should I apologize?
She is targeting me."
Xiyue's eyes darted in frustration, firmly convinced that Xiyue was deliberately singling her out. "Targeting you?" Xiyue scoffed. Upon hearing this, Wei Yubiao and the others felt a mix of urgency and anger. Their curiosity piqued regarding Yi Xian's sudden aggression towards the store. Yi Xian, why did you suddenly take action against the convenience store? Shen Yun directly inquired. Yi Xian bit her lip, suppressing her inner bitterness before replying. This machine gave me only 20 points for exchanging the same mutated plant crystal core as Zhao He, who received 180 points. It's utterly unfair. Shen Yun and Wei Yubiao exchanged puzzled glances with Xiyue. 06. What is the explanation? Why is the point redemption different for identical crystal cores? Xiyue silently questioned 06, though she trusted that the system would not err. Host. That crystal core is formed from a first-level mutated plant of exceptional value, hence the 20 points, 06 clarified after reviewing the redemption history. Then how could Zhao He's crystal core yield 180 points? 06 explained, this first-level mutated plant possesses a unique characteristic of mutual devouring, leading to further mutations. Yet it remains at the first level. The more it devours, the more mutations occur, making the crystal core increasingly precious. Zhao, he simply had the good fortune. Xiyue elucidated the situation to the others, earnestly defending her convenience store, asserting that Yueguang convenience store would never deceive its customers regarding their points. Wei Yubiao and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing that a powerful and enigmatic figure with abundant resources likely opened a convenience store out of interest, and would not be overly concerned about their insignificant points. Wei Yubiao envied Zhao He, patting him on the back. You're really fortunate. Zhao He sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Indeed, he had consistently enjoyed good luck, advancing in levels without much training, and each time he devoured a crystal core, he faced little risk. He had even reached level 4 in wind abilities, easily picking up a first-level mutated plant crystal core outside the base. One that had undergone multiple mutations. You're lying. That's impossible. Yi Xian shouted. You are targeting me. Why? Xiyue touched her ear, finding the noise unbearable, especially in the sweltering heat outside. She decided it was best to conclude this matter swiftly and return to the car to enjoy the air conditioning. With a gentle motion of her hand, Yi Xian found herself rendered speechless, unable to utter another word. Xiyue, disinterested in her plight, chose not to linger on the troublesome individual. She entered the Yueguang convenience store, accessed the system panel, located Yi Xian's name in the customer section, and promptly added her to the blacklist. Once blacklisted, Yi Xian would forever be barred from entering Xiyue's mobile convenience store. In an instant, she was transported 5 meters away from the store, her expression one of disbelief as she realized she could move again and intended to return to buy supplies. What is happening? Why can't I get in? It was as though an invisible barrier obstructed her access. Is she unable to enter? Shen Yun observed, astonished. As Yi Xian flailed her arms against the air. She has been blacklisted from my store. Xiyue replied with a polite smile. She can no longer enter. They watched as Yi Xian shouted from 5 meters away, a chill creeping through them in the sweltering environment. Was this manager truly human? They all pondered in unison. Yi Xian's desperate cries attracted the attention of a few zombies. As a mere level 3 spatial ability user, she could only hope for assistance from Xiyue and Wei Yubiao. Xiyue maintained her polite smile, while Wei Yubiao, Shen Yun, and Zhao He merely frowned. If Yi Xian were to run back to the base, she could easily evade the level 1 zombies. We should go help her, Lu Shi, who had always harbored some affection for the gentle Yi Xian, felt compelled to act despite her recent behavior tarnishing his fondness. Unable to remain idle as she faced danger, he turned to Xiyue, saying, Manager, I'm going to save her. By all means, Xiyue responded with a smile, allowing customers their freedom. Lu Shi dashed out, expertly manipulating his earth abilities to swiftly erect a wall of soil, guiding Yi Xian towards Hope Base. Upon seeing Lu Shi coming to her aid, Yi Xian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She had hoped for the assistance of Wei Yubiao, a peak level 4 fire user, or perhaps Zhao He, a burgeoning level 4 wind user. Yet Lu Shi, a peak level 3 earth user, had always been someone she subtly looked down upon. As a meticulous girl with a keen eye for tea, Shen Yun immediately noticed the disdain in Yi Xian's eyes before she turned to flee. She could only feel sorry for Lu Shi in her heart, but ultimately, it was his own choice. Xiyue returned to her mobile convenience store, the refreshing cool air instantly dispelling the heat she had endured outside.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. for completing the task of halting and punishing a malicious customer. Task reward: 100 points. Unlocked milk and bear biscuits. Xiyue promptly opened the marketplace. Discovering that 2 icons had indeed been unlocked: milk for 1 point per bottle and bear biscuits for 1 point per box. She decided to stock up on 10 bottles of milk and 10 boxes of bear biscuits, pricing them at 3 points each. After considering her previous consumption, she also replenished 10 bottles of mineral water, 8 steamed buns, and ordered 5 packs of instant noodles in various flavors. With a click, the shelves, previously sparse, were now brimming with goods. Noticing the sky outside had dimmed slightly and that Wei Yubiao and his companions had yet to leave, she inquired, "Do you still have something to attend to?" Chapter 8. Leader of Hope Base, Shenyang. Manager, I haven't made my purchases yet, Zhao said timidly, having been interrupted by Yi Xian earlier and now empty-handed. Oh, I remember now, Xiyue responded. What would you like, dear customer? Zhao glanced at the shelves and resumed his selection. Manager, I'd like 8 bottles of mineral water for steamed buns, 6 meat buns for vegetable buns, 1 of each flavor of instant noodles, and 5 ham sausages, ensuring each box of noodles has 1. He added, and since milk and biscuits are newly available, I'll take 4 bottles of milk and 2 boxes of biscuits. Don't ask, just know that I've got plenty of points. Xiyue, delighted by the arrival of a significant client, promptly retrieved a bag to pack the items and handed it to him. Zhao, well versed in the payment procedure, instinctively placed his points card onto the card reader.
Beep.
The points on the card diminished from 180 to 94. Shall I prepare some instant noodles for you? We still need to go through the process, Zhao contemplated, extracting 2 boxes of instant noodles from the bag. Could you please help me prepare these 2 boxes, so I can take them home? Xiyue accepted the noodles and deftly prepared them, handing them back to him. We've just introduced milk and teddy bear biscuits. I must purchase some. Shenyun instructed Xiyue to retrieve 4 bottles of milk and 2 boxes of biscuits. Upon attempting to pay, she realized her points were insufficient. Hastily seizing her points card, she dashed to the car's rear to redeem more. This time, she successfully acquired the milk and biscuits she desired. Wei Yubiao also requested 2 sets of 4 bottles of milk. Satisfied, they departed from the Moonlight convenience store, heading back to the Hope Base. Having arrived at the base ahead of the others, Lu Shi escorted Yi Xian to her doorstep. Yi Xian, I'll see you here. There's no danger now. So don't be afraid, Lu Shi said with concern, remembering Yi Xian's overbearing brothers. He felt a flicker of disdain but refrained from expressing it out of consideration for her feelings. Yi Xian, looking down on him, nonetheless had her gaze fixed on the purple bag in his hand. Inside retreats she hadn't enjoyed in years, she could hardly let this opportunity slip away. Tears welled in her eyes, and her demeanor turned pitiable. Brother Shi, I didn't manage to exchange anything for food during this trip to gather supplies from the base. My brothers will surely blame me, she sobbed. Lu Shi's heart ached for her. Although he hadn't purchased much and had a non-powered sister at home, he couldn't bear to see Xian in distress. He reached into the bag and took out a bottle of mineral water, a sausage, and a vegetable bun for her. Brother Shi, you are so kind to me, Yi Xian said, wiping her tears and her eyes sparkling with pride. Eventually, Lu Shi returned home with only a package of instant noodles, a bottle of water, and a meat bun remaining in his bag. His sister greeted him with joy, her concern evident. Brother, you're back. Are you hurt? Ignoring Lu Shi's resigned expression, she meticulously examined him for injuries, only smiling when she found none. Brother, how many grass cakes did you bring back today? Take a look, Lu Shi replied, handing her the bag, which elicited an exclamation of delight from her.
Wow.
So many goodies. Brother, you've struck it rich. You can have the instant noodles, and I'll share half of the bun with you. I can savor the other half, for 2 days. A smile spread across his face, though a hint of guilt lingered in his eyes. Perhaps he shouldn't have shared that portion of supplies with Yi Xian. He could only tell his sister about the convenience store to ease her worries about the food. Shenyun, Wei Yubiao, and Zhao arrived at the base as the evening settled in. Zhao bid them farewell, heading homeward in another direction, tucking the purple bag into his backpack, which bulged with its bounty. Balancing a steaming box of instant noodles in one hand, he intended to share it with his sister. Wei Yubiao accompanied Shenyun to the central area of the base. Noticing several powered individuals patrolling outside the villa, he left her with a sense of relief. Entering the villa, Shun Yun found it filled with ice blocks, with a feeble air conditioner running, making the temperature slightly more comfortable than outside, albeit not comparable to the convenience store. Passing by the living room, she spotted her handsome brother engaged in a meeting with several high-level powered individuals and decided to quietly bypass them and ascend the stairs to her room. Xiaoyan, why are you back so late? Called her brother, Shenyang, the leader of the Hope Base. Brother, she stammered, what are you holding? Shenyang's sharp gaze fixated on the purple bag in her hands. This is something delicious, Shenyun replied, feeling guilty as she glanced around. As her brother's serious gaze bore down on her, she lowered her head, recalling the store manager's request for her to promote their offerings. She recounted the enticing aroma and the mysterious little cart, revealing all about the convenience store and its formidable manager. Wiping her brow, she reassured herself that she wasn't afraid of her brother. She was merely trying to assist the store manager. Shenyang and the high-level powered individuals were astonished, with one visibly skeptical. Brother, I assure you I'm telling the truth. Sensing their disbelief, Shenyun quickly defended herself. Look, everything in here was bought from the convenience store. How could we still find these items 5 years into the apocalypse? This should validate my claims. She tossed the purple bag to Shenyang. Shenyang, intrigued, felt the texture of the bag. This is made from an unknown material. His focus intensified as he opened the bag, spreading its contents on the table for all to see. Inside were instant noodles, milk, biscuits, buns, and steamed buns. The onlookers were filled with disbelief. Shenyang picked up a bun, which was still warm and soft as if freshly made. He pulled it apart, revealing steaming meat filling. A sharp intake of breath echoed around the room. Shenyang exchanged a grave glance with Wang Weitao, who stood closest to him. Everyone present recognized that possessing such food in the apocalypse was an extraordinary feat. Shenyang promised to procure more food for Shenyun and, after retrieving a pack of teddy bear biscuits, sent her back to her room. The others eagerly opened the instant noodles, milk, and other food items, their expressions growing increasingly avaricious. After prolonged discussion, they resolved to send some of the base's high-level powered individuals to the Moonlight convenience store to gauge the manager's strength, contemplating whether they could usurp it. Shenyang gazed out the window, his eyes deep with contemplation, murmuring, "It seems a storm is brewing." Yi Xian, filled with pride, watched her 2 brothers and younger siblings greedily snatch at the supplies Lu Shi had given her, completely oblivious to the fact that none were left for her. Look at your pitiful ambitions. Yi Heng, her second brother, grasping half of a vegetable bun, glared menacingly at her. What do you mean? Feeling intimidated by the fierce gazes of her brothers, Yi Xian swiftly softened her tone. Eldest brother, second brother, little brother, I mean no offense. I just have a good place to tell you about. What good place? Yi Wu, the eldest, asked, taking a hefty bite of his sausage. Yi Xian smirked maliciously. That place is filled with food and drink. Everything you're eating now comes from there. No one has discovered it yet, so we can seize it soon. Yi Heng was skeptical about such a fortuitous location, doubting their ability as second-level powered individuals to claim it easily. There's just one woman guarding it. With so many of us, it should be a breeze to take it. If you're still worried, we can bring Brother Tian along, Yi Xian suggested. Brother Tian, as she referred to him, was a thug with a level 4 ability at the Hope Base. She was confident that with their numbers, they could easily handle the manager. Watching her 3 brothers nod in agreement, their faces filled with greed, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile, her eyes filled with malice and resentment towards Xiyue. Let us see how you feel so proud now. With so many supplies, I can do as I please in this apocalypse. Chapter 9. Investigating the manager's strength. It's so late. There probably won't be any more customers, Xiyue mused, glancing outside to find that night had already fallen. As the time for dinner approached, she surveyed the shelves and ultimately decided on a pack of chicken and mushroom instant noodles accompanied by a carton of milk. While awaiting the noodles to steep, she accessed the system panel, which displayed the following: store name, Moonlight Convenience Store. Store manager, Xiyue. Store level 1. Points, 410 points. Unlocked products, mineral water, steamed buns, instant noodles any flavor, sausages, meat buns, vegetable buns, milk, teddy bear biscuits. It seemed that the first day's revenue was quite promising. The elevation to a level 2 convenience store appeared to be within reach. Xiyue felt a surge of confidence as she opened the fragrant instant noodles. filling the entire store with an enticing aroma. However, she was not concerned about the scent lingering as the convenience store was equipped with an automatic air purification system. After finishing her meal and noting the late hour, she intended to close up shop, only to be surprised by Tang Jing's appearance outside. He exchanged 2 level 1 mutated herbs for points and ultimately purchased a carton of milk, a bottle of water, and a meat bun before departing. After bidding farewell to her last customer, Xiyue elegantly stifled a yawn, closed the shopping window, and adjusted it to a mode that rendered the store invisible from the outside. She pulled back the merchandise shelves and planned to retire for the night. Having previously toiled tirelessly for her company, often staying up late, she was determined not to exhaust herself further. After all, a girl should prioritize sleep for the sake of her skin. If only she could unlock face masks or skincare products. Lying in bed, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, others at the base were still engaged in discussions. Xian's elder brother, Xiyue, took her to meet Tianyong, where they recounted everything regarding the convenience store and its manager, Xiyue. Tianyong stroked his chin, a greasy smile forming on his lips. Is such a place truly in existence? Xiyue and Xian looked hopeful, embellishing the benefits of the convenience store. Although Tianyong was a thug, he was not foolish. He did not immediately agree but instead rolled his eyes, clearly still contemplating. Observing this, Xian, feeling anxious, feigned innocence, and casually remarked, "That suddenly appeared convenience store is filled with an inexhaustible supply of goods. There's only one store manager, and I suspect she must be a level 4 psychic ability user. While impressive, how could she possibly compare to you, Brother Tian? Besides, the store manager is a rare beauty. A level 4 psychic ability user? Quite formidable. And a rare beauty?" Tianyong slammed his palm down on the dust-laden table. "A level 4 psychic ability user is nothing. I am already at the pinnacle of level 4 and will soon level up again. A woman should dutifully remain at home to serve her man. I want that convenience store. I must see what this rare beauty looks like, ha ha ha." "Indeed. Brother Tian, you are a level 4 powerhouse in the strength abilities. You can easily handle her." Xiyue immediately chimed in, his face equally oily with confidence. Xian's eyes gleamed with cunning success. Meanwhile, in the study of the base leader's villa, Shenyang had left behind his most trusted subordinate, the level 5 plant ability user Wang Weitao. Shenyang solemnly patted Wang Weitao on the shoulder, speaking in a deep tone, "Weitao, in this base, aside from my only relative Xinyun, I trust you the most." Wang Weitao trembled, his face brimming with emotion. "Leader, it was you who saved my life. Whatever you command, I will do with all my strength." Shenyang felt a profound satisfaction, responding warmly, "I certainly believe in your loyalty." He then shifted the conversation. "You must know what the sudden emergence of this moonlight convenience store signifies. This convenience store was indeed enigmatic after 5 years of apocalypse. How could someone possess so many resources?" Wang Weitao pondered deeply, unease etched across his face. The resources this convenience store revealed were enough to entice anyone or any faction. "We hope the base can withstand any turmoil." Shan Yang's gaze darkened. "If we can seize it, as the lord of the base, I must be the one to command this convenience store." Wang Weitao's eyes gleamed with determination. "I am willing to lead my men to seize it." According to Xiaoyun's account, the store manager's strength is unfathomable. We should not act hastily. You will take your men to gauge the store manager's true capabilities tomorrow morning. Report back to me, and we shall deliberate further. Understood. Wang Weitao nodded respectfully. Xiyue naturally awoke early the next day, feeling particularly refreshed from a good night's sleep. After tidying up, she enjoyed a meat bun and drank a carton of milk before lowering the shelf dividers, preparing to commence business. Huang Lianqi and Huang Lianshan, 2 brothers and ability users from the Hope base, were present. Huang Lianshan, the elder brother, had awakened a strength ability and was currently at the early stage of level 4. Huang Lianqi, on the other hand, had awakened a speed ability, also at the early stage of level 4. In the Hope base, they were considered strong, and their mutual understanding as brothers, combined with their abilities, ensured they returned from their expeditions to gather crystal cores with bountiful rewards. In the sweltering heat, they typically ventured out in the early morning or late evening when temperatures were more bearable. However, today they discovered an exceedingly clean purple vehicle in what was previously an empty area outside the base. Concealed within the foliage, they cautiously observed for a while, only to suddenly notice the vehicle's roof emblazoned with the words Moonlight Convenience Store, which then illuminated brightly. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, who would dare to splurge on electricity or gasoline like this? Exchanging astonished glances, they each recognized the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. At that moment, the previously opaque windows of the vehicle became transparent, revealing a refined and clean woman elegantly sipping water at the windowsill. The woman appeared unconcerned about the scarcity of water resources, drinking with abandon. Could she be a water ability user? The brothers speculated. They then took note of the rows of shelves behind her, stocked with plump, white buns, instant noodles long vanished from the apocalypse, as well as sausages, milk, and mineral water. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and Huang Lianqi even questioned his own vision, pinching his brother for confirmation. However, his brother, being a strength ability user, hardly felt it, prompting a curious glance from him. Sheepishly, he said, "Bro, I think I'm seeing things. Could you pinch me?" Huang Lianshan, being straightforward, complied and pinched him firmly.
Ouch.
Huang Lianqi exclaimed, wincing at the pain. Rubbing his bruised arm, he thought, indeed, this was no illusion. Lianqi, shall we go take a look? The sign says convenience store. Perhaps we can truly purchase something, Huang Lianshan inquired. All right, Huang Lianqi considered their strengths, knowing they could retreat safely if any trouble arose, and agreed. As customers arrived, the store manager was urged to commence business earnestly. Xiyue noticed the two men approaching and felt a surge of joy at the prospect of early business. Upon arriving at the convenience store, the Huang brothers anxiously inquired and received an affirmative response from Xiyue, igniting their excitement. They could indeed make purchases. How wonderful! With a welcoming smile, Xiyue patiently explained to them the process for redeeming points, only to realize her throat was parched from all the talking. She took a sip of mineral water, pondering that if every customer required her to explain the process, it would be utterly exhausting and a waste of time. She must remember to ask 06 for a small board next, to write down the process and hang it outside the vehicle. Chapter 10: Fragments of Extraterrestrial Meteorites. Huang Lianqi and his brother, one of whom produced 2 secondary crystal nuclei, exchanged them for points and received a point card. After the exchange, Huang Lianqi recalled the store manager mentioning that valuable items could be exchanged. And he remembered an encounter with a level 4 mutated beast while collecting crystal nuclei some time ago. It was only through their years of tacit understanding that the brothers managed to drive it away. After the beast departed, they discovered a small pile of useless crystal nuclei and a peculiar black stone in a nearby cave. After bringing it back and studying it for a long time, they found nothing particularly remarkable about it, so it was carelessly tossed into a pocket, gathering dust. He rummaged through his pocket and finally retrieved it from the bottom, placing the stone on the point exchange machine. The machine detected a fragment of an extraterrestrial meteorite, which could be exchanged for 1,000 points. Would he like to convert it into points? Extraterrestrial meteorite? What could that be? Both Huang Lianqi and Huang Lianshan were utterly confused. But since the stone served no purpose for them, it was indeed more prudent to exchange it for points. Their eyes sparkled with surprise at its substantial value. Without hesitation, they agreed to the exchange.
Ding.
The exchange machine received a fragment of an extraterrestrial meteorite. The convenience store rewarded them with a small black room. 06 suddenly notified Xiyue in her mind. Xiyue quickly opened the transaction history of the exchange machine and saw that Huang Lianqi had exchanged the extraterrestrial meteorite fragment, filling her heart with joy. What a delightful surprise! It seemed that this extraterrestrial meteorite was of great significance, and she should collect more in the future. Huang Lianqi and his brother, carrying 4 bulging bags, returned triumphantly. They had not seen so much delectable food in years, and today they had no intention of venturing out of the base to collect crystal nuclei. They were eager to return and indulge in their spoils. They could hardly wait. The two suppressed their salivation and sprinted back to the base at the fastest pace possible. Just as Li Shi was about to head out to collect crystal nuclei, he spotted his neighbors, who had left early, rushing back at breakneck speed. A puzzled expression crossed his face. What brings you back so soon? Before he could finish his sentence, 2 fleeting shadows zipped past him and darted into their house. Sorry, brother. We'll chat later. It's urgent. Only Huang Lianqi's voice lingered in the air. Li Shi stood dumbfounded. Were they in a hurry to return for a defense? Seeing that there were no customers left, Xiyue hurriedly inquired in her mind about the purpose of the small black room. 06. What is the small black room that was just rewarded for? It sounded quite impressive. Host, this small black room is a separate space within the convenience store, devoid of any light, hence its name.
Then,
Can I store things that won't fit anywhere else in there? Xiyue asked eagerly, envisioning the possibility of expanding the store's capacity by storing unused items. No. The small black room is solely for punishing those who violate the store's rules. It serves as a confinement. 06 mercilessly shattered her fantasy. All right then, Xiyue replied, feeling a bit disheartened. The host should focus on operating the store actively to earn points and upgrade the convenience store, 06 encouraged. Xiyue perked up again, assuring, Don't worry, I will ensure the store operates effectively. By the way, 06, can you fetch me a small wooden board, the kind on which I can write? I want to display the point exchange process outside. Seizing the opportunity, Xiyue made her request to 06. Host, the store's facilities can only be unlocked through upgrades, which does not comply with regulations. 06 firmly declined her request. But I have to explain the process to every new customer, which is such a waste of time. Xiyue pouted. 06, just make an exception. This might not be appropriate. 06 tone softened slightly. Seeing this, Xiyue immediately pressed on. Though I can endure explaining the process repeatedly, it wastes not just my time, but also the time we could be earning points. Think about it. By saving the time I spend guiding customers, how many more customers could we welcome? 06's voice grew tense. That simply won't do.
I'll get you a wooden board right now.
After saying that, the voice fell silent for a few seconds. 5 seconds later, all right, host. The wooden board has been placed on the table. Xiyue turned and entered the inner area and indeed saw a brand new wooden board on the table. She had 06 print the store's exchange and purchasing process on it before taking it outside the convenience store and hanging it by the sales window. On the square board, it was inscribed, Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store Purchasing Process. 1. Exchange points at the point exchange machine located at the rear of the vehicle. Crystal nuclei, mutated plants, mutated beasts, etc. All valuable items can be exchanged. 2. Customers are to line up for purchases. 3. Use the point card to buy goods.
4.
No fighting or dangerous behavior is allowed within the convenience store. Otherwise, the store manager may impose penalties. The board was exquisitely crafted and did not seem out of place hanging on the vehicle. Rather, it lent the convenience store an air of formality. After glancing over it and finding no issues, Xiyue returned inside. Last time, Xiyue and several customers had promised to help her promote the convenience store. She wondered how that was progressing. That's south the place. Xiyue pointed ahead at the Moonlight convenience store, speaking to Tianyong and the others. It's real. Yi Wu exclaimed excitedly. I can see the shelves inside. Xiyue, you weren't lying to us. It's all stocked with supplies. Yi Heng's eyes gleamed with greed. Xiyue playfully glared at him. Brother, how could I possibly deceive you? After a long silence, Tianyong observed for a moment before suddenly declaring, There's really only one woman inside. Let us go and take over the convenience store. The group set off together, preparing to seize the store. But they noticed that Xiyue had not moved. Why aren't you coming? Tianyong frowned, impatiently asking. Xiyue recalled being chased away last time and the strange spectacle of not being able to enter again, feeling somewhat guilty. I can't let them know about that. I'm just a spatial ability user and can't help much. You're all so powerful. You can easily handle a woman. I'll stay here and keep an eye out to prevent anyone else from coming. Xiyue could only deflect. Fortunately, they were already blinded by the allure of the supplies before them and didn't want to waste any more time. Fine. If anyone from the base comes, remember to distract them. After casually instructing Xiyue, they were about to charge in to seize the convenience store.
Wait.
Just as they were about to move, Tianyong suddenly called out to them. Isn't that Wang Weitao, the right-hand man of the base leader Shenyang? And his subordinates? Tianyong's heart raced as he looked at the figures approaching. Panic washed over him. How could they know about this place? Did Shenyang find out too? Tianyong's face paled, filled with disappointment and resentment. It seemed he was a step too late. Wang Weitao, a high-level ability user, had personally come. It appeared that this convenience store was now within Xinyang's grasp. His vicious gaze turned toward Yi Xian. It's all her fault. If she and Ti delayed in notifying him, this convenience store would have been his by now. Yi Xian sensed Tianyong's resentment and felt a wave of fear surge within her. Chapter 11. What if I don't want to let them go? Wang Weitao approached the small vehicle of the convenience store with a dozen of his subordinates. Wow. Where did this vehicle come from all of a sudden? Given its color, it must be a gift from the leader to his sister. I surmise that the boss has finally had an epiphany, preparing to cater to a certain lady. Ha ha ha. Has the perennial bachelor, our esteemed leader, truly awakened? Boss, what precisely is the matter with this vehicle? Moreover, gathering such a multitude of us here, not for a mission or to exterminate mutated beasts, but merely to behold this vehicle, could it be that we are merely here to admire it? Hearing is one thing. Witnessing is an entirely different experience. Wang Weitao suppressed his astonishment, choosing to disregard the incessant chatter of his subordinates beside him. His purpose here was solely to ascertain the true nature of the convenience store. He had not disclosed anything regarding it to his men. Detecting a significant influx of customers approaching. Please prepare, host. The system's timely notification rang out. A considerable number of customers. This could lead to a scarcity of goods. Xiyue swiftly accessed the system panel, ensuring that each item had sufficient stock. Upon observing a gathering of several silhouettes in front of the window, she promptly opened it, donning a courteous smile befitting a shopkeeper. Welcome to the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store. I am the store manager. Kindly take a moment to carefully read the process board adjacent to the window before shopping. What's going on? There's a woman in the vehicle. And she's rather attractive. What is she saying about a convenience store? I can't quite grasp it. It seems it's not as we initially thought.
Indeed.
It appears she is not the boss's girlfriend. As soon as her words fell, the crowd outside erupted into a cacophony of discussions. What do you mean, the boss's girlfriend? Xiyue was left bewildered, unable to comprehend their discourse. However, having conveyed her message, she chose to disregard them further. Wang Weitao stood silently at the forefront, attentively reading the process board displayed above. Just as described by Xiyue, items could be exchanged for points using crystal cores and other commodities. Gazing around, he noted the shelves filled to the brim with goods. A wave of astonishment surged within him. These supplies were enough to drive anyone mad with desire. The subordinates behind him gradually fell silent as they emulated Wang Weitao, meticulously scrutinizing the process board. Yet, upon casting their eyes upon the rows of food within the convenience store, they stood spellbound. 5 years into the apocalypse, and we can still witness such an abundance of food. Someone exclaimed. The key point is not merely the presence of food. It's that white flour, buns, and such staples have long been depleted. Another person reminded. Suddenly, everyone comprehended why their leader had brought them to this place. Wang Weitao approached the rear of the vehicle, retrieving a level 3 crystal core and a rare level 4 crystal core, placing each on the points exchange machine. The level 3 crystal core was worth 180 points, while the level 4 crystal core could be exchanged for 380 points. After noting the points accrued from the exchange, Wang Weitao reclaimed the 2 crystal cores, only to present a level 1 mutated beast S-Fong for exchange, which yielded 25 points. This time, he chose not to retrieve it but rather consented to the exchange. The Fong vanished, replaced by a white points card. Moonlight Convenience Store Points Card Holder, Wang Weitao. Ability Level, Plant System Level 5. Points, 25. Xiyue had previously mentioned the marvel of this machine, so although his gaze flickered, he did not express excessive surprise. Noticing his subordinates curiously gathering behind him, Wang Weitao took the points card and made way for them. Come forth for your exchanges. You may procure supplies at your discretion. With Wang Weitao's permission, they jostled forward, eager to experience this wondrous machine and acquire provisions. In the ensuing chaos, no one yielded, and those at the back inevitably felt anxious and displeased. I was here first. No one should contest with me. Don't push me. I was standing in front of you just now. Don't think you're stronger than me. I usually let you go first. Pa, it's clearly me who lets you. Before long, a scuffle erupted among the group. However, they were all aware that it was merely playful sparring, not a genuine fight. The scene devolved into a disarray, preventing anyone from properly exchanging points. and they disregarded the previous warnings inscribed on the wooden board. Wang Weitao contemplated this, but chose to indulge them intentionally. He wanted to see how the store manager would manage such a multitude of capable subordinates. As the clamor outside intensified, Xiyue peeked her head out. Indeed, a throng of individuals had failed to form an orderly queue and had already descended into chaos. She swiftly exited the convenience store and approached the vehicle, casting a glance at Wang Weitao as she passed him. If her memory served her correctly, these individuals referred to him as their boss. He must be akin to their commander. It seemed he either disregarded the rules of the convenience store or was deliberately allowing them to act unruly. Pondering his earlier careful examination of the process board, Xiyue concluded that he was indeed testing her as the store manager. With a casual wave of her arm, the previously chaotic group suddenly found themselves immobilized. What is happening? I can't move. Me neither. Dear customers, did you not carefully read the regulations on our store as process board? Xiyue spoke softly. Observing their bewildered expressions, she knew they had seen the board but had chosen to ignore it. Sensing their dismissal of her authority, Xiyue continued, "You have violated the store's rules. And as the store manager, I possess the authority to impose my own punishment. Let me contemplate, should I toss you into a horde of zombies or perhaps blacklist you, forbidding your future patronage?" At that moment, the crowd finally realized that their current state of immobility was the doing of the store manager. This young woman could effortlessly control a dozen level 4 abilities. As the realization settled in, the group felt a wave of trepidation, and they began to plead for mercy. "Store manager, we're so sorry. Woo, boss, please help us." The group of ability users, all young, some merely 18 or 19, with the oldest not exceeding 25, expressed their apologies with exaggerated fervor, disregarding any semblance of dignity. Wang Weitao, witnessing his subordinates' tearful and sincere apologies, felt a pang of embarrassment. He averted his gaze and addressed the store manager. "Store manager, considering this is their first visit and they did not thoroughly read the convenience store's rules, could you perhaps show them leniency? Didn't he read thoroughly?" Xiyue shot him a bemused glance. The faces of the group paled. They had indeed read the rules. They simply hadn't taken them to heart, unaware of the depth of this young manager's capabilities. "Please, store manager, have mercy. I am Wang Weitao, subordinate to the base leader. I assure you, I will ensure my men adhere to the rules in the future." Wang Weitao implored, a hint of desperation in his voice. Xiyue regarded him with a penetrating gaze, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "What if I choose not to let them off the hook?" Chapter 12. Could you possibly wield lightning abilities? Wang Weitao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The store manager's effortless control over so many level 4 ability users indicated her formidable strength. If she were adamant about not letting these individuals go, he would have no recourse. Would he be forced to take action? Observing Wang Weitao's solemn expression, Xiyue felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, he had intentionally sought to test her. "I was merely jesting," she said with a playful tilt to her voice. With a casual wave of his hand, he released the thrall binding over a dozen individuals, nonchalantly remarking, "If you wish to procure provisions from the Moonlight convenience store, refrain from fighting and queue properly." Having said this, he paid them no further heed and turned back into the store. Once Wang Weitao's subordinates realized they could regain control of their bodies, they remained, obediently lining up to exchange their points. After everyone had made their purchases, Wang Weitao departed with his excessively compliant followers, his eyes heavy with concern. The store manager was far too enigmatic and formidable. She could not be easily replaced by their humble hope base. He needed to hasten back to report to the leader. Having sold so many items, Xiyue's hands ached from the effort. She stretched her wrist and casually picked up a box of teddy bear biscuits from the shelf before returning to the sofa to rest. At that moment, the voice of System 06 suddenly echoed in her mind.
Ding.
"Congratulations, host. Your Moonlight convenience store points have reached over 2,000. You may upgrade the store at any time." Xiyue set down the box of biscuits, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Finally, an opportunity to upgrade. Did Wang Weitao really leave with his subordinates? Tianyong exclaimed, astonished from his hiding spot. He had thought the resources of this convenience store were beyond his reach, but now there was a chance. There was no time to waste. They must seize the store and that woman at once. With such abundant resources, even if they made enemies of the Hope base, what of it? He could always establish a base elsewhere and become the leader himself. Tianyong and his three brothers rushed forward. Yi Xian remained behind, secretly delighted yet feeling a twinge of unease. It's fine. That store owner will soon meet her end. With these resources, I will rise above all. She reassured herself inwardly. Approaching the Moonlight Convenience Store's vehicle, Tianyong wasted no time and unleashed his powers, intending to pry open the door and smash the windows to seize the supplies. Warning! Warning! An attack is underway at the Moonlight Convenience Store. The defensive protection system has been activated. While Xiyue was preparing to upgrade the store from her sofa behind the shelf, the alarm suddenly blared. Someone was attacking the store? She quickly sprang to her feet and opened the convenience store's door. What met her gaze were four menacing-looking men. Xiyue stepped outside, and the door behind her closed automatically, leaving no trace of her presence on the vehicle. Upon seeing Xiyue, Tianyong and his brothers were filled with lustful intent. Beautiful lady, if you know what's good for you, just open the store and let us in, Xiyue said. The material of this convenience store was unknown. Despite their full strength, the vehicle remained unscathed. Just as they were at a loss, this woman had conveniently approached them. With only Xiyue present, they let their guard down, underestimating her. Tianyong displayed a lecherous grin, affirming Yi Xian's words. She was indeed a rare beauty.
Yikin?
Xiyue recalled the woman who had previously been blacklisted. Did Yi Xian send you? The predatory gazes of the men made her stomach churn. Yi Xian is my sister. I can't believe there are still so many valuable items left after the apocalypse, Yi Heng said greedily. Watching their avaricious and repulsive expressions filled Xiyue with anger and disgust. If you follow me and hand over the convenience store, I might spare your life, Tianyong proposed. Xiyue rolled her eyes, utterly repulsed. You should go home, relieve yourself, and look in the mirror. Furious at her response, Tianyong retorted, since you're being ungrateful, don't blame me for being rude. With that, he charged at her. Yi Wu and his brothers burst into triumphant laughter. But their glee lasted less than a second before it turned into terror. Before Tianyong could close the distance, Xiyue immobilized him with a flick of her hand. In the next moment, an electric shock coursed through Tianyong's body, rendering him a lifeless heap on the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. Yuri, an advanced lightning-type ability user. Yi Wu screamed in fear. Without Tianyong, the remaining men resembled helpless shrimp. They fell to their knees in terror before Xiyue even made her move. It was him. Tianyong wanted to rob the convenience store. It has nothing to do with us. We were forced by him. Yi Heng desperately shifted all blame onto Tianyong, his greed now replaced by sheer panic. With a wave of her hand, Xiyue sent Yi Heng and the others crashing to the ground with electric shocks. She then tossed the loathsome Tianyong out of the convenience store, depositing him amidst a nearby horde of zombies. Rendered powerless from the electric shock, Tianyong was devoured in an instant, like a lamb with no resistance. The scene left Yi Wu and his companions paralyzed with fear, their bowels giving way. Xiyue refrained from sending them into the zombie swarm out of mercy. Rather, she intended to experiment with a small black room. Suddenly, a rift tore through the air, swallowing the Yi brothers into the darkness. Inside the small black room, an endless void awaited them, devoid of sight, where even time would become a blur. Yet it would not lead to their demise. Surely, this would become their best refuge. Xiyue clapped her hands, feeling satisfied, though she regretted not blacklisting Yi Xian earlier. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, hiding in the shadows, had already fled in fright upon witnessing Tianyong's gruesome fate at the hands of the zombies. What should I do? This store manager is too terrifying. She must know I incited them to rob the convenience store. She will surely kill me.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully resolved the crisis. Reward: unlocking daily necessities, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, and towels. Xiyue was elated at the unlocking of daily necessities and quickly accessed the system marketplace. Toothpaste priced at 1 point, toothbrushes at 1 point, soap at 15 points, and towels at 15 points. She purchased a few of each, and once listed, these items automatically displayed on another shelf, with toothpaste and toothbrushes priced at 3 points each, while soap and towels were set at 4 points each. Xiyue picked up a towel, feeling its softness surpass that of the standard ones provided to the store manager, and decided to keep one for herself. The soap from the restroom remained unused, identical to the ordinary soap for sale, so she opted not to take any. After resting for a moment, she remembered that she had accumulated enough points to upgrade the convenience store and was about to proceed with the upgrade when a dozen unfamiliar faces entered the store, seeking to purchase items. Upon inquiry, she discovered they were Wang Weitao's subordinates, each carrying bags of food to boast about back at the Hope Base. Intrigued by their inquiries, they paid handsomely to learn of the Moonlight convenience store's existence and quickly formed a group to make purchases. Xiyue found it somewhat amusing, but soon recalled that her previous stock had nearly sold out, prompting her to replenish with new items. The ability users nurtured by the Hope Base were not short on funds. Upon seeing the vast array of goods, rare delicacies unseen in years, they exchanged their crystal cores without hesitation. However, Wang Weitao's subordinates had already cautioned them to adhere strictly to the store's rules and to attentively review the process board. The store manager was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, yet immensely powerful and mysterious, capable of annihilating an entire base alone. Though they were skeptical, the fearful expressions of those who had come before them left a lasting impression. Despite their eagerness and impatience, they patiently queued in an orderly fashion. There exists a young prodigy, merely 16 years of age, who has attained the rank of a third-tier supernatural being. After completing his purchase, he innocently inquired of Xiyue, the store manager, "Are you perhaps the daughter of a formidable and reclusive family, unable to bear the sight of humanity suffering in this apocalyptic world, and thus offering just a fraction of your family's resources to save us?" In Chapter 13, titled Upgrading the Convenience Store, Xiyue, with a look of exasperation, expressed that she was simply an ordinary store manager. Yet, the young lad remained unconvinced. Ultimately, he was forcibly carried away by his two older brothers and one sister. What an absurd situation! As a steady stream of customers continued to arrive, Xiyue eventually realized that she had been occupied until the afternoon. She had yet to eat her lunch, and now that she had finally finished her duties, she closed the shopping window and massaged her aching shoulders, muttering to her internal companion, 06, there aren't even that many people yet, and I'm already nearly exhausted. 06. When will we be able to set up an automatic vending machine? Feeling Xiyue's fatigue, 06, with an unusual hint of sympathy, suggested, Manager, you could upgrade the convenience store. Perhaps there are unexpected surprises in store. Indeed. How could I have forgotten about the possibility of upgrading? Xiyue's eyes sparkled with realization, as she recalled that she felt as though she had overlooked something. After finishing the last bite of her vegetable bun, she declared to 06, 06. I wish to upgrade the convenience store.
Ding.
The required points for upgrading the convenience store to level 2 is 2,000. Does the host consent to the upgrade? Agreed. Xiyue rubbed her hands together, brimming with anticipation.
Ding.
Upgrading from a level 1 convenience store to a level 2 convenience store will take 12 hours, during which time operations must cease. No operations during the upgrade? Xiyue calculated that the upgrade would extend until the early hours, meaning the store would have to remain closed until tomorrow morning. With no phone to pass the time, she decided to take an early shower, change into her pajamas, and rest on her small bed. Meanwhile, in the leader's villa, Wang Weitao recounted the day's events in detail to Xinyang.
So,
this Xiyue is even more formidable than I had imagined, Xinyang remarked, his expression darkening. Wang Weitao displayed a hint of self-reproach, admitting, it is my subordinate's inadequacy. There is no need for self-blame, Xinyang quickly reassured him. To possess such an abundance of unknown resources in this apocalypse, this store manager is undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter, no matter how capable she is, this small base cannot absorb such a presence.
Xinyang sigid.
Deciding not to dwell on the matter. So, what shall we do next? Are we to simply allow this Moonlight convenience store to operate outside the base? Wang Weitao inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Xinyang replied, tomorrow, I will personally visit this convenience store, and you will accompany me. Understood. Wang Weitao then produced the items he had purchased and placed them on the table. Leader, these are the items I bought this time. Xinyang casually glanced into the bag, and finding nothing new aside from bottled water, he lost interest. These food items are quite palatable, but there are still some left for Xiaoyan. You may take these home for yourself. Brother, the food you brought last time has already been consumed, Lu Yuyan lamented, holding an empty bag with a forlorn expression. Lu Shi glanced at the bag, realizing that if she had not shared half a bag of food with Yi Xian, their supplies would not have depleted so swiftly, and his sister had only eaten a solitary bun in the past few days. Suppressing the guilt within, he declared, I will go and procure some crystal cores. With that, he rummaged under his bed for a small box, which contained only 6 level 1 crystal cores. Taking one out, Lu Shi instructed his sister, that convenience store is not far from the base. It is still relatively early, and there should be no danger. I will return promptly after my purchase. Lu Yuyan suddenly grasped Lu Shi's arm, pleading, Brother, I want to see it too. I am truly curious. You lack supernatural abilities. It is quite perilous outside. It is best for you to stay home and await my return. Lu Shi gently tapped his sister's forehead, speaking tenderly. Please, brother, just take me to see it this once. You said it was close to the base, and that there would be no danger. Lu Yuyan persisted. And I trust that you will protect me. Ultimately, Lu Shi relented, sighing in resignation. Very well, let us make haste. The two promptly prepared, and, after ensuring the door was securely locked, set off. They had barely walked 5 minutes when a disheveled woman appeared at Lu Shi's doorstep, Yi Xian. After knocking for what felt like an eternity, a frantic Yi Xian realized the house was empty, the door locked, indicating that its occupants had departed.
How irritating. Why must they leave now?
Yi Xian's face contorted in frustration. Ever since she was the sole survivor returning home, her overwhelming panic had gone unmasked, and her neighbors, who had long been bullied by her brothers, seized the opportunity to take possession of her home, forcing her out. The events transpired so suddenly that she had not even had time to secure the crystal cores in her space. Now she was left destitute, with no choice. She sought refuge with Lu Shi. Brother, is that purple and white vehicle the convenience store you mentioned? Lu Yuyan asked with excitement. That is indeed it.
Yuyan.
You must exercise caution and avoid provoking the store manager. She possesses formidable strength, Lu Shi warned, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Understood, brother, Lu Yuyan replied timidly. Upon their arrival, however, they found the convenience store closed, a sign hanging that read, This store is under renovation and will be temporarily closed. Please visit again tomorrow. With no other option, the siblings retraced their steps. On their way back, Lu Yuyan pouted, utterly dejected. Lu Shi chuckled at her forlorn expression, saying, Do not be disheartened. I will bring you here again tomorrow. Hearing this, Lu Yuyan's face brightened with joy. Really? That would be wonderful. Brother, you are so kind to me. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their cheerful exchange as a frazzled woman dashed into Lu Shi's embrace. Startled, he instinctively prepared to push her away, only to see Xian's pitiful face looking up at him. Yi Xian, what are you doing here? Lu Shi exclaimed in astonishment, his heart swelling with concern upon seeing her distressed state.
Come inside, we can talk.
Brother Shi, woo, you are all I have left, Yi Xian sobbed, her eyes brimming with tears as she entered Lu Shi's home, appearing utterly wretched. What on earth happened? Lu Shi gently wiped away Yi Xian's tears, his heart filled with compassion. Yi Xian's expression stiffened before quickly returning to her despondent demeanor, omitting the details of her encounter at the convenience store. My brothers went out to slay zombies this morning and have yet to return. The neighbors, seeing that I was alone, banded together to take over my house and force me out, woo-woo. She then collapsed into Lu Shi's embrace, pleading, Brother Shi, I have nowhere else to go.
Will you take me in?
Of course. You can stay here from now on. I will protect you. Lu Shi felt a softening in his heart as he held Yi Xian, who was wholly reliant on him. Brother, there's only one room. Typically, you occupy the living room while I take the bedroom. Where will she stay? Lu Yuyan interjected, her disdain for Yi Xian evident.
Yakin,
a mid-level third-tier space supernatural being, had always looked down upon her for lacking abilities, while simultaneously leading Lu Shi on and engaging in ambiguous relationships with other supernatural beings in the base. It seems your sister does not welcome me, Yi Xian remarked. Sensing the tension, Yi Xian withdrew from Lu Shi's embrace, her expression one of melancholy, yet her eyes glimmered with disdain. Yi Xian, do not overthink it. Yu Yan is still young and spoiled by me, but she certainly does not harbor any ill will towards you. Upon witnessing the despondence in Yi Xian's gaze, Lu Shi felt as though his heart was shattering. He then turned to Lu Yuyen, speaking sternly, Yuyen, how can you be so impolite? Yi Xian is my friend. What is wrong with her staying at her home? You are both girls and can easily share a room. Chapter 14. The Level 2 Moonlight Convenience Store. I do not wish to visit the convenience store tomorrow. You can take her instead. Lu Yuyen observed her brother's defense of Yi Xian, her heart aching immensely. Reluctant to remain in their presence, she turned and retreated to her room. There. She crouched by the door, softly sobbing. Lu Shi could only feel bewildered by his usually sensible sister's sudden irrationality, rendering the atmosphere awkward. A flicker of insight crossed Yi Xian's eyes as she spoke up. Girls in their adolescence, I can understand. It signifies she is maturing. Soon she will be able to find a boyfriend. Lu Shi felt discomfort at her words. She is still young. There is no rush. Sensing Lu Shi's discontent, Yi Xian merely mentioned it briefly before ceasing further discussion, her eyes momentarily flashing with a hint of malice. Upon rising in the morning, Xiyue discovered significant changes since the convenience store had reached level 2. Originally, she had been sleeping on the small sofa bed within the convenience store, but now she found herself in a small room. Were it not for the familiarity of the sheets and blankets, and a little window revealing the desolate landscape of the apocalypse outside, she might have doubted her reality. This room was modest in size, with a 1.6-meter bed occupying nearly all the space, accompanied by a small wardrobe. Opening it, she found a new nightgown and 2 cute dresses hanging inside. Finally, she had new clothes to wear. For days, she had been washing her nightwear by day and her outer clothing by night, drying them under the air conditioning before re-wearing them without any change of attire. Xiyue could hardly contain her excitement as she prepared to explore the other changes in the convenience store. Upon getting out of bed, she noticed a switch by the headboard. Assuming it was for the room's lighting, she flipped it, only to discover the ceiling slowly retracting, transforming into transparent glass, revealing the azure sky above. What a skylight! She exclaimed. After admiring it for a moment, she rose to see what other transformations awaited her in the convenience store.
Outside.
The layout remained largely unchanged, though the area had expanded by 2 to 3 meters. The shelves had grown larger, and a small refrigerator and a water dispenser had been added near the windows. The previous sofa bed was still present, now enhanced with a thicker mattress. No longer merely a hard wooden frame. The overall changes were subtle, yet Xiyue felt immense satisfaction. While the automatic vending machine she longed for had not materialized, the addition of an extra bed meant she could hire a full-time store attendant, alleviating her burden of constant oversight. For the time being, there was no budget for salaries, but she could offer room and board, along with guaranteed personal safety. She was confident such conditions would attract numerous applicants. Upon entering the bathroom, she noticed it had also been enlarged, now capable of accommodating 2 people simultaneously, and a new wash basin had been installed along with a mirror on the wall. Looking into the mirror, she observed her skin had become flawlessly radiant, likely due to her recent routine of early rising and retiring. After admiring her beauty for a while, Xiyue reluctantly departed. Outside the convenience store, she discovered an extendable awning for rain and sun protection atop the vehicle. After activating the button, it unfurled automatically, providing a 2-meter-wide shade, allowing customers to remain cool while queuing. With this new awning, she believed customers would be inclined to visit even during the hottest parts of the day, and rain would no longer be a concern. She then circled the convenience store, noting that the opposite side also featured an awning. Below, the vehicle's body could be lowered to form 3 tables, each with 2 chairs on either side. Customers could enjoy instant noodles or rest before departing after their purchases. After this, the mobile convenience store exhibited no further changes. The Moonlight Convenience Store had successfully upgraded to level 2, its safety radius now extending to 10 meters.
Ding!
Congratulations to the store manager on successfully upgrading the convenience store, earning 500 points and unlocking canned peaches and ice cream, various flavors. The expanded safety range was a boon, ensuring greater security for customers in line. The unlocking of canned peaches and ice cream was an unexpected delight. Xiyue eagerly envisioned the bliss of savoring sweet canned peaches followed by refreshing ice cream on such a sweltering day. Without hesitation, she hurried to the marketplace to stock up. Canned peaches were priced at 25 points, while ice cream was available for 3 points each, with flavors including chocolate, vanilla, cream, matcha, and strawberry. These 2 items were sure to be hot sellers. Without a moment's thought, she swiftly tapped the plus sign, placing her order with unwavering focus. She ordered 20 bottles of canned peaches and 10 of each ice cream flavor. Had it not been for the limited shelf and refrigeration space, she would have ordered 50 of each. Upon stocking the shelves, the canned peaches filled an entire shelf, while the ice creams were neatly arranged in the small refrigerator. Noticing some extra space in the fridge, she retrieved 10 bottles of water and 5 bottles of milk from the shelves and placed them inside, ensuring she would have chilled drinks available. Satisfied, Xiyue clapped her hands and smiled. She then extracted a strawberry-flavored ice cream from the small refrigerator and began to enjoy it. The crisp, flaky cone complemented the cool, creamy strawberry ice cream, and within the air-conditioned vehicle, Xiyue savored the moment, feeling as though she had stepped into the life she had always dreamed of. However, her enjoyment was short-lived as she noticed customers approaching outside, one of whom bore a familiar face. It was Wang Weitao and Shenyang. Wang Weitao gazed at the significantly transformed convenience store before him, his expression one of disbelief. As it was Shenyang's first visit, he felt no strangeness, merely marveling at the store's wonders. Noticing his companion's perplexity, he silently inquired with a sidelong glance. Wang Weitao quickly explained, "Leader, when I visited yesterday, the convenience store was not like this. It was smaller and lacked the awning above." Upon hearing this, Shenyang's pupils dilated, and he began to regard the store manager with increased seriousness. The two entered the Moonlight convenience store through the window, observing the manager enjoying ice cream, which prompted another wave of astonishment. They instinctively refrained from interrupting her, allowing Shenyang to first scrutinize the text on the wooden sign before proceeding to the points exchange machine at the rear of the vehicle to redeem his points card and credits. He retrieved 10 level 3 crystal cores from his pocket and placed them on the exchange machine, obtaining his points card and credits in return. Moonlight Convenience Store Points Card Holder, Shenyang. Ability level, level 5 Lightning. Points, 1800. Indeed, my information has appeared, Shenyang murmured as he held the card, gently rubbing its smooth edges. Subsequently, Wang Weitao exchanged some points for crystal cores. The last time he visited, he had only exchanged a modest amount, and now he had nearly depleted his balance. Shenyang and Wang Weitao returned to the shopping window, where the manager had just finished her ice cream and was awaiting their arrival to purchase goods. As they meticulously scanned the shelves, they were astonished to discover that new products had been swiftly added. A row of canned yellow peaches was prominently displayed, alongside some household items. Additionally, a small refrigerator had been placed by the window. Chapter 15. Informing all survivors of the existence of the convenience store at Hope Base when Wang Weitao reported back. He elaborated on the visible range within the convenience store, noting that there was no refrigerator. Clearly, this refrigerator was a new addition. Xiyue observed the two men gazing in wonder at the small fridge and casually explained, "Dear customers, our Moonlight mobile convenience store underwent a comprehensive upgrade last night, which is why we have added some new items. The fridge is stocked with newly arrived ice cream, available for purchase." She had just taken advantage of Shenyang and his companion's trip to exchange points to price the canned yellow peaches at 5 points and the ice cream at 6 points. Compared to other goods, these prices were somewhat steep, yet Xiyue was confident that many would still make purchases in the sweltering heat of the apocalypse. Comprehensive upgrade? Is the expansion of the store's area and the addition of an awning outside also due to this upgrade? Shenyang inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Indeed, dear customer. The store's absolute safety radius has now expanded to 10 meters, Xiyue replied, casting a glance at Wang Weitao beside Shenyang. "This is truly remarkable. Just who are you, manager? Why do you appear outside Hope Base?" Shenyang, the leader of Hope Base, couldn't he help but ask. However, he harbored no concerns regarding Xiyue's intentions, as her formidable strength and seemingly limitless resources were evident. Let us put it this way. If she wished to obliterate Hope Base with her powers, she could likely do so with but a flick of her finger. Had Xiyue been privy to Shenyang's thoughts, she would have undoubtedly told him he was overthinking it. Her sole purpose was to operate a convenience store and earn points, and her presence near Hope Base was merely due to its proximity, minimizing the points consumed by her mobile store. At the time, having just found the convenience store, her points were limited, necessitating her initial visit here. Moreover, She was only invincible within the confines of the convenience store. Outside its reach, she might not even measure up to an ordinary person surviving in the apocalypse. Naturally, she would not divulge this information to others, as maintaining her formidable persona was far more advantageous for her sales in this harsh world, sparing her from unnecessary troubles. Looking at Wang Weitao, it was clear he had become compliant after testing her strength as a store manager. Xiyue chuckled lightly and remarked, "I am merely an unremarkable store manager, and my presence outside Hope Base is solely to sell goods." Upon hearing this, Xinyang fell silent for a moment before extending his hand and stating, "I believe you. I realize I haven't formally introduced myself. I am Xinyang, the leader of Hope Base." Xiyue was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly smiled and shook Xinyang's hand, saying, "I suppose I also failed to introduce myself. I am Xiyue, the manager of the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store." After releasing his hand, Xiyue felt a twinge of guilt. She had opened the Moonlight Convenience Store outside Hope Base without the leader's permission. Would he come to seek an explanation from her? However, even if he forbade her from operating here, she would not leave. Having just completed the upgrade and nearly exhausted her points, she had finally garnered attention from some people at Hope Base regarding the existence of her convenience store, and business was just beginning to pick up. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Xiyue inquired, "Is there something you need while visiting the convenience store?" "Indeed, there is," Xinyang replied. So you are here to seek an explanation. Manager, I wish to inform all survivors at Hope Base of the existence of the Moonlight Convenience Store and encourage them to come and procure supplies. Would you grant permission?" Xinyang asked gently. So you are not here to seek an explanation," Xiyue thought with delight. "Of course you may." It seemed that she need not worry about customer flow in the short term. The matter of hiring staff needed to be expedited. Otherwise, she would surely be overwhelmed. Upon receiving Xiyue's affirmative response, Xinyang and his companion began to enjoy a pleasant shopping experience. After thoroughly purchasing all the items, they still felt somewhat unsatisfied. Specifically requesting Xiyue to quickly restock new products, Xiyue could only agree with a sense of resignation. In the end, each departed with several large bags. Xinyun descended from the villa, her eyes lighting up as she beheld the several purple bags unique to the convenience store that her brother carried. "Brother, you visited the Moonlight Convenience Store. You bought so many things." "Indeed," Xinyang replied with a smile, handing the bags to Xinyun. Eagerly, she opened one of the bags and was thrilled to discover a plethora of new items inside. Toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, towels. "Oh, this towel is so soft," Xinyun exclaimed, rubbing her face against the new towel and promptly deciding to replace her current one. After placing the towel back in the bag, she opened another bag and gasped, "Canned yellow peaches and ice cream. And they even have my favorite vanilla flavor." Without waiting, she unwrapped a vanilla ice cream and took a bite. As the cool, creamy vanilla flavor danced across her palate, Xinyun's eyes closed in bliss, feeling a wave of refreshing relief wash over her. Observing this, Xinyang also retrieved a chocolate-flavored ice cream from the purple bag and began to indulge. Once they finished their treats, Xinyang informed Xinyun that he had secured the manager's consent to announce the existence of the convenience store to all survivors at Hope Base. Xinyun joyfully tossed her short hair, declaring, "That's wonderful. The items in the Moonlight Convenience Store are both affordable and delicious, making them accessible even to low-level ability users or ordinary people. No one in the base will go hungry or thirsty anymore." "Indeed," Xinyang replied. "I instructed Wang Weitao to inform everyone at the base about the store's existence this afternoon, while also emphasizing the manager's formidable strength to prevent anyone from acting foolishly and provoking her." Xiyue busied herself for the entire morning, finally reaching noon when the temperature peaked, prompting everyone to retreat indoors. This provided her with the opportunity to relax and enjoy a proper lunch. With the upgrade, she now possessed a water dispenser, and Xiyue was delighted to discover that her previous stainless steel kettle had transformed into a small pot. Preferring the richer flavor of instant noodles cooked in a pot over those made with boiling water, she savored a glass of chilled milk from the refrigerator while noting that the water in the pot was bubbling. She then placed the noodle block from her braised beef noodles into the pot. Casually stirring with chopsticks, she squeezed all the seasoning packets into the pot. And now she only needed to wait about 5 or 6 minutes. Settling onto the sofa, Xiyue opened the system panel, which displayed the following changes. Mobile convenience store name, Moonlight Convenience Store. Owner, Xiyue. Store level, level 2. Hidden reward, small black room. Unlocked products, mineral water. White steamed buns, instant noodles, various flavors. Sausages, meat buns, vegetable buns, milk, teddy bear biscuits, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, towels, canned yellow peaches, ice cream, various flavors. How many points are required for the next upgrade? Xiyue inquired of the long silent 06. Host, upgrading the convenience store to level 3 requires 30,000 points. Xiyue gasped in astonishment. Such a staggering amount of points. Chapter 16. Is the Hope Base deceiving us? Having just ascended to level 2, she felt no urgency to expedite her next upgrade. Furthermore, she harbored hopes that the base would soon promote the convenience store, urging everyone to make purchases. And she believed it wouldn't be long before she accumulated enough points for another advancement. At 4 p.m. in the plaza of Hope Base, a multitude of survivors gathered. Whether they were endowed with abilities or merely ordinary individuals, the base had mandated that at least one member from each household attend. With so many people clustered together, confusion reigned, leaving them uncertain about the purpose of this assembly. It's sweltering. What could the base possibly want? I ventured out early to collect crystal cores. And now I long to return home and rest, remarked a relatively clean male ability user. Indeed, what significant announcement could there be? We ability users can understand, but why are ordinary folks here? A tall, slender ability user chimed in, casting a disdainful glance at the surrounding weak, ordinary people. Upon hearing this, the ordinary individuals merely shrank back, hoping to diminish their presence and avoid provoking the powerful ability users. A common plight in the post-apocalyptic world where ordinary people lived in humility. They had grown accustomed to such treatment, and compared to other bases, Hope Base was somewhat more accommodating to them. Not far from the slender ability user, Lu Yuyan stood beside Lu Shi, her brow furrowing slightly at the comment. What's wrong with ability users? They were ordinary people once, merely fortunate enough to awaken their powers. What's so remarkable about that? Just because they awaken abilities doesn't mean their strength escalates rapidly. They seek validation from ordinary people. As these thoughts crossed Lu Yuyan's mind, she cast a disdainful glance at Yi Xian, who stood on the opposite side of Lu Shi. Yi Xian shared a similar disdain for ordinary people, which Lu Yuyan found detestable. Yi Xian had also overheard the comment, and, while she silently agreed, she currently lacked the heart to mock the ordinary people. Her gaze was fixated on the crowd as she searched for Wei Yubiao. After a considerable time, she finally spotted him. Though they were separated by a significant distance, she was on the far right, while he was positioned slightly left of the center. Beside Wei Yubiao stood Zhao He. And after scrutinizing the area, Yi Xian was disheartened to find no sign of Xinyun. A wave of jealousy washed over her. Why does Xinyun have a brother who leads, while my brothers are all useless, relying solely on me? Now that detestable store manager has killed him, I'll have to fend for myself. She seethed internally. Clearly, I'm more attractive than Xinyun, yet Wei Yubiao has never given me a second glance. He has only fixated on her, simply because her brother is the leader of Hope Base. It's all Xinyun's fault. She forces me to rely on the ineffectual Lu Shi. The more she thought about it, the more resentment brewed within her, prompting Yi Xian to glare fiercely at Lu Shi, who was being observed by Lu Yuyan. Lu Yuyan's face flushed with anger, and she felt increasingly indignant on behalf of her brother. In a corner at the back of the crowd, a frail little girl was weakly licking her parched lips.
Mommy,
I'm so thirsty, she said to her mother. Be patient, dear. Just hold on a little longer, and when we get home, Mommy will exchange some crystal cores with an ability user for water, her mother replied, cradling her in a tender embrace, her eyes filled with pain. Her husband had tragically been bitten to death by a mutated beast outside the base just days prior, leaving her to survive with her child. She had not awakened any abilities, and merely enduring was a daunting challenge. 4 days. They had subsisted on the few crystal cores and beast skins her husband had saved, barely managing to exchange them for supplies at the base. Yet food and water were scarce, and their resources were dwindling rapidly. Suddenly, she felt a gentle tug at her clothing. Turning around, she saw a boy of about 14 or 15 years old. After cautiously scanning his surroundings and ensuring no one was watching, he quickly retrieved a bottle of milk from his tightly clasped bag and extended it toward her.
Milk.
Niu Xiaoli gasped in astonishment, feeling the coolness of the bottle in her hands, momentarily at a loss. It had been years since she had seen milk, and this milk seemed as if it had just been taken from a refrigerator. Tang Jing, noticing her dazed expression, gently urged her, "Quick, give it to your sister." This milk was what he had purchased from the convenience store earlier that afternoon, freshly taken from the fridge. Niu Xiaoli snapped back to reality, tears welling in her eyes as she silently mouthed, "Thank you." Hastily, she opened the cap and fed it to her sister, who instinctively began to suckle at the liquid. After several hearty gulps, the child's body visibly relaxed. Seeing her sister's condition improve, Niu Xiaoli finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wang Weitao had instructed his subordinates to count the number of attendees and, once confirming the majority had arrived, he ascended the podium in the plaza. "Dear survivors of Hope Base, we have gathered you all here today to convey an important message. I believe some of you might have already guessed it. Indeed, it concerns the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store." A portion of the crowd exhibited expressions of realization. Wei Yubiao and Zhao He exchanged quick glances, while the Huang brothers, Huang Lianxi and Huang Lianshan, smiled amidst the throng. Tang Jing's eyes shimmered with intrigue, while Yi Xin's gaze filled with dread. The others, including Niu Xiaoli, appeared bewildered. "What convenience store?" Wang Weitao continued. "Just a couple of days ago, a Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store unexpectedly appeared outside our Hope Base, stocked with a plethora of supplies available for purchase at remarkably low prices." Before Wang Weitao could finish, a frenzy of discussion erupted among the crowd. "An abundance of supplies? Is that true? A convenience store? Is it as I imagined? How do we purchase? Is it with crystal cores? What supplies do they have? If the prices are low, can ordinary people like us afford them? If this is true, I'm going to check it out right away. Who's coming with me?" Wang Weitao furrowed his brow and cleared his throat, waiting for silence to return before he continued. "The currency required for purchases at the convenience store is called points, which can be exchanged with valuable items at the store's exchange machine." He then produced a white card from his pocket, displaying it for all to see. "Upon exchanging, you will receive a points card. Each individual can only use their own points card for purchases, and once the points are exhausted, you must recharge." "How marvelous!" The crowd gasped in astonishment. With points, you can freely acquire desired goods: bottled water, buns, steamed bread, instant noodles. The selections are vast. Wang Weitao proclaimed. The crowd stood in stunned silence, while many expressed disbelief. A burly ability user, his face etched with skepticism, exclaimed, "After so many years in this apocalypse, how could we still find instant noodles and buns? Are they trying to deceive us?" The majority of the crowd echoed his sentiments, convinced that Wang Weitao was lying. "The base wouldn't dare deceive us for our crystal cores, would it?" The previously disdainful slender ability user shouted. "Indeed, after this long in the apocalypse, how could such supplies still exist? Is it possible the base is truly attempting to swindle our crystal cores?" As more and more individuals began to entertain this theory, the atmosphere among the crowd grew increasingly tumultuous, filled with doubt and suspicion, as chaos ensued. Chapter 17. Now you can believe it. The surrounding debates were tumultuous. Yet at that moment, Niu Xiaoli's gaze shifted to the milk being consumed by Niu in her arms. Could this milk be the key? Hope and anticipation immediately illuminated her eyes. Turning around with eager expectation, she excitedly inquired of Tang Jing, "Is this milk purchased from the convenience store outside the base? Does this convenience store truly exist?" Tang Jing nodded slightly. In an instant, Niu Xiaoli was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly murmured, "Wonderful, wonderful." Wang Weitao cast a cold glance at the crowd below, clearly having anticipated the scene. He quickly memorized the appearance of the tall, slender ability user who had spoken out against the base, intending to address him later. After a brief wait, Wang Weitao felt it was time and subtly nodded to his subordinate. Upon receiving the command, the spatial ability user gestured towards the vacant ground before them. Instantly, 2 purple bags made of unique materials materialized in the previously empty space. As the crowd below looked on in confusion, the subordinate approached and began to open the 2 bags. A gasp echoed through the assembly. Inside the bags lay an assortment of instant noodles, ham sausages, steamed buns, dumplings, cookies, bottled water, milk, and ice cream, while the other bag contained daily necessities such as toothpaste and toothbrushes. In that moment, both ability users and ordinary people alike were consumed by a frenzy. Wang Weitao was certain that if not for their fear of him and the base, they would have rushed forth to seize the supplies. He spoke gravely. Now you can believe it. The convenience store is situated on the southwestern hillside of Hope Base, and it is stocked with an abundance of such goods. Observing the crowd's restless demeanor, Wang Weitao suddenly adopted a serious tone. However, I must caution you that the store manager is an exceptionally powerful and mysterious ability user, capable of easily subduing a competent ability team on her own. I urge you all not to engage in any reckless actions. The consequences of angering the store manager are unimaginable. Even if you are fortunate enough to return alive, Hope Base will not harbor you. Consider this the base's final warning. After delivering his message, he disregarded the diverse expressions of the crowd and departed with his subordinate, who began to collect the supplies. The remaining individuals chose not to linger. Some returned home for crystal cores and animal skins, while others set off towards the convenience store in pairs. Unbeknownst to them, the previously vocal slender ability user, wearing a grave expression, quietly followed the crowd as they left the base, also heading towards the Moonlight convenience store. Xiyue remained leisurely at the store, savoring canned peaches, unaware that a large group of survivors was en route.
Ding.
The Moonlight convenience store unlocked a new task: serve a total of 300 customers, with 32 already served. Task reward: 200 points. Unlock sandwich and combo meal, random daily. Finally, the task has arrived. Xiyue wiped her mouth, stained with peach syrup, and asked, 06. If a customer comes to buy products twice a day, but not at the same time, does that count as one customer or two? Only one, 06 replied.
So,
we need 268 more new customers to complete the task, Xiyue lamented. It seems the entire Hope Base must come to shop. These past few days have been filled with noodles, steamed buns, dumplings, and instant noodles. I am utterly tired of them. How I long for fragrant rice. Before she could dwell on rice any longer, the first batch of survivors from Hope Base began to arrive in succession. Due to Wang Weitao's earlier remarks about the manager's strength, everyone, after their initial astonishment, obediently lined up to exchange points. Once their points were exchanged, they proceeded to purchase items in an orderly fashion. While Xiyue was packing items and processing payments, she noticed the cautious fear and curiosity in the customers' eyes, realizing that Xinyang and others had likely warned them to adhere to the store's rules. She felt fortunate that her first opening was outside of Hope Base. Perhaps previously, Hope Base had some ulterior motives regarding the convenience store, but aside from probing, there were no further nefarious actions. Upon realizing the store's strength and its lack of threat to the base, they proactively introduced the convenience store to the survivors, allowing them to shop freely rather than monopolizing the information and selling it at inflated prices to those within the base. This indicates that Xinyang is not a person devoid of ethics, driven solely by profit. Manager. Xiyue looked up to see Lu Shi, a previous customer, accompanied by a sweet-looking girl. She recalled that Lu Shi seemed to have a fondness for Yi Xian. Had he switched partners in just 2 days? Lu Yuyuan met Xiyue's gaze, her face turning a rosy red. Lu Shi, noticing the manager's attention, hastily introduced, "This is my sister, Lu Yuyuan."
Ah.
So she is his sister. How fortunate he is to have such an adorable sibling. Xiyue mused inwardly, maintaining an air of composure as she gently nodded. "Hello, manager." Lu Yuyuan shyly greeted. "Such a cute sister. I can handle." Xiyue smiled gently. "Hello, feel free to select your items." "Okay." Lu Yuyuan nodded eagerly. With many people in line, Lu Shi and Lu Yuyuan wasted no time, quickly selecting their desired items and completing their purchase before preparing to leave.
Wait.
Xiyue suddenly called out to Lu Yuyuan and Lu Shi. They paused, looking at her in confusion. "Is there something else, manager?" Lu Shi asked, his face pale with unease. Chapter 18. Lu Yuyuan is in danger. Xiyue's gaze bypassed him and fell upon Lu Yuyuan. "Would you be interested in working at the convenience store? W work?" Lu Yuyuan's face was filled with confusion. "Yes, work," Xiyue nodded, continuing, "Join us as a full-time employee. Meals and accommodation are provided, and your personal safety will be ensured. In other words, if Yuyuan agrees to be a staff member, she would enjoy free meals from the store every day." Lu Shi was overjoyed. Indeed, but currently, we are only hiring full-time employees who must reside at the store. Xiyue replied with a gentle smile. She considered that if staff members did not live at the convenience store, they might encounter dangers during their commute, whereas residing there would guarantee safety and convenience. At this moment, Lu Yuan's eyes reflected a mixture of delight and hesitation. Noticing her indecision, Xiyue kindly added, "You don't need to decide right now. You can go home and think it over and let me know your decision tomorrow."
Thank you, manager.
"I will give you my answer tomorrow after I think it through." Lu Yuan expressed her gratitude. After Xiyue nodded gently, the two departed back towards Hope Base. On their way back, Lu Shi suddenly asked, "Yuan, why didn't you agree to become a staff member immediately? This is such a great opportunity." Lu Yuan, feeling quite wronged, lowered her head, her heart simmering with frustration. "Isn't it because of you, brother? If I agree to work at the store and live there, what would happen if you got hurt because of Xiyue's scheming? If she were there, she could assist him." "You big fool. She would never want to miss such a wonderful opportunity to work at the convenience store, where meals and lodging are provided and the workplace is always air-conditioned, sparing her from enduring the sweltering heat. However, in comparison to my brother, all of this has become trivial." Lu Yuan, with unwavering strength, wiped away her tears, feigning indifference. "Do you truly wish for me to leave, brother? Do you consider me superfluous at home? Or do you desire me to make way for Xiyue?" Lu Shi furrowed his brow at her words, sternly admonishing, "Yuan, do you comprehend the gravity of your statements? Are you truly willing to reject such a splendid opportunity to work as a clerk at the convenience store simply because you do not want to relinquish your room to Xiyue?" Lu Shi cast a disappointed glance at Lu Yuan, pondering how she had become so immature and unreasonable. "Can you not tolerate Xiyue at all?" The tears that Lu Yuan had been holding back finally cascaded down her cheeks. "Is this how you perceive me, brother? I despise you." With that, she turned and fled without a backward glance. "Yuan." Lu Shi reached out, attempting to grasp his sister, but she was quicker, leaving his hands suspended in the air. Frustrated, he watched her retreat towards home, deciding against pursuing her. Lu Yuan, tears streaming down her face, hurried back home. Upon entering her room, she discovered Xiyue rummaging through her belongings. "What are you doing?" Lu Yuan called out, attempting to halt Xiyue. Startled, Xiyue looked up, realizing she was alone, and quickly relaxed. "Why are you shouting? You scared me." Xiyue no longer pretended to be meek, her voice laced with hostility. Lu Yuan gazed at her in disbelief, and recalling that this was her home, she boldly approached and shoved Xiyue. "What are you doing rummaging through my house?" Lu Yuan was furious. Her eyes darted to the floor, where a box containing crystal cores lay open, its contents conspicuously absent. Where are the crystal cores? How could they be missing? In a state of panic, Lu Yuan picked up the box, checking it repeatedly before glaring venomously at Xiyue. "You took them, didn't you? Return the crystal cores to me immediately, or I will fight you." Xiyue merely smirked, her disdain evident. "Indeed, I took them. I am an ability user, and you? A mere girl without awakened powers. I could crush you with a single finger. You think I fear you? What if I tell my brother about this? He will see your true colors and expel you." Hearing this, Xiyue laughed mockingly. "Do you think I wish to remain in your home? To be honest, I am about to leave the Hope Base." Leaving the Hope Base? Lu Yuan stared at her in astonishment, her heart secretly elated. She wished for Xiyue to leave immediately, to vacate her home and her brother's life. Xiyue noticed her joy and smirked maliciously. "You're happy about my departure? I would be quite reluctant to leave you behind, so I've decided to take you with me." Lu Yuan looked at her in shock and fear. "Take me with you?" Xiyue's hand caressed Lu Yuan's delicate face, her eyes gleaming with malice. "Yes, I previously acquainted myself with several ability users from the Dawn base, and I did everything to secure their interest. When I casually mentioned you, they were quite intrigued." Lu Yuan collapsed in terror, her face pale.
"Me?"
"Indeed. They said if I delivered you to them, they would take me to the Dawn base. If you pleased them, they might even look after me in the future." Xiyue declared gleefully. "How can you treat me this way? My brother has been so kind to you." Lu Yuan cried, tears streaming down her face in despair. Xiyue only smiled more brightly at her words. "Isn't it natural for him to treat me well? My staying in your home is a blessing for you. Haven't you always wanted me gone? Always opposing me? I have long wished to eliminate you, but considering you still hold some value, I will spare your life. You should be grateful. Without waiting for Lu Yuyan's response, Yi Xian struck her, rendering her unconscious.
Lu Shi.
Having dispatched 2 level 1 zombies outside the base to vent his frustrations, returned home. Dragging his weary body through the door, he expected to be greeted by his sister, only to find her absent.
Yuyan. Yuyan.
Please come out, and don't be angry with me. In a panic, Lu Shi searched the house repeatedly, only to confront the disheartening truth that both Lu Yuyan and Yi Xian were nowhere to be found. Chapter 19. The Bargaining Chip for the Dawn Base. Upon regaining consciousness, Lu Yuyan found herself in an unfamiliar environment. She surveyed her surroundings helplessly, noting the various clutter and the walls devoid of windows. After a minute, her consciousness fully returned, and the memories of being knocked unconscious by Yi Xian flooded her mind. It seems I was struck down by Yi Xian. Lu Yuyan recalled Yi Xian's earlier words with horror. She hurried to the only closed door in the room, but it was tightly locked. No matter how hard she tried, she could not turn the knob. Help! Help! Is anyone out there?
Please save me.
Lu Yuyan cried out in despair, her voice thick with anguish. It seemed the heavens had heard her pleas, for she soon heard footsteps approaching. Hope and joy ignited in her eyes as she continued to call out. There's someone here. Please help me open the door. I will have my brother thank you with supplies. The footsteps halted before her door, and she instinctively held her breath, yearning to be reunited with her brother. Yet, disappointment was her fate. The door swung open, revealing the familiar face of Yi Xian, her expression brimming with malice as she reveled in Lu Yuyan's despair. All of your brother's crystal cores and supplies are now in my possession. How will he express his gratitude to me? Lu Yuyan glared at Yi Xian with hatred, wishing her loathing could inflict harm.
Yikin.
You will face retribution for this. Yi Xian had never regarded Lu Yuyan with any seriousness. Even in the face of her hatred, she merely saw it as the futile struggle of a lowly ant. Yi Xian retrieved a length of rope from her space, binding Lu Yuyan's hands and feet. Retribution?
Ha!
I am about to reach the Dawn Base, where I will find a powerful ability user to keep by my side, ensuring my life only improves. You will not have a good ending. Lu Yuyan gritted her teeth. Yi Xian produced tape from her space, sealing Lu Yuyan's mouth before taunting. Regardless of my fate, you will not witness it. I initially intended to take you with me, but the 2 ability users from the Dawn Base said they could not wait any longer. They are coming today to enjoy you. Pausing, Yi Xian relished the sight of Lu Yuyan's horrified expression. Her heart lightened, and she laughed heartily as she exited the warehouse. As Lu Yuyan wept in despair, gazing at the securely locked warehouse door, she cried, Brother, where are you? Please come save me. I am so afraid. Lu Shi searched tirelessly around the vicinity of their home but found no trace of Lu Yuyan or Yi Xian. In this chaotic world devoid of rules, the disappearance of the 2 girls filled him with dread and anxiety. Please let nothing happen to them. Lu Shi aimlessly wandered through the Hope Base.
Lu Shi.
He heard someone call his name and turned to see Shenyun, Wei Yubiao, and Zhao He approaching. Noticing Lu Shi's anxious demeanor, Shenyun inquired, What has happened? We were preparing to head to the Moonlight convenience store when we spotted you frantically pacing around the base, a look of panic etched across your face. Lu Shi, noticing the concern in the eyes of a few onlookers, quickly exclaimed, My sister and Yi Xian are missing. I am searching for them. Shenyun, aware of Lu Shi's sister, a delightful little girl yet to awaken her abilities, anxiously inquired, Missing? Did they disappear within the base? They should have gone missing at my home. Lu Shi replied, realizing that her franticness was futile.
They?
Zhao and Cha sensed something amiss. Are you saying Yi Xian is also at your house? Lu Shi nodded affirmatively. Yi Xian is currently homeless. She resides with me. Upon returning home, I found the place ransacked, and the crystal cores were gone. Someone must have broken in and robbed us, possibly even kidnapped them. Wei Yubiao furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before stating, Though your sister is an ordinary person, Yi Xian is a level 3 ability user. For her to be taken so quietly within the Hope Base suggests that the perpetrator is no ordinary ability user. Wandering around the base like this won't help you find them. Hearing this, Lu Shi's anxiety intensified. What should I do? Wei Yubiao studied Lu Shi's weakened frame and turned to Shenyun, saying, This matter requires Xiaoyun's assistance. Lu Shi's eyes brightened at the thought of Shenyun's identity. As her brother is the leader of the Hope Base. Xiaoyun, could you assist me? Shun Yun conjured water with her powers and offered it to the faint Lu Shi. Seeing the pleading look in Lu Shi's eyes, she softly replied, "Of course. Let's go find my brother." At the villa of the Hope Base leader, Xinyang listened intently to their account and summoned Wang Weitao to investigate. As they awaited his return, Lu Shi wore a face of worry and impatience. Zhao and Cha observed the villa with a mix of curiosity and envy, while Wei Yubiao, typically composed, appeared tense and anxious, keen to make a positive impression on Xinyang. Not long after, Wang Weitao returned. "Leader, the information gathered by my subordinates indicates that there was no robbery at Lu Shi's home. Rather, Yi Xian left with Lu Yuyin, who seemed to be unconscious." Wang Weitao reported, subtly directing his words to Lu Shi. "What? Yi Xian left with Yuyin?" Lu Shi murmured, perplexed. Could it be that Yuyin fell ill? And Yi Xian took her to seek medical attention? However, based on the report, that did not appear to be the case. Wang Weitao cast Lu Shi a sympathetic glance before continuing. "My subordinates have gathered that in recent days, Yi Xian has been in close contact with ability users from the Dawn Base, seemingly providing them with significant benefits. They're set to leave for the Dawn Base together tomorrow." Lu Shi was struck with disbelief, bitterly reflecting, "Yi Xian, she never mentioned anything to me. Have the crystal cores I lost become her bargaining chips to leave the Hope Base?" Then, recalling Lu Yuyin, she urgently asked if she is leaving tomorrow. "Why take Yuyin with her?" A cold glint flashed in Wang Weitao's eyes as he continued, "According to survivors from the base, those ability users from the Dawn Base are quite lecherous." "Lecherous? Then Lu Yuyin is in grave danger," Shun Yun exclaimed, her face paling. This revelation jolted Lu Shi from her confusion, her eyes filled with worry and despair. "Yi Xian and Yuyin are in danger. I must go rescue them." Hearing Lu Shi's words, Shun Yun and the others shook their heads in silent disapproval. It seemed Lu Shi still did not understand that Yi Xian was likely the instigator. Only his sister remained innocent in this predicament. Just as Lu Shi stood up to rush out of the villa in search of Lu Yuyin and Yi Xian, Wang Weitao stepped in front of him, coldly interrupting, "We have yet to ascertain your sister's whereabouts. Where do you intend to search? Better than wasting time here." Lu Shi cried, his eyes bloodshot. "Aimlessly searching within the base truly is a waste of time," Wang Weitao calmly analyzed. "My subordinates are already investigating. We should have information within an hour." "Lu Shi, rest here for a moment and regain your strength," Shun Yun urged. Lu Shi understood that all he could do now was wait quietly for news. He sat weakly on the sofa, his face a mask of anguish and anxiety. Xinyang and Wang Weitao left the villa's reception area and returned to the study. Observing Lu Shi's distressed state, Shen Yun, Wei Yubiao, and Zhao He felt compassion and could not bear to leave him alone. They resolved to return to the Moonlight Convenience store the following day to procure supplies. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyin was huddled in a corner of the stifling and humid warehouse, her body tense. Tears streamed down her face as she fixated on the only door leading out. She longed for her brother to come and rescue her, but was also terrified that it would be Xiyue and the ability users she had spoken of. Time passed slowly. In the oppressive heat, Lu Yuyin's sweat drenched her clothes, and she became increasingly dehydrated. Just as her consciousness began to blur, the door suddenly swung open. Lu Yuyin lifted her head in hope, only to find that it was not her brother who entered, but Yi Xian accompanied by two unfamiliar men. Terrified, she curled her body tighter, desperately attempting to conceal herself. However, in such a small warehouse, hiding was impossible.
Yekin swiftly approached,
Seizing Lu Yuyin by the shoulders and lifting her up. Lu Yuyin felt the pain in her shoulders, silently shedding tears as she clamped her mouth shut to stifle any sound. Yi Xian pinched her chin, forcing her head up, and sweetly said to the two men, "Tian Go, Sun Go, what do you think of this girl? She has been well protected by her brother during the apocalypse, with delicate skin." Tian, the lecherous man, leered at Lu Yuyin, tearing the tape from her mouth. With the tape gone, Lu Yuyin's cute and refined face was fully revealed. "Ha ha ha, not bad." Tian lewdly pinched Lu Yuyin's soft cheek. The other man also appeared pleased, his eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. "Don't touch me," Lu Yuyin cried out in despair, wanting to escape, but her hands and feet were bound. "As long as you two are satisfied." Yi Xian suddenly released Lu Yuyin, intentionally throwing her to the ground. Lu Yuan, now in a most undignified state, struggled to inch backward, attempting to distance herself from these terrifying individuals. Brother, please come save me.
Yekin.
Eager to please Tian and his companion, felt a deep yearning for the dawn base. I shall take my leave now. Tian Ge, Sun Ge, enjoy yourselves. Having received their approval, Yi Xian turned to leave the warehouse.
Yekin.
I hate you. Lu Yuan's voice called out from behind. Yi Xian glanced back at her with a smile. I will not let you go even in death. Lu Yuan glared at her, her eyes ablaze with intense hatred as she screamed desperately. Yi Xian narrowed her eyes and maliciously replied, someone like you, an ordinary person without awakened abilities, is destined to be eliminated. I am merely expediting your return to the fate you were meant to have. Besides, you should not only resent me. Your brother deserves your hatred too. With that, Yi Xian noticed Tian and his companion growing increasingly impatient, and she hurriedly departed. Lu Yuan stood frozen, her heart filled with fear and despair as she watched the only source of light, the door, close shut. Brother, why did you let the wolf into our home? Xian, you treacherous wretch. I shall haunt you, as a vengeful spirit. At that moment, several individuals from the leader's villa finally received word of Lu Yuan's exact location and wasted no time in hastening towards the warehouse. Sun Sandog, unable to contain his impatience, stepped forward and untied the ropes binding Lu Yuan's legs, intent on undoing her clothing. Upon feeling the release of her feet, Lu Yuan summoned all her strength and delivered a powerful kick. To his astonishment, the fourth-tier ability user Sun Sandog was actually pushed back several steps. You vile creature. Sun Sandog snarled as he advanced menacingly, delivering a sharp slap to Lu Yuan's face, causing it to swell and blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. The system registered that preparatory staff member Lu Yuan was in grave danger. As Xiyue busily packaged items for customers in the store, she suddenly heard a warning echo in her mind. The adorable younger sister was in peril. Xiyue felt a surge of anxiety. Although Lu Yuan had yet to agree to work at the convenience store, she held a deep fondness for that incredibly cute little sister. Apologies to everyone, but the store will be closing for the day. Those who haven't made their purchases may return tomorrow, Xiyue announced, handing a bag to a customer and calling out to the line of waiting patrons. Without heeding their various complaints, she swiftly closed the sales window, switching it to an off-view mode. Once she completed these tasks, Xiyue urgently inquired within her mind, 606, Lu Yuan is in danger. How can I save her? 06 promptly replied, Lu Yuan is a preparatory staff member, essentially part of the Moonlight mobile convenience store. This system can teleport you to her location. But I would be just an ordinary person outside the convenience store. Xiyue suddenly realized her own limitations. Do not worry, manager. Once you leave the store, you will be in an invincible state to rescue the staff. 06 clarified.
All right.
Without hesitation, Xiyue commanded, teleport me to preparatory staff member Lu Yuan. A moment later, she felt a dizzying sensation, and in the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed. She found herself in a cramped warehouse. Before she could fully process the sensation of teleportation, she saw two men bullying a petite girl. Xiyue swiftly approached, delivering a palm strike to each, sending them crashing against the wall, unconscious. As she looked closely at the girl, she realized it was indeed Lu Yuan, whose clothing was in tatters. This situation could not be allowed to persist. 06, can I purchase a set of clothing from the system mall? Xiyue inquired in her mind. 06 hesitated. The clothing has not yet been unlocked, so it cannot be purchased. Disappointment creased Xiyue's brow. Certainly, she could not allow Lu Yuan to remain in such a state. Wait, while the clothing cannot be bought, the system can issue a free staff uniform. 06 exclaimed. Xiyue's eyes lit up as the system-issued staff uniform materialized in her hands. Gently, she helped Lu Yuan to her feet, who trembled with despair and fear. Still unaware of her rescue. You're safe now, Xiyue whispered softly, wary of startling her. Lu Yuan's body stiffened, and she dared to look up. Upon seeing that the two loathsome men had vanished, replaced by the exceptionally beautiful and powerful store manager, she finally believed she was out of danger. Thank you. Thank you for saving me, she sobbed, burying her face in Xiyue's embrace. Chapter 21. The authority over Xian is conferred to you. Once Lu Yuan's emotions stabilized, Xiyue kindly offered her the clothing. Please, change into this. Lu Yuyan accepted the clothes, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. Xiyue gently tidied Lu Yuyan's disheveled hair, softly saying, You've thanked me many times. There's no need to keep saying it. Now, go change. Turning her back to allow Lu Yuyan some privacy, she waited. 2 minutes later, a small voice called out, Manager, I'm done changing. Xiyue slowly turned around to see Lu Yuyan dressed in a white blouse and a gray pleated skirt, with a thin purple apron over it. Xiyue chuckled lightly. This outfit is the exclusive staff uniform of the convenience store. Although you haven't decided whether to join us yet, it suits you perfectly. Fearing it might burden Lu Yuyan, she added, Regardless of your decision, I will respect your choice, so please do not feel pressured. Lu Yuyan nodded, looking gratefully at Xiyue. After the terrifying ordeal she had just experienced, her mind was in turmoil, unable to contemplate anything else. Xiyue retrieved the 2 unconscious men she had subdued. I will leave their fate in your hands. Upon seeing the 2, Lu Yuyan instinctively recoiled in fear. Are they not dead? Xiyue nodded and, with a swift motion, slapped each awake. Tianda and Sun Sandog regained consciousness, bewildered by their surroundings. Sun Sandog, spotting an exceptionally beautiful woman before him, drooled. What a stunning beauty! Tianda wore a lewd grin. Could it be that Xiyue sent us another lovely gift? With that, the 2 men lewdly approached, hands rubbing together. The Xiyue again? Xiyue grimaced in disgust, sensing their advance and Lu Yuyan's fear. She promptly raised her hand and unleashed 2 electric shocks. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Tianda and Sun Sandog screamed in agony, finally realizing the gravity of their situation. Xiyue felt a wave of nausea at their pitiable state, turning her gaze away for the sake of her own dinner. Lu Yuyan's eyes sparkled with intensity as she fixated on the suffering men, finding a sense of satisfaction within. Observing the 2 men sprawled on the ground like limp rag dolls, Lu Yuyan smiled faintly. Manager, may I do whatever I wish with them? Yes, Xiyue affirmed. Then, I want them to die in excruciating agony. Lu Yuyan declared fiercely. Xiyue was not taken aback. These 2 had committed unspeakable acts. And had she not arrived in time, Lu Yuyan could have suffered irreparable harm. Opening the system panel, Xiyue located the nearest horde of zombies outside the base and swiftly bound the 2 men, casting them into the fray. She then projected their current predicament into the air for Lu Yuyan to witness. Tianda and Sun Sandog felt their bodies sway slightly before being thrust outside. After a moment of confusion, they were met with a horde of zombies, all of levels 2 to 3. Ah! Zombies! They attempted to flee. But having just endured electric shocks, their bodies were still recovering. Within mere moments, they were engulfed by the horde and devoured. Lu Yuyan watched the screen in exhilaration as her tormentors met their end, a wave of gratitude washing over her for Xiyue. Xiyue retracted the projection and asked, They mentioned Xiyue, do you know what that entails? Upon hearing Xiyue's name, Lu Yuyan's body trembled with intense hatred. Through gritted teeth, she replied, It was Xiyue who delivered me to those scoundrels. Xiyue raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment. This Xiyue is truly a despicable individual. She previously provoked my ire, and even after being blacklisted from our establishment, it was your brother who came to her rescue when she encountered zombies. Your brother saved her? Lu Yuyan's eyes widened, filled with intense loathing and a hint of reproach towards her brother. Meanwhile, within the small house adjacent to the warehouse, Xiyue felt increasingly restless. A gnawing sense of foreboding settling in her heart, as if something ominous was afoot. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, she could no longer remain seated. Rising from her spot, she exited the small house and approached the warehouse, straining to hear any sounds within. Why was there utter silence? A sense of unease washed over her. After a brief moment of contemplation, she mustered her courage to open the warehouse door. Tiango, Sungo, are you all right? As she pushed the door open, the darkness within the warehouse enveloped her, rendering her unable to see anything. She ventured further inside, cautiously calling out. They must be in trouble. A woman's voice echoed from the pitch-black warehouse, sending shivers down Xiyue's spine. This voice, she recognized it. It was the store manager's voice. Xiyue approached Xiyue step by step, her delicate features finally illuminated by the sunlight. Are you searching for those 2 men? Alas, you are too late. They have already met their end within the bellies of the zombies, she remarked with a light chuckle. Lu Yuyan stood closely beside Xiyue, casting a venomous glare at Yi Xian. Manager, manager? Yi Xian exclaimed, filled with bewilderment and dread. Those two strong individuals from the Dawn base are dead. Then she noticed Lu Yuyan, impeccably dressed, standing beside the manager, and it dawned on her that the manager had come to her rescue, while Tiange and Sunge had fallen prey to the zombies. Realizing her own fate was sealed, Yi Xian cried out in despair, "Why are you always against me? I was so close to leaving the Hope base, just a step away from a better life." Huh. Yusia's laughter was laced with scorn. "You were the one causing a ruckus in the convenience store, attempting to damage the equipment. After being blacklisted by me, you dared to send someone to rob the store. You almost ruined my potential employee, who happens to be the sister of your savior. A thankless wretch like you dares to dream of a good life." Yi Xian's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, yet she felt no remorse, believing that the fault lay with others. She considered herself an ordinary person. Why should her brother Lu Shi be willing to protect her in this apocalypse? She felt entitled to create some value for herself, which should warrant her gratitude. "I am an ability user." With a resounding slap, Lu Yuyan unleashed her fury upon Yi Xian, fueled by all her hatred. "You dare strike me?" Yi Xian cried out in fury, covering her face. She raised her hand, attempting to retaliate, only to find herself frozen. "That manager. It's her again." Yusia approached Lu Yuyan, whispering softly, "The authority to deal with Yi Xian is now yours. Dispose of her as you see fit. You may decide whether she lives or dies, or if she wishes she were dead." Lu Yuyan glared at Yi Xian with loathing for a moment before asking Yusia, "Can I kill her myself?" "Of course," Yusia replied, casually opening Yi Xian's spatial abilities and swiftly retrieving a sharp dagger, which she handed to Lu Yuyan, encouraging her with an approving gaze. Lu Yuyan's hand trembled as she clutched the dagger, inhaling deeply, her eyes fixed on Yi Xian, filled with loathing. "No, please, Yuyan. Spare me."
Yekin creed in terror.
"I told you. I will not let you go." Lu Yuyan tightened her grip on the dagger, her expression growing resolute and calm. She raised the dagger, thrusting it with all her might toward Yi Xian's heart. Chapter 22. Disposing of Yi Xian, becoming an employee. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Yi Xian's body, a thin earthen wall suddenly sprang up between the dagger and Yi Xian.
Yuyan.
"What are you doing?" Lu Shi and the others arrived just in time to witness Lu Yuyan poised to stab Yi Xian. Lu Shi quickly employed his abilities to erect an earthen barrier in between. Seeing the dagger obstructed by the wall, Lu Yuyan's eyes filled with disappointment, and she turned to find her brother, Lu Shi, was the one who had intervened. "Brother, you finally arrived." Lu Yuyan's tone lacked any joy. "Why did you use your powers to stop me?" Lu Shi, observing his sister in her pristine new attire, assumed she had not faced any danger, and thus chastised her sternly. "Yan, are you trying to kill Yi Xian? Stop this at once." Yi Xian, witnessing Lu Shi's arrival, felt a flicker of hope rekindle within her. Tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, "Brother Shi, please save me." Lu Shi hurriedly stepped forward to snatch the dagger from Lu Yuyan's grasp. "Yuyan, do you realize what you are doing? Do you know how worried I was when I came home and found you gone? You're old enough to know better." After a careful assessment of Yi Xian and noticing she was unhurt, he sighed in relief. "Yi Xian, are you alright? It was all my sister's fault. I apologize on her behalf." "How dare you apologize on my behalf?" Lu Yuyan interjected sharply, her tears spilling over uncontrollably. "I know exactly what I am doing. I want to kill her. I want to personally slay Yi Xian." Lu Shi looked at his sister in disbelief, feeling as if he no longer recognized her. He gazed at Lu Yuyan with disappointment, blaming himself for failing to raise her properly. "Yuyan, I searched everywhere for you, thinking you were in danger. And I even misunderstood Yi Xian. I never expected you to be hiding here, wanting to kill her." Lu Shi choked back tears. In his eyes, Yuyan's new clothes were purchased with crystal cores, indicating she had not encountered any real danger, yet she harbored murderous intent towards Yi Xian. Had he not arrived in time, Yi Xian would have already perished at Yuyan's hands. While he had previously felt sorrow upon hearing Wang Weitao mention Yi Xian's interactions with the Dawn base, his current emotions were dominated by guilt and fear over Yuyan's near-active murder. Suddenly, Lu Yuyan laughed derisively. "Yuyan, what has gotten into you? You can share anything with us. Shunyun approached to comfort Lu Yuyan, though she suspected Yi Xian must have done something wrong. Brother, I had hoped you would come to save me quickly, but now it seems you would have been better off not coming at all. Lu Yuyan gazed deeply at Lu Shi, her eyes filled with anguish. Lu Shi was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Come save you quickly? Did something truly happen to you? Lu Yuyan remained silent in response to Lu Shi's inquiry, lowering her head and tugging at her purple apron with her hands. Yi Xian, sensing the shift in atmosphere, attempted to divert the conversation, only to realize that not only could she not move her body, but she also found herself unable to speak. Cough. Xiyue emerged slowly from the dark corner of the warehouse. Manager? Wei Yu Biao and Zhao He exclaimed in surprise. Manager, what are you doing here? Shunyun cried out excitedly. Lu Shi turned with astonishment, while Yi Xian trembled slightly in fear. I am here because I must rescue my prospective employee, Xiyue began, her gaze sweeping over the terrified Yi Xian, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Prospective employee? Shunyun and the others exchanged confused glances at Xiyue. At that moment, Lu Shi's body stiffened, his expression shifting to one of anxious dread, his lips quivering. Prospective employee? Could it be Yuyan? Correct. Xiyue replied with a smile that conveyed no reward for the right answer. Has Yuyan truly encountered danger? Manager, what exactly happened to Yuyan? Lu Shi asked urgently. Xiyue's eyes sparkled with mirth as she turned her gaze towards Yi Xian, suggesting, perhaps you ought to inquire about the situation from Yi Xian herself. For who better than the mastermind behind this scheme to elucidate the truth?
What?
Lu Shi's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Yi Xian, his sympathy evaporating upon witnessing her pitiful demeanor. With a gentle gesture, Xiyue restored Yi Xian's control over her own body.
Yekin sorvet her sorundings, noting Shunyun.
Wei Yu Biao and the formidable store manager behind her, realizing escape was futile, despair and resentment seeped into her heart. Lu Shi, filled with rage, seized Yi Xian with urgency and demanded, what did you do to my sister? This was the first time Yi Xian had faced Lu Shi's ire, and her anger boiled over, shedding her pretense as she venomously retorted, what did I do to your sister? Ha! I merely offered her to those two lecherous miscreants at the Dawn base. You wretched woman! Lu Shi shouted, throwing her to the ground. Despite my unwavering devotion to you, you trample upon my feelings. Why harm my sister? Shunyun, Wei Yu Biao, and Zhao He looked on in shock, their expressions filled with disdain for Yi Xian. Faced with their contempt, Yi Xian's shame transformed into fury. She lashed out, who told you to be so foolish? You have always catered to my every whim, and even brought me into your home, to leave the Hope base for the Dawn base. I had no choice but to seek their aid, and their price was your sister. If you can provide me with everything, what does it matter if I hand Lu Yuyan over to them? I will kill you. Lu Shi could no longer contain himself. He felt guilty towards Yuyan. Had it not been for him inviting danger into their midst, Yuyan would not have suffered. He swiftly conjured a heavy earthen wall around Yi Xian, intending to entomb her within. At that moment, Xiyue unexpectedly positioned herself before Lu Shi, and with a mere wave of her arm, the earthen wall crumbled into nothingness. I saved Lu Yuyan just in time, and those two abhorrent ability users have been cast into a horde of zombies, she stated coldly, her gaze fixed on Lu Shi. Lu Shi felt no resentment. He was filled solely with gratitude towards Xiyue. Thank you, manager. Xiyue dismissed his gratitude, showing little interest in those who could not discern friend from foe. I promised my prospective store clerk that Yi Xian would be dealt with by her own hand, she said sternly, fixing Lu Shi with a serious look. Had he not intervened, Lu Yuyan would have already slain Yi Xian. Xiyue returned the dagger she had taken from Lu Shi back to Lu Yuyan, softly encouraging her, go. Lu Yuyan accepted the dagger, her hesitation gone, and swiftly approached Yi Xian, plunging the dagger into her heart with all her strength. You! Yi Xian's eyes widened in shock, her expression twisting in defiance before she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Lu Yuyan did not glance back at Lu Shi. She walked directly to Xiyue, her eyes gleaming with determination. Manager, I've made my decision. I want to become a convenience store clerk. Her voice was sweet and resolute. Chapter 23. Just call me Shaoran. Xiyue regarded her with gentle eyes. Have you made up your mind? Lu Yuyan beamed with a radiant smile, her conviction unwavering. Yes, manager. I can start working today.
Ding.
Congratulations. Host, on successfully recruiting a full-time clerk. Reward, a set of staff uniforms and a set of staff sleepwear. As Lu Shi recovered from the shock of witnessing Lu Yuyan slay Xiyue, he heard her affirm her decision to become a convenience store clerk. He managed a strained smile. Yuyan, didn't you say you wouldn't work at the convenience store? Lu Yuyan turned to him with an expressionless face, coldly replying, You wanted me to go, didn't you? Now that I am going, why question me? I was just concerned, Lu Shi murmured, his face pale. I have grown up and am capable of making my own choices. Moreover, I truly admire the manager. I intend to follow her from now on. Lu Yuyan interrupted Lu Shi flatly. After the ordeal with the Xiyue, she found herself at a loss on how to confront her brother. Perhaps she harbored some resentment towards him as well. Lu Shi sensed the distance Lu Yuyan was placing between them, and it wounded him deeply. Yuyan, are you blaming me? You should blame me. I have wronged you. Lu Yuyan felt an overwhelming frustration. She gently tugged at Yusia's sleeve, seeking her support. Yusia drew her behind her, smiling lightly at Xiyue and the others. Since the matter is resolved, I shall take my clerk back now. Very well, manager. Take care, Xiyue responded promptly. While Wei Yubiao and Zhao He stepped aside respectfully, clearing a path for Yusia. With a serene expression, Yusia led Lu Yuyan past them. As they passed Lu Shi, Lu Yuyan paused briefly, her indifferent voice reaching his ears. I cannot forgive you yet. Perhaps time will dull the pain of this incident. Lu Shi turned, regret etched on his face as he watched Lu Yuyan depart. He chose not to speak further, silently wishing for that day to come sooner. Not long after Yusia and Lu Yuyan exited the courtyard, she realized she had teleported here. She did not know the way back. Lu Yuyan, who had been brought here while unconscious, lacked any sense of direction and rarely ventured out herself. Suddenly, Yusia halted, disregarding Lu Yuyan's puzzled expression, and urgently called out in her mind, 06. 0606. What is it, host? 06 inquired. This is the first time I've left the convenience store since opening. I teleported here and now have no idea how to return. Can I teleport back with my clerk? Yusia shifted uncomfortably, feeling the sweat soaking through her clothing from the prolonged heat outside. After a moment of silence, 06 replied with resignation, teleportation back is not possible. The host could only be teleported when the clerk was in danger. Now that the crisis is past, the manager must walk back. Despair washed over Yusia as she wiped the sweat from her brow. 06, having you is a blessing. 06 system blushed slightly, feeling shy. Really, host? No one has ever said such things to me before.
Ha.
Yusia twisted the sweat from her sleeve, gazing at the haphazardly constructed houses around her. Feeling a bit dazed from the heat. If the weather were not so sweltering, she might have enjoyed exploring outside the convenience store. However, at this moment, all she longed for was to return to the moonlight convenience store, bask in the air conditioning, and enjoy some ice cream. After comforting Lu Shi, Xiyue was ushered out by Wei Yubiao, who mentioned the heat outside and encouraged her to go home. Upon exiting, she spotted the manager still nearby and approached her eagerly. Manager, you haven't left yet. Would you like to come over to my house for a while? Yusia, having been invited for the first time since arriving in this apocalyptic world, found it intriguing and delightful. However, the oppressive heat made her decline the offer. Perhaps another time. It's getting late, and I want to take my clerk back. Unfazed by the rejection, Xiyue replied, This is your first visit to the Hope Base, right? You must not be familiar with the way. Let me guide you. Yusia's eyes lit up. It was as if a pillow had appeared just as she was feeling drowsy. Thank you. Your name is Xiyue, right? Yes. Manager, you remember me. Xiyue exclaimed, thrilled that the manager recalled her. Just call me Xiaoyan. Under Xunyun's guidance, Yusia and Lu Yuyan finally returned to the convenience store by evening. As Yusia approached the 10-meter safety zone of the convenience store, the tension that had gripped her finally eased. Even in her invincible state, the first venture into the post-apocalyptic world left her feeling somewhat anxious. Xunyun, ever considerate, stood outside the store, refraining from following them inside, merely casting a curious glance as the door opened. Once inside, Yusia surveyed the shelves, contemplating for a few moments before swiftly filling a bag with a pack of tomato and egg instant noodles, a box of bear-shaped biscuits, a bottle of chilled milk, and a vanilla-flavored ice cream. The choice of vanilla was inspired by Xunyun's incessant chatter along the way, as she had mentioned her fondness for the flavor. Throughout their journey, Xiyue had shared tidbits about her brother, Xinyang, the leader of the Hope Base, along with various trivial matters. Xiyue opened the checkout window, handing the bag to Xiyue with a gentle smile. Thank you for bringing us back, Xiaoren. This is a small token of my appreciation. Xiyue, feeling bashful, pushed the bag away. It's not necessary, store manager. I can buy these myself. Xiyue's smile widened. The store is already closed for the day. If you wish to buy it, you would have to return tomorrow. It's sweltering hot, and I chose your favorite vanilla ice cream. Please take it home and enjoy. Vanilla flavor. All right, I'll accept it. Thank you, store manager. Xiyue could not refuse upon hearing about the vanilla ice cream. After Xiyue left, Xiyue closed the checkout window and turned to find Lu Yuyan awkwardly standing in the center of the store. Xiyue retrieved the previously awarded employee uniform and sleepwear, offering them to Lu Yuyan. Welcome to the Moonlight Convenience Store. This is the uniform for your shifts, and this is the sleepwear. You can take a shower in the restroom and change into them afterward. Lu Yuyan, holding the clothes, was filled with gratitude and luck. Thank you, store manager. It's so hot outside, I'm all sweaty. I'll wash up first. Yuyan, feel free to look at the shelves and take whatever you like. With that, Xiyue hurried into the restroom to bathe. When she emerged, fresh and clad in soft, fragrant sleepwear, the aroma of chicken and mushroom instant noodles wafted through the air, making her stomach rumble. Store manager, I've cooked 2 portions of instant noodles for you. Is this flavor acceptable? Lu Yuyan eagerly asked as she saw Xiyue come out. It smells delightful. Xiyue lifted the pot lid to discover 2 sausages nestled within. These are all for you, store manager, Lu Yuyan hastily clarified, fearing Xiyue might misunderstand. Seeing Lu Yuyan's nervousness, Xiyue turned and fetched a small bowl, scooping out a generous portion of noodles along with a sausage, handing it to her. Yuyan, this is for you. Noticing Lu Yuyan hesitating to accept, she continued. You needn't be so anxious. You are now an employee of Moonlight Convenience Store, and you will be living here with me. I hope you can relax and take the bowl. Lu Yuyan quickly accepted the noodles, her cheeks flushed. Store manager, these noodles are all for you. You don't need to share mine. Yuyan, as I mentioned before, the benefits for convenience store employees include free meals and accommodation. You can take any item from the shelves without worry, as long as it's not wasted. Xiyue reassured her gently, then urged, hurry and eat. Afterward, I need to discuss your work schedule for tomorrow. Upon hearing about the work schedule, Lu Yuyan focused solely on her meal, eagerly devouring the noodles. So delicious. Once the 2 finished their noodles, Xiyue retrieved 2 strawberry-flavored ice creams from the fridge, casually handing one to Lu Yuyan. As she opened her ice cream, Xiyue began explaining the work procedures to Lu Yuyan. This shelf can be folded away, just lift it up at night when we sleep. This folding sofa will serve as your bed. Simply unfold it when you're ready for bed. Xiyue patiently explained the store's facilities, demonstrating once Lu Yuyan had taken note, before proceeding to discuss the operational details. When there's no rush and few customers, we can prepare instant noodles for them. The hot water for the noodles is available at the water dispenser by the window. We also use that for our drinking water. Most importantly, she emphasized, customers must adhere to the store's rules, maintaining order without fighting, as it disrupts other customers. If you encounter such individuals, you can try to dissuade them. If they refuse to listen, don't worry, I'll handle it. Once Xiyue noticed that Lu Yuyan had taken diligent notes, she realized it was getting late and urged her to wash up and sleep, while she returned to her room. Lying comfortably on her bed, she felt the fatigue in her legs from the day's exertions. Ah, the room has a skylight. Xiyue groped along the wall beside her bed until she easily found the skylight button. As she opened it, the ceiling slowly parted, revealing clear glass and a tapestry of stars above. How beautiful! Xiyue marveled at the sight. The polluted environment of the apocalypse was gradually recovering, and the sky appeared even more radiant than in her previous world. This is the true starry sky, she sighed, realizing the bright stars could serve as a night light. She left the skylight open and gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, she awoke naturally, her eyes greeted by the bright, azure sky. She pulled back the curtains at her bedside, gazing at the familiar surroundings outside, gently rubbing her eyes. After a brief respite, Xiyue rose, changed into a new dress from her wardrobe, and opened the door to step outside. Good morning, store manager. Lu Yuyan greeted, as she tidied her bed, folding it into a space-saving sofa. Did you sleep well? Xiyue inquired with concern. I slept so comfortably. This was the best night's sleep I've had in 5 years. Lu Yuyan exclaimed, her spirit bright. In the last 5 years of the apocalypse, there had been only 2 types of weather, extreme cold or unbearable heat. Few could afford air conditioning, leaving ordinary survivors like Lu Yuyan to adapt to the temperatures. Thus, last night marked her most restful sleep in years. That's wonderful. I'll go wash up now. After Xiyue finished her routine, she found Lu Yuyan already dressed and had even lowered the shelves. The table was set with meat buns, vegetable buns, and chilled milk. Xiyue felt increasingly pleased with Lu Yuyan. Initially drawn to her sweet appearance, she now recognized her diligence and thoughtfulness. After a joyful breakfast, Xiyue noted that it was nearly time to open for business, so she activated the checkout window to begin a new day. Outside the convenience store, a line had already formed, with customers eagerly waiting for the store to open. Observing this, Xiyue couldn't help but feel relieved that she had hired an employee. Otherwise, the workload would have been overwhelming. Store manager, you finally opened the door. I'd like 4 packs of braised beef instant noodles, 3 bottles of chilled milk, 5 bottles of mineral water, 1 can of yellow peach, and 1 chocolate ice cream. The first customer in line, a young male ability user, quickly rattled off his extensive list of items. He had arrived before dawn, fortunate enough to secure the first position in line, and had spent the time considering what goods he wanted, ready to announce his selections as soon as the store opened. Xiyue stood by the window, mentally reviewing the items he had just processed. He then retrieved a convenience bag from the side of the window and turned to the shelves to gather the products. Lu Yuyan assisted him, placing the items that Xiyue had yet to pack into the bag. Dear customer, please place your points card on the card reader. Xiyue smiled, gesturing towards the card reader on the windowsill.
Beep.
Once he saw the customer successfully complete the payment, Lu Yuyan confidently handed over the packed shopping bag. Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit, Lu Yuyan said with a sweet smile, calling for the next customer. Observing Lu Yuyan's growing proficiency, Xiyue felt a sense of relief. The next customer in line was a frail woman cradling a small girl. This duo was none other than Xiyue and her child Nunyo, who had hurried over upon discovering the existence of this magical convenience store. Xiao's eyes sparkled with hope and joy as she gazed at the products in the store. Clutching her redeemed points card tightly, she cautiously stated, Hello. I would like 4 bottles of milk, a box of teddy bear biscuits, 2 bottles of water, and 4 plain steamed buns, please. Xiyue nodded gently and turned to fetch the items for her. After she completed her payment, he handed the bag to her. Xiao grasped the bag tightly, delight radiating from her as she turned to leave with Nunyo. However, after only a few steps, Nunyo, swallowing hard, whimsically said, Mama, I want to drink milk. Xiao's heart melted. How could she refuse Nunyo? She quickly rummaged through the shopping bag, found a bottle of milk, inserted a straw, and handed it to Nunyo. Nunyo joyfully accepted the milk, her little feet dancing with glee as she drank. Grandma, I want to drink milk too. A robust little boy, nearly at the end of the line, pointed at Nunyo and her milk, demanding his grandmother behind him. The elderly woman, in her 60s and with a face full of wrinkles, cast a disdainful glance at Nunyo before shifting her gaze away, affectionately saying to her grandson, My dear, just wait a moment, and when it's our turn, Grandma will buy you as much milk as you want. However, the strong little boy was not satisfied with her answer. I don't want to wait. Grandma, I want to drink now. The elderly woman, seeing her grandson's displeasure, could only soothe him while harboring resentment towards Xiao and Nunyo. Humph. A little brat like her doesn't deserve such fine milk. And she's making my grandson unhappy. Grandma, go and take that milk from her, the boy commanded in a forceful tone. Chapter 25. Xiao's predicament. The elderly woman, who usually indulged her grandson, felt that Nunyo's presence had upset him and decided it was time to teach her a lesson. She hunched over, leaving the queue to confront Xiao, reaching out her wrinkled hand toward the milk in Nunyo's grasp. What are you doing? Xiao exclaimed, astonished as she dodged to the side, holding Nunyo tightly. Unable to seize the milk, the elderly woman lowered her hand, her expression defiant. I just wanted to see what the little girl was drinking. Is it not allowed to look? Xiao, fuming, retorted, You can look all you want, but why would you try to snatch it away? If I hadn't dodged in time, you would have taken Ñoño's milk. Ñoño, clutching the milk protectively, piped up in a small voice, "Bad person, stealing Ñoño's milk." The elderly woman stood awkwardly beside them, displeased, while her grandson jumped out of the queue. "Grandma, why are you so slow? You couldn't even steal some milk, how useless." Instead of feeling angered, the elderly woman forced a smile. "Oh dear. It's all Grandma's fault for being so useless, making my precious grandson wait so long." Then, with a dark look, she turned to Xiyue and Ñoño, sarcastically saying, "How could you waste such good food on a little girl? It's utterly wasteful. You should quickly hand those things over to my grandson." Xiyue gazed at the elderly woman as if she were foolish. "Why on earth would I give my things to you? You still don't understand, do you? Giving this little brat such fine things is pointless. They would be better off with my precious grandson," the elderly woman insisted, her demeanor unreasonable and overbearing. "You must be dreaming." Xiyue felt there was no communicating with her, holding Ñoño as she attempted to circumvent the elderly woman and return to the base. However, the elderly woman, unwilling to let her go without the desired items, grasped Ñoño's arm, preventing her escape. "Quickly, dear grandson. Go and snatch that shopping bag and the milk from that little girl." Upon hearing this, the robust boy revealed a mischievous grin that belied his age as he rushed to seize the purple shopping bag from Ñoño. "This is mine. Let go of me." Ñoño clung tightly to the shopping bag, her other arm still cradling Ñoño. However, her body, weakened from days without proper food, was no match for the strong little boy. The shopping bag was easily wrenched from her grasp, leaving Ñoño feeling utterly despondent. After seizing the bag, the boy was not satisfied and lunged for the milk in Ñoño's embrace. Ñoño, lacking strength, had her milk snatched away in an instant. Upon seeing her precious milk taken, she began to cry loudly, "Wah! Wah!" The crowd of customers nearby felt a pang of sympathy, but in the harsh reality of the apocalypse, most had learned to refrain from intervening in others' affairs. Moreover, they did not know Ñoño personally, which diminished their inclination to help. In the queue, Xiyue was internally conflicted. He recognized Ñoño as her husband had once been a member of his team. Ever since Ñoño's husband was tragically bitten by a mutated beast while protecting him, Xiyue had avoided seeing her after delivering the heartbreaking news. Clenching his fists, he could not bear to witness the bullying of his comrade's wife and child, and he took a step forward to assist. However, his wife grasped his arm tightly, looking pleadingly at him, shaking her head, urging him not to involve himself. After a moment's pause, Xiyue released his fists, returning to his place in line, ultimately choosing not to help Ñoño. "Don't cry, Ñoño." Ñoño comforted the sobbing child in her arms, angrily shaking off the elderly woman's grasp as she charged toward the little boy. Just as her hand was about to reach the shopping bag, a burst of fire suddenly erupted, searing her fingers.
Ouch.
Ñoño quickly withdrew her injured hand. "Serves you right," the boy gloated. "My grandma is a level 2 fire ability user. Haha, my dear grandson, how could you take things? Don't tire yourself out, just bring the shopping bag to grandma." The elderly woman approached the boy, taking the shopping bag into her possession and looking at Ñoño with disdain. "You dare compete with my dear grandson for this?" With that, the elderly woman opened the shopping bag and began rummaging through it with her aged hands. TSK. Aside from a few bottles of milk and a box of biscuits, the rest is just plain steamed buns. "Is this all you bought?" Tears streamed down Ñoño's face as she pleaded, "I purchased these with nearly all my points. If you don't value them, could you please return them to me?" The elderly woman closed the shopping bag, her eyes glinting with shrewdness. "How could I possibly return them to you? If it's free, why not take it?" Ñoño's last glimmer of hope was extinguished as she gazed at the sobbing Ñoño in her arms, a sense of despair creeping upon her. "You dare to rob in my convenience store?" A voice emerged from behind the group. The old woman shot a disapproving glance, discovering that it was a seemingly frail woman who had spoken, and she retorted harshly, "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" Xiyue, without deigning to respond, unwrapped the creamy ice cream she held and offered it to Ñoño, saying, "Little one, this ice cream is for you. Please stop crying." Ñoño, receiving the delightful treat from the beautiful sister, gradually ceased her tears and took a lick. "Yummy, it's sweet." After enjoying a taste, Ñoño, eager to share, held the ice cream toward Ñoño's lips, exclaiming, "Mama, You try too. Niu Xiaoli took a small bite and returned it to Nuno, remarking, "It's truly sweet. Mama is full now, you enjoy it." Believing her mother was indeed satisfied, Nuno withdrew her tiny hand and savored the ice cream eagerly. A young boy's eyes fixated on the ice cream, and with a gulp, he shouted at the old woman, "I want that ice cream." The old woman, resorting to her previous tactics, advanced with the intention of snatching the ice cream from Nuno's grasp for her grandson once more. However, with Xiyue present, she would certainly not succeed. "You wish to rob again?" With a flick of her wrist, a bolt of lightning struck the old woman. "Ah, ah, ah," she cried, convulsing violently before collapsing to the ground. The boy, witnessing the scene, was overtaken by fear and fled without a second thought. Although the old woman lay prostrate, she remained conscious, and her heart ached as she watched her cherished grandson abandon her without hesitation. Xiyue had no intention of allowing the boy to escape the confines of the convenience store. With a mere gesture, she immobilized him 2 meters away and, with a gentle pull of her finger, summoned the wind to bring him back. The onlookers in line were filled with dread, realizing that the store manager was indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested. Chapter 26. Nuno awakens her powers. "Do you not understand the rules of my convenience store?" Xiyue's expression darkened as she regarded the grandmother and grandson. "I was wrong, whoa," the boy sobbed, his face streaked with snot and tears. Xiyue, displaying her disdain, turned her gaze from him to the old woman. "Every unruly child has negligent parents. It is your excessive indulgence that has led to this calamity," she observed coldly. The old woman was lost in her thoughts, recalling the moment her grandson had forsaken her without a second thought. Memories flooded back of when he was small, holding her hand and sweetly proclaiming, "Grandma, I will always be good to you." Tears streamed down her wrinkled face as she lamented, "It is my fault. Little Pang lost his parents at a young age, and now my overindulgence has shaped him this way. It is all my doing. How could such a good child turn out like this?" After a moment of silence, Xiyue spoke with solemnity, "I did not come here to hear your confessions. Since you have violated the rules of the convenience store, you must face the consequences." She picked up the purple convenience store bag from the ground and returned it to Niu Xiaoli, saying, "You are the victim in this matter. Thus, it is your decision to determine the punishment for them." Niu Xiaoli was taken aback. "Me? Indeed, it is up to you to decide how to punish them," Xiyue affirmed with delight. After a moment of contemplation, Niu Xiaoli continued, "I have thought it over. Their recent actions do not warrant death. As long as they are left with their lives, any punishment will suffice." The old woman and the boy exchanged fearful glances, anxiously awaiting Niu Xiaoli's judgment. I can't think of a punishment right now," Niu Xiaoli admitted, feeling conflicted. Although their actions were despicable, the sight of the old woman, incapacitated after being struck, evoked her sympathy. Meanwhile, nestled in Niu Xiaoli's arms, Nuno, unable to comprehend the adult's conversation, diligently finished her ice cream. After a while, she licked her lips, savoring the icy sweetness, and gradually sensed a change within her body. "Mama, I feel unwell," she murmured. Niu Xiaoli, alarmed by Nuno's words, anxiously touched her forehead but found no signs of illness. "What is it, Nuno? Where do you feel unwell?"
Please tell Mama.
Observing the situation, Xiyue felt a twinge of concern and quickly called out mentally, 06, can you determine what is wrong with Nuno? Upon being summoned, 06 promptly scanned Nuno's body and joyfully replied, "Rest assured, host, she is not in any danger. In fact, this is a good sign." Xiyue's tense expression relaxed.
Curiosity piqued.
"What good sign?" "Nuno is about to awaken her powers," 06 exclaimed happily. Awaken her powers. Xiyue was filled with intrigue and excitement, for this was the first time she had witnessed a power awakening since arriving in this post-apocalyptic world. Nuno appeared quite weak, perspiring profusely. Niu Xiaoli, in a state of panic, cradled her daughter, her eyes brimming with fear as she pleaded with Xiyue, "Manager, do you have any cold medicine or similar supplies? Please, can you help my Nuno?" Xiyue calmly shook her head. "There are no new medicines in the store, and even if there were, it would not be wise to administer them to Nuno. What will we do then?" Niu Xiaoli cradled Nuno protectively, her eyes glistening with tears. "Will Nuno be all right? What will I do if something happens to her?" Noticing her emotions spiraling out of control, Xiyue quickly reassured her. Nuno will be fine. She is merely awakening her powers. Awakening her powers. Niu Xiaoli echoed in astonishment. Yes, Xiyue confirmed. Niu Xiaoli gazed at her little Nuno with newfound joy, recalling how her late husband had looked during his own power awakening. I remember now, my husband was like this when he awakened. It seems Nuno truly is awakening her powers. After a few minutes, Nuno gradually calmed down and ceased sweating. Approximately a minute later, she opened her clear eyes and called,
Rana.
Nuno, you're awake. Niu Xiaoli exclaimed with delight. Do you feel anything different within your body? Xiyue gently inquired, guiding her to discover how to harness her newfound abilities. Nuno blinked, heeding the beautiful store manager's words, and concentrated on her body. Suddenly, droplets of clear water emerged from her tiny fingertips. It's a water-based ability. Xiyue marveled at the sight of the awakening, where water sprang forth directly from Nuno's fingertips, utterly amazed. Wonderful, wonderful. Niu Xiaoli wept tears of joy. She would no longer fear how to survive in the future. Having satisfied her curiosity, Xiyue could no longer endure the stifling environment outside and reminded Niu Xiaoli, you still need to decide how to punish them. Niu Xiaoli turned her gaze toward the grandmother and grandson huddled together, contemplating her little daughter who had just awakened her powers. Nuno could only conjure a few drops of water a day after her awakening. To enhance her abilities, they would need zombie cores. Whether for trading points to obtain supplies or upgrading abilities, cores were indispensable. There is no need for any physical punishment. Simply compensate me with 5 level 1 cores. Niu Xiaoli declared resolutely. Upon hearing that Niu Xiaoli's request for compensation amounted to merely 5 level 1 crystal cores, the elderly woman felt a profound sense of relief within her heart. She could indeed procure these cores. Although it would be somewhat painful to part with them, it was certainly preferable to the loss of an arm or a leg. Xiyue held no objections to the compensation proposed by Niu Xiaoli, as she understood the significance of these crystal cores to her at this juncture. Xiyue gently nodded in agreement. The elderly lady promptly instructed her obedient grandson to retrieve 5 level 1 crystal cores from his spatial abilities and then dutifully handed them over to Niu Xiaoli. Upon receiving the cores, Niu Xiaoli expressed her gratitude to Xiyue, exclaiming, Thank you, shopkeeper. Since the matter is resolved, I shall return to the store now. Xiyue responded with a light smile. When Xiyue returned to the convenience store, the elderly lady and the young boy sheepishly rejoined the end of the queue. Shopkeeper, you're back. Lu Yuan, who was busy packing products for customers, exclaimed with a bright smile upon seeing Xiyue. Indeed, it is quite hot outside, Xiyue replied, wiping the sweat from her brow, and quickly fetched a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator to cool down. What just happened outside? Lu Yuan inquired curiously. After downing half the bottle of ice water in one go, Xiyue took a moment to catch her breath before responding, just now. Someone at the back of the line attempted to rob a customer who had already completed their purchase, and I intervened to punish them. Lu Yuan, unfazed by this revelation, expressed her disdain, saying, There will always be such people. It's truly infuriating that it requires the shopkeeper to personally handle it. Xiyue comforted her with a smile. Such incidents should not occur again in the Hope Base. Many people witnessed the prowess of the shopkeeper. Lu Yuan then broke into a smile. Chapter 27. Dual Combo Meal. Xiyue and Lu Yuan spent the entire morning assisting customers with product retrieval and preparing instant noodles. Only after the last person in line completed their purchase did they both exhale in relief. The ability users who had been seated at the outdoor tables of the mobile convenience store gradually returned to the base, prompting Xiyue to swiftly close the product window and collapse onto the small sofa to rest. Observing the shopkeeper's languid demeanor, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. She took out a small cooking pot and scanned the shelves. Shopkeeper, what flavor of instant noodles would you like for lunch? I can cook it for you. Xiyue pouted, expressing her discontent. More instant noodles? I'm already tired of them. Over the past few days, she had been alternating flavors, and now, with her eyes longing for the boxed meals that she couldn't unlock until her tasks were completed, she declared, I don't want instant noodles anymore. I'll just have 2 vegetable buns for lunch. After hearing this, Lu Yuan placed the small cooking pot back and turned to the shelves, retrieving 2 vegetable buns for Xiyue while grabbing a small bear-shaped biscuit and a sausage for herself. As Xiyue nibbled on her vegetable buns, she opened the system panel's taskbar. Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store task. In progress. Serve a total of 300 customers. Currently served 207. Task reward, 200 points. Unlock sandwich. Dual combo meal, daily random. Sigh, still so far to go. When will I ever serve enough customers? Xiyue lamented upon seeing the count of 207 customers served. After finishing her meal, she returned to her small room, refraining from taking up Lu Yuan's small sofa, allowing her to unfold the folding bed for a proper rest before resuming business in the afternoon. 4 days later, while Xiyue was preparing instant noodles for customers, she finally heard the long-awaited notification from the system in her mind.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for completing the task of serving 300 customers at the convenience store. Reward, 200 points. Unlock sandwich, dual combo meal, daily random. In her excitement, Xiyue's hand trembled, causing some of the noodle soup to spill. My noodle soup. Oh no. Shopkeeper, be careful. A customer outside the shopping window exclaimed, visibly distressed. I apologize. Xiyue quickly offered her apologies, passing the noodles to the customer. Subsequently, she summoned Lu Yuan to handle the sales independently while she attended to some matters behind the shelves. Rubbing her hands together in anticipation, Xiyue eagerly opened the system shop, discovering the newly unlocked items. A sandwich cost 1 point, and a bowl of dual combo meal, daily random, cost 6 points. What does daily random mean next to the dual combo meal? Xiyue whispered to 06. Host, you're quite slow. Daily random means that different dishes refresh every day. 06 retorted. Xiyue's eyes brightened, swallowing hard. How marvelous. Did that mean she could enjoy different dishes every day? Just imagining succulent braised pork, beer duck, and other delectable foods made her mouth water. Without hesitation, she swiftly placed an order in the panel shop. With limited shelf space, she decided to restock only a small amount. After some contemplation, she ordered 15 sandwiches and 12 dual combo meals. The plain steamed buns had nearly sold out, so she restocked 30 of those, and since milk was also a hot seller, she decided to replenish that stock as well. After adequately restocking the items that had run low, she felt satisfied and exited the shop, thinking, this will do for now. I'll purchase more once these are consumed. Once she had made her selections, Xiyue arranged the new items on the shelves. The sandwiches were squeezed onto the same shelf as the buns, while the dual combo meals were placed on a separate new shelf. Just as Wu Shasha, a female ability user, was about to turn away after paying for her items, she caught a glimpse of the significant changes on the shelves out of the corner of her eye. Wu Shasha turned back, and upon closer inspection, she exclaimed in astonishment. Wait. Miss Shopkeeper, have new products been added to the shelves? Her outburst piqued the curiosity of those in line behind her, prompting them to lean in to see what new items had been introduced. Lu Yuan only realized that the shopkeeper had stocked new products when she heard the customer's exclamations. She quickly turned around and scanned the shelves, noticing the 2 new offerings. Let me see. It's sandwiches and dual combo meals. Lu Yuan was utterly stunned. Combo meals. It's been so long since the apocalypse began, and we can finally see combo meals. Wu Shasha shouted in amazement. The line of customers behind her buzzed with excitement upon hearing about the availability of sandwiches and combo meals. Combo meals. Did I hear that right? One person asked in disbelief. Not only combo meals but also sandwiches. The shopkeeper is truly remarkable. Where did she manage to gather such supplies? Another marveled. Hurry up. How long until it's my turn? Someone else urged impatiently. Sitting on the small sofa, Xiyue suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to set prices for the dual combo meals and sandwiches. She quickly pulled up the product section, deciding to price the sandwiches at 35 points each, given that they contained eggs and chicken breast, making them quite a bargain. As for the dual combo meal, Xiyue hesitated briefly. The cost price for the meal was not cheap at 6 points per bowl, and with the daily variation in dishes, she settled on a price of 15 points per bowl. Having determined the prices, Xiyue tucked away the system panel and moved to the sales area. Dear customers, the newly added products are now available for purchase. The prices are displayed beneath the items. Would you like to buy anything? Xiyue politely inquired of Wu Shasha, who stood at the window.
Yes.
Wu Shasha boldly slapped her points card onto the card reader. I'll take 2 sandwiches for breakfast, and I'll try 1 bowl of the combo meal for now. Hearing this, Lu Yuan quickly sprang into action to package the items for her. At that moment, Wu Shasha curiously asked, Shopkeeper, What are the two dishes in this dual combo meal? After Xiyue launched the dual-pair lunchboxes, she could peruse the refreshed dishes on the system panel every day. Thus, she confidently replied, "Today's lunchbox contains shredded chicken and scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Upon hearing this, Wu Shasha and several others behind her swallowed in unison. After the card reader deducted the points, Wu Shasha retrieved her card and swiftly accepted the shopping bag handed to her by Lu Yuyan. Having not tasted rice and vegetables for many years, she eagerly made her way to an empty table behind the convenience store, where she settled down. With excitement, Wu Shasha pulled out the freshly purchased dual-pair lunchbox, lifting the black lid to reveal a generous portion of plump white rice, accompanied by the visually appealing scrambled eggs with tomatoes and the enticingly spicy shredded chicken. Enraptured by the aroma of the food, she quickly opened the disposable chopsticks included with the lunchbox and began to eat heartily. The fragrant scent wafting from her meal attracted the attention of several patrons at the nearby table, who suddenly found their instant noodles rather unappealing. They hesitated for a moment before rising together to approach Wu Shasha. Upon seeing the lunchbox she was enjoying, their eyes were filled with shock and envy. Chapter 28. Is reselling goods possible? Wu Shasha was lost in the delights of her meal, oblivious to the several drooling supernatural beings standing nearby. The stoutest among them, Li Chengjun, wiped the drool from his mouth and couldn't he help but exclaim, "Hey, what are you eating, girl?" Startled, Wu Shasha looked up to find a group of burly men surrounding her, with the one speaking closest resembling a small mountain. Trembling in fright, she stammered, "It's just a lunchbox. It really is a lunchbox." Li Chengjun was ecstatic, leaning forward to peer at the table, "And it has two dishes. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and shredded chicken. Wow, it smells amazing." Gradually realizing that they meant no harm and were merely drawn in by her dual-pair lunchbox, Wu Shasha quickly pulled the lunchbox closer to herself, shielding it with one hand and eyeing him warily. "If you want to eat, buy your own. This is mine." Li Chengjun awkwardly retracted his head, his eyes widening. "You bought this lunchbox? Where?" "It's from the convenience store, just newly stocked." "I'm the first to buy it," Wu Shasha replied proudly. "Newly stocked at the convenience store? I need to hurry and get in line." Li Chengjun swiftly picked up the items he had previously purchased and raced back to queue at the front of the convenience store. The other supernatural beings followed suit, not lingering any longer in the resting area. As they reached the end of the line, a middle-aged woman and a teenage boy joined behind them. The group casually glanced back, but soon resumed their discussion about the enticing aroma of the lunchbox. That lunchbox smelled incredible. "I can't believe the convenience store has such good offerings," Wei Xian remarked, squinting as he reminisced about the delightful scent. "Indeed. I thought the instant noodles I had just eaten were a rare delicacy in this apocalypse, but I never expected that young store manager could produce such fresh lunch boxes." The shortest among them, Wang Haoji, sighed. 18-year-old Zhang Wenxing peeked at the long queue ahead and lamented, "This line is so long. When will it be our turn?" Li Chengjun wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "We're quite fortunate. We were just passing through this base, selling grass cakes to earn some crystal nuclei." "And didn't he anticipate this pleasant surprise?" Zhang Wenxin smiled. "If it weren't for my connections with the lower-tier survivors at Hope Base, we wouldn't have heard about this moonlight convenience store and might have already left." "Ha, that's all thanks to you," Wei Xian and Wang Haoji teased. Li Chengjun pondered for a moment before continuing, "We've just sampled some of the products in the convenience store, and they are truly genuine, high-quality items. We've passed through so many bases, which one isn't struggling to survive in this apocalypse." At his words, the previously cheerful group fell silent, their smiles fading. Indeed, for the past 5 years in this apocalypse, they had traversed numerous bases, surviving by trading meager supplies and goods. Even the prominent bases like Yunhai and Yongheng were merely scraping by, suffering from a lack of resources. The mutations in flora and fauna during the apocalypse had rendered traditional crops and livestock inedible, depleting the large stockpiles amassed before the cataclysm. Ordinary survivors faced the grim reality of food shortages. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of a genius scientist at Dawn Base 3 years ago, who successfully cultivated mutated wheat in experimental fields, most humanity would have perished from starvation. The goods sold at the convenience store are precious resources long lost in this world. Perhaps we've stumbled upon a business opportunity. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Li Chengjun's eyes. Wei Xian, striving to widen his gaze, exclaimed, "Yes. This convenience store is currently only located outside Hope Base. We can buy in bulk and then sell them at a higher price at other bases. We could earn a fortune in crystal nuclei." Zhang Wenxin exaggeratedly gaped. Soon, they resolved to proceed with the idea of reselling the convenience store's goods. Considering the mysterious and formidable abilities of the store manager, Li Chengjun suggested, "We should inform the manager of our intent to purchase goods for resale at other bases and seek her approval." The other three pondered this and agreed that it was indeed wise to notify the manager. If she opposed their plan, they would abandon the idea to avoid incurring her wrath. Before long, the line reached them. Xiyue looked up blandly at Li Chengjun. "What would you like to purchase?" Li Chengjun, suddenly under the store manager's gaze, stammered, I wanna, may I?" Xiyue raised an eyebrow in confusion. Lu Yuyan, standing beside her, suddenly looked at Li Chengjun with suspicion. What does this man intend to do? Surely he isn't planning to confess to her beautiful manager. Lu Yuyan quickly stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Xiyue, and said with displeasure, "Customer, do you want to buy something or not? If not, please leave and don't waste our time." Li Chengjun sensed the store clerk's discontent and felt bewildered. He hastily clarified, "I do want to buy something. I'm just hoping to speak with the manager first." "Speak about what? If there's nothing important, don't bother our manager." Lu Yuyan interrupted sharply, her heart racing. "I must not let him take advantage of her. The manager is like the moon in the sky, far too splendid to be sullied by an ordinary mortal."
No.
"It's not flirting. I have something to discuss with the manager." Li Chengjun finally realized his words had led the charming store clerk to misunderstand him, and he began to sweat as he explained. Xiyue recognized that Li Chengjun indeed had a matter to address, so she asked, "What do you wish to seek my consent for?" Lu Yuyan, upon hearing the manager speak, ceased to obstruct Li Chengjun and stepped aside, though she still kept a vigilant eye on him. Li Chengjun wiped the nervous sweat from his forehead. "Manager, let me introduce myself first. I'm Li Chengjun, and these three brothers behind me are Wei Xian, Wang Haoji, and Zhang Wenxin," he said, stepping aside to reveal the three individuals previously obscured by his large frame. "The four of us are not mere survivors of the Hope Base. Rather, we are merchants traversing between various bases." Li Chengjun continued, expressing his surprise at encountering your convenience store here at the Hope Base. "My brothers and I wish to purchase a substantial quantity of goods in one go to sell at other bases. We are uncertain whether you, the store manager, would disapprove of such a transaction, hence we sought your consent first." Chapter 29 stirred a faint emotion within Xiyue. Purchasing goods for resale at other bases? This endeavor would not adversely affect the convenience store and could potentially yield additional points. Without much deliberation, Xiyue acquiesced. Very well. Upon receiving her approval, Li Chengjun and his companions displayed expressions of delight, and they began to deliberate on which items to procure. "How will you transport these goods on your journey?" Xiyue inquired curiously. Standing at the back of the group, Zhang Wenxin timidly raised his head and explained in a hushed tone, "I possess a level 4 spatial ability, which allows me to store items within my space." "I see," Xiyue responded, her curiosity piqued regarding the nature of spatial abilities. "How expansive is your level 4 space?" "Approximately the size of a quarter of a basketball court," Zhang Wenxin gestured with his hands. Xiyue comprehended this and couldn't help but feel envious of these awakened abilities. Why haven't I awakened an ability? Life would be so much easier with one, she mused silently. "Manager, we have finalized the list of items we wish to purchase," Li Chengjun announced, having conferred with his companions. "Go ahead, and Yu Yan and I will gather them for you," Xiyue replied. "Given the current weather, bottled water is essential. Let us have 200 bottles. Steamed buns are the most affordable and filling, so let us get 100. We'll take 20 of each flavor of instant noodles and 40 bottles of milk for their nutritional value. Additionally, we'd like 30 sandwiches, 40 meat buns, and 40 vegetable buns, 60 hot dogs, 20 boxes of bear biscuits, and 15 cans of yellow peach. As for ice cream," Li Chengjun paused. "Does it remain cold once it leaves the convenience store?" Xiyue replied, somewhat dejectedly. "Unfortunately, it does not. Once removed from the freezer, it will gradually melt over time." If only she could have displayed the ice cream on the shelves, she could stock more and eliminate the need for frequent restocking. "Does storing ice cream in your space halt its melting?" Xiyue recalled reading novels in her previous world, where most spatial abilities existed in a vacuum. She had always assumed spatial abilities functioned similarly. Not at all, Zhang Wenxin lamented. A spatial ability merely provides a place for storage. It is no different from the outside world, and living creatures cannot be stored either. I see, Xiyue acknowledged, gaining insight. Then let us just get 4 ice creams. We can each have one later. Big brother. Don't forget about the box meals.
Wasteland.
Rest assured, I could never forget that.
Lishenjun lauga hartili.
Manager. Can those boxed meals be preserved long-term? Indeed, they can, Xiyue replied softly. Wonderful. Li Qingjun exclaimed joyfully. I'll take 30 of those boxed meals. Xiyue and Lu Yuyan handed over the filled shopping bags, then took another bag for the boxed meals. Once swiftly packed, they handed the final bag over and instructed them to place their points cards on the card reader for payment. After completing the transaction, Li Qingjun extracted 4 double combination boxed meals from the bag, keeping one for himself and distributing the others among his companions. Each of the 4 opened their meal containers simultaneously, exclaiming, "Delicious." Xiyue reminded them, "You can eat at the tables behind the convenience store. There are others waiting to purchase items." In other words, they should not linger and block the path for other customers. "Oh, right," Li Qingjun replied, his mouth full of food, as he prepared to depart from the shopping counter. Just as Zhang Wenxin took a bite of the shredded chicken, he suddenly asked, "Manager, are all the double combination meals comprised of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and shredded chicken?"
What are you talking about?
The short-statured Wang Haoji scolded. "Aren't those 2 dishes enough? You have rice, meat, vegetables, and eggs. What more do you need? Today's dishes are indeed just those 2, but tomorrow will be different." Xiyue clarified. "Our boxed meals feature a rotating menu daily. But I cannot say what tomorrow's offerings will be." Even as the store manager, she could not foresee the menu for the next day. This experience felt akin to opening a blind box, which Xiyue found rather enjoyable. After all, she was not picky with food.
Oh.
"We're leaving the Hope Base this afternoon and one tea get to taste other dishes," Zhang Wenxin lamented as he stored their items in his space. The 4 departed with a sense of regret. As Xiyue observed their retreating figures, she was suddenly reminded that she operated a mobile convenience store. Having lingered at the Hope Base for so long, it was time to consider departing for the next destination. Perhaps she would encounter them again in the future. "Manager, do you remember me?" Tang Jing's voice suddenly broke into Xiyue's thoughts, accompanied by a frail and kind-looking middle-aged woman behind him. Xiyue lifted her gaze to meet his, recalling the multitude of customers she had served during this period. After a brief pause, she smiled and said, "I remember you. Tang Jing, right? You were my very first customer." Tang Jing appeared surprised to learn he was the inaugural patron, fidgeting with the sides of his pants. "Manager, I brought my mother along this time to buy some items." Li Mei, Tang Jing's mother, was wide-eyed as she surveyed the convenience store cart. Upon hearing her son's introduction, she quickly withdrew her gaze, donning a nervous yet amiable smile. "Hello, manager. I've heard so much about the convenience store for my son." Xiyue humbly replied, "The scale of the convenience store is still quite modest, and the variety of products is limited. It will undoubtedly grow larger in the future." "No, manager. You have no idea how wonderful it is for a convenience store to appear in the apocalypse. If it weren't for your convenience store, I might have starved by now," Li Mei exclaimed with teary-eyed excitement. Tang Jing, still a child, embraced Li Mei, attempting to provide her with comfort. Xiyue felt a ripple of emotion in her heart. She was merely a businesswoman with no intention of instigating change in this apocalypse. Their survival was merely a result of Tang Jing purchasing food to bring home. Li Mei understood this, yet she remained grateful for the existence of the convenience store. As she nourished her frail body with the food Tang Jing had procured, he had confided his desire to become an experimental subject at the Dawn Base, solely to secure food for her. She had spent sleepless nights consumed by anxiety. "Thank you, manager." Li Mei expressed her profound gratitude to Xiyue, before refraining from further interruption, purchasing some steamed buns, and milk before departing. As the day's operations concluded, Xiyue felt a lingering emotional resonance while enjoying her double combination boxed meal for dinner. Chapter 30. The eve of departure from the Hope Base. From the very onset of her existence in this world, an air of unreality had surrounded her. It was only now that she came to realize the people here were indeed real, possessing flesh and blood. Among them were those with malicious intentions, seeking to plunder convenience stores, as well as leaders who genuinely cared for the survivors of the base, alongside ordinary individuals who understood the value of gratitude. In this moment, Xiyue truly felt herself becoming part of this world. As time passed, the routine of running the store and selling goods continued. Even Lu Yuyan, the newcomer, had become adept at attending to customers. During this period, Lu Xi would come by daily to purchase a few items, often standing in long lines just to exchange a few words with Lu Yuyan. Although Lu Yuyan had not fully forgiven him, her demeanor had softened considerably. Shen Yun, Wei Yubiao, and Zhao were also regular patrons of the convenience store, their strength commendable and their crystal cores abundant, which led them to frequent the store often. Almost every day, they could indulge in a variety of dishes from the dual combination lunchboxes. During this time, Xiyue and Lu Yuyan had even grown close enough to Shen Yun to share gossip. One day, only Shen Yun and Wei Yubiao arrived from their usual trio. Xiyue raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting between the two. It seems there is something going on here, Lu Yuyan remarked suspiciously, casting a curious glance at them. Oh my. Shen Yun's delicate features flushed with embarrassment as she leaned into Wei Yubiao's embrace. Wei Yubiao's rugged countenance softened. The leader finally agreed to our relationship. The leader referred to Shen Yun's brother, Shen Yang. Xiyue recalled Shen Yun mentioning that although there was mutual affection between her and Wei Yubiao, her brother had reservations about their relationship due to Wei Yubiao's strength not meeting his standards. Congratulations, Xiao Yun. Xiyue beamed for her friend, then turned to Wei Yubiao with a teasing inquiry. What made Shen Yang change his mind about allowing his precious sister to be with you? With a spring in his step, Wei Yubiao replied, I've broken through. I am now a level 5 fire ability user. And that's when the leader consented to our union. Such rapid advancement. Xiyue exclaimed in astonishment. Is it truly so easy to upgrade one's abilities? It was indeed a sudden breakthrough. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly, Wei Yubiao said, relief washing over his features. I thought I would have to wait until the depths of winter to achieve it. Shen Yun, having detached herself from Wei Yubiao, pondered for a moment before remarking, It's strange. I've also sensed a loosening of the bottleneck in my own abilities, as if I am on the verge of a breakthrough. After a moment's thought, she added incredulously, Recently, I've heard my brother say that many in the base have been enhancing their powers. Could it possibly be due to the items you sell, Xia, that they are advancing so swiftly? Xia felt a flicker of doubt within her. After all, these items originated from the system and might indeed possess the capability to enhance one's abilities. However, Shen Yun, realizing how implausible it was to attribute level upgrades to food, chose not to pursue the topic further.
Xia,
Wei Biao and I are planning to hold a wedding in a couple of months. In this apocalyptic setting, we can only invite a few close friends to witness our union, and you and Yuyan must certainly be there. Xia lowered her gaze, hesitating to give a direct affirmation. She had been in the Hope Base for more than half a month, and aside from the routine of running the store to earn points, the system had not assigned her any tasks. This realization made her aware that it was time to depart.
Ding.
As a mobile convenience store, it was imperative to traverse various bases, delivering supplies to the survivors. A new task was unlocked. Please find another base and relocate within 2 days. Task reward, 200 points, unlock in-store facilities, sound system. Finally, a new task had been unlocked. Xia felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet, concerning Shen Yun's wedding, she was uncertain whether she would be able to attend from a different location in the future. Xiao Yun, I may have to leave the Hope Base tomorrow.
What?
Leaving the Hope Base? Shen Yun exclaimed, her face a canvas of shock. Where will you go? Lu Yuyan, equally astonished, wondered if the store manager would take her along. Having never left the Hope Base since the onset of the apocalypse, she was also curious about the world beyond. Xia herself was uncertain about which base she would next visit, but she had made up her mind to leave. Calmly, she stated, I operate a mobile convenience store, destined to journey through the apocalypse. I cannot remain in one place indefinitely. She then smiled gently, adding softly, however, I will endeavor to return in time for your wedding, as you are one of the few good friends I have in this world of chaos. Shen Yun's face filled with reluctance, her eyes glistening with tears. Xia, I truly cannot bear to see you go. Ha ha ha, I'm not leaving for good. Xia chuckled at Shen Yun's exaggerated display of emotion, before turning serious. Make sure to inform Xinyang that I will be departing with the convenience store. The next time I return is uncertain, so he should organize the survivors in the base to stock up on supplies. Understanding the significance of this matter, Xin Yun and Lu Yuyan did not linger at the store, promptly heading back to the base villa to notify Xinyang. The store manager is leaving? Xinyang furrowed his brow. He immediately summoned Wang Weitao, instructing him to inform the survivors within the base to stock up on supplies at the convenience store in the coming days. Xinyang also directed his subordinates to purchase substantial amounts of supplies for storage in the base, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Thus, Xiyue and Lu Yuyan faced their busiest days yet. On the following day, the final evening of the task, Xiyue felt the time slipping away and finally closed the convenience store, turning away customers who wished to stockpile supplies.
I am utterly exhausted.
Xiyue collapsed onto one side of the small sofa, rubbing her sore wrists. Glancing over at Lu Yuyan, who was seated on the opposite side, she suddenly remembered that she had not inquired about Lu Yuan's willingness to leave the Hope base with her. Yuyan, I'm about to head to another base. I forgot to ask if you would like to come. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course I want to. Wherever the store manager goes, I shall follow. Seeing Lu Yuan's genuine enthusiasm for the forthcoming journey eased Xiyue's mind. As the time approached, she rose and moved to the convenience store's automatic driving panel. Knock, knock. The shopping cart window of the convenience store was suddenly rapped upon. Recognizing the visitor, Xiyue gestured for Lu Yuyan to approach. Lu Yuyan, puzzled, opened the window to find her brother, Lu Shi, looking weary yet resolute. Brother? Yuyan, I heard you are leaving the Hope base with the store manager to go to another base. Lu Shi managed to smile, assuming he had come to dissuade her. She frowned. Yuyan, I'm not here to stop you. I'm sincerely happy for you. Lu Shi's eyes glimmered with relief and joy. Previously, Yuyan had not awakened her abilities, leaving her confined to a small room. In this world of survival, those living in the apocalypse were akin to caged beasts, merely differing in the size of their enclosures. Now, however, his sister could venture to distant corners of the world, traveling freely. Thank you, store manager. Please take good care of Yuyan, Lu Shi said respectfully to Xiyue, his gratitude and request genuine. Chapter 31. Departure, Encountering Robbery. Xiyue nodded gently. At this moment, tears welled up in Lu Yuyan's eyes, her heart heavy with reluctance and concern for Lu Shi, ultimately transforming into a smile as she bid her brother farewell. After watching Lu Shi depart, Lu Yuyan took a moment to steady her turbulent emotions before making her way to the driver's seat. Manager, we are ready to set off. Xiyue internally summoned the system. 06 Scan for nearby bases. Understood, host. Scanning for nearby bases. Scan complete. Within a 100 kilometers radius, there are 2 ultra-small bases, Home Base and Xiangxin Base. Ultra-small bases? Are they even smaller than Hope Base? Xiyue expressed her dissatisfaction. What about farther away? Are there any other bases? 06 resumed scanning at a greater distance. Within a 500 kilometers radius, there are 7 ultra-small bases and 2 small bases. Still small bases? Is there nothing larger? Xiyue inquired. Scanning. Scan complete. At a distance of 635 kilometers, there is a medium-small base, Dakwang Base. Xiyue's eyes brightened. Excellent. Let us head there. She entered the coordinates of Dakwang Base on the autopilot panel and deducted the necessary points for the mobile convenience store. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store set off toward Dakwang Base, with an estimated travel time of 4 to 5 hours, during which they could make temporary stops to sell goods. As 06 reminded her, Xiyue understood. The system was unwilling to forego any opportunity to accumulate points. Lu Yuyan leaned against the window, admiring the moving night scenery, her heart aflame with excitement and anticipation. Having previously experienced the store's mobility, Xiyue was no longer astonished. After spending a while outside, she returned to her room with milk and teddy bear cookies to pass the time. As the convenience store traversed approximately half the distance, it suddenly came to a screeching halt. At that moment, 06 alert resonated in Xiyue's mind. Warning. Warning. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store is being obstructed by 6 individuals ahead. Hostile intent detected. Are we encountering a robbery? A knock sounded at Yuyan's door, accompanied by her trembling voice from outside. Manager, it seems a group has blocked the convenience store. Fury ignited within Xiyue as she swiftly exited her room, gazing through the tightly shut car window. Four individuals brandished knives menacingly, blocking the path. The system indicated a total of 6, suggesting that the others lurked on either side of the road, poised to ambush them. Noticing Lu Yuyen's petite frame trembling in fear, she reassured, "Do not worry. They cannot see anything inside the store. Moreover, I can easily handle these individuals." Currently, those outside were within the absolute safety of the convenience store, where Xiyue possessed unparalleled power. Thus, she remained unfazed, albeit irked by the robbery.
I will deal with them now.
With a chilling remark, she opened the car door. The 6 individuals, both obstructing the road and hiding at the roadside, unabashedly eyed the luxurious purple camper before them. Xu Feng, the leader with striking yellow hair, concealed himself nearby, his gaze glistening with greed. To encounter such an evidently affluent target amidst their criminal endeavors was unexpected. They were all desperate rogues with abilities reaching level 4, and Xu Feng himself had attained level 5. They stood outside, anticipating the panic of their prey. As expected, the car door swung open.
Hey.
Xu Feng smirked menacingly. The others tensed, ready to pounce the moment the unsuspecting target emerged. As Xiyue stepped out, the outlaws charged at her with their knives raised. Xiyue remained unblinking, her demeanor dripping with disdain. With a firm grip in the air, the 6 individuals, who had been sprinting, found themselves ensnared as if caught in a colossal hand, suspended in midair. What is happening? They shrieked in terror. The 4 obstructing the path dropped their knives in fear, the heavy blades clattering to the ground. Xiyue turned her gaze toward the fallen knives, their blades glimmering with a bloody hue under the moonlight. Her expression darkened as she sternly remarked, "It appears you have taken many lives." Xu Feng, suspended in midair, struggled violently to escape the binding force, unexpectedly managing to break free. Elated, he landed on the ground and unleashed his plant abilities with ferocity. Vines as thick as a man's thigh erupted from the ground, lunging toward her. "Is this all you can do?" Xiyue scoffed. Xu Feng's escape was orchestrated by her own design, and she would not allow him to succeed in his sneak attack. With a mere lift of her hand, the attacking vines halted abruptly. After a brief pause, they redirected and attacked Xu Feng instead.
What?
He gasped in terror, realizing too late that the supposed prey was a fierce lion rather than a mere sheep. He turned to flee toward the roadside. But Xiyue was not about to grant him that chance. The 3 vines swiftly ensnared him, re-establishing his confinement. "Tell me, how many survivors have you killed here?" Xiyue inquired coldly. The 6 individuals consumed by fear could only vaguely respond, 10 or perhaps a dozen. "I can't remember." To have killed so many. This was Xiyue's first encounter with such ruthless individuals, stained with the blood of countless victims. "I had intended to kill you," she said, her gaze frigid and voice chilling. Tears streamed down Xu Feng's face as he and his companions begged for mercy, their eyes filled with regret. Xiyue knew their remorse was not for the lives they had taken but for having mistaken her for an easy target. Allowing you to die so easily would be too merciful. With a wave of her hand, a tear in the air appeared, and the 6 were drawn into it. "May you atone in the endless darkness." As they entered the abyss, they heard her terrifying words in their final moments. "Host. There is a pit approximately 8 meters to the right of the road where they dispose of their bodies," 06 informed Xiyue. Her eyes darkened as she approached the pit, peering inside to find a heap of casually discarded corpses. "Rest in peace," Xiyue whispered gently before turning to leave. Suddenly, flames engulfed the pit, and the surrounding earth softly covered the remains. This was the final act of kindness Xiyue could afford them. Chapter 32. The Calculations of the Base Leader. Upon returning to the convenience store, a worried Lu Yuyen rushed to her side. "Manager, are you hurt?" Xiyue smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, I am perfectly fine." The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store resumed its journey. Yet, Xiyue's heart remained heavy, as she sat silently on one side of the sofa. Having lived in a civilized society, she had never encountered such brazen acts of murder and robbery, nor the pit filled with corpses. She now truly grasped the cruelty of the apocalypse. Without the system's presence, she might have long since met her demise in some forgotten corner. Deep within, Xiyue felt a sense of relief for having bound herself to the system. Since she had entered this harsh new world, she resolved to become more ruthless and even stronger. The Moonlight convenience store sped along the uneven road, navigating effortlessly over the variously sized rubble as if traversing a perfectly smooth surface. The interior of the store remained entirely unaffected by the tumultuous journey. Within mere hours, the store came to a steady halt beneath the outer wall of the vast Aokong base. Meanwhile, a patrolling esper named Xiao Luo, stationed atop the base's wall, noticed the peculiar purple caravan. "Continue your patrol. I must report to the leader." Xiao Luo informed his comrades before swiftly departing toward the base's interior. As Xiyue gazed at the now completely darkened sky, she resolved to commence operations at the new base the following morning, opting to close the store for the night. "Let us retire early, it has grown too late. We shall open again tomorrow," she suggested. Subsequently, Xiyue returned to her room, while Lu Yuan turned off the lights and settled back into her small bed. "Commander, the patrolling personnel have something to report to you," announced Xiyue, the assistant and bodyguard to the commander of Aokong Base, bowing respectfully. Before him stood a somewhat greasy, portly middle-aged man. The man raised his face, lined with excess flesh, and expressed his discontent. "Is there nothing that cannot wait until tomorrow?" Xiyue remained silent, head bowed. The middle-aged man, growing impatient, gestured for him to enter. Upon receiving permission, Xiyue quietly retreated, soon returning with a patrolling esper, Xiao Luo. "What is it that you wish to report?" The middle-aged man, Commander Wu Xiongguang of Aokong Base, spoke coldly. Sensing the commander's displeasure, Xiao Luo trembled as he reported, "Commander, I was just patrolling when I spotted a purple caravan approaching from outside the wall. It has parked by the perimeter." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiongguang fixed a vexed glare upon him. "You dare to report such a trivial matter as a caravan's arrival?" Their Aokong base boasted an advantageous geographical location, serving as a transport hub where vehicles frequently came and went. When did such matters warrant disturbing him, the base commander? Infuriated, Wu Xiongguang contemplated how to dispose of the bothersome Xiao Luo. "Commander, this is no ordinary caravan. It bears a sign that reads Moonlight Convenience Store," Xiao Luo insisted.
"What?"
Wu Xiongguang's pupils dilated in shock. "Why did you not mention such an important matter sooner?" Their Aokong base was in proximity to the Hope base, a transportation nexus where espers had begun arriving from Hope base several days prior. While they appeared no different from ordinary espers, they had produced an array of precious foods that predated the apocalypse during mealtimes, leaving the survivors of Aokong base astounded. It was common for these espers to casually produce various flavors of instant noodles, milk, buns, and more, even causing envy in Wu Xiongguang himself. Although he had some instant noodles and other fast foods in stock, they had long since expired and were no longer edible. Thus, Wu Xiongguang immediately dispatched subordinates to inquire about the origin of these foods, learning they had been procured from a Moonlight convenience store outside the Hope base. "Can you confirm it is the Moonlight convenience store?" Wu Xiongguang asked with utmost seriousness. "Xiyue, Xiao Luo está mered." "Excellent. This is wonderful," Wu Xiongguang exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Once he had calmed his emotions, he signaled Xiyue with a glance. Xiyue understood immediately, leading the anxious Xiao Luo away. By the time he returned, Wu Xiongguang had composed himself, seated in his leather chair, his eyes brimming with cunning calculations. "I have devised a plan to exploit the convenience store for profit." Wu Xiongguang laughed exuberantly, then added urgently, "I want you to discreetly surround the area outside the base where the convenience store is located. No one is to pass through." "Understood," Xiyue replied before promptly departing. The following morning, Xiyue was roused by her familiar biological clock. She opened the system panel. Moving convenience store name, Moonlight Convenience Store. Owner, Xiyue, store level, level 2, hidden reward, small black room, unlocked products, bottled water, steamed buns, instant noodles, various flavors, ham sausages, meat buns, vegetable buns, milk, teddy bear biscuits, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, towels, canned peaches, ice cream, various flavors, sandwiches, double screen lunch boxes, random daily. Points, 27,704. Just a little more, and I can upgrade the store. Xiyue thought joyfully. She then rose to wash up, sharing some meat buns with Lu Yuan for breakfast before opening the shopping window, awaiting customers from Aokong base. Xiyue initially anticipated that the first day of operations at the new base would not be particularly smooth. However, to her surprise, shortly after opening, A group of customers arrived. The visitors at the convenience store window were none other than Wu Xiongguang, accompanied by Xiyue and other guards. Wu Xiongguang surveyed the shelves brimming with products, his eyes glowing with greed and determination. Yet, when Xiyue cast her gaze upon him, he swiftly concealed his avarice, donning a friendly smile upon his fleshy face. "You must be the manager of the Moonlight convenience store," Wu Xiongguang greeted Xiyue amiably. Xiyue raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "You're familiar with the Moonlight convenience store?" "Of course. The esteemed name of the Moonlight convenience store has already reached our Aokong base." Wu Xiongguang replied with a hearty laugh. "If I am not mistaken, you are indeed the store's manager. Truly impressive for someone so young." Xiyue silently marveled at how far the news of the convenience store had spread. "I am indeed the store's manager," she replied expressionlessly. "And who might you be?" Wu Xiongguang's eyes glinted with a shadowy undertone as he swiftly responded. "I did not expect the legendary and formidable manager of the Moonlight convenience store to be a young and beautiful girl. Forgive me, I momentarily forgot to introduce myself. I am Wu Xiongguang, the commander of Aokong base. It is an honor for the store manager to visit our base." Xiyue felt an inexplicable aversion towards the greasy middle-aged man before her, yet believing in the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, she simply nodded lightly. "Hello. You can refer to the wooden sign by the window to redeem points for purchasing goods." Chapter 33. Selling a large quantity of products, upgrading the convenience store. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiongguang and his subordinates promptly examined the words on the wooden sign with utmost seriousness. They approached the point redemption machine at the rear of the convenience store, armed with precious materials from mutated beasts and crystal cores. Wu Xiongguang cautiously placed 5 level 3 crystal cores on the machine, which immediately lit up. The point redemption machine has detected 5 level 3 crystal cores, which can be exchanged for 900 points. "Do you wish to proceed with the conversion?" Without hesitation, Wu Xiongguang consented. The crystal cores promptly vanished, replaced by a completely white card. "Is this the points card?" Wu Xiongguang exclaimed in astonishment, soon discovering the information displayed on the screen. Moonlight Convenience Store Points Card Holder, Wu Xiongguang. Esper Level. Wind System Level 5. Points, 900. Why does it display my name and Esper Level? Wu Xiongguang gasped in horror. His subordinates, including Xiyue, shared his astonishment. Wu Xiongguang deeply sensed the extraordinary power of the convenience store, feeling a blend of fear and an overwhelming desire to possess it for himself. He took several quick breaths, then glanced at Xiyue, who stood behind him. Xiyue immediately understood and retrieved dozens of mutated beast skins, several mutated grass crystal nuclei, and a multitude of zombie crystal nuclei from his spatial storage, presenting them all at once. Wu Xiongguang piled these items onto the points exchange machine, which illuminated its screen. The points exchange machine has detected multiple precious items and can exchange for 7,530 points. Do you agree to convert them into points? After Wu Xiongguang consented to the conversion, he took the points card to the convenience store sales window. First, he greedily scrutinized the array of products on the shelves before placing his order. "I would like 200 bottles of mineral water, 600 white steamed buns, 50 of each flavor of instant noodles, 100 bottles of milk, 80 sandwiches, 40 boxes of bear biscuits, 100 meat buns, 150 vegetable buns, 200 hot dogs, 20 cans of yellow peach, and let us start with 10 ice creams. Please give me 30 each of toothpaste and toothbrushes, and 5 bars of soap will suffice, along with 5 towels. To my astonishment, there's even boxed meals. I'll take 60 of those." Lu Yuyan, upon hearing the enormity of his order, stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Xiyue, thrilled by the unexpected sales, hurriedly packed the items into bags. Realizing that the stock on the shelves was insufficient, Xiyue quickly accessed the system panel of the store and placed additional orders for each product to meet Wu Xiongguang's demands. The two worked tirelessly to package the goods, spending the entire morning before finally stacking them outside the convenience store. "We're all set. You can check the quantities," Xiyue informed Wu Xiongguang outside the window. Wu Xiongguang smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. I trust the store manager." Xiyue squinted slightly, but remained silent. Xiyue, touching each convenience bag, placed them into his spatial storage one by one, and then turned to Wu Xiongguang, saying, "Base leader, everything is packed." "Very well," Wu Xiongguang replied with satisfaction. "Store manager, let us return." Xiyue offered a polite, albeit feigned, smile, bidding him a leisurely departure. Watching Wu Xiongguang and his subordinates leave, Xiyue felt an odd sense of foreboding. She had a premonition that the base leader of this vast base was not as amicable as he appeared. However, she had no time to ponder this further, for the substantial sales made earlier had earned her enough points to upgrade the convenience store. Closing the car window, she called upon the 06 system. "I wish to upgrade the convenience store." 06 responded cheerfully. "Host, the Moonlight Convenience Store is currently a level 2 store, requiring 30,000 points to upgrade to level 3. Do you confirm the upgrade?" Upgrade.
Ding.
The upgrade from level 2 to level 3 will take 12 hours, during which the store cannot operate. As expected, this upgrade required time. "Yuyan, we can have lunch now. Today's box meal includes my favorite braised pork," Xiyue exclaimed eagerly, retrieving 2 boxed meals from the shelves. After handing one to Lu Yuyan, she hastily opened her meal. Delicious. Inside the box was a generous portion of rice topped with a vibrant, sauce-covered braised pork, accompanied by some stir-fried vegetables. Both Xiyue and Lu Yuyan swallowed hard, with Lu Yuyan quickly lifting the lid of her own meal. Taking her chopsticks, she picked up a piece of the succulent braised pork. Xiyue felt no trace of greasiness. The sweet flavor melted in her mouth. This is exquisite," she said, her eyes narrowing in bliss as she savored the delightful taste of the braised pork. Lu Yuyan followed suit, picking up a piece of the pork, exclaiming, "This is truly living." As they ate, the richness of the dish was balanced perfectly with the refreshing greens. The two shared a serene silence, fully immersed in their culinary enjoyment. After finishing, Xiyue informed Lu Yuyan before returning to her room, "This afternoon, we will close the store, as it is upgrading." Though surprised that the convenience store could undergo an upgrade, Lu Yuyan was pleased to have the chance to rest after the exhausting packing session. Meanwhile, at the center of the vast base, Wu Xiongguang was in his villa, greedily devouring the boxed meals he had just purchased. After finishing 2 boxes, he paused, patting his round belly. "This is absolutely delicious. Compared to this, what I've eaten over the years is unworthy of even a pig." His gaze shifted to Xiyue, who stood nearby, and he inquired sharply, "Are your men keeping a vigilant watch over the convenience store?" The existence of the store must remain a secret from anyone in the base. Xiyue, inhaling the lingering aroma of the boxed meals, swallowed involuntarily and quickly replied, "Rest assured, base leader, I have dispatched numerous capable subordinates to guard the convenience store around the clock, ensuring that no one discovers the existence of Moonlight Convenience Store." "Good," Wu Xiongguang said, finally satisfied, a cunning smile spreading across his face. "It's time to reveal the supplies we acquired today to the survivors in the base. Inform them that from now on, the vast base will be selling these precious goods. As for the prices, set them as high as you deem fit."
Ha ha ha.
Understood. Xiyue's face broke into a malicious grin. Yang Mingjie, a level 4 Earth ability user, along with his father Yang Tao and his sister-in-law Yi Xiaoyan, had just returned to the base after slaying zombies outside. They lived together as a family of 5 in the vast base. His wife, Yi Xiaoya, and their 8-year-old son were ordinary people without abilities, typically staying at home. His 60-year-old father, Yang Tao, was a level 2 water ability user, while his wife's sister, Yi Xiaoyan, had awakened a powerful lightning ability and was also at level 4. Thus, they lived relatively well in the base, at least never experiencing hunger. Currently, they were in the trading area of the base, intending to use crystal nuclei to purchase some grass cakes and mutated wheat cakes to take home. Suddenly, Yang Mingjie noticed a female ability user passing by, cradling several white steamed buns, instant noodles, and milk. He quickly grabbed her, disregarding her annoyed expression, and asked, "Where did you get those items?" In front of the trading area, the base leader's subordinate Xiyue is selling food, the female ability user replied before hurrying away. Chapter 34. Sister, I am willing to support you. Yang Mingjie and his group hurried toward that direction and indeed found Xiyue's trading point, displaying a dazzling array of food items. A team of formidable ability users stood nearby, maintaining order to prevent anyone from seizing the goods. As Yang Mingjie and his family pushed to the front, they were utterly captivated by the products laid out before them. "Captain Xia, how much is this milk?" Yang Mingjie inquired, pointing at the milk displayed. Milk is highly nutritious and can aid in calcium supplementation, making it ideal for children's growth. If the price were reasonable, he was prepared to grit his teeth and buy a bottle for his son. Xiyue casually quoted the price: 3 level 1 crystal nuclei for 1 bottle. 3 level 1 crystal nuclei for a bottle. That's quite expensive. Yang Mingjie and his companions deliberated for a few seconds. However, in the apocalypse, having access to milk was already a miracle. Though the price was steep, no one felt it was unjustifiable. All right, I'll take a bottle, Yang Mingjie said, conjuring an image of his adorable 8-year-old son, and reluctantly made the purchase. Xiyue accepted the crystal nuclei and signaled her subordinate to hand over a bottle of milk to him. Gratefully accepting the milk, Yang Mingjie placed it carefully into his pocket but did not leave immediately, his eyes lingering hungrily on the food items before him. Yi Xiaoyan swallowed hard, pointing at the plump steamed buns, and asked, "How many crystal nuclei for these buns?" Xiyue casually glanced over and remarked, 2 vegetable buns for 2 level 1 crystal cores and 3 meat buns for 3 level 1 crystal cores. The prices were steep, yet she could afford them. Yi Xiaoyan pressed her lips together, unable to resist the allure of the buns before her. She ordered 1 vegetable bun and 1 meat bun, intending to share them with her sister. Subsequently, she also requested 2 sticks of ham, priced at 1 level 1 crystal core each, along with 2 plain steamed buns, also for 1 level 1 crystal core each. Yang Mingjie similarly ordered 3 plain steamed buns. Afterward, the group reluctantly departed. Such scenes had become commonplace at Xiyue's stall. A throng of newly informed survivors rushed towards the trading area, despite the exorbitant prices of supplies. Nearly all were willing to part with their last reserves of crystal cores to procure a few items of food to take home. The most expensive box meals, reserved for the base leader, were quickly snatched up by powerful ability users. When Xiyue reported the complete sellout of goods to the base leader, Wu Xiongguang's lips curled into a satisfied smile. They were set for fortune. As long as control over the convenience store remained in their hands, a steady stream of food would flow in. In the future, anyone desiring food would have no choice but to purchase from our Dakwang base. This way, not only could I amass countless crystal cores, but I could also recruit more advanced ability users to serve me. Tomorrow, I shall dispatch our people to procure another batch of goods. Indeed. Xiyue smiled softly. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Yang Mingjie and his companions were joyously greeted by his wife, Yi Xiaoya. "Daddy!" shouted the little one, Yang Ke, breaking free from his mother's embrace and rushing towards Yang Mingjie with outstretched arms. "Did you behave well at home today?" Yang Mingjie scooped up his son, affectionately cradling him, and said, "Look what Daddy brought you." With his hand behind his back, he suddenly produced a bottle of unopened milk from his backpack, as if performing a magic trick. The 8-year-old Yang Ke gazed curiously at the bottle, not quite understanding what it was, having been born into a world overrun by zombies since a young age. A pang of sadness welled up in Yang Mingjie as he opened the bottle, inserted a straw, and held it to his son's lips. Yang Ke cautiously took a sip, his eyes lighting up with joy as he eagerly slurped, exclaiming, "Yummy, yummy, so delicious." Yi Xiaoya handed the child back to her husband and, with concern, inquired if her sister had encountered any dangers that day. Upon learning that there had been no threats and rather a bountiful harvest, she felt relieved. Yi Xiaoyan exhaled deeply, then recalled the food she had brought home, her face lighting up. "Sister, look what I have. This is a plain steamed bun." Yi Xiaoya was taken aback, staring at the white bun in her sister's hand. "Yes, it's a steamed bun. You're too early to be surprised. There are also meat buns and ham." Yi Xiaoyan excitedly rummaged through her bag to show her sister all the food. "Oh my goodness, where did this come from?"
Ye Shao exclaimed in delight,
tentatively picking up a bun that was still warm and soft, releasing a rich aroma of wheat. "I bought all this from the trading area," Yi Xiaoyan casually replied. "The trading area? Since when did they sell such good food?"
Ye Shao mused.
"It must be supplies brought in by the base leader. Xiyue is selling them in the trading area." "Oh, who cares how they obtained it? The fact that we have it is enough." Yi Xiaoyan gazed at the items in her bag, her heart brimming with joy. 5 years. She never thought she would witness the arrival of food again. Reflecting on the past 5 years was a bittersweet journey. "This must have been quite expensive," Yi Xiaoya remarked awkwardly. Indeed, it wasn't cheap. I spent many of my saved crystal cores on this, Yi Xiaoyan replied, feeling a pang of regret. But it's worth it. True, but Xiaoyan, save some for yourself. You'll need to be healthy to venture out of the base to fight zombies, Yi Xiaoya said, filled with guilt as she looked at her sister. It was all her fault for not awakening any powers, leaving her husband, father-in-law, and sister to fight the zombies and mutated beasts while she stayed home with the baby. Noticing her sister's troubled expression, Yi Xiaoyan's gaze softened, and she gently reassured her. How could I eat this all alone? I bought it to share with you, and the baby. Although our family has been doing well, and hasn't he gone hungry? The food we've had has only been those grass cakes lacking in nutrition. Besides, sister, you always eat so little. Fearing we might go hungry, and leaving more for us. Yi Xiaoya hadn't realized that her sister had been observing her frugal ways. She felt momentarily embarrassed and could only feebly defend herself. I didn't mean to. I just don't have any powers. And staying home with the baby doesn't require much energy, so I'm not hungry. This is something you bought with your own crystal cores. And I appreciate your kindness, but I can't just accept your food and let you provide for me. Yi Xiaoyan responded, her face showing clear disapproval, indignantly saying, Sister. Before the apocalypse, I worked the fields at home and struggled to get into university, but our family was poor and relatives advised me against going, saying there was no use for a girl to study. Only you were willing to use your salary, scrimping and saving to send me to school. Even when your husband's family disapproved. That's how I managed to leave our small mountain village for the city. Now that I have the means, I'm not just willing to share food with you. I'd gladly support you for a lifetime. Chapter 35, Level 3 Convenience, Store Upgrade Complete. Yi Xiaoya was moved to tears. Their parents had passed away early, and they had survived on the occasional support from relatives. Later, she found work in the city, met her current husband, Yang Mingjie, and started a family, finally leaving behind the isolated mountain village, while her sister remained to fend for herself at home. With Yi Xiaoya sending her some living expenses each month. Deep down, she had always felt guilty for leaving her sister alone at home while pursuing her own happiness. Which is why when she learned her sister had been accepted into university, she scraped together every penny to support her education, no matter how difficult it became. Xiaoyan. Thank you, sister, Yi Xiaoya sobbed. Yi Xiaoyan smiled softly, splitting the meat bun in half and offering one half to her sister. There's no need for thanks. As long as I'm here, you and the baby shall never go hungry. Once Yi Xiaoya composed herself, they entered the living room to find Yang Ko happily drinking milk in Yang Mingjie's arms. There's milk for sale, Yi Xiaoya exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy as she saw the baby enjoying it so much. In this harsh apocalyptic world, resources were incredibly scarce, and the weather was harsh, leaving her feeling deeply remorseful for her child. Yang Mingjie, seeing everyone gathered, took out the plain steamed buns he had purchased, breaking one in half and distributing them to Yang Tao and Yi Xiaoya, not giving any to Yi Xiaoyan. Yi Xiaoyan held no resentment. Instead, she retrieved her cup to fill it with purified water for Yang Tao, a water ability user. After acquiring the water, she went to the table, took out her half-meat bun, and silently began to eat. Yi Xiaoya placed the half-meat bun Yi Xiaoyan had given her on the table and set aside the steamed bun Yang Mingjie had shared, then smiled. Mingjie. This half-meat bun is from Xiaoyan. Let me break you off a piece so we can share it. Yang Mingjie glanced at the aromatic meat bun on the table and replied softly, okay. With her husband's approval, Yi Xiaoya swiftly broke the bun, giving a larger half to him. However, instead of eating it himself, Yang Mingjie handed the bun to his father, Yang Tao. Dad. You've worked hard out of the base. You should eat this. Yi Xiaoya's complexion turned pale. She awkwardly said, Dad, you've worked hard. Please eat a meat bun to replenish your strength. Subsequently, she handed the last bun in her hand to Yang Mingjie. Dear. You two have endured much hardship collecting crystal cores from the base. You should eat this. Older sister? Yi Xiaoyan raised her head from the corner with a look of disapproval. Yang Mingjie frowned upon hearing this. Why are you giving it to me? Keep it for yourself. I have plain steamed buns, which are sufficient. Yi Xiaoyi, in a state of panic, quickly explained, Xiaoyan, I have been at home taking care of the baby. I didn't want you to risk danger by going out to the base. It's exhausting. This meat bun is too greasy for me. It would be better to give it to Mingjie than to waste it. Ignoring Yi Xiaoyan's objections, she still handed the bun to Yang Mingjie. Yang Mingjie took a bite of the meat-filled bun and his furrowed brow relaxed. It tastes quite good.
I'll buy you some next time.
Xiyue smiled and replied, all right, thank you, dear. Yang Tao, also enjoying a bun, remarked, now this is more like it. This is our family's diligent and virtuous daughter-in-law. Yi Xiaoyan, standing by, gritted her teeth in frustration. This was clearly bought by me. It was meant to be shared with my sister, and in the end, I didn't get a single bite. Yi Xiaoyi merely shook her head, silently persuading Yi Xiaoyan, and then began to nibble on her half of a plain steamed bun. In the night, Xiyue found the braised pork she had eaten too salty. She got up from her bed to drink water, downing nearly half a bottle before her body felt comfortable. Noticing Lu Yuyan still fast asleep beside her, she moved gently to avoid waking her. After drinking, as Xiyue intended to return to her room to continue sleeping, she heard a faint sound outside the convenience store.
Wow, Vav.
Xiyue perked up her ears to listen carefully, but the sound seemed somewhat distant and unclear. After a moment's thought, she decided that whatever it was, as long as it came close to the convenience store and entered the safe zone, she would surely notice. Hence, she dismissed the thought and returned to her room to continue her dreams. As dawn broke, Xiyue lingered in her soft bed for a while longer before slowly rising. Dragging her still sleepy body out of the room, she discovered some new changes inside the convenience store. The convenience store has been upgraded. Xiyue's eyes scanned the interior changes. After the store reached level 3, there weren't any drastic alterations, just a slight increase in facilities and an expansion of area. Originally, there had only been one shopping window. Now, a new one had been added right beside it, as if it had been copied and pasted. On the new window's ledge, there was also a card reader. Due to the increased overall area, the window ledge had widened considerably, with new machines appearing on it. And the two window machines were not identical. Curiously, Xiyue and Lu Yuyan approached to inspect. Xiyue came to the previous shopping window's ledge, leaning close to observe the machine, only to discover it was an essential hot dog grill for convenience stores. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyan, who was inspecting nearby, exclaimed, "This is a brand new popcorn machine." A popcorn machine. Xiyue eagerly moved closer to see, and indeed, it was a popcorn machine. She noticed with delight that the side buttons offered different flavor selections. There were cheese-flavored popcorn, original flavor, and even chocolate flavor. By pressing the desired flavor, the popcorn machine could produce the corresponding taste. With the increased area of the store, the most crucial sales area surely became larger as well. Xiyue tentatively pulled down the shelves and, as expected, 2 additional shelf walls had been added, lined with rows of new racks. Behind the shelf walls, there were also some small box-like cabinets. What are these small boxes? Xiyue inquired. The system explained after checking the manual, these are automatic restocking warehouses. In the future, the host can stock more goods inside, and once the items displayed outside are sold out, it will automatically restock. How convenient! Xiyue was extremely pleased. With the automatic restocking warehouse, she wouldn't need to constantly monitor the shelves, allowing her to purchase items in a timely manner. This would save her a considerable amount of time. For corners of the convenience store were adorned with small, exquisite speakers, and Xiyue recalled that this should be a reward for her task of moving to the large base. Very nice. Now I can play music and even broadcast during boring times. After finding no other differences inside the convenience store, Xiyue stepped outside to examine. The most evident change outside was the addition of several fans embedded in the vehicle. Upon opening it, she discovered that the breeze from the fans was not hot. Rather, it was refreshingly cool. This way, customers at the convenience store would not suffer from excessive heat while waiting in line. Xiyue's gaze shifted, noticing a mechanism resembling a pipe on the vehicle. Tentatively, she pulled it down, only to find hot water flowing out. A hot water dispenser. She saw that there was a card reader beside the hot water machine and, after studying it, understood that one needed to swipe a card to deduct points in order to dispense enough water to prepare a bowl of instant noodles. It seemed to be a measure to prevent anyone from attempting to take advantage of the resource, as water was still a precious commodity. Chapter 36. Unlocking Medications. This also saved time and effort for customers preparing instant noodles. After marveling at this, Xiyue circled around the outside of the vehicle, discovering that a corresponding electric fan had also been added next to the folding tables and chairs in the resting area at the back of the vehicle.
Ding!
The convenience store has successfully upgraded to level 3, rewarding 1,000 points and unlocking the medicine section. Cooling medicine, cola. Yusia's eyes sparkled with excitement. They actually unlocked medications. While she was delighted about the cola, the unlocking of medications, especially cooling medicine, thrilled her even more. Casting a glance outside, she noticed no other changes, so she decided not to linger and turned back to the vehicle. Lu Yuyan was still enamored with the newly added machinery and, upon seeing the manager return, realized she had finished inspecting outside. Just as she was about to inquire, the manager entered the room without a backward glance. In less than 2 seconds, she emerged holding the convenience store control panel. Immediately, new goods appeared out of thin air on the new shelves, one of which was presumably cola, while the other was a blue box whose contents she could not discern. Yusia approached the shelf, took down the box, and examined it. The blue box was no larger than a palm, with only the words cooling medicine inscribed on it. Yusia felt a bit embarrassed, flipping it over to find only a line of small text stating it was produced by Moonlight Convenience Store. It had a bit of the vibe of a generic product. Curious, Yusia opened the packaging and casually handed it to Lu Yuyan beside her. Inside was merely a small white pill, with nothing else. Cooling medicine? Lu Yuyan exclaimed upon seeing the packaging handed to her by the manager. Does this medicine really work? Yusia nodded gently, although she had never used it. She trusted that the system's products would surely be reliable. That's wonderful. Lu Yuyan was extremely excited, even shedding tears. Observing Yusia's curious gaze, Lu Yuyan wiped her tears with her sleeve and explained, for ordinary people, dangers are not limited to zombies, mutated beasts, and mutated plants. They can also be a simple case of heat stroke or a cold. After a pause, a look of unwillingness crossed Lu Yuyan's eyes. This is also one of the reasons many bases are reluctant to take in ordinary people. Those who have awakened special abilities see great improvements in their bodily functions, making them less susceptible to illness. Even if they do fall ill, a good night's rest can often lead to recovery. But ordinary people cannot. In this world devoid of material medications, even a simple cold or heat stroke can claim a life. At the onset of the apocalypse, many individuals found it difficult to acclimatize to the sweltering heat. The young boy residing next to my home succumbed to heat stroke, leaving his mother despondent to the point of wishing for her own demise, though her husband managed to dissuade her. Perhaps the devastating blow prevented her from awakening her abilities. Ultimately, she caught a cold in the extreme chill and also passed away. The only one to awaken powers was her husband, who, while venturing out of the base to gather medicine, was surrounded and devoured by zombies. Lu Yuyan wept as she recounted this, recalling how her brother's words had terrified her into sleeplessness that night. Such tragedies were rampant within the base at that time. Only those in positions of power, the affluent, possessed the precious medicinal supplies, and it was inconceivable that they would distribute them without compensation. Others desperate for medicine to save lives had no choice but to seek it out themselves. Yusia listened in silence, gaining a clearer understanding of the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Once her emotions stabilized, she gently consoled Lu Yuyan, assuring her that convenience stores now carried medicine, and that more would be available in the future, promising improvement. Yes, yes, Lu Yuyan replied, her sweet smile returning. It's wonderful to have a store manager like you. With that, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Yusia. Perhaps she sees me as her savior. Yusia, attempting to divert her attention, retrieved a bottle of soda from the newly stocked shelves and handed it to her. It's been ages since you've had this new cola from the convenience store. Do try it. Lu Yuyan's focus was successfully shifted. She looked down at the cola in her hands, exclaiming, "Wow, it's really cola." After popping it open and taking a small sip, nostalgia washed over her. Before the apocalypse, I adored drinking cola in an air-conditioned room while binge-watching a show. It was so comforting. As Yusia placed some cola into the small refrigerator, she suddenly recalled the reward of the sound system. She picked up the system panel and noticed a small icon of a speaker in the upper left corner. With eager anticipation, she clicked on it, revealing several sections: audiobooks, music, and broadcasts. Hooray! I can listen to novels to pass the time. Without hesitation, she entered the audiobook section, only to find it filled with titles of antiquated novels, such as The Overbearing CEO Loves Me and The Spoiled Wife of the CEO. Realizing that she was about to commence business and that listening to novels might not be appropriate, Yusia curbed her impulsive desire and instead clicked on the broadcast option. only to be met with a server error message indicating it was out of service. Relinquishing that thought, she turned her attention to music. The melodies within were familiar to her from her previous world, leading her to speculate that the broadcast was unavailable due to the difference in dimensions. She selected the gentle music she used to adore, and soon, harmonious tunes filled both the interior of the car and the outside world. Lu Yuyan swayed to the rhythm, and Xiyue took the opportunity to call her to breakfast with a sandwich and milk. This song is so beautiful. I can't believe I've never heard such lovely music before, Lu Yuyan exclaimed, taking large bites of her sandwich. Indeed, it was a different world altogether. Out so early to gather supplies? Xiyue gazed at her younger sister, who had surpassed her in height, with a worried expression. They had yet to finish consuming the supplies they had just purchased, and both her father and Mingjie planned to venture out of the base in a few days. Xiyue furrowed her brow, her face devoid of emotion as she stated, "If they choose not to go, I shall go alone." Upon seeing the distress and conflict in her sister's expression, Xiyue's voice softened immediately. "Sister, the base now sells those good items. And I want to gather more crystal cores. I don't want to waste time at home. But how can I rest easy with you going alone?" Xiyue clutched her sister's sleeve tightly, unwilling to let go. I've arranged a small team to accompany me, sister. Please allow me to go." Xiyue clasped her hands together, adopting an innocent demeanor as she pleaded. "You must have breakfast first. Have you forgotten your low blood sugar?" Xiyue's grip on her hand loosened, yet her concern remained palpable. Xiyue secretly rolled her eyes. Ever since awakening her abilities, her low blood sugar had not troubled her again, likely due to her habit of carrying food. Yet her sister still viewed her as a child. While she only dared to grumble silently, she felt warmth in her heart from her sister's care. Gently breaking free from her sister's hold, Xiyue dashed out the front door, playfully winking back over her shoulder. "I've packed some buns to eat on the way. Don't worry, sister." Watching her sister's childish antics, Xiyue shook her head affectionately. Only when Xiyue's figure disappeared completely did she retract her gaze and close the door. Humph. A deep voice suddenly resonated from behind. Chapter 37. Who is playing the music? Xiyue jumped at the unexpected voice. Turning around, she indeed found her husband's displeased and furious expression. "Darling, your sister is quite capable now. She's teamed up with another group to venture out of the base to collect crystal cores," Yang Mingjie remarked sarcastically. "Xiaoyan doesn't he want to disturb you and Dad's rest?" Xiyue instinctively raised her voice in defense of her sister. Yang Mingjie interrupted her, visibly displeased. "Enough. You're not worried about waking the baby with all that shouting. You only know how to protect her. You're good to her. But she may not necessarily feel the same way." Xiyue quickly glanced toward the room, peering through the crack in the door, and, not seeing the baby awake, whispered back, "Xiaoyan wouldn't she has me as her sister and the baby. Ever since she awakened her formidable lightning abilities, she has completely disregarded both me and Dad. She seems to have forgotten how she came from the countryside and who took her in. She never even offers any of the supplies she earns to show gratitude to Dad, just a thankless wretch." Yang Mingjie's voice brimmed with anger. After venting his frustrations, he turned and retreated into the room, leaving Xiyue outside the door. "No, my sister is not. She is not a thankless wretch," Xiyue murmured through her tears, feeling helpless. Meanwhile, Xiyue was making her way to the base gate alone. The earlier claim of being with a team was a ruse to placate Xiyue. Having awakened a powerful offensive lightning ability, her level was quite decent, and numerous respectable teams had extended invitations to her, all of which she had declined. Though she harbored a dislike for her brother-in-law's family, Yang Mingjie was a level 4 Earth-type ability user, while his father was merely a level 2 Water-type user. Their strength made it challenging to survive comfortably within the base. They could barely manage to avoid hunger. To ensure that her sister and the baby lived better, she needed to exert herself more. Almost every time, it was she alone who dispatched the zombies, yet the crystal cores were divided among them in the end. However, she didn't mind taking a loss if it meant providing for her sister and the baby. Recently, though, Yang Mingjie had increasingly looked upon her with disdain. "I can't stand him either." Xiyue tore a piece from her vegetable bun, chewing with frustration. She squatted beneath the wall outside the base, planning to finish her bun before heading off to collect crystal cores. Xiyue's ears perked up. She thought she heard something. The sound was faint, emanating from the other side of the base wall. After stuffing the last bite of bun into her mouth, she stood up, dusted herself off, and stealthily moved toward the source of the sound. Not long after, the melody grew clearer, and Yi Xiaoyan was taken aback. Could it be that someone is playing music? Aren't they afraid of attracting zombies? Just as she was about to investigate further, a formidable team suddenly appeared before her, blocking her path. Who goes there? The team's captain, the strongest among them, inquired with caution and severity. Yi Xiaoyan was taken aback, gazing at the figure standing before her. She cautiously said, "I am a survivor from the base. I thought I heard singing, so I came to investigate. There is no singing here. Get lost. No passage allowed." The captain's demeanor was stern, as he continued to threaten, "If you don't leave immediately, you might just lose your life." At his words, Yi Xiaoyan promptly turned to depart, her curiosity about the singing vanishing entirely. However, in the fleeting moment of turning, she perceived through the gaps in the blocking line a distant purple vehicle. Xiyue remained oblivious to the events outside, engrossed in examining the sausage grill and popcorn machine. Lu Yuyan retrieved some ham sausages from the shelf, unwrapping them before handing them to Xiyue. As Xiyue powered on the sausage grill, witnessing the heater's rotation, she proceeded to arrange the sausages one by one. Upon doing so, she discovered a small drawer beneath the machine. Pulling it open, she found it divided into two compartments. One side housed tongs for the sausages, while the other contained wooden skewers for grilling. "Wow, it even has skewers and tongs!" Lu Yuyan exclaimed. Noticing Lu Yuyan's excited gaze fixed on the grill, Xiyue stepped aside, moving to investigate the popcorn machine at another window. The popcorn machine was brand new, encased in glass with 3 compartments designated for different flavors of popcorn, yet all were currently empty. Xiyue squinted, scrutinizing the interior, and discerned 2 buttons, one red and one black. She tentatively pressed the red button, and the warm yellow light of the machine illuminated immediately. "This should mean it's on," she mused, placing her hand on the machine's surface, feeling a gentle warmth, indicating a standby mode. Without further contemplation, Xiyue pressed the black button, but the popcorn machine remained unresponsive. However, the system panel beside her displayed a message. "Popcorn machine raw material supply costs 4 points per use. Would you like to proceed?" Just as I suspected. The system is a point-devouring beast. Without hesitation, she selected yes, and soon the machine brimmed with popcorn, filling with 3 distinct colors and flavors in mere seconds: original, light pink cheese, and dark chocolate. Using a cup beside the machine, Xiyue filled one for herself and one for Lu Yuyan, both brimming with the 3-flavor popcorn. So sweet. The popcorn was sweet, fragrant, and crispy, making it irresistible. Xiyue devoured them one after another. Lu Yuyan, too, was swept up in the moment, munching on popcorn while listening to the music, occasionally glancing to check on the sausages grilling. Xiyue arrived at the convenience store with his trusted subordinates to restock. Having learned from the previous day's experience when their supplies were swiftly depleted, this time, he brought along several space-type ability users. "Boss." The ability squad that had previously intercepted Yi Xiaoyan now stood respectfully before Xiyue. Xiyue replied casually, then, with a look of surprise, inquired, "Is that singing?" The captain quickly responded, "Yes, the singing emerged from the convenience store this morning. It attracted nearby zombies that had not yet been cleared, all of whom were dealt with by the squad." "You did well," Xiyue remarked, a shadow of concern flickering in his eyes. "This song may lure survivors seeking supplies. I will send more personnel over. We must ensure this convenience store is tightly secured. No one gets through." "Understood." As Xiyue and his team entered the convenience store's vicinity, his subordinates widened their eyes in astonishment. Unlike their surprise, Xiyue was utterly taken aback by the significant transformation of the convenience store. The last time he visited with the base leader, the store was not in such a state. Chapter 38. Something feels off. Manager. Why does the convenience store look so different from yesterday? Xiyue exclaimed, peering through the 2 identical windows, astonished at Xiyue. The convenience store just upgraded. Some changes are quite normal. Xiyue replied with a smile. Such a drastic change. Are you telling me it's normal? Xiyue felt a wave of existential doubt wash over him. The convenience store's exterior was visibly larger and broader, and upon closer inspection, it was adorned with electric fans. Standing outside, They could even feel a refreshing breeze, offering relief from the heat. Most strikingly, the store, which had only one shopping window yesterday, now boasted two. Is such a transformation possible overnight? Xiyue gazed through the windows, noting the addition of numerous machines and shelves, with the singing emanating from speakers suspended within the store. You bought so many supplies yesterday. And you're back so soon to restock? Xiyue inquired casually, though her tone carried an undertone of curiosity. Xiyue, alarmed yet maintaining a composed facade, responded. Such excellent goods. Our previous purchase was certainly insufficient. Many ability users in the base rely on our leader for sustenance, and the consumption is rapid. Our leader is quite helpless in this regard. Xiyue feigned a pained expression. Xiyue nodded slightly, choosing not to press further, merely gesturing for them to exchange points, allowing customers to redeem their own points. Noticing Xiyue's attempt to conceal his anxiety, Xiyue's expression darkened. Something feels off. After Xiyue and his subordinates exchanged a considerable amount of points and stood before the shopping entrance, the sausages began to burst slightly. A rich aroma wafted into the air as they popped open. So fragrant. Truly, this is a convenience store. Even the essential sausage grill is present. One of Xiyue's youthful subordinates, a fellow space-type user, salivated at the thought, reminiscing, back in my school days, I monopolized the convenience store's sausage grill. Unless I was too full, no one dared to compete with me. Manager, wrap up all the sausages from the grill for me, Xiyue instructed with a blank expression. The youthful subordinate, still lost in nostalgia, suddenly heard someone claiming the sausages and shouted, "What? I'll see who dares." Boss. Xiyue's icy glare sent a chill down his spine, and the subordinate shrank behind another, no longer daring to speak up. Here you go. With Lu Yuyan's assistance, Xiyue swiftly packed all the grilled sausages and handed them to Xiyue. What else do you require? Upon receiving the sausages, Xiyue merely glanced at them before placing them into his spatial storage, his gaze meticulously scanning the convenience store's layered shelves. 400 steamed buns, 500 bottles of mineral water, 200 meat and vegetable buns each, 100 packets of instant noodles in every flavor, 100 bottles of milk, 400 ham sausages, 100 sandwiches, 80 boxes of teddy bear biscuits, 100 cans of peach slices, and let us keep the ice cream to a minimum since it will melt. 10 of each flavor should suffice. How many lunch boxes do we need today? What dishes are being served? Xiyue inquired curiously. Xiyue and Lu Yuyan efficiently packed the items Xiyue requested, recalling the menu displayed on the system panel. And Xiyue casually remarked, steamed base and scrambled eggs with onions. Xiyue and his companions were filled with astonishment, under the abnormal heat. The river had long since dried up. Where could the convenience store have procured the perch? Indeed, this establishment was shrouded in mystery, and its manager was even more inscrutable. Xiyue pondered deeply, secretly resolving to station more supernatural beings outside the convenience store for surveillance. While Xiyue was lost in thought, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a newly added shelf, which was now stocked with goods. Manager, have new items been added? He inquired. Xiyue, still tallying the packaged goods, replied without looking up, yes, we've just stocked cola and a heat relief medicine. The cost price for cola was 1 point per bottle, while Xiyue had priced it at 3 points. The heat relief medicine, effective as it was, had a higher cost price of 10 points, yet it was set for sale at 30 points. After finalizing the prices, Xiyue suddenly noticed that the price of cola was the same as that of milk. But recognizing the higher nutritional value of milk, she adjusted its price upward to 5 points. Heat relief medicine. Xiyue and his companions exclaimed in surprise. Manager, is this medicine truly effective? Xiyue asked, his tone laced with skepticism. After the apocalypse, most medications were controlled by the elite, and even the commander of the Daku base had a stock. However, as time passed in this new world, various bases discovered that the efficacy of ordinary medications was gradually diminishing, if not disappearing altogether. Scientists from the Dawn base concluded that people's bodies had undergone subtle transformations in the apocalypse. This was knowledge confined to the upper echelons of the bases, which Xiyue had only learned through the commander. While supernatural beings fared better due to enhanced physical capabilities, ordinary individuals were not so fortunate. Each year, Hundreds of ordinary people perished from minor ailments within the bases. If this medicine were indeed effective, it would bring immense benefits to the base. Rest assured, our store has never resorted to false advertising, Xiyue affirmed with unwavering confidence. Although Xiyue remained somewhat doubtful, he pondered the manager's assured demeanor and finally said, "I'll take 50 bottles of cola and 4 boxes of the heat relief medicine, please." "Certainly, please hold on a moment." As Xiyue and her associate packed the items, Lu Yuyan urged Xiyue to pay with points, gesturing towards the card machine by the window. "Please make your payment here." Once Xiyue completed the transaction with his card, Lu Yuyan checked the machine multiple times to confirm everything was correct before handing over the bags of goods through the service window. This time, Xiyue was unlike the last visit with the commander. He meticulously counted the items, moving them aside to a space beneath a fan. Lu Yuyan observed his actions, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. Xiyue, however, was unfazed. She found his diligence entirely reasonable. Had she spent a considerable sum, she too would scrutinize her purchases. Conversely, she had found it odd that Wu Xiongguang had not checked anything during his previous visit. Once Xiyue and his group verified that the quantities matched, they felt reassured and began to stow the bags away. Rather than departing immediately, they each used their cards to procure additional supplies. When they saw the youthful Lei Tian struggling with a packet of sauerkraut-flavored instant noodles, lamenting the absence of hot water, Xiyue promptly reminded him, "There's a hot water dispenser in front of the convenience store. You can use your card to get hot water, enough for 1 bowl of noodles." "Thank you," Lei Tian said. His cheeks slightly flushed as he averted his gaze from Xiyue's exquisite visage. He hurriedly made his way to the hot water machine, finally daring to lift his head, still murmuring to himself about how beautiful the manager was. Regaining his composure, Lei Tian followed the manager's instructions and swiped his points card to exchange for hot water. Successfully completing the transaction, the hot water machine extended its spout, and Lei Tian quickly positioned his noodles beneath it. The system detected the bowl and released scalding hot water until it reached the brim before retracting the spout. He then carried his noodles to the resting area behind the convenience store, where Xiyue and the others were already enjoying their box meals, and promptly found a vacant seat. As the day waned, no further customers arrived at the convenience store.
Sigh.
Xiyue sat on the sofa, gazing out the window with a gentle sigh. "Manager, what's troubling you?" Lu Yuyan asked, offering her a freshly prepared bag of popcorn, her tone laced with concern. "It's been 2 days, and aside from the officials from the Daku base, no other survivors have come by," Xiyue replied, her expression heavy as she absent-mindedly nibbled on a piece of popcorn before returning it to Lu Yuyan. Noticing her manager's disinterest even in the popcorn, Lu Yuyan felt a surge of worry and comforted her, although no other survivors have come. The commander of the Daku base has purchased so many items these past 2 days. We've still earned a significant number of points. Indeed, We've accrued a considerable amount of points. Xiyue's mood remained rather somber. On their very first day, the Daku base had already been informed of their presence and had come to purchase a large quantity of supplies. Yet in the days that followed, no other survivors had appeared. It seemed they had no intention of informing the other survivors at the base about the convenience store. This was in stark contrast to her experience at the Hope base, where the leader, Xinyang, had, upon learning of her formidable abilities as a manager, proactively shared the existence of the convenience store with all the survivors to enhance their chances of survival. However, the commander of the Daku base, Wu Xiongguang, was doing the opposite, only allowing his own people to hoard supplies. Lu Yuyan grasped the situation, realizing that the Daku base commander was likely trying to keep the existence of the convenience store hidden from others. "How despicable!" she exclaimed, shaking her fist in indignation. "That's selfish, Commander. We can only wait a bit longer. Perhaps in a few days, survivors will discover the convenience store," Xiyue replied. Just then, the long quiet system suddenly chimed in. Ding. New task unlocked. Serve 400 different customers. Task reward: ice packs, points flashlight. Task progress: 12,400. A new task. Xiyue's eyes brightened, though she soon found herself smiling wryly at the thought of serving 400 customers. Is this some sort of deliberate challenge? She mused. How is this even feasible? Host, your focus should not be on the challenge, but rather on the rewards. The system retorted. Xiyue sensed that. With the convenience store's upgrades, The system's mechanical voice had become increasingly personified, shedding its previous coldness. I understand the ice packs. They'll be in high demand to combat this heat. But what does the point's flashlight entail? Xiyue inquired, perplexed. Oh, host, you're a bit slow on the uptake. The point's flashlight is just an ordinary flashlight. The only difference is that it doesn't require a charger or batteries for power. It can be recharged using points. The system explained playfully. That sounds incredibly convenient. Xiyue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. In the apocalypse, finding batteries was a daunting task, and locating a place to charge devices was even more challenging. Consequently, the nights at the base were shrouded in darkness, with only the leaders or a few high-ranking individuals able to afford electricity. The more affluent survivors with supernatural abilities could manage with candles or battery-operated lanterns, but they too had to ration their usage, exchanging crystal cores for new batteries when theirs ran out. Most survivors were condemned to live in darkness. This was manageable indoors, but venturing outside in such perilous conditions only heightened the dangers they faced. The acquisition of a points flashlight would significantly enhance the lives of the survivors. The ice packs, too, are not ordinary. Those from the convenience store can remain cool for an astonishing 48 hours. With a triumphant air, 06 proclaimed. Xiyue's eyes sparkled with excitement, her impatience palpable as she declared, I must unlock these two items as soon as possible. Yes, host, keep it up. Yi Xiaoyan quietly opened the not-so-sturdy door. Her footsteps light as she sought to avoid making any sound, her left arm subtly hidden behind her back to evade detection. After a swift glance around the living room, and upon confirming the absence of Yi Xiaoya, she exhaled a sigh of relief and darted back into her room like the wind. That was close. Fortunately, her sister was not there. She patted her chest with her right hand. Xiaoyan, why are you back so late? Yi Xiaoya's voice suddenly emanated from beside the bed.
Sister?
Yi Xiaoyan gasped, hurriedly concealing her left arm further behind her. What are you doing in my room?
You startled me.
It was already evening, the darkness enveloping the space, yet it wasn't so dim as to obscure her vision. Yi Xiaoya immediately noticed the awkwardness of Yi Xiaoyan's posture and the arm she had attempted to hide. What happened to your arm? Yi Xiaoya strode towards her, gripping her arm in an effort to bring it into view. Hiss. Yi Xiaoyan inhaled sharply in pain. Xiaoyan, are you hurt? Yi Xiaoya exclaimed, her concern palpable. At that moment, the arm Yi Xiaoyan had concealed was inadvertently revealed before the two sisters. The sleeve of her left arm was torn, stained with blood and even fragments of flesh, exposing a significant gash where a large chunk of skin was missing. The gruesome wound was evidently inflicted by a ferocious beast, the flesh savagely torn away. Yi Xiaoyan bit her lower lip, casting a furtive glance at her silent sister. Sister, don't worry, it's just a minor injury. Drip, drip, drip. Scalding tears fell onto Yi Xiaoyan's arm. The pain in her heart was more excruciating than the loss of flesh to a mutated beast, a torment difficult to bear. Sister? It's all my fault for being useless and dragging you down. Yi Xiaoya wept, her heart aching. Yi Xiaoyan felt a wave of compassion and comforted her sister. We are family, and we still have the baby. I chose this willingly. How could I blame you? I am an ability user. This injury is nothing, and I will recover in a few days. Noticing Yi Xiaoya's continued self-reproach, Yi Xiaoyan bit her lip in silence for a moment before a thought struck her. She brightened her expression and said, Sister, my left hand is inconvenient. Could you help me retrieve something from my left pocket? Chapter 40. The Stirring of Mutated Beasts. Yi Xiaoya rummaged through her pocket and pulled out the contents.
Crystal cores,
she exclaimed, astonished at the 6 crystal cores filling her palm.
Wow.
Yi Xiaoyan shyly rubbed her nose. These are my achievements for today. What do you think? She had spent the entire day battling zombies, her luck holding as she encountered only low-level ones. Moreover, without the need to tend to Yang Mingjie and the others, collecting crystal cores had proven remarkably efficient, and best of all, she didn't have to share them. However, just as she was about to leave, she encountered a group of agitated mutated beasts in the forest, seemingly stirred by some unseen fear. Hiding among the bushes, she found it odd. While mutated beasts are powerful, they usually guard their territories and do not gather in such a frenzy. She could only wait for them to disperse before daring to move. Even so, despite her caution, She was targeted by a level 4 mutated wild boar. Sharing the same level, the mutated wild boar was formidable. She fought fiercely, using lightning to pierce its body, severing half of its ear, yet it managed to bite off a chunk of her flesh, and she narrowly escaped. Recalling this, Yi Xiaoyan opened her backpack and retrieved the sizable half of the boar's ear, offering it to Yi Xiaoya. Here, sister, you can roast this ear. Tonight we can have a feast. The meat of mutated beasts is largely edible, a crucial reason why humanity can still survive despite the scarcity of food in the apocalypse. However, these animals, having mutated, are ferocious, often more powerful than zombies of the same level. Killing them to obtain their hides and meat is exceedingly difficult. Ordinary survivors rarely have the chance to consume mutated beast meat, while those in powerful ability user teams often band together to hunt them, selling the processed meat at trading posts for crystal cores or other supplies. Yi Xiaoya held a crystal core in one hand and the boar's ear in the other, marveling at Yi Xiaoyan's capabilities. All right, I will roast it and chop it up for us to enjoy with steamed buns later. Yi Xiaoya planned how to savor this hard-won delicacy. Handing the crystal cores back to her sister, she cautioned, Xiaoyan, keep your crystal cores safe. Be sure to use them sparingly and not waste them.
Got it. Yi Xiaoyan replied.
Yang Mingjie, holding the baby and sitting with Yang Tao at the table, waited for dinner while casting glances at Yi Xiaoyan's seat. I heard from your sister that you went out of the base today to collect crystal cores with another team? Yes, Yi Xiaoyan replied nonchalantly, nibbling on a sausage. Why didn't you inform me before taking such initiative? Yang Mingjie questioned, his dissatisfaction evident. Yi Xiaoyan's actions clearly disregarded his position as the head of the family. His eyes then swept over her injured arm, and he suddenly felt a surge of delight. You see, unlike us, outsiders do not concern themselves with the safety of their kin. Look at your injury. It's quite serious. It seems you won't be able to go out to collect crystal cores for days. What a waste. Yi Xiaoyan felt a surge of discomfort at his words, retorting, I injured myself by accident. This wound will heal in a few days. Besides, do I need to report to you about whom I go with to kill zombies? You. Yang Mingjie exploded in anger. So you've grown wings and no longer regard us? Why do you even stay here? This is also my sister's home. Why shouldn't I stay here? Yi Xiaoyan shot back defiantly, her anger flaring. Wah, wah. The previously placid Yang Ke, nestled in Yang Mingjie's arms, was startled into tears by their quarrel. Yang Mingjie abandoned his argument with Yi Xiaoyan to comfort his son. Don't cry, baby. There's nothing to fear. Yi Xiaoya rushed in from the kitchen, holding the chopped boar's ear, and lovingly took her son in her arms. Don't cry, mommy's here. Be good. Once Yang Ke's sobs subsided, she inquired, what happened? Why is the baby crying? Humph, daughter-in-law, your sister is so inconsiderate, defying her elders and acting recklessly. Yang Tao interjected, having remained silent until now, completely siding with his son. Mingjie is only concerned for her. He asked about her injury and advised her against recklessly leaving the base. She fails to appreciate his kindness, not listening at all.
Sigh.
Yi Xiaoya furrowed her brow at Yi Xiaoyan, who wore a face of disbelief and grievance. Her heart softened. Dad, you and Mingjie must have misunderstood. My sister is still young and can be a bit brash with her words.
But she certainly didn't mean it that way.
Saying this, Yi Xiaoya placed the plate filled with meat at the center of the table, smiling. This plate of mutated beast meat was caught by Xiaoyan today, specifically brought back for us to enjoy. The father-son duo, who had intended to continue their tirade, found their anger dissipating upon the sight and aroma of the delicious roasted meat, swallowing their saliva. At 23, she's not a child anymore. You should keep a closer eye on her. Yang Mingjie spoke, swiftly breaking apart a steamed bun and filling it with a generous portion of roasted meat, which he then offered to Yang Tao. Yi Xiaoyan, observing his actions, felt a mix of speechlessness and indignation, however, under her sister's soothing gaze. She was compelled to suppress her feelings. In the luxurious villa of the Daku base, the oppressive heat lingered despite the air conditioning, rendering the atmosphere somewhat stifling. Haha, darling. Did you see that? Wu Xiongguang exclaimed as he embraced two voluptuous women, both of whom appeared remarkably youthful and adorned with exquisite makeup. Before them lay a table laden with an abundance of food, including milk, mineral water, canned peaches, biscuits, and instant noodles. The tantalizing array of delicacies stirred a flicker of excitement in the initially indifferent women, their smiles growing more radiant and their movements increasingly alluring. Whoever kisses me first gets to take something, Wu Xiongguang laughed heartily. Before he could finish a sentence, the two women, unwilling to back down, leaned forward to plant seductive kisses on him, their eyes locked in a fierce rivalry. Ha ha ha, all these treats are yours, Wu Xiongguang declared, waving his greasy hand with arrogant mirth. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two women lunged toward the table, clutching the food, even resorting to forceful tactics to snatch items from each other's grasp. Wu Xiongguang, perched comfortably in his leather chair, surveyed their fray with a smug grin. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Wu Xiongguang's expression remained unchanged as he called out, "Come in." Xiyue entered with utmost respect, his gaze unwavering despite the disheveled appearance of the two women, though a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. Chapter 41. As expected, the plan is unraveled. Base Chief. After a week of trading supplies, your private vault is nearly overflowing with crystal cores. I've enlisted an Earth-type ability user from the Association to construct a new, fortified warehouse. Xiyue reported, his eyes betraying envy and a covetous desire. Very well, Wu Xiongguang replied, his attention still fixated on the two beauties, seemingly disinterested in Xiye's update. However, beneath his calm facade lay a tempest of greed and ambition. Indeed, with this convenience store, boundless wealth was within reach. Who would believe that in just a week, his collection of crystal cores had more than tripled? You may leave, Wu Xiongguang said coldly. Watching as the two women departed, clutching their plunder, he then inquired, "How is the research on the cooling medicine progressing?" Xiyue hesitated before responding with disappointment. There have been no results from the research. Our base's researchers have conducted multiple analyses over the week, yet they remain at a loss. They claim the ingredients seem unrecorded, possibly even sourced from a realm beyond our own existence, including the purple bags from the convenience store. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiongguang erupted in anger. Useless. All of you are worthless. After all this time, and that's the only answer you can provide? I've wasted my resources on you. Trembling before Wu Xiongguang's fury, Xiyue remained silent for a long moment. Sensing that Wu Xiongguang's ire was beginning to subside, he continued. One of the researchers mentioned that she is a junior disciple of Yi Tianze from the Dawn base. If we were to let him study the medicine, he might yield some insights.
Yi Tianze?
Wu Xiongguang said, his voice laced with skepticism, narrowing his eyes. Isn't that the genius scientist from the Dawn base?
Indeed.
Xiyue affirmed with a nod. Wu Xiongguang's flabby face twitched as he sternly replied, "No, this matter is off the table. It is far more important to keep the convenience store firmly in my grasp. We must seal off any news of the store for as long as possible, and first amass more crystal cores to strengthen our base." Wu Xiongguang plotted in his mind, envisioning a future where his power would burgeon, allowing him to hire formidable ability users to serve him. By then, even if news of the convenience store reached other bases, he would not fear their attempts to seize it. As for the store, he had never witnessed the manager's prowess firsthand. He was aware of the rumors surrounding the manager's mysterious strength, yet he believed that no matter how formidable, they could not escape the encirclement of his base's ability users. Thus, he dismissed the threat posed by Xiyue entirely. Understood, Xiyue responded. Thank you, manager. Lei Tian lowered his head as he accepted the goods handed to him through the window, his ears flushed with embarrassment. Lu Yuyan, standing at another window, was furiously filling popcorn for customers, muttering angrily, "Don't even think about getting close to the manager. You're welcome. Please come again," Xiyue said with a polite smile. Once all the customers had completed their purchases and exited the convenience store, she swiftly slammed the shopping window shut. With a resounding clap, Xiyue leaned against the window, her stunning visage clouded with rage and frustration. "Just as I suspected. What's wrong, manager?" Lu Yuyan asked, astonished to see this expression on her face for the first time. "This Daku base has severed the convenience store's connection to the outside world." Xiyue's voice was icy. Wu Xiongguang must have sent someone to secretly encircle the store, concealing its existence.
What?
Lu Yuyan gasped in disbelief. "But haven't there been customers buying things these past few days?" "That was my earlier suspicion, but I did not anticipate this reason," Xiyue replied. her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury as she glanced at the system panel beside her, which displayed task progress 54 for 100. Wu Xiongguang is cunning and sly. To avoid arousing our suspicion, he has always sent the same fixed subordinates to the convenience store for large shipments, while others come at staggered times to shop. This misleads us into believing there are normal customers coming to purchase goods, as the very times and different faces create confusion. She took a breath before continuing. It would be impossible for us to remember every individual who has visited the convenience store. If it weren't for the fact that the task progress has remained unchanged since the day before yesterday, we might have been kept in the dark for even longer. Have you not noticed that no new survivors have come to purchase goods recently? Xiyue gently reminded her. Lu Yuyan's face paled as she meticulously recalled the customers from the past week. Suddenly, she trembled, her voice quaking, it seems. It really has been the same group of people. How could such a large base have the same individuals shopping continuously? Yusia's cold gaze pierced through the window into the distance, a derisive smile creeping onto her lips. It seems we have been surrounded since the very first day. To think they could conceive of controlling the convenience store in this manner is nothing short of delusional. What should we do, manager? Lu Yuyan asked anxiously. Humph. Let us not forget that this is a mobile convenience store, Yusia declared, rising to the front of the vehicle. After deducting the points required for mobility, the convenience store automatically retracted its awning and folding tables and chairs, swiftly advancing forward. Within half a minute, Yusia sensed that no fewer than 20 individuals were lying in ambush around the convenience store. She maneuvered the store to a gradual halt, stepping out of the vehicle and standing in the open space before the convenience store, surveying her surroundings where not a soul was in sight. Yet, she knew that these guards were lurking in the shadows, and within the confines of the convenience store, she was the sole queen. The hidden figures were now filled with dread as they watched the manager. What is happening? Why has the convenience store suddenly moved? Is it planning to leave? Alas! Why has it stopped again? The store manager has even come out. This is a matter of great importance. I must report to the base leader. The captain wiped the sweat from his brow, suppressing the unease upon his face, and began to retreat. Yusia sensed someone attempting to flee. But how could she possibly allow that? Trying to escape? With a gentle wave of her hand, a whirlwind inexplicably arose from the dry, dusty ground, accurately sweeping out the hidden members of the squad, who tumbled before her. Inside the vehicle, Lu Yuyan peered through the window and saw a line of superhumans outside. Her anger boiling. Indeed, the base leader had sent people to surround their convenience store. You were sent by Wu Xiongguang, weren't you? A cold smile graced Yusia's delicate lips. It seemed she had been underestimated. The individuals sprawled before her wore expressions of terror, their minds racing with speculation about the store manager's true strength, capable of capturing them all in one fell swoop, rendering them utterly defenseless. Chapter 42. New rules established. The leader of the superhuman squad wore a fierce expression. He was an electric-type superhuman, already at the mid-level of grade 5. If he fought with all his might, there might still be a chance to escape. He suddenly launched a full-force strike towards Yusia's face, his lightning attack moving with a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. A slight smirk appeared on Yusia's exquisite visage. How dare he attempt to bring her down on her own territory? With a delicate point of her finger, a dazzling blue-violet glow erupted from her fingertips. To her astonishment, it was also an electric-type attack. The surrounding squad members, in disarray, stared in disbelief, filled with dread. Just moments ago, the store manager had utilized wind abilities to summon a hurricane that ensnared them all, and now she was countering with lightning. The captain's pupils dilated in shock as he uttered in disbelief, electric abilities. How is this possible? How can one person awaken two types of powers? Lu Yuyan, watching from the car window, smirked, thinking to herself that the store manager possessed even more abilities than just these two. Her strength was beyond their comprehension. Upon hearing this, Yusia smiled slightly, responding, "Why is that impossible?" With that, the blue-violet lightning surged forth in an instant. The slender arcs of lightning shimmered with brilliance, harboring immense energy, and collided with the captain's desperate attack, disintegrating it in the blink of an eye. Yet, her lightning attack remained undiminished in power, hurtling towards the captain's terrified face, drenched in sweat. Ah! As the lightning struck the captain's visage, Its terrifying force was fully unveiled, and in an instant, countless high-voltage shocks coursed through his body. He let out a tortured scream, his body convulsing violently, producing crackling sounds as the blue-violet light bizarrely flickered through his skin. Ultimately, his body collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Witnessing the captain's demise in its entirety, the squad members' legs trembled with fear, sweat dripping from their faces.
Xiyue sighed softly.
Having always adhered to the law in her original world, she truly did not wish to kill. In this new world, she only sought to protect herself and run her convenience store well. However, those who sought to harm her or her store ought not to expect her to be merciful. The reason the other members of the superhuman squad survived was simply that they had not attacked her. Xiyue cast an assessing gaze over them, contemplating how to deal with the remaining individuals. They had surrounded the convenience store merely to follow orders from above, and indeed, they had not attacked her. The 20-odd superhumans, witnessing the contemplative look on Xiyue's face, were filled with dread and a desperate desire to survive. With tears streaming down their faces, they all knelt before her, pleading incessantly, "Please spare me. I beg you." Store manager. It was base leader Wu Xiongguang and Xia Xian who ordered us to surround the convenience store. We were merely following orders. I was wrong. Please grant me my life. I have parents to care for. My mother relies solely on me. Store manager, I implore you. Let me go. Xiyue rested her fair hand upon her chin, contemplating how to handle them. They had indeed acted under orders and had not assaulted her. However, after being schemed against for so many days, causing her mission to stall, it was impossible to let them off so easily. After a moment of quiet reflection, her eyes suddenly brightened. She had an idea. 0606, she called out to the system in her mind. What is it, host? A lazy voice responded, as if just awakening. With a gentle tone, Xiyue inquired, a few individuals have affected the operation of the convenience store for some time, but their crimes do not warrant death. As the store manager, do I have the authority to adjust their point exchange rate by half? This meant that while others could exchange a level 1 crystal core for 20 points, these individuals would only be able to redeem half, receiving only 10 points. 0606 stirred within the system's void and replied, yes, that is indeed within the store manager's authority. That's good. Xiyue felt relieved. It seemed that the store manager held significant power within the convenience store. Is there anything else? If not, I will log off now, 0606 urged softly, its voice laced with drowsiness. Xiyue, sensing 0606 fatigue, did not wish to disturb it further and gently encouraged, all right, please rest. Okay, ZZZ. The voice of 0606 gradually faded as it succumbed to slumber. Xiyue adjusted the newly established rules and then informed the kneeling individuals about the changes regarding point redemption at the convenience store. This is your punishment. Upon hearing this penalty, the kneeling crowd secretly rejoiced, initially fearing for their lives, only to discover it was merely this form of punishment. Observing their relief, Xiyue shook her head internally and stated, you may leave now. Should you dare to surround the convenience store again, well, you know the consequences.
With that,
she cast a glance at the corpse lying on the ground. The still celebrating group shuddered at her words, realizing that should they provoke the store manager again, they would meet the same fate as their captain. The figure they had once deemed powerful now lay like a lifeless mass on the ground. And none dared to look further, fearing to provoke the manager before them. Understood. We shall take our leave, one superhuman said cautiously, summoning the courage to turn and flee rapidly. The others, seeing the store manager's lack of reaction, followed suit. The younger ones departing amidst cries of various excuses. My mother is waiting for me to come home for dinner. I must leave. My siblings and grandparents are waiting for me. Xiyue sighed, watching their fleeing figures with a sense of helplessness. She proceeded to clean up the corpse, summoning a massive vine to wrap it up and hurl it far away. As the body flew into the distance and gradually disappeared, Xiyue retracted her gaze and turned back into the convenience store. Store manager, you are truly formidable. Lu Yuyan handed her a damp towel, her eyes filled with admiration. After receiving it, Xiyue wiped the sweat from her face and muttered, it's simply sweltering outside. What did you say? Chapter 43. Is it the same as what the base sells? Wu Xiongguang swept everything off the table onto the floor, his face ablaze with fury. Wang Fei was already dead, and the convenience store manager was aware of our plans. Xiyue spoke with a sense of bitter resentment. Wang Fei was the captain of the ability user team he had dispatched to secretly guard the convenience store, the strongest and most loyal among his subordinates. Useless. Wu Xiongguang gasped for breath, seething with rage. What about the others? Did I not instruct you to send numerous powerful ability users to watch over it? Wu Xiongguang's fierce gaze landed on Xiyue. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Xiyue's forehead as he hurriedly explained. I did follow the base leader's orders and summoned over 20 ability users. And where are they? How is it possible that so many could not subdue 2 little girls? Wu Xiongguang's face contorted with confusion and malice. They are fine. Only Wang Fei is dead, Xiyue managed to explain, relaying the words of the ability users to the base leader. They claimed that the convenience store manager suddenly discovered them and with a casual wind attack, rendered them immobile and unable to retaliate. Later, the manager used lightning abilities to kill Wang Fei. Xiyue noticed Wu Xiongguang's expression growing darker, causing his voice to shrink. How can this be possible? Do they take me for a 3-year-old to be trifled with? Wu Xiongguang exploded, rising in anger, unable to bear it any longer. He had dispatched numerous powerful individuals from the base, and yet they could not even keep an eye on a little girl. The notion that one person could wield 2 abilities was sheer fantasy, a complete mockery of his intelligence. Grinding his teeth in fury, Wu Xiongguang seethed. These fools have fallen prey to that woman's mental abilities. Mental abilities? A glimmer sparked in Xiyue's eyes, excitement coursing through him. Indeed. How could I not have thought of that? Their claims sounded so outrageous, I was momentarily ensnared in my thoughts. The base leader truly possesses unparalleled wisdom. Xiyue did not forget to flatter. Wu Xiongguang leaned back against the sofa, his corpulent body sinking into the cushions, his thick legs awkwardly crossed. That convenience store manager must be a high-level mental ability user. Once she discovered them, she ensnared them all in an illusion. He cast a disdainful glance at the standing Xiyue and continued, then she killed Wang Fei and fabricated the illusion of having 2 abilities. Yes, Xiyue exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. His fear of the manager began to dissipate as he added, I found it odd that if the manager were truly that powerful, why would she only kill Wang Fei and let the others go so easily? It must be due to her mental abilities. Her attacking prowess could not handle so many at once, fearing someone would break the illusion, so she concocted an excuse to let them go. Xiyue seemed to have unraveled the truth, his eyes filled with disdain for Xiyue, unaware that the base leader had seen through the ruse from the start. I initially intended to regard that woman with some caution, Wu Xiongguang remarked, patting his belly in a dismissive manner. That store manager is nothing remarkable. However, base leader, high-level ability users are indeed formidable foes. Xiyue spoke with urgency. Moreover, she has now relocated the convenience store right next to the base's entrance. If anyone buys her goods, they will realize that we are the ones purchasing from there and reselling at several times the price. Xiyue's eyes flashed with a sudden thought, and she exclaimed anxiously, what if we sever ties with the convenience store? What if she refuses to sell to us in the future? A cunning glint flickered in Wu Xiongguang's eyes. Then we shall ensure that no one in the entire base dares to buy from her. If no one purchases, she will have no choice but to sell to us. Yi Xiaoyan hurriedly made her way back to the Great Sky base, her backpack bulging with supplies, her senses heightened. Ever since she had detected the agitation of the ability beasts in the forest, she had spent the past week not only hunting zombies for crystal nuclei, but also dedicating time each day to stealthily observe the mutated beasts. Through her observations, she discerned that these erratically moving ability beasts seemed to have been displaced from their territory, forcing them to roam aimlessly. Yi Xiaoyan memorized the movement patterns of the mutated beasts and the timings of their appearances, often managing to hunt down lower-level mutated creatures to bring back for her sister to enhance their living conditions. However, each time her sister cooked the meat, the portions were scant, with the rest being taken by Yang Mingjie, who claimed it was to honor his father, even though he himself was not deprived. Yi Xiaoyan patted her backpack, which contained the mutated chick offspring she had hunted today, and her mood soured at the thought of it soon ending up in the bellies of Yang Mingjie and his father. When I bring back meat, they treat me better. When I don't, they find all sorts of faults with me. It's infuriating. Yi Xiaoyan grumbled, recalling the attitudes of her brother-in-law and his father. If it weren't for my sister and the baby, he has even hinted lately that I should bear the cost of buying milk with crystal nuclei. Yi Xiaoyan vigorously ruffled her hair, harboring some resentment towards Yang Mingjia. The baby needed milk to grow strong, ever since Ya Xian's stall began selling milk. Yang Mingjia frequently purchased it for the baby, ensuring that he did not neglect the child. She also often exchanged crystal nuclei for milk to bring back for the baby, wanting him to thrive. Yet, ever since Yang Mingjia and his father saw this, they had begun hinting that if she had crystal nuclei, she should buy milk for the baby, and eventually, they stopped using their own nuclei for purchases, opting instead to buy food for themselves. Yang Ke's baby was her own nephew, and she could not bear not buying for him, but milk was exorbitantly priced, 3 crystal nuclei for a bottle. Buying milk daily for the baby meant she could only afford the cheapest steamed buns recently. As Yi Xiaoyan pondered her recent troubles, she unwittingly neared the base. Spotting the large gates of the base in the distance, she instinctively relaxed her vigilance. Suddenly, her hair stood on end, and her eyes widened in astonishment as she saw a clean, beautiful purple and white camper van parked beside the base. Filled with both fear and curiosity, Yi Xiaoyan cautiously approached the vehicle, and the closer she got, the more familiar it appeared. As she drew near, she heard a melodious singing coming from inside the van. It was the same vehicle she had glimpsed during her previous encounter with those ability users. She was certain of it. Scanning the camper van before her, Yi Xiaoyan noticed a brightly lit sign adorned with a light strip. Moonlight Convenience Store? She read aloud, astonished. Is there really someone operating a convenience store in this apocalypse? Driven by curiosity, she slowly walked closer. The moment Yi Xiaoyan entered the vicinity of the convenience store, Yuxia sensed her presence, eagerly awaiting customers. Yi Xiaoyan stood at the window, entranced by the shelves filled with products inside. Aren't these the very items sold by the base leader? Chapter 44. Everything is so affordable. I am the store manager here. Yuxia smiled and reminded the astonished girl before her. You can check the wooden board hanging in the window for the process of exchanging points at our convenience store. Yi Xiaoyan snapped back to reality and, addressing the woman who claimed to be the store manager through the window, asked urgently, where do all these food items come from? Is this a newly established trading point by the base leader? Yuxia's expression gradually turned icy, her smile taking on a serious tone as she replied. These products are produced by our store itself. As for your mention of a trading point, it has no relation to this store whatsoever. Then why are they identical to what is sold at the base? Yi Xiaoyan wore an expression of disbelief and confusion. Yuxia mused, gently supporting her chin with her finger. If you say it's the same as what is sold in the base, then it must be that Wu Xiongguang frequently sends people here to purchase goods in bulk. Such situations will not occur again, she added with a light, enigmatic smile in her deep-set eyes. She had already blacklisted Wu Xiongguang, the leader of the Great Sky Base, along with his subordinates who often came to procure supplies. They would no longer have access to the convenience store, nor could they purchase any of its merchandise. Yuxia had instituted a new regulation stating that no individual could resell more than 3 items from the convenience store within a week. To prevent those blacklisted from exploiting loopholes, such as buying small quantities from different people.
Additionally,
She added another rule. No one was permitted to gift or sell convenience store products to those blacklisted by the store. Yi Xiaoyan, struggling to grasp the manager's intentions, gazed at her with a mixture of understanding and trepidation. It struck her as odd. Although the manager maintained a gentle smile, she felt an inexplicable chill run down her back. Dismissing her inner turmoil, Yi Xiaoyan carefully read the procedures outlined on the wooden board, then slung her bag over her shoulder and moved to the rear of the cart. This is the points redemption machine. It looks so impressive, she exclaimed, marveling at the technologically advanced apparatus before her. After a moment of awe, she retrieved a crystal core from her belongings, selecting the lowest grade, a level 1 core, and nervously placed it on the machine. The points redemption machine detected the level 1 core and displayed, you may exchange it for 20 points. Do you agree to the conversion? Yi Xiaoyan steadied her racing heart and chose to agree. The core instantaneously vanished, and in its place appeared a white card. Simultaneously, the machine revealed the cardholder's information. Moonlight Convenience Store Points Card Holder, Yi Xiaoyan. Ability level, level 4 lightning. Points, 20. Yi Xiaoyan was astonished to see her name and even her ability level displayed. She hadn't disclosed her identity or any information to the manager. Clutching the points card, She gradually returned to the shopping cart window and handed the card over, swallowing hard before speaking. Manager, this card. Xiyue patiently explained. This is your points card for future purchases at the convenience store. You don't have to give it to me, just look at what you want. The prices are all indicated. With her neck craned, Yi Xiaoyan scrutinized the items on the shelves, suddenly exclaiming, "Why are these so cheap? A box of milk is only 5 points, and a steamed bun is just 1 point." Her eyes sparkled with joy as she surveyed the prices, which were astonishingly lower than those in the base. The points from a single level 1 crystal core could sustain her sister, and the baby for 2 to 3 days. Are these prices for real? Yi Xiaoyan inquired, her excitement palpable. Of course, was the manager's reassuring reply. And Yi Xiaoyan was elated. Eagerly, she began her purchases. I want 2 boxes of milk, a bottle of mineral water, 2 meat buns, and 2 packets of braised beef instant noodles. Her eyes then landed on a small refrigerator labeled ice cream, and she gasped, "There's even ice cream. I want one in chocolate flavor." Lu Yuyan packed her selections into a shopping bag, but soon realized that Yi Xiaoyan's points were insufficient. Your points are not enough, she said, reclaiming the bag and advising, hurry, and exchange your points for more at the redemption machine. Okay, just hold on to my things. I'll be right back. Yi Xiaoyan exclaimed, dashing over to the machine, where she exchanged half of her crystal cores for points before returning. Spotting many items she previously could not afford, she decided to indulge further. I'll take a can of peach slices, a bottle of cola, 2 sandwiches, and 2 boxes of heat-relieving medicine for my sister and the baby. Also, 2 boxes of combo meals for 15 points each. What a bargain. Previously, she had watched with envy as empowered, affluent ability users competed for exchanges at the base. However, the prices there were exorbitant, requiring 1 level 2 core plus 10 level 1 cores, which was far beyond her means. Here you go, Xiyue said, handing over the 2 packed bags. Now swipe your card here. All right, Yi Xiaoyan replied, swiping her card to finalize her purchase before preparing to leave. Suddenly, she remembered something and removed her backpack, pulling out a processed mutated chicken. Can the meat from this mutated beast be exchanged for points? Xiyue paused, momentarily taken aback by the plucked chicken before her. Her mind racing with images of roasted chicken, baked chicken, and fried chicken. Yes, you can exchange it, but don't go to the redemption machine for that. Just give me the card, and I'll transfer the points directly to you. Xiyue's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the raw chicken. She directly transferred 25 points from the system's account to Yi Xiaoyan's points card, and with the weighty chicken in hand, Xiyue felt immensely satisfied. Yi Xiaoyan, now enriched with points, left the convenience store content. Manager, what do you plan to do with this mutated chicken? Lu Yuyan asked, puzzled by the manager's delighted expression. Of course, I'm going to eat it, Xiyue replied with a smile, gazing tenderly at the lifeless chicken in her grasp. Suddenly recalling that she had never tasted the mutated beasts of the apocalypse. She remembered hearing from Xiyue that the flavor was quite decent. However, a twinge of disappointment washed over her as she realized that the convenience store hadn't yet unlocked any seasonings, thus preventing her from preparing complex dishes like fried chicken. Moreover, the lone small electric cooker in the store was too tiny even to accommodate a whole chicken leg. Xiyue found herself questioning her choices. She had become so preoccupied with thoughts of delicious roasted chicken that she had completely overlooked these practical considerations. After a moment of silence, an idea sparked in her mind. What if, after countless attempts, we still cannot sell anything? What should we do, base leader? Xiyue exclaimed, drenched in sweat and urgency. Hearing this news, Wu Xiongguang could no longer remain still. Panic gripped him as he asked, how could this be? How could perfectly good goods become unsellable? Wasn't it always fine before? Chapter 45. The items sold in the convenience store are poisonous. No matter who buys our goods, regardless of how many transactions occur, the items and crystal cores will ultimately return to both parties involved, Xiyue said, his face a mask of fear as he caught his breath. Moreover, the seller of the goods suffers an inexplicable electric shock punishment. While it's not lethal, they are incapacitated for days, left bedridden. Most of our sellers have already suffered this electric shock punishment, and those who haven't experienced it have fled in fear. What should we do, base leader? Wu Xiongguang's chest heaved as he struggled to breathe, his eyes filled with anxiety, confusion, and ferocity. It must be that store manager's doing. Xiyue's lips turned pale, his expression growing even more fearful as he continued. There's something even stranger. The people we sent to procure supplies from the convenience store today were like they were blocked by an invisible wall. They simply couldn't enter. The store manager's mental abilities are more powerful than I imagined. Wu Xiongguang bit down hard on his thumb, his eyes blazing with rage and terror. Base leader, what should we do now? Xiyue implored. For a moment, the air grew heavy with silence, broken only by their hurried breaths. After a long pause, Wu Xiongguang's fury and fear morphed into a malevolent resolve. He released his bloodied thumb and, with a venomous tone, declared, "We will make her pay. She would not let me have peace, and I shall not grant her any respite either." Leaning closer to Xiyue's ear, I whispered my command. "I want you to go." A glimmer of triumph sparked in Xiyue's eyes as she replied, "I will take care of it right away." After she departed, Wu Xiongguang approached the window, surveying his domain from above, his gaze filled with calculation and malice. Yi Xiaoyan returned home, her hands laden with 2 bags brimming with supplies. Once she placed her belongings in her room, she exited and gently knocked on her sister's door. Knock, knock, knock. After a prolonged silence, curiosity piqued. Yi Xiaoyan wondered why her sister, who was usually always at home, did not respond. "Sister, I need to speak with you. Please come out." After calling out several times with no answer, she pushed the door open, only to find the room eerily empty. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyi was cradling the baby Yang Ke alongside Yang Mingjie and his son, as they ventured to a vast open area near the trading post at the great empty base. Due to Yi Xiaoyan shouldering most of the household expenses recently, Yang Mingjie and his son had finally managed to save a few crystal cores and suggested taking Yang Ke out for a stroll, lest he be cooped up at home all day. After a moment's reflection, Yi Xiaoyi agreed, feeling it was indeed time to let the baby breathe some fresh air. And they set out together. Upon arrival, Yang Mingjie proposed a visit to the trading post, and they made their way there. The once spacious area was now encircled by throngs of people. Yang Mingjie, unable to see what was happening from the outside, pulled them through the crowd, where they found a young, robust man lying in the center, his face contorted in pain and weakness. Yang Mingjie, intrigued, inquired of a nearby bystander, "What has occurred?" "It's merely an injured person. Why is everyone gathered here?" The dark-skinned man, piqued by his curiosity, recounted the tale. "You must have just arrived. No wonder you are unaware. That man lying there is Xiyue, just 28 years old, a level 3 Earth-type ability user, living near my home." "An ability user?
Just like me?"
Yang Mingjie exclaimed in astonishment. "You too possess Earth powers? How fortuitous." The man glanced at him before continuing his gossip. To elaborate, Xiyue is quite frugal and has no partner, accumulating a substantial number of crystal cores. Since the trading post began exchanging those precious foods for crystal cores, he has come daily to trade, occasionally sitting here to eat and engage with others about the flavors. Today, the food exchange point abruptly closed, and he sat nearby consuming his steamed buns while chatting about a convenience store outside the base selling similar supplies. The man's animated storytelling drew in the crowd, and when he paused, the onlookers urged him on. "Is there really a place that sells those supplies? Go on, tell us more."
"Huh.
"I suspect he is spinning a yarn. How could such a place exist? Do you truly believe him?" "Enough of that. Let this brother continue," Yang Mingjie interjected, unsure if he believed the tale himself. "All right, I shall proceed." Xiyue claimed that this convenience store not only sells these supplies but offers them at remarkably low prices. If everyone goes there, they can sustain a good life. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, someone exclaimed, "Is that true? How cheap is it? Can 1 crystal core buy 3 steamed buns?" "No matter how cheap, it cannot be bought," the man proclaimed sternly. Xiyue stated that the buns he carried were purchased there, but after eating half, he was seized by excruciating stomach pains and subsequently vomited black blood, ending up in his current half-dead state. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Could these foods be made from toxic mutated plants? Yang Mingjie asked in horror. The dark-skinned man shook his head with a wry smile. "I cannot say if they were made from mutated plants, but I do know that the products from that convenience store differ from those sold at the base. They are indeed poisonous." "I am aware of that convenience store. I saw it stationed outside the base today, while collecting crystal cores. A female ability user interjected, her face pale with fear. Thank goodness, I had the foresight to avoid it. I believe I saw it too. A timid voice chimed in from the outer circle. It was a purple and white camper van. I dared not approach. Otherwise, my life would have been in jeopardy. The revelation of such a store selling toxic food was utterly terrifying. Xiyue's face paled in fright as she clutched her son tightly. Thank goodness we did not encounter it. Had we bought something for the baby, I could not bear to think of the consequences. The convenience store selling poisonous food is stationed right by the base's entrance? The dark-skinned man's eyes widened in disbelief. Is our base not taking action? Are they allowing it to poison the survivors? Indeed, why isn't the base intervening? With so many powerful ability users at their disposal, why haven't they expelled it? A clear cough cut through the murmurs, and the crowd gradually parted to form a pathway. Xiyue strode through with his subordinates. Approaching the center where he bent down to scrutinize the now motionless Xiyue, raising an eyebrow as he leaned in to check for breath. He is dead, he softly announced. Chapter 46, The Convenience Store as Defamation. He truly has died just like that. The crowd gasped in shock, their discussions igniting fervently. Observing their reactions, Xiyue knew he had achieved the desired effect. His gaze drifted to the dark-skinned man, who met his eyes and nodded slightly. The entire affair had been orchestrated under Wu Xiongguang's directives, a self-directed performance. The poisoned Xiyue and the gossiping man were, of course, his subordinates. What was initially intended as mere theatrics, Xiyue feigning death while the dark-skinned Yuan spread rumors about the convenience store, had shifted when the base leader, fearing Xiyue's act might be uncovered, ordered Yuan to secretly add the precious venom of a level 4 mutated snake into the food. Everyone please settle down. Xiyue raised his voice. Once the anxious crowd quieted, he continued. I trust you have all witnessed the unfolding events and now recognize the existence of the convenience store outside the base. Pausing, he noted their fear and anger. Feeling a sense of satisfaction. Our great empty base has been offering some precious food supplies over the past week. I am certain you have all exchanged crystal cores for them and are aware of their safety. To be frank, these supplies belong to our base leader, who has secretly led our researchers to invent new plant seeds and develop new, non-mutated, non-aggressive animal species, enabling us to continue producing resources in this post-apocalyptic world. New species capable of surviving in the apocalypse. A female ability user exclaimed in astonishment. Does this mean we will no longer have to consume grass cakes or risk our lives to hunt mutated beasts? A capable ability team expressed joyfully. How wonderful! Xiyue exclaimed, tears of relief brimming in her eyes. I will no longer have to worry about running out of milk and food, fearing my baby cannot grow properly and suffers from malnutrition. Our base leader is truly a savior. Yang Mingjie expressed with profound gratitude. Indeed, our base leader is remarkable. Isn't Tianza from Dawn Base the most formidable scientist? After 5 years, he has only managed to research mutated wheat with a yield that is alarmingly low. Our great sky base is destined to become the largest base in the world. Upon hearing this, Xiyue and his subordinates wore expressions of smug satisfaction, with a glint of triumph in Xiyue's eyes as he reveled in his cunning schemes. He cast a knowing glance towards Yuan, who immediately grasped the unspoken message. So, why wasn't any supplies brought to the trading point today? Yuan inquired, adhering to the script. Indeed, I came here to exchange for tangible goods, yet the place was completely closed. The food I traded for last time has all been consumed, and I intended to exchange some crystal cores for provisions to stock up, only to find not even a single bun available. Xiyue, why hasn't any stock been brought for sale? Xiyue, confronted with the crowd's questions, appeared troubled. The base wishes to supply goods daily for everyone to exchange, but, alas. He sighed heavily, it's all because of that moonlight convenience store at the entrance. The manager is a high-level psychic ability user, and the items she sells are toxic products manufactured by the Ice Rift base, aimed at eliminating other bases. Moreover, she deliberately mimicked our goods, blending them within the supplies at the trading point. However, she did not anticipate that our base leader is exceptionally meticulous, insisting on daily inspections of the goods. Upon discovering this situation, the leader promptly ordered the trading point to be shut down. Realizing her plan had failed, the manager was left with no choice but to personally open her convenience store right at our base's entrance. Xiyue's face was filled with self-reproach, lamenting the swift consequences that had befallen them, yet they could not act against the ice rift base lurking behind her. This is utterly despicable. Assistant Xia, how many ability users are there in that convenience store? Are they all formidable? Yang Mingjie exclaimed in indignation. Xia looked over at him and replied, there are only 2 women there. The staff member is an ordinary person without abilities, while the manager is a psychic specialist. Just 2 individuals? A capable ability team scoffed. We could easily crush them without breaking a sweat. What do we have to fear from just 2 women? One of them is even an ordinary person without any powers. The female ability user wore a scornful expression, declaring, I alone can deal with them. The surrounding crowd appeared relaxed, some even eager to take action against them. Everyone must inform everyone they know to avoid purchasing supplies sold outside our base. Xia kindly urged. I'll return and spread the word. Thank you for the reminder. Assistant Xia. My family is in Anshin base. I will inform them as well. Yang Mingjie added, seething with rage at the underhanded tactics of the Moonlight convenience store. Yang Tao, in agreement, chimed in with a hoarse voice. Those 2 youngsters have truly wicked intentions. They will face retribution. Everyone, please remain calm, Xia casually advised. Though inwardly he wished for even greater fervor and disdain for the Moonlight convenience store. The store may have only 2 employees, but the manager is exceptionally powerful. Our dispatched ability team suffered significant losses. Perhaps we should reconsider our approach. How can we let this slide? These 2 intend to harm us and are preventing us from accessing those desirable goods. We absolutely cannot allow them to thrive. Yuan fueled the fire. Yes. Let us ensure that convenience store knows we, the Great Sky Base, are not to be trifled with. We are merely survivors of the base, not subordinates of the base leader, and even the Ice Rift base cannot interfere. Yuan shouted, dispelling any lingering reservations among the crowd. As the discussion unfolded, those present were incited to march towards the entrance of the base. Xia, witnessing the unexpectedly effective outcome, led his subordinates to the villa to report to Wu Xiongguang. Will this truly work? Lu Yuyan curiously squatted by, observing the manager. I'm uncertain. Let us give it a try, Xiyue replied, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Outside the convenience store, Xiyue dug a small pit in the dusty ground and retrieved a mutated chicken wrapped in a shopping bag, measuring it against the pit. The pit is perfectly sized, as expected of me. Xiyue exclaimed with self-satisfaction before placing the mutated chicken along with the bag into the hole. Once set, she stepped back a couple of paces. Glancing back at Lu Yuyan, who was squatting behind her, she received an encouraging, albeit skeptical, glance. With a slight motion of her fingers, the soil at the edge of the pit began to automatically cover the chicken. With a gentle wave of her arm, a small flame ignited within the pit. This fire shouldn't be too large, otherwise it will burn. Xiyue carefully controlled the flame's temperature, fearing uneven cooking, and even gently enveloped the bag in the warmth of the fire. Before long, a faint aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air. Chapter 47, Psychic Ability User? Illusion? Lu Yuyan's eyes widened in astonishment as she approached Xiyue's side, staring intently at the pit. Manager, do you smell that? It's incredible, she exclaimed, shaking Xiyue in excitement. The whole chicken is actually cooking successfully. You should consider the skill of the chef. Xiyue chuckled, a sense of accomplishment swelling within her. After a moment, the enticing aroma intensified, and Xiyue felt it was time. It must surely be done. Eagerly, she waved her hand, causing the top layer of soil to part, revealing the purple shopping bag, surrounded by flames. The material of the bag was remarkably special, resistant to fire and water and difficult to damage. This revelation had come after many experiments, during which she marveled at the convenience store's remarkable existence. It seems like we've succeeded. It smells divine. Lu Yuyan swallowed hard, rushing forward, her eyes gleaming with longing at the roasted chicken. Unable to resist, she reached out her hand, eager to retrieve the perfectly cooked bird. Wait a moment, Xiyue called, her gaze reproachful. It's just finished cooking, and the temperature is very high. Do you want to burn your hand? Lu Yuyan playfully stuck out her tongue, stepping back and muttering. The roasted chicken from the manager is simply too enticing. Xiyue lightly tapped her on the head, and then with a flick of her finger, the roasted chicken floated out of the pit. Let us head back inside. Xiyue and Lu Yuyan walked towards the vehicle, the chicken trailing behind them in midair. Lu Yuyan instinctively glanced back several times, each time in awe of the manager's abilities. Manager, you're truly amazing, she gushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Of course. This manager is quite formidable, Xiyue replied with a hint of pride, urging her to hurry and fetch a plate. Right. Lu Yuyan swiftly grabbed the largest plate available, and the chicken gracefully descended onto it. Xiyue excitedly tore open the shopping bag, revealing the perfectly roasted golden chicken inside, her excitement palpable. It's truly cooked. Accepting the chopsticks handed to her by Lu Yuyan, she inserted them into the meat, gently tearing it apart, releasing a burst of steam and fragrance. This is a resounding success, Xiyue remarked, her confidence restored as she beheld the thoroughly cooked meat. I'm so clever to have thought of using the seasoning packet from instant noodles to coat it. It's been 5 years since I've tasted a whole roasted chicken, Lu Yuyan lamented, drooling. Since you've followed me, you won't go hungry, Xiyue stated earnestly, gazing at her. Manager, Lu Yuyan replied, deeply moved, feeling like the luckiest person in the world. Hurry, try it, Xiyue urged her. Lu Yuyan picked up a piece of meat from the chicken leg, just as she was about to place it in her mouth. A fist-sized rock struck the glass of the convenience store window. Warning! Warning! The convenience store is under siege. The convenience store is under siege. The store manager must resolve this swiftly. Ding! A new task has been unlocked. The manager is to expel the invaders wreaking havoc in the store. Task rewards, 1,000 points. Unlock apples. Unlock sanitary pads. In a fleeting moment, the voice of the system flooded Xiyue's mind, prompting her to rise in anger and glance out the window. To her astonishment, a crowd of 50 or 60 people had gathered outside the convenience store. Yuyan, stay inside the store. I'm going out to investigate. With that, she stormed out in a fit of rage. Among the throng, Yang Mingjie, like the others, gazed in disbelief at the convenience store, his eyes tracing the electric fan affixed to the vehicle's exterior and the high-tech machinery at the rear, hardly able to believe his eyes. How could such a technologically advanced RV appear in this apocalyptic world? Just then, the occupants inside were startled by stones being hurled at the car windows, and the convenience store's door swung open, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with fair skin. The crowd, momentarily awestruck, soon succumbed to disdain and contempt, with some even harboring malicious thoughts. Who threw that stone? Xiyue inquired, her voice soft and melodious, devoid of any hint of anger, as if it were a casual question. Ha ha ha. The abilities users across the way erupted in laughter, both strong and weak, emboldened by their numbers to mock the store manager. A member of a formidable ability squad, a middle-aged man in his 40s, stepped forward, chuckling as he replied, I did. What are you going to do about it? Little girl? His companions jeered, suggesting she should bring him inside for compensation. Indeed, there is only one woman with abilities in the store. Assistant Xia was certainly not mistaken. Yang Mingjie murmured under his breath as he peered through the store's window, noting that only one woman remained inside, the one in the vehicle peering out through the window. Xiyue's gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on the middle-aged man who had shattered the window. A cold smile curled at her lips. Those who dare harm the convenience store shall pay with their lives. No sooner had she spoken than the man seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, blood oozing from various points on his body as if being forcibly extracted. Those nearest could even hear the sickening crack of bones. In an instant, his companions recoiled in fear, their eyes reflecting confusion and terror as they beheld the gruesome scene. The middle-aged man's face contorted with fear and agony. His voice a strained whisper, help me, save me. Not a soul uttered a word. Everyone stood in silent accord, watching the horrific spectacle unfold, even his closest ally, who had just joined in the mockery, now gazing on in trepidation. It was not long before the middle-aged man crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The store manager had not lifted a finger, yet had dispatched a level 5 ability user. They were taken aback, unable to comprehend the turn of events. The deceased man's companions suddenly realized that Xiyue's gaze had fixed upon one of them. Their hearts sank, their bodies trembling as they recalled the fate of their fallen comrade and the recent jest. They feigned calmness, attempting to reassure themselves and the others, everyone. Do not be afraid. Have you forgotten what Xiyue said? Upon hearing the name Xiyue, a flicker of emotion crossed Xiyue's eyes. So, It was indeed the handiwork of Wu Xiongguang. Who would have thought they could still stir after being blacklisted? She is merely a higher-level psychic ability user. This is all an illusion, a mere fabrication of her mind. His voice boomed, as if this would shatter the mirage and restore reality. Among the crowd, the survivors swallowed hard, evidently convinced, suppressing their fear and anxiety. It's false. It must be false. We are undoubtedly trapped in an illusion. If we remain calm and locate the fissure, we can escape. I knew it. How could anyone die so horrifically right before our eyes? Psychic ability user? Illusion?
Ha!
Xiyue chuckled derisively, her disdainful gaze sweeping over the crowd. Chapter 48. Throw it away. Let me show you whether this is indeed an illusion. Xiyue gently waved her arm. A fierce gale erupted from the stifling air, slicing through the crowd like a blade, leaving behind crimson trails upon their skin. The realization of pain jolted Yang Mingjie and the others from their stupor, awakening them to the grim reality that unfolded before them, their faces marked by sheer terror. Xiyue, cradling her baby, returned home alongside the seemingly ineffectual Yang Tao. Upon hearing their arrival, Xiyue reluctantly set aside her recently finished lunch and excitedly pulled Xiyue into the bedroom. The moment they entered, Xiyue was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. I smell braised beef with potatoes. It's delicious. Xiyue inhaled deeply, her stomach responding with a loud grumble. Sister, your nose is incredibly keen. Xiyue beamed with pride, mysteriously producing a box from behind her and presenting it to her sister. This is for you. Xiyue, puzzled, opened the lid of what appeared to be a lunchbox, revealing it to be brimming with food. Each grain of rice was plump, accompanied by tender, sauce-coated beef, a sight that was nothing short of mouth-watering, igniting her appetite, complemented by refreshing cucumber salad to cut through the richness, all exuding an irresistible allure. Xiyue's eyes nearly glazed over, swallowing the copious saliva pooling in her mouth. She asked, "Where did this come from? You want me to eat it? What will you have?" "Hee, I've already finished my portion," Xiyue replied, turning to show her the empty lunchbox from a small table behind her. "This one is specially for you. Just finish it in my room, don't take it outside." Xiyue looked at her in astonishment, took the chopsticks and could no longer restrain herself, diving in with gusto. She alternated bites of beef with rice, followed by a chunk of potato, and finished with a slice of cucumber, her mouth stuffed full, completely captivated by the meal. "Sister, slow down. Don't choke." Xiyue chuckled, her heart swelling with satisfaction. "If you enjoy it, I'll buy it for you every day." Xiyue playfully shot her a look, swallowing her mouthful before replying, "That won't do. This expensive lunch can only be eaten once in a while. How could we afford it every day?" Xiyue's eyes sparkled. "We can afford it. This lunch isn't that expensive." After she spoke, she noticed Xiyue's expression of disbelief, as if to say, "You're just trying to flatter me. How could this lunch not be costly?" Frustrated, she turned and retrieved 2 purple bags stuffed with supplies from the cupboard, then opened one, spilling its contents before Xiyue. Bottled water, buns, a variety of instant noodles, sausages, and milk sprawled out before her. Xiyue stared in shock, scarcely believing her eyes. "All of this, did you buy it?" "Yes, sister. These provisions should last us a week if we ration them." Xiyue smiled, her heart filled with a sense of security as she gazed at the food before her. "And all of this only cost me 4 or 5 level 1 crystals." Xiyue held a box of milk in her hands, relishing it with delight, thinking about how the baby would enjoy it once he awoke. She was completely oblivious to what Xiyue had just said. "What did you just say?" Xiyue, noticing her sister's distraction, was not angered. Instead, she reached into another purple bag and pulled out a packet of bear-shaped biscuits. "Sister, in addition to the milk, I specifically bought these bear biscuits for the little one. I remember that children of his age need something to chew on." "Indeed," Xiyue responded with joy, though a hint of reproach tinged her words. "You can't just waste money like this. Have you spent all your crystal cores?"
Not at all.
"All these items together cost me only a few low-grade crystal cores." Xiyue swore, raising her finger. "Impossible. A single meal costs more than that." Xiyue exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief, convinced that Xiaoyan had spent all her savings without being truthful with her. "Sister, I promise I'm not lying. Let me tell you the truth. Yi Xiaoyan leaned closer and whispered in Yi Xiao's ear. These items weren't bought from the base. When I returned to the base after collecting crystal cores today, I spotted a gorgeous purple RV parked near the entrance. Upon investigation, I discovered it was the Moonlight convenience store, and they sold items identical to those at the base, but at a fraction of the price. With a tone of gossip and astonishment, Yi Xiaoyan continued, Sister, you won't believe this. I heard the store manager say even the head of our base frequently shops there. Unbelievable. The supplies at the base are actually sourced from the Moonlight convenience store and then sold to us at exorbitant prices. How outrageous.
What?
Yi Xiao's complexion drained of color, her body trembling in fear. Are you saying these items were bought from that convenience store? Yes, I bought them from the convenience store. Yi Xiaoyan lamented, still surprised she hadn't discovered the Moonlight convenience store earlier, which would have saved her so many crystal cores, entirely unaware of Yi Xiao's distress. Suddenly, Yi Xiao hurled the milk she held as if it were contaminated, her voice filled with urgency. These foods are toxic. Toss them out immediately.
Yi Xiaoyan, heartbroken.
Retrieved the milk, looking at her sister in confusion. Sister, what is wrong? I exchanged crystal cores for these. Why would you want to throw them away? Xiaoyan, you don't understand. The food sold at that convenience store is poisonous. I witnessed someone being poisoned to death. Yi Xiaoyan froze momentarily before reacting. That's impossible. I've eaten several of these foods and felt fine. You just had a double serving of the meal. Do you feel anything unusual now? Yi Xiao paused, recalling her recent consumption of the beef meal. Despair flooded her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. It's over. We've both eaten it. We're going to die. I won't be able to see the baby grow up, sister. Please calm down. Yi Xiaoyan grasped Yi Xiao's arm gently, shaking her to interrupt her spiraling thoughts. I've been fine after eating for a while now. I don't feel any discomfort at all. Just take a moment to assess your own body. Gradually, Yi Xiao's agitation subsided as she carefully attuned herself to her body. Not only did she feel no ill effects, but the double meal had also left her invigorated. Her previously empty stomach now felt remarkably content. It seems there's nothing wrong. Exactly, Yi Xiaoyan affirmed. These foods should be safe. If they were toxic, we would have perished long ago after consuming so much. Besides, I can't imagine the store manager would poison the food, especially with such advanced machinery that even displays her name and powers. Meanwhile, Yang Mingjie and other Earth-based ability users regained their composure, uniting their powers to erect a protective earth wall against the fierce winds. Chapter 49, Unmasking. Upon seeing this, Xiyue sneered. You think this flimsy earth wall could withstand my assault? As her words fell, the winds intensified, mercilessly battering the wall. The makeshift barrier, constructed by their collective effort, crumbled instantly, scattering debris around. The onlookers gaped at the feeble wall, stunned and fearful as they gazed upon Xiyue. Confused by their sudden aggression towards the convenience store, Xiyue felt increasingly irritated, especially since a delicious roasted chicken awaited her return. Moreover, she was curious as to why they were attacking the convenience store and why their gazes were filled with disdain and hatred. Disdain? Hatred? Xiyue scrutinized their faces, realizing she had never encountered them before. This must be their first visit to the convenience store. To arrive for the first time and harbor such hostility towards the store and its owner was perplexing. Xiyue felt a weight in her heart. With a swift motion, she summoned them before her. Why are you attacking the convenience store? She inquired, her tone balanced between firmness and curiosity. Yuan, who had blended into the crowd, felt a wave of apprehension. We must not let the store manager discover the head of the base's plans. Yuan raised his head defiantly. We want to drive the convenience store away. The Dakwang base does not welcome you. Leave now. We, the base's people, will never purchase items from the convenience store. His words were vague, an attempt to deflect attention. Xiyue raised an eyebrow in surprise. How curious. You don't want me to establish the convenience store here? You don't wish to buy my products? She had contemplated various reasons why they might want to monopolize the store or cause her trouble, but had not anticipated they would outright reject her offerings or wish to expel her. A flicker of shame crossed Yuan's dark features as he realized the implications. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If the manager truly relocated the mobile convenience store, how could he explain that to the head of the base? The head would surely be furious enough to want to eliminate him for thwarting his monopolistic plans. Xiyue began to feel exasperated. Since arriving at this base, she had faced schemes from the outset, followed by days of barely selling any products.
Now,
She contemplated whether to remove these intruders, claim her system rewards, and depart from the Dakwang base. With so many bases in the apocalypse, this one was hardly irreplaceable. If they did not want her, she could simply blacklist the entire base and never return. They would no longer have access to supplies from her convenience store. As Yuan noticed the store manager's sudden silence and deep contemplation, panic surged within him. All he could do was anxiously hope she would not leave. Suddenly, a small stone was hurled at Xiyue, but it was effortlessly intercepted by an invisible barrier before falling at her feet. Xiyue lifted her gaze towards the crowd. Spotting a young boy, not yet of age, his face twisted in anger, with a glimmer of fear in his eyes. He was the one who had thrown the stone. "You wicked person. Trying to feed us poisonous food. Our base does not welcome you." Yuan's face darkened, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was disastrous. Xiyue furrowed her brow, catching the crucial detail. Poisonous? The boy widened his eyes, summoning his courage to respond. The food sold at the convenience store is all poisoned. Do you think we are unaware? Xiyue's eyes blazed with fury as she strode directly to the young boy before her. Why do you presume that I have poisoned anything? From my observations, it appears that this is your first visit to the convenience store, and you have never purchased any of its provisions. Yuan, sensing the gravity of the situation, interjected hastily, "You and this convenience store are of dubious origin. Such precious supplies sold at such a low price can only suggest a sinister plot to poison us. Who would believe otherwise?" Xiyue did not deign to look at him, her countenance rife with displeasure. "I did not inquire of you. Why do you interject?" Yuan's face contorted with defiance, eager to retort. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning coursed through his robust, dark frame, leaving him convulsing on the ground in agony. Ultimately, he lay there, weakened, casting a terrified glance at Xiyue, rendered speechless. Only then did she return her gaze to the boy, who was still reeling from the earlier spectacle, goosebumps prickling his skin. Under the urging gaze of Xiyue, he swallowed hard and stammered, I saw it with my own eyes. We all did."
ah,
Xiyue chuckled lightly. "You all witnessed it, did you?" The boy felt a trace of derision in her smile, igniting a sense of indignation within him as he added, "We all saw it. Someone at the base ate food from the convenience store and died from poisoning." Xiyue now comprehended the full picture. It seemed someone was deliberately framing the convenience store. The motive was unmistakable, to engender misunderstandings that would cripple the store's business, ultimately forcing it into the hands of the orchestrator, thereby achieving control over it. As for the identity of this shadowy figure, she needed no further contemplation to surmise. "Did you witness the individual who succumbed to poisoning consuming food purchased from my convenience store?" Xiyue's eyes glinted coldly as she posed the question. The crowd, aside from Yuan, was momentarily taken aback. They had not seen it firsthand, but what difference did that make? Observing their bewildered expressions, Xiyue's face contorted with disdain. "Since you did not see with your own eyes that the food was from my establishment, on what grounds do you assert that the convenience store's provisions are at fault?" Yang Mingjie discreetly assisted Yuan to his feet, and upon hearing this, he retorted. Zhang Yu himself claimed that the food he consumed was purchased from Moonlight Convenience Store. He even shared details about the store, encouraging others to buy. Yang Mingjie shifted his gaze to the perspiring Yuan beside him, fervently asserting that Yuan had indeed heard Zhang Yu's words, and he could vouch for it. "We only learned about it because he told us." Yuan's heart raced violently, wishing he could silence Yang Mingjie. Feeling the collective gaze of the crowd upon him, he suppressed his unease and weakly admitted, "I did hear him say that." Xiyue scrutinized Yuan with penetrating intensity. She had sensed something amiss with him earlier, as he repeatedly attempted to interrupt others. It seemed he was deliberately trying to conceal the fact that the convenience store's food had been unjustly accused of poisoning. Now, hearing this news was also his doing. Xiyue was certain that Yuan was implicated. He was sent by Wu Xiongguang. However, to eliminate him would only lead the others at the base to believe she was intentionally silencing him, which would harm the store's reputation. Casting her gaze over the faces of the crowd, marked by fear, anger, and hatred, Xiyue resolved to first dispel their misconceptions about the convenience store.
Yuyan,
She called, turning around. Chapter 50. The products of the convenience store are absolutely safe. Lu Yuyan opened the shopping cart window, peeking her head out. Bring a few items from the shelves, Xiyue commanded, raising her voice. Lu Yuyan wasted no time, sprinting out with a bag of assorted food. She obediently handed the bag to Xiyue. Manager, I grabbed some food at random. It's all in here. Very well, Xiyue nodded, briefly glancing into the bag before refocusing on the crowd. With a light laugh, she inquired, do you wish to leave? Yang Mingjie and the others exchanged incredulous glances. What did this mean? Was she truly allowing them to depart? Did she not intend to kill them? Of course we want to leave, the young boy exclaimed, his face alight with hope. Yusia's smile widened as she murmured, if each of you leaves behind a level 1 crystal core and consumes one item from the convenience store, I will permit your departure. She had no intention of providing the store's goods free of charge. Yuan's complexion paled dramatically, his lips turning white. He could not allow them to consume the food. Otherwise, the truth of the convenience store's safety would be revealed. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, you're doing this on purpose. You want to poison us all. Indeed, you never genuinely intended to let us go. Yang Mingjie echoed, despair etched upon his face. The others appeared ashen, fearfully eyeing the provisions Yusia held. Was this to be their end? Some even lamented aloud. Yusia's eyes glimmered with irritation and fury as she regarded Yuan, the first to challenge her patience repeatedly. She had intended to deal with him later. But now it was the perfect opportunity to make an example of him. She wiped the smile from her face, her gaze icy as she confronted Yuan. You deliberately slandered the convenience store, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Now that you've thrust yourself into the spotlight, do not blame me for the consequences. What? The crowd was momentarily stunned, unable to react as they witnessed the manager's swift transformation. Yuan, like a puppet, found his mouth forced open, terror gripping him as he struggled to break free, but to no avail. His hands were restrained, suspended in the air. Yusia's expression remained impassive as she nonchalantly gestured, a chilling wind blade slicing through Yuan's mouth, severing his tongue in an instant and sending it tumbling to the ground. Yusia did not blink, disdainfully remarking, you have sullied the earth. The onlookers, now fully aware of the bloody spectacle, doubled over in disgust, retching at the sight of the person who had just spoken to them being so brutally mutilated. This transformation was not something they could easily process. Wah! Yuan, now without a tongue, wore a mask of despair and regret. He attempted to speak, but no coherent sound emerged, tears mingled with blood, rendering him a sight unfit to behold. Can we eat now? This gruesome scene had little impact on Yusia, as she had averted her gaze, maintaining her cold demeanor. She smiled sweetly at the crowd, yet it exuded an immense sense of oppression.
Eat. I eat.
Woo-woo. The young boy was the first to sob as he retrieved a bun from the bag, leaving behind a crystal core. One by one, the others followed suit, taking their food and relinquishing their cores. Are you waiting for me to feed you, all one by one? Yusia's voice brimmed with pressure. The crowd dared not delay any further, tears streaming down their faces as they hastily stuffed food into their mouths. Yang Mingjie, holding a bun near his lips, was engulfed by despair. He had an 8-year-old child and a nearly 70-year-old father. He did not wish to die, not solely for himself, but for them as well. Sensing the manager's displeasure, Yang Mingjie dared not hesitate any longer and, with eyes shut, shoved the food into his mouth. Contemplating in his heart, he thought that after his demise, Xiyue would devote herself to caring for their son and father, while Xiaoyan would venture outside to slay zombies and gather crystal core supplies. This was the only way they could sustain their lives. Yet, he remained uneasy, worried whether they could manage without his watchful eye. The flavor of the food filled his mouth. Even knowing it was toxic, it was simply too delectable to resist. Some chewed and mused that since they had already eaten, the delightful taste made indulging before death worthwhile, especially since they had paid with crystal cores. They devoured the food voraciously, savoring every bite. Many were lost in their own meals, and the only sound that filled the air was that of enthusiastic chewing. It was extraordinarily delicious. The boy ate without lifting his head, still expressing his delight through murmurs. Yusia stood beside him, but he paid her no mind, engrossed in the bun in his hand. Aren't you afraid of the poison now? Yusia inquired softly. I've already eaten. I refuse to waste food. The boy replied while chewing, "Besides, this is the first bun I've had in years." Xiyue, taken aback, asked in confusion, "Haven't these supplies been sold at the base for days? Didn't you buy any?" The boy, slightly embarrassed, admitted, "No, the prices at the base are exorbitant. I couldn't bear to buy them." He then grew somewhat irate. "That's why I despise you so much." Xiyue raised an eyebrow. "You resent me because the base's prices are high?" "Yes," he said, swallowing his last bite like a deflated balloon. "You possess such remarkable abilities to produce food, yet you choose to create something toxic and inedible, harming others and wasting food. I loathe you." The chill in Xiyue's eyes was palpable as she sternly replied, "What if I told you that all the supplies in your base were sourced from me? Would you believe it?" The boy, Li Tianqing, blinked, observing the manager's serious expression, and momentarily hesitated, his disbelief wavering. As everyone finished their portions, Xiyue proclaimed loudly, "Since you have all finished, I shall honor my promise and allow you to leave." The crowd, who had believed they were on the brink of death, was momentarily unsure whether to feel grateful for the manager's promise. "However, before you depart, I must vindicate the Moonlight convenience store. You should have noticed that your bodies show no adverse effects, which indicates that the store's food is indeed safe. I can even assure you that all products from the convenience store are absolutely secure. Furthermore, no one will be able to resell identical products in bulk again. Those who previously slandered the convenience store have all been blacklisted. As for the severity of being blacklisted, I trust those individuals have already experienced it." Xiyue scanned the faces in the crowd, noting expressions of confusion, skepticism, and outright disbelief. Ignoring them, she coolly stated, "You may leave at your own discretion. Considering you were misled and unaware, I shall spare you this time. Next time, you will be directly blacklisted." Gradually, the crowd began to comprehend that the food they had just consumed posed no threat, and they departed with a mixture of relief and contemplation.
Yang Mingjie.
Feeling a surge of joy, noticed Yuan, bloodied and barely alive, and hesitated before speaking. "What about Yuan? Can I take him with me?" Chapter 51. The rapid spread of information. Xiyue raised an eyebrow. "After slandering the convenience store, do you think he can still leave? Or do you wish to stay behind with him?" Yang Mingjie dared not say more. He gave Yuan a helpless glance before turning to leave. "Manager, is the food from the convenience store truly safe?" Li Tianqing approached, hope mingled with trepidation in his eyes. "Did you not just eat?
Can you not discern that?"
Xiyue teased in retort. Sweat and dirt mingled on Li Tianqing's face, causing him to redden slightly. "Can I buy something now?" Xiyue feigned contemplation for a moment, and upon seeing his mounting anxiety, smiled and replied, "Yes." She then glanced at the nearly lifeless Yuan, initially considering tossing him into the black room but abandoned the thought upon seeing his blood-soaked state. It would be troublesome if the black room became dirty. Thus, she simply discarded him into a nearby pile of zombies. Where did he suddenly go? Li Tianqing stammered, his fingers trembling slightly at the sight of a living person vanishing. "He must pay the price for his actions," Xiyue replied indifferently. Lu Yuyan, struck by a thought, spoke cheerfully. "He deserves it for slandering our Moonlight convenience store." Xiyue and Lu Yuyan returned to the vehicle, glancing at the now cold roast chicken on the table, and Xiyue felt her heart break, mentally noting to hold Wu Xiongguang accountable. Once her emotions settled, she rolled down the car window and reminded him, "Check the process on the wooden board." After following the procedure and charging a crystal core, Li Tianqing finally grasped the astonishingly reasonable prices of the convenience store. "Manager, selling at such low prices, won't you incur losses?" Li Tianqing, initially thinking it but surprised to voice it aloud. Xiyue secretly rolled her eyes. "You're still too young, little brother. You may not be losing, but I will certainly profit. What would you like to purchase?" "I'll get it for you," she said. Li Tianqing's eyes sparkled as he listed 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 steamed buns, 1 meat bun, 1 vegetable bun, a bowl of pickled cabbage instant noodles, and a bottle of cola. As he spoke, Lu Yuyan gathered the corresponding items and placed them in a bag. After completing the transaction, she handed the bag to him, noting, "You can swipe your card over there. And there's hot water for the noodles. There are tables and chairs behind the convenience store with a fan." Li Tianqing joyfully accepted the bag, quickly unpacked the instant noodles, and after swiping his card for hot water, hurried to the back of the convenience store with his steaming meal. Xiyue and Lu Yuyan sat inside, tearing into the cooled roast chicken. Each took a bite, Although the flavor was not as delightful as when it was freshly roasted, it was surprisingly tasty. Yuxia tore off 2 chicken legs and shared one with Lu Yuyan, while a novel about a domineering CEO played softly in the background, creating a serene atmosphere.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of driving away the invaders threatening the convenience store. Reward: 1,000 points, unlocks fruit, apple, and sanitary napkins. Yuxia paused mid-bite, a flicker of joy crossing her eyes. After finishing and tidying up, she opened the system panel to restock. Apples cost 5 points each, so she ordered 20, pricing them at 15 points each due to their freshness and rarity. Sanitary napkins cost 5 points per pack, and she stocked 10 packs. Upon taking one from the shelf, she noticed it contained 5 pieces. After some thought, she decided to price it at 10 points per pack, significantly reducing the cost, hoping that more women could manage well in this apocalyptic world. Yuan is dead. My plans have been exposed. Wu Xiongguang fumed, wishing to drag Yu Wen's corpse before him to vent his rage. Xiyue sighed, base leader. What do we do now? The remaining supplies cannot be traded, and they are depleting daily. Wu Xiongguang, agitated, kicked the table. What should we do? Why must you ask me everything? As the summer sun set, Xia Xinji fell silent, no longer daring to speak. Wu Xiongguang seethed with resentment, exclaiming that the store manager was utterly detestable. Now we are blacklisted by her. We cannot even approach the convenience store nearby. Is she planning to drive me to despair? I shall not let her off so easily. In that case, I will relay the news about the convenience store to the Xiguang base and collaborate with them. I firmly believe we will secure the store. Even if I only obtain a fraction of it in the end, it matters not. Xia Xian's eyes sparkled with a plan. The base leader could send Qin Dan to convey the message to Xiguang base. Qin Dan? Wu Xiongguang inquired, perplexed. She is a researcher at our base and also a junior to Yi Tianza. If we send her with a few products from the convenience store, Xiguang base will surely be convinced. Wu Xiongguang grinned mischievously. Let us dispatch some capable ability users to accompany her. Are you serious? A group of young individuals, not yet in their prime, gathered around, expressing their astonishment. Of course, it's true. Did you not just enjoy the steamed buns? Li Tianqing's eyes glimmered with cunning as he lowered his voice. I shall let you in on a secret. The supplies previously sold by the base were all procured from that convenience store. The teenagers were left wide-eyed in disbelief. They soon heard Li Tianqing recounting how remarkably cheap the items from the Moonlight convenience store were and how extraordinary the store's machinery was. Unable to contain their excitement, they hastily concluded their discussions and rushed home to share the juicy gossip with their parents, hoping they could convince their guardians to take them to the store for a first-hand experience. Thanks to the prior revelations from those spared by Yuxia, the news spread rapidly throughout the Dakwang base, with nearly everyone becoming aware that the Moonlight convenience store was the true source of the previous supplies. The dissemination of information was faster than distributing flyers. Before long queues formed daily outside Yuxia's Moonlight convenience store. On a particular day, as Yuxia handed a freshly prepared bucket of popcorn to a customer, she heard a familiar voice from her mind.
Ding!
Congratulations, store manager, for completing the task of serving 400 unique customers. Task progress, 400 out of 400. Rewards unlocked, ice packs and points flashlights. Yuxia's heart soared with joy as she accessed the system panel to view the newly unlocked products. The ice packs were effective for 48 hours and cost 8 points each, while the points flashlight was priced at 20 points. Without hesitation, Yuxia ordered 500 ice packs and 100 points flashlights. Each ice pack was set at 20 points and the flashlight at 60 points. As a customer prepared to pay for their popcorn with their points card, Yuxia interjected, "Dear customer, we have just introduced new products, ice packs and points flashlights. Would you be interested?" The female customer, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I want them. I have become a loyal patron of the Moonlight convenience store over the past few days, purchasing everything available. Now that there are new items, I am thrilled." Yuxia gestured toward the shelves displaying the newly priced products. "How many would you like? I can fetch them for you." The customer, Tianxi, glanced at the prices and pondered before responding. "I'll take 2 ice packs." "Is the points flashlight the same as the one we used before?" Yuxia swiftly retrieved the requested ice packs and casually grabbed a points flashlight. "Here are the ice packs you requested. Once the packaging is opened, they can keep things cool for 48 hours, an essential item in this scorching heat. Tianxi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. 48 hours of cooling? That's incredibly useful. Initially hesitant about spending her points, given that one ice pack cost 20 points, while a daily combo meal was only 15 points, she had assumed the ice packs would only provide cooling for a few hours. Resolute, she decided to buy two, albeit with a tinge of regret. Now, holding the ice packs, she was reluctant to part with them and planned to open one as soon as she completed her payment. Xiyue quietly examined the flashlight, attempting to promote it further. This is a new points flashlight from the convenience store. Unlike ordinary flashlights, it doesn't require batteries for charging. Tianxi's interest was piqued as she curiously scrutinized the points flashlight in the store manager's hand. Xiyue, pleased, demonstrated it to her. Do you see this spot on the bottom? Tianxi, along with those lined up behind her, leaned in to catch a glimpse. Yes, I see it. Xiyue smiled. This is where you can swipe your points card. When the flashlight runs out of power, simply swipe your points to recharge it. Just 1 point for a week's worth of usage. Tianxi was overjoyed and quickly declared, Store manager, I'll take this points flashlight too. Xiyue's successful sales earned her admiring glances from Lu Yuyan, who was nearby. After Tianxi completed her transaction, she excitedly attempted to turn on the flashlight, but it did not illuminate. It must be out of power. Try swiping your points card, Xiyue suggested. She knew the system would seize every opportunity to earn points. Tianxi produced her points card and swiped it, revealing a small screen that lit up with the message. Card swipe successful. When she flipped the switch, the flashlight indeed lit up. Tianxi delightedly played with it for a moment, reluctant to waste the battery, then reached into her bag to open an unsealed ice pack. The coolness was refreshing and delightful. Tianxi cradled the ice packs in her hands, feeling an unparalleled comfort in the sweltering heat. The two newly introduced products sold out rapidly, with most survivors in the Dakwang base flocking to purchase them. The ice packs, in particular, became a must-have item. Nearly every shopper bought one, as the sweltering weather made them a welcome relief. In no time, nearly everyone in Dakwang base was utilizing ice packs, allowing for a more restful night. Of course, this did not apply to Wu Xiongguang and his cohorts, who were blacklisted by the convenience store. Yet, no amount of envy or jealousy could change their situation. Finally, Xiyue and Lu Yuyan concluded their shift. They bid farewell to the lingering customers, whose sighs of reluctance filled the air, before closing the shopping window and switching it to a viewing-disabled mode. This was a rule set by Xiyue. The store operated from 8 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. and again from 2:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m.
Ding.
The revenue has reached 110,856 points, allowing for an upgrade of the convenience store. Moonlight Convenience Store upgraded to level 4, requiring 100,000 points. Does the store manager approve of the upgrade? Xiyue marveled at how she had inadvertently accumulated over 100,000 points. Upgrade, she silently affirmed.
Ding.
Successfully deducted the required points for the upgrade. The time required for the upgrade is 10 hours, during which operations cannot continue. After dining, Xiyue informed Lu Yuyan about the store's impending upgrade that night. Yes, I understand, Lu Yuyan replied, her tone filled with anticipation. I'm a bit tired. I'm going to take a shower now. Xiyue yawned, having recently been plagued by peculiar sounds at night, occasional disarrayed footsteps, or the haunting cries of animals. After washing up, she exchanged goodnights with Lu Yuyan and retreated to her room to sleep. Meanwhile, Qin Dan and her companions, who had traveled a considerable distance from the base, sat in their jeep, gazing ahead in terror. What is happening? Seated in the rear of the vehicle, Qin Dan found herself accompanied by 3 individuals dispatched by Wu Xiongguang to safeguard and monitor her. The psychic sitting in the front passenger seat swallowed hard, his nerves palpable. We should return immediately and inform the base leader of this news, he suggested. The others remained silent, their minds a tumult of conflicting thoughts as they observed the unfolding scene. No, Qin Dan's voice quivered with emotion as she commanded, we cannot go back. Yet the psychic, gazing out of the window, expressed his anxiety, but if we don't return, the Dakwang base will returning is a dead end. If you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you. Qin Dan's resolute statement silenced them all. Meanwhile, Xiyue had enjoyed a restful slumber, awakening to the light of day. Stretching languidly, she immediately sensed the transformations within the upgraded convenience store. As she slowly rose, she discovered she was reclining upon a 2-meter-wide, sumptuous mattress, adorned with silk sheets and plush pillows that felt delightfully smooth and comforting against her skin. Upon drawing back the curtains, sunlight flooded the room, illuminating every detail as she began to scrutinize her surroundings. The space had expanded several-fold, with the grand bed positioned centrally, exuding an air of opulence. The floor was covered in a soft carpet, which felt exquisitely gentle beneath her bare feet. Flanking the bed were 2 vintage, luxurious nightstands, each topped with an elegant reading lamp. What filled Xiyue with sheer delight was the sight of an entire row of wardrobes directly opposite the bed. Opening the wardrobe doors revealed an array of pastel-hued dresses and various styles of blouses, while another tier showcased an assortment of pants and skirts. To her surprise, the bottom of the wardrobe was thoughtfully stocked with a dozen pairs of shoes. Eagerly, she adorned herself with a carefully curated outfit, posing in front of the mirror and experimenting with different styles, lamenting the absence of her phone for photographs. Chapter 53. The Double-Decker Luxury RV. With the upgrade, a bathroom had finally been added to the bedroom. Xiyue pushed open the door to discover a gleaming white, medium-sized bathtub that filled her with joy. How wonderful! I can soak in the tub at night, she exclaimed. The thought of lounging in air-conditioned comfort while sipping a chilled cola brought her immense happiness. The wash basin had significantly expanded, its design far more aesthetically pleasing than the previous dormitory style. It was adorned with several bottles of skincare products, including cleansers and other toiletries. I adore you so much, Xiyue declared excitedly. 06, just emerging from a deep slumber, was momentarily startled by her words and hesitated to respond. After touring her upgraded room, Xiyue stepped out of the bedroom, only to find herself not in the original convenience store but in a lavish reception area. The reception room featured large floor-to-ceiling windows, flooding the space with light. At its center, a black coffee table was surrounded by white leather sofas, with a vase of purple hyacinths adding a decorative touch. A flat-screen television adorned one wall, while an automatic water dispenser stood nearby, offering disposable cups for convenience. A gap in the wall led to a wooden staircase descending to the lower level. Xiyue, having observed the staircase through the window, felt no shock as she gracefully descended, where she encountered Lu Yuyan, who wore an expression of astonished delight as she gazed at the stairs, curious yet hesitant to ascend. Xiyue felt a surge of satisfaction at her reaction. Manager, the changes in the convenience store are astounding. Even my room has transformed. Lu Yuyan shared her excitement. Who could have anticipated that upon awakening, her once folding bed had metamorphosed into a small room, driving her nearly to madness with joy. With curiosity glimmering in her eyes, Xiyue surveyed the upgraded convenience store, brimming with amazement. The store had expanded in both length and width. What had once been a single-windowed selling space now resembled a typical convenience store from her past life. The formerly narrow entrance had evolved into double-opening doors, facilitating customer access. Upon entry, a small cash register was situated at the entrance, equipped with a computer to assist staff in efficiently recording daily sales. Additionally, a hot dog machine and a popcorn maker had been placed on the counter, along with a self-service payment machine for points redemption. The 2 windows that had once served as selling points had been transformed into a glass wall, now immovable, with a slender table and 6 round stools affixed along its length. With the folding bed and table removed, the store's interior was now neatly organized with 4 rows of shelves, each stocked with an array of categorized products for customer selection. On the opposite side of the transparent glass wall stood 2 freezers, one filled with beverages and the other with a variety of ice cream flavors. The staff room retained the same position at the rear of the vehicle, unchanged except for the absence of the now transparent skylight. Xiyue approached the front of the vehicle, only to discover that the panel previously used to control its movements had vanished. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she mentally called out to the system. 06. How do I control the now level 4 Moonlight convenience store? Taken aback by the question, 06 hesitated before silently retrieving the upgraded convenience store's manual. After reviewing it, it replied, to control the level 4 convenience store's movement, you need only your system panel. You were silent for so long. I assumed you were caught off guard and scrambling for answers, Xiyue speculated. The system had no intention of responding to that inquiry, it huffed. After a brief pause, noticing 06's silence, Xiyue chose not to dwell further on the matter. Unlocking the grand entrance, she stepped outside to behold the transformed exterior of the upgraded convenience store, only to find Li Tianqing had arrived early, accompanied by a few children of similar age, all gazing in astonishment at the dramatically altered establishment. Approaching them unnoticed, Xiyue observed their rapt attention directed forward. Following their gaze, she beheld the once small, charming mini RV now transformed into a magnificent, exquisite double-decker luxury vehicle. The overall design retained its purple and white color scheme but shimmered with greater clarity. The glass appeared to have an ethereal lavender filter, casting a dreamlike quality over the interior glimpsed through the windows. The second floor was obscured from view, resembling a pale purple mirror, while the external fans and other apparatus had vanished, leaving only 2-point redemption machines at the rear. After admiring the convenience store, Xiyue was filled with satisfaction. This was the mobile convenience store she had always envisioned. "Isn't it beautiful?" she asked with a beaming smile. "Beautiful." Li Tianqing and his companions replied instinctively, turning to find the manager standing beside them, their expressions shifting to a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Taking the initiative, Li Tianqing, feeling a sense of familiarity with the manager, asked, "Manager, how did the convenience store transform so dramatically overnight?" Xiyue responded to him with a smile, stating that the convenience store had undergone an upgrade. Li Tianqing and his companions gazed at the store manager with admiration, realizing that while others could only enhance their abilities, it was the manager who had the unique power to upgrade the store itself. This was simply remarkable, beyond cool. Having spent some time outside, Xiyue found it increasingly unbearable to endure the oppressive heat. Now, with the option to enter the store and browse items, especially with the bliss of air conditioning inside, she proposed, "Shall we go in and take a look?" Without hesitation, the group agreed, eagerly following Xiyue inside. "Wow, how refreshing!" Upon stepping through the door, the children exclaimed in unison. They had always lived in the apocalypse and were not privileged children of the base, so they had never experienced the comfort of air conditioning before. Their pores opened in sheer delight. Xiyue was curious to test whether a customer could steal items from the convenience store without paying and still exit undetected. She inquired, "Could you assist me with a small task?" The younger children, nervously hiding behind Li Tianqing, peered out with anxious eyes at Xiyue. "What kind of task?" Li Tianqing asked. "Simply choose any item from the store, walk out without paying any points, and that item will be yours later." After huddling together for a brief discussion, the children happily agreed, albeit with a hint of trepidation. "Why, you're not tricking us, are you?" Chapter 54, The Injured Little Fat Cat. They excitedly selected a flashlight that cost points, their eyes sparkling as they turned to Xiyue for confirmation. With the store manager's approval, Li Tianqing and the others gleefully took the flashlight and turned to leave the store. However, upon reaching the entrance, they found themselves unable to exit, as if an invisible barrier blocked their way. The cheerful music from the store transformed into an alarming announcement. "Attention customers, please make your payment." Li Tianqing and his friends were startled, gazing helplessly at the store manager. Xiyue deactivated the store's alarm and personally escorted the children out. Now assured that stealing was impossible within the store, she felt a sense of relief.
Ding!
Congratulations, manager. The Moonlight convenience store has successfully upgraded to a level 4 store, with a secure area expanded to 20 meters. Upgrade reward, 10,000 points, unlocking, toilet paper, self-heating hot pot, fruits, bananas, pears, watermelons. Joyously, Xiyue retrieved the system panel, eager to stock the newly unlocked items on the shelves. Toilet paper cost 2 points per roll, and she priced it at 5 points for sale. The self-heating hot pot had a cost price of 8 points, and valuing its convenience and taste, she set its price at 20 points per box. The cost of bananas and pears mirrored that of apples, both at 5 points, with a selling price of 15 points. Watermelons, however, were particularly expensive at 20 points each and notably large, being seedless Kirin watermelons. Unable to contain her excitement, Xiyue hastily sliced one in half, savoring the sweet, crisp flesh with a spoon. It was incredibly refreshing in the scorching heat. Thus, she priced it at 60 points each, deeming it an irresistible deal. The newly stocked items were automatically arranged on the shelves. Sitting at the checkout counter, Xiyue observed through the clean, transparent glass as many people gazed in astonishment at the convenience store, whispering among themselves, seemingly hesitant to enter. She refrained from stepping outside to engage with them, choosing instead to calmly enjoy the watermelon on the table. Ultimately, she knew they would come inside to make purchases. As the store manager, she would not lower herself to chase after customers. That would be quite undignified. As Xiyue anticipated, it wasn't long before the first brave soul ventured inside.
Ah,
How refreshing! My wish was to stay in a convenience store and enjoy the air conditioning. What a dream come true. The newcomer was Xiyue, relishing the cool air. I never want to leave. Xiyue chuckled lightly. You may purchase some items and find a seat at the table to rest. But loitering without making a purchase is not permitted. Spotting a bench near the long table, Xiyue wasted no time selecting her desired items. After making her choices, she approached the checkout counter to pay with her points. Meanwhile, those who had been observing from outside began to enter one after another. Placing her items on the counter, the computer automatically scanned and recorded them, requiring no effort on her part. Extremely convenient. Xiyue gestured towards the card reader. That will be 248 points. Please swipe your card here. Xiyue obediently swiped her card while Lu Yuyan packed the items into a bag, handing it to her. Xiyue, clutching the bag, found a cozy spot at the edge and began eating her sandwich, contemplating bringing her sister and Yang Ku along next time. She envisioned arriving early, buying her items, and then luxuriating in the air conditioning without a care. It was simply too comfortable here. Almost everyone who came to shop hesitated to leave after making their purchases, opting to sit in the resting area, enjoying the cool air while relishing their breakfast. However, with only 6 seats available, newcomers found themselves without a place to sit, yet were reluctant to depart. Some even discreetly settled on the floor in the corners of the store, planning to linger. Seeing this, others followed suit, casually finding any available space to sit down and unashamedly consuming their recently purchased meals. After all, the convenience store boasted a pristine white marble floor, nearly reflective in its cleanliness, far cleaner than their own beds at home. The soothing melodies in the background further encouraged their desire to stay, leading them to contemplate sneaking in blankets for an overnight stay. Xiyue quickly noticed the situation and, brimming with frustration, declared, You patrons who have completed your purchases, aside from those seated in the resting area, please vacate the premises. Manager, I won't disturb the store's business. I just want to rest here for a moment. Is that all right? I wish to finish my meal before leaving, one person pleaded. Look at how young my daughter is. How can you bear to chase us away? Another chimed in. I just made a purchase, so I should be treated like royalty. Despite their pleas, none of them budged. If you don't leave, I will blacklist all of you, and you'll never be able to shop here again. Xiyue threatened, realizing that gentle persuasion was ineffective. Finally, her words prompted them to slowly rise, reluctantly making their way out. 06, please create a sign for me, Xiyue silently requested, envisioning a board that read, Except in the resting area, other spaces are not for loitering. Customers who have completed their purchases must leave promptly. Otherwise, you will be blacklisted. Understood. Moments later, the inscribed sign appeared at the checkout counter. Oh my! Lu Yuyan gasped in surprise. Xiyue hung the sign on the wall behind them, right next to the shopping process board, ensuring that incoming customers would easily see it. The first day of operation for the Level 4 convenience store swiftly came to an end. By 6:30 p.m., Xiyue politely requested those lingering in the resting area to depart. Once all customers had exited, she locked the store's doors and adjusted the glass to a one-way view, preventing anyone from peering inside. Lu Yuyan conducted a thorough inspection of the shelves and, finding everything in order, began to clear away the trash left by customers on the long table, discarded wrappers and instant noodle boxes, disposing of them in the trash bin. The bin would automatically empty itself the following day, making it incredibly convenient. Having tidied up sufficiently, Xiyue bid Lu Yuyan good night and ascended back upstairs. This time, she did not retire to bed immediately. Instead, she settled in the living room, watching television, which aired the drama series from her original world. After such a prolonged absence from mobile phones and televisions, she was finally free from the monotony of hairbrushing. In her excitement, she lost track of time, only to realize that she had been watching television until past 1 in the morning. Feeling an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over her, Xiyue turned off the television with a remote, intending to indulge in a soothing bath. As she began to fill the bathtub with water, she suddenly sensed something encroaching upon the convenience store's vicinity, causing her heart to race. The mournful cries of that accursed animal that had disrupted her sleep once again echoed in the air. Chapter 55. Drawing ever closer, surrounded. Xiyue swiftly turned off the water, her face contorted with anger. You've plagued my nights with sleeplessness, and now you dare to invade the convenience store's territory? Just wait and see how I deal with you. With that, she stepped outside, flashlight in hand, following the sound. Ultimately, at the very edge of the convenience store's secure perimeter, she discovered the source of the noise, an injured, plump little cat. In this post-apocalyptic world, how could such a chubby kitten exist? A faint twitch appeared at the corners of Xiyue's mouth. Its furry body bore numerous wounds, and the little fat cat lay weakly on the ground, its big eyes gazing up at her with a pitiful expression, no longer crying out. Xiyue had always harbored a fondness for small animals. In her previous world, she had longed to adopt a cat or dog for companionship. But her demanding job had left her with no time to do so. Now, witnessing the little fat cat's injured state, she could no longer resist and scooped it into her arms, bringing it back to the convenience store. In the dim light, she grabbed 2 packets of ham from the shelves before heading upstairs with the kitten cradled in her embrace. Gently placing the kitten on the sofa, she surveyed its wounds, wishing to treat them, yet lacking the necessary supplies for bandaging. Could you please provide me with some bandaging materials? Xiyue silently pleaded, her tone tinged with a hint of coaxing. After a moment of hesitation, 06 finally responded, all right. In no time, hydrogen peroxide, iodine, antiseptic ointment, and a roll of gauze appeared on the coffee table. Thank you, 06, Xiyue replied with a smile. She meticulously disinfected the kitten's wounds, applied the ointment, and then bandaged the injuries. Throughout the process, the kitten remained remarkably obedient, lying still on the sofa, only its tail flicking gently from time to time. There you go, little one. In no time, you'll be healed, Xiyue reassured the kitten as she put away the remaining medical supplies in a small cabinet. Then, she retrieved the ham she had taken from the shelf earlier. Are you hungry? Would you like a little something to eat? The chubby kitten seemed to understand, its eyes widening as it fixated on the ham. Such beautiful green eyes. Xiyue marveled, noticing under the light that the kitten's eyes were a stunning emerald, reminiscent of precious gemstones. The little cat was dirty and matted with blood and dust. She couldn't discern its true color. As she opened the ham's packaging, the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, prompting the kitten to rise unsteadily from its resting place. Stay still, this is your food, Xiyue urged, her heart aching at the sight of it struggling to stand. She quickly brought the ham to its mouth, feeding it delicately. With a series of eager munching sounds, the little fat cat transformed from its earlier frail state, vigorously chewing the ham. It soon devoured one piece and, with its tail held high, leaned gently against Xiyue's hand, purring contentedly. Indeed, the world cannot exist without little kittens. Xiyue's heart melted, and she promptly opened the second piece of ham to offer it to her newfound companion. The ham produced by the Moonlight convenience store was entirely meat-based, and the kitten devoured it without pause, utterly immersed in its feast. After finishing, the kitten sat on the sofa, laboriously lifting one paw to clean its mouth. How adorable! Even after a meal, you still groom yourself, Xiyue exclaimed, regretting the absence of her phone to capture this precious moment. Glancing at the time, Xiyue was taken aback to find it was nearly 3 o'clock. I must sleep, otherwise I won't be able to open the store tomorrow. You stay on the sofa and sleep, little kitten. I'm going back to my room now. Meow. The little fat cat responded. Such a good little one. After entering her room and closing the door, just as she was about to take a bath, she heard the kitten's mournful cries and scratching at the door. With a sigh, Xiyue opened the door, gently explaining that the kitten couldn't enter her room and that it should behave outside. The kitten obediently sat on the floor, gazing up at her with an innocent expression. Yes, such a good little one. Xiyue reassured it once more before closing the door again. Meow. Meow. Screech, screech, screech. Reluctantly, Xiyue opened the door once more, finding the kitten again in its adorable, obedient state. All right, you win. Come in, but no jumping on the bed. With pride, the kitten lifted its head and entered slowly, finding a cozy corner to lie on the carpet. After finishing her evening routine, Xiyue noticed it hadn't moved from its original spot and felt assured enough to return to bed. The next morning after washing up, Xiyue went downstairs to fetch 2 pieces of ham, cutting them into small pieces and placing them in a bowl before carrying it to the living room. The little fat cat, upon catching the scent, perked up its tail and playfully nudged her before starting to eat. Xiyue gently patted its little head, saying, "You be good upstairs and don't wander down to play, okay?" Observing its carefree demeanor as it focused on its meal, she wondered if it had even heard her. Not dwelling on the thought, she proceeded downstairs to open the store. "Your strategy is indeed remarkable, Xiaoyan," Tianxi and her teammates Zhangshu and Gao Kiki exclaimed, gathered around the mutated rabbit they had just defeated, brimming with excitement. "Xiaoyan, you're incredible. Ever since you joined our team, we frequently managed to take down weak, solitary mutated beasts." Tianxi admired, gazing at Yi Xiaoyan. Yi Xiaoyan's handsome face flushed slightly. "I'm not that remarkable. I merely observe the mutated beasts in the vicinity regularly. But that is still impressive." The girls chimed in playfully. "Let us stick to the old agreement. You can have 3 legs and half the fur," Tianxi declared. "We'll split the rest among the 3 of us." Yi Xiaoyan knew that her friends were always concerned about her being at a disadvantage, and this distribution was their usual practice, which warmed her heart.
All right.
Just as Tianxi bent down to grab the mutated rabbit, filled with a sense of accomplishment, a cacophony of chaotic animal footsteps erupted from the surrounding jungle, accompanied by gnawing sounds, and the noise grew ever closer, as if charging toward them. The 4 girls immediately became alert, backing against each other as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. The sounds drew nearer, closer still. Finally, they were right before them, separated only by a thin layer of foliage, producing a chorus of crunching noises. At that moment, a sharp cry pierced the air from the farthest distance. Eek. Yi Xiaoyan and her companions exchanged grave glances, refraining from making any noise. Suddenly, the surroundings fell eerily silent, as if all the previous sounds had been mere figments of their imagination. Thump, thump. Yi Xiaoyan could hear the rapid beating of her own heart, as well as that of Tianxi beside her, and beads of anxious sweat trickled down her face. Chapter 56. Yi Xiaoyan is bitten and injured. They dared not relax even for a moment, not even blinking. At that instant, from the shadows of the jungle, a horde of mutant beasts surged forth from all directions, their dark forms moving with astonishing speed. It was a terrifying swarm of mutated rats, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. Each rat was the size of an adult dog, emitting a cacophony of unsettling sounds, their eyes glowing a menacing red, with long, sharp fangs protruding ominously from their mouths. Yi Xiaoyan reacted swiftly, unleashing her electric powers to dispatch the first wave of mutant rats, electrocuting a large number of them. "Run!" she shouted. A bolt of electricity struck the mass of rats, clearing a narrow path. She seized Tianxi and dashed forward, with Zhangshu and Gao Kiki closely trailing behind, racing through the throng of mutant rats. Suddenly, rats from both sides lunged at Tianxi. Caught off guard, she momentarily forgot to use her fire abilities for defense, and 2 rats opened their jaws wide, poised to sink their teeth into her neck. Zhangshu quickly conjured a thin earthen wall beside Tianxi, but due to the urgency of the situation, it was rather fragile. The mutant rats crashed against it with their dark, sturdy bodies, easily breaching the barrier. Despair began to cloud Tianxi's eyes. In a moment of desperation, Yi Xiaoyan retaliated with a powerful strike. Ji. One rat was struck by her electric attack, letting out a horrific scream before dropping dead. The other rat behind it, having mostly been thwarted, sustained only superficial injuries, but continued its assault on Tianxi. Just as the fangs were about to pierce Tianxi's neck, Yi Xiaoyan stretched her arm forward to intervene. The rat's fangs sank into her fair skin, blood gushing forth in an instant. Gritting her teeth, Yi Xiaoyan furrowed her brow, the pain coursing through her. Witnessing this, Tianxi hastily unleashed her fire abilities, engulfing the mutant rat in flames. In its final moments, it released Yi Xiaoyan from its grip. "Your injury," Tianxi exclaimed, her eyes filled with guilt. "There's no time for that now. We must hurry." Yi Xiaoyan gritted her teeth against the pain and responded decisively. As they fled, Tianxi had no time to tend to the prey in her hands, and she hurled the mutant rabbit into the nearby thicket. The rats that had been pursuing them suddenly halted, turning their attention to the carcass of the mutant rabbit. Only a small number of rats continued their relentless chase. They dared not pause, sprinting until they reached the outskirts of the base. Looking back, they found that the mutant rats had vanished without a trace. Phew, Zhongshu gasped. That was terrifying. I've never seen so many rats before. Gao Kiki, still shaken, added, and such enormous ones. I was last in line and came perilously close to being bitten several times. How could there be so many mutated rats outside the base? Zhongshu wondered, perplexed. A moment of silence ensued, as they were all at a loss for an explanation. Tianxi, filled with gratitude and remorse, said, Xiaoyan, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might have already perished. Is your wound serious? It's all my fault. Yi Xiaoyan raised her arm, revealing 2 wounds the size of coins, continuously oozing blood, a sight that was truly alarming. Oh my god, the wound is so large. Upon seeing the gaping injury, Tianxi's guilt reached its peak, tears welling in her eyes. I'm so sorry. Xiaoyan, are you in excruciating pain? What are we going to do? Zhongshu and Gao Kiki gathered around, equally worried. That wound is so deep. It needs immediate attention. It's still bleeding. We have to stop the blood flow. The pain was excruciating for Yi Xiaoyan, and perhaps due to the blood loss, she felt a chill spreading through her body. Does anyone have any medicine or bandages to dress the wound? Tianxi and Zhongshu shook their heads, indicating they had none. Gao Kiki rummaged through her backpack and produced a single adhesive bandage. This is all I have. The urgency of the situation heightened their anxiety, with each of them on the verge of tears, knowing how precious medical supplies were and that they were unlikely to find any. What are we going to do? Yi Xiaoyan's lips turned pale, and dizziness began to set in. If I can't stop the bleeding, it will be fatal. Tianxi tore off a strip from her own sleeve, attempting to temporarily bind Yi Xiaoyan's wound, but the blood quickly seeped through. It seemed that the bite from the mutant rat had inflicted a wound that was almost impossible to staunch. Tianxi, anxious and distressed, wished she could transfer the injury to herself. What should we do? What should we do? Tianxi racked her brain for a solution, suddenly recalling the Moonlight convenience store. She was a loyal customer there, well aware that the store stocked a variety of goods, often introducing new items. The store manager was mysterious and powerful. Surely, they would have a way to stop the bleeding from a rat bite. Though uncertain, she decided they had to try, even if it meant exhausting all her crystal cores. As long as she could save Yi Xiaoyan. Xiyue was idly passing the time in the convenience store, with no new customers to attend to. She was seated at the cashier's desk, engrossed in a card game on her computer. Lu Yuyuan sat beside her, eyes sparkling, tempted to join in. I lost again. Xiyue exclaimed, releasing the mouse in frustration as she mentally replayed her recent game decisions. Manager, I reminded you to move that card first. Lu Yuyuan chimed in. Did you? I don't recall, Xiyue replied, trying to jog her memory. Just then, the store's door swung open, and Tianxi and the others rushed in, carrying the faintly unconscious Yi Xiaoyan. Manager, do you have any products for stopping bleeding or dressing wounds? Tianxi asked eagerly, her hopes rising. None, Xiyue replied, stepping forward to examine the injured Yi Xiaoyan. What happened to her? Upon hearing that there were no medicines, Tianxi's hopes were dashed. She was bitten by a mutant rat while saving me, and the wound won't stop bleeding. Manager, is there any way you can help her? Tianxi cried helplessly. With no unlocked hemostatic medicines, Xiyue felt powerless. I can't help either. The 3 girls, clutching the unconscious Yi Xiaoyan, burst into tears. Suddenly, Xiyue recalled the ointment she had used to treat her cat's wound last night, which she had received from 06. However, she was unsure if it would be effective on Yi Xiaoyan's injury. Though the ointment had been provided for free by 06, she hesitated to give it away without compensation. After contemplating, she said, I have some ointment for treating wounds, but I can't guarantee it will work for this injury. If you want to try, you'll need to give me 40 points and I'll go get it. A glimmer of hope shone in Tianxi's eyes as she eagerly replied, I want to try. I'll pay the points now. Manager, please hurry and get the medicine. All right, Xiyue reminded her, but it might not be effective. Yes, I know. Just go get it. Tianxi urged anxiously. Regardless of the outcome, I'll take responsibility and 1T blame the convenience store. Xiyue instructed them to wait downstairs while she went upstairs to retrieve the medicine.
Meow, meow, meow.
The plump cat lay languidly on the sofa, and upon noticing Xiyue approaching, it affectionately snuggled closer. Xiyue gently caressed it, surprised to find that its wounds had nearly healed, rendering further medication unnecessary. To her astonishment, the system's seemingly casual provision of medicine proved remarkably effective. She retrieved the medicine and descended. "Here, just these few for you," she said, handing the medication to Tianxi. "How wonderful, thank you." "I've already paid with my points," Tianxi replied, eager not to waste a moment. She meticulously examined the instructions of the trauma ointment, noting its hemostatic properties. After disinfecting the wounds with hydrogen peroxide, she evenly applied the ointment to the two injuries. The trio of Tianxi, Gao Kiki, and others anxiously observed the wounds, unwilling to miss any changes. Miraculously, after the application of the ointment, the coin-sized wound indeed ceased to bleed. Gao Kiki utilized her water manipulation ability to pour some water into Yi Xiaoyan's mouth, watching as her pale complexion gradually regained some color. Before long, Yi Xiaoyan awakened with a cough. Blinking her eyes, she beheld the exquisitely reflective ceiling. "Am I dead?" she wondered. No, Xiaoyan, you're not dead." "Oh, thank goodness," came the familiar voice, eliciting joy as she turned to see Tianxi, Gao Kiki, and Zhang Shu, all wearing expressions of relief. "Did you all die too?" Yi Xiaoyan asked, a hint of sadness creeping in. Was it possible they had also been bitten by the mutated rats and succumbed to the same fate? "It hurts so much," she thought, feeling an intense pain in her arm. Glancing down, she was astonished to see that her wounds had stopped bleeding. "That's right." "Oh, Xiaoyan, you're okay," Tianxi exclaimed, her face alight with joy and guilt. She quickly explained, "We carried you to the convenience store. The shopkeeper saved you." "Ah, so this is the convenience store's ceiling." "No wonder," Yi Xiaoyan smiled, reaching up to touch her head. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Xiyue replied with a polite smile, suppressing her astonishment. She had not anticipated that the ordinary trauma ointment provided by 06 would be so effective. Suddenly, an alarm blared. "Warning! Warning! A multitude of mutated beasts is approaching the convenience store." Xiyue's eyes turned cold, yet her heart remained untroubled, for within the store's safety perimeter, malicious and aggressive mutated beasts could not penetrate. "What is that?" Lu Yuyan exclaimed, rising abruptly, her gaze fixed outside the glass. Xiyue and Yi Xiaoyan followed her gaze and beheld a horrifying sight. Outside the 20-meter safety zone of the convenience store, a mass of mutated rats swarmed like a dark tide. Thousands of black mutated rats raced toward the store, their numbers so vast that they seemed to stretch into infinity. "Those are the mutated rats we encountered earlier," Tianxi shouted in terror. Gao Kiki's face was etched with fear and helplessness. "They're coming this way. What should we do?" Xiyue, startled by the sudden sight, pondered how any girl could remain unafraid upon witnessing such a horde of large, ominous rats, especially one so dense that it obscured the horizon. Taking a moment to compose herself, she reassured everyone, "You can rest easy here in the convenience store. They cannot get in." "Are they trying to enter the base?" A customer, who had been seated in the lounge area, speculated. The faces of everyone in the store, except for Xiyue and Lu Yuyan, turned pale. Although they were safe within the convenience store, the great empty base was their home. Their loved ones, family, and friends were still there. Yi Xiaoyan, fighting through her discomfort, approached the convenience store's door, her resolve unwavering. "Xiaoyan, you're still injured," Tianxi interjected, her voice trembling. Yi Xiaoyan paused, her eyes filled with determination and concern. "But my sister and my nephew are still at the base. I need to move them to safety before the rats get in." Tianxi's parents were also at the base, and they undoubtedly remained unaware of the impending rat invasion. Without hesitation, Tianxi suppressed her fear of the numerous mutated rats, standing beside Yi Xiaoyan. They exchanged a knowing smile, each recognizing the resolve in the other's eyes. And together they flung open the convenience store door, racing toward the base. The other patrons in the store followed suit, leaving without hesitation, each making their way homeward. Yi Xiaoyan ignored the curious glances of others as she sprinted homeward with urgency. "Sister, hurry and come with me," she exclaimed, seizing Yi Xiao's hand and pulling her toward the door. "Xiaoyan, what are you doing?" Yi Xiao questioned, her gaze reproachful as she freed herself from Yi Xiaoyan's grip. "Sister, We must leave now. There's no time to explain. Yi Xiaoyan, filled with desperation, felt her lips dry and cracked from lack of water. Where are you taking me all of a sudden? Xiao Bao is still in the room.
Ye Shao replied nonchalantly.
And the baby? Yi Xiaoyan, in her haste, had not realized she had walked straight into the room and scooped up the sleeping Yang Ko, braving the pain in her arm as she urged. We must go. The base is about to be overrun by mutated rats. There's no time. Yi Xiaoya, her face etched with shock, was pulled toward the door by Yi Xiaoyan. Wait. We also need your brother-in-law and dad. At that moment, Yang Mingjie emerged from the bathroom, a displeased expression crossing his face at their frantic demeanor. What are you doing? Don't wake the sleeping baby. Brother-in-law, countless swarms of mutated rats are nearing the base. They will attack soon. We need to run while we still can. Yi Xiaoyan urged, her anxiety palpable. Initially, Yang Mingjie was poised to retort, but upon seeing Yi Xiaoyan's genuine distress, he recognized the gravity of the situation. He hastily yanked Yang Tao from the room. We need to go. As they neared the base's entrance, the mutated rats began their advance. A dark mass closing in on the vicinity. The ability-wielding guards atop the base's walls, upon witnessing the horde, trembled with fear, nearly collapsing to their knees. So many mutated rats. My heavens! Quickly, notify the survivors in the base. Alert the base leader. Run. There are too many. We cannot possibly withstand them. We are doomed. Chapter 58. A Descent into Death. Countless mutated rats relentlessly attempted to breach the convenience store safety perimeter, but were thwarted by a transparent barrier, unable to gain entry. These mutated beasts seemed to lack intelligence, persistently crashing against the barrier, bleeding profusely yet refusing to relent. Inside the convenience store, Xiyue observed the scene with a shiver. I suppose dinner is off tonight. These rats are utterly repulsive. Just then, she noticed that the heads of the deceased mutated rats, where they had broken against the barrier, glimmered with a radiant light. Those are crystal cores. Xiyue exclaimed with excitement. Is this what they mean by waiting for the rabbit by the tree? How exhilarating! Her demeanor transformed as she gleefully watched the oversized rats meet their demise, bursting their crystal cores in a futile act of desperation. At that moment, a small group of people fled from the base in a panic. Upon seeing the safety surrounding the convenience store, joy illuminated their faces as they fought valiantly to eliminate the mutated rats blocking their path, seeking refuge within the store's protective confines. Shopkeeper. They've all come here for shelter. Lu Yuyan announced. Xiyue furrowed her brow, realizing that the sky base had been besieged by mutated rats, and today would not be conducive to conducting business. The individuals who hastily fled to the convenience store were rather cunning, purchasing trivial items before securing a scarce spot in the air-conditioned resting area. Those who lagged behind were left to find refuge outside the convenience store, their eyes filled with fear and anxiety as they cast anxious glances toward the sky base. Sister, you weren't bitten, were you? Yi Xiaoyan inquired with concern as she summoned a bolt of lightning to obliterate the mutated rat at Yi Xiao's feet. Yi Xiao, still shaken, nodded erratically before shaking her head. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up! Yang Mingjie shouted in frustration, then used his powers to raise a wall of earth, pushing back some of the obstructing mutated rats. He turned back to scoop up Yang Ko, who was cradled in Yi Xiaoyan's arms, and, stepping onto the newly formed earthen wall, sprinted toward the convenience store. His father followed closely behind, terror evident on his face. Yi Xiaoyan pushed her sister up and took up the rear. However, Yi Xiaoya, paralyzed by fear, momentarily lost her balance on the wall, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, Yi Xiaoyan was quick to steady her. Beneath the earthen wall, swarms of mutated rats were densely packed, obscuring the ground below. If she fell, it would take mere seconds for the rats to overwhelm her. With all her might, Yi Xiaoya sprinted forward, her heart racing with dread. Yi Xiaoyan, trailing behind her sister, faced her own challenges. She had to fend off the mutated rats that were climbing the wall while worrying for Yi Xiaoya. In a moment of carelessness, she was bitten in the calf by one of the rats. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she unleashed another bolt of lightning, incinerating the rat clinging to her leg before kicking its lifeless body away. The fresh wound bled profusely, inciting the surrounding mutated rats to shift their focus and attack her. After a strenuous battle, the group finally broke free from the encirclement. Upon escaping the gates of the sky base, They caught sight of the Moonlight convenience store not far away, hope igniting within them. Outside the store, the safe zone was already overcrowded with survivors. A throng of people filling the 20-meter radius, threatening to overflow any moment. Yang Mingjie gritted his teeth, clutching Yang Ke in one arm while grasping Yang Tao with the other, sprinting at full speed until they finally squeezed into a safe spot. The two sisters, lagging a few steps behind, pushed themselves to the limit. Upon seeing her husband and son safe, Xiyue felt a wave of relief wash over her, allowing her to run even faster. However, Xiyue, still nursing her earlier injury and now burdened with a new wound, found her speed diminishing as blood loss clouded her vision. Xiyue, joyfully running into her husband's embrace, lovingly caressed her son's little head, exclaiming, "Thank goodness.
Our family is all safe now."
Her voice was tinged with the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed behind her. Xiyue turned in confusion, only to see Xiaoyan collapsed 5 meters away, surrounded by a throng of mutated rats with glowing red eyes.
Xiaoyan, ye shao screamem in terror.
Yang Mingjie's face flickered with conflict and fear, and in the end, fear triumphed over his conscience. He held Xiyue tightly, his voice laced with pain. "Xiaoyan, she's beyond saving. There's simply not enough time. Going back is tantamount to suicide." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiyue broke free from his grasp, resolutely sprinting toward her sister. "What are you doing? Come back."
Yang Mingjie shouted in panic.
"You're going to throw your life away. Don't you understand?" Yang Tao, his expression filled with disbelief, pleaded, "Daughter-in-law, come back. Yang Ke is still so young. Are you abandoning him?" Tears welled in Xiyue's eyes, guilt flooding her heart for her 8-year-old son, yet her feet did not slow in the slightest. Sensing the scent of blood, the mutated rats grew even more ferocious, lunging toward Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan!" Xiyue cried out in despair. In that final moment, an unprecedented strength surged through her, propelling her forward at a speed beyond that of an ordinary person as she lunged into Xiaoyan's embrace, shielding her with her own body. With tears streaming down her face, Xiyue felt the rats tearing at her flesh, the pain gradually numbing. Memories of leaving the village flooded her mind, recalling how Xiaoyan had tightly grasped her clothing with her small hand, timidly asking, "Sister, can you promise not to leave me behind?" At that moment, all Xiyue wanted was to escape her origins and the small mountain village. Yearning for a life in the big city, she had cruelly pried Xiaoyan's hand away, clearly seeing the light in her sister's eyes extinguish.
"Now."
A faint smile graced Xiyue's lips as she whispered tenderly in Xiaoyan's ear, "Do not be afraid, sister. I will stay with you, and will never abandon you again." As her consciousness faded, Xiyue held Xiaoyan tightly in her arms, refusing to let go. Just 5 meters away, the onlookers witnessed the swarm of mutated rats engulfing them, their faces devoid of emotion. "Mommy, Auntie." Yang Ke waved his tiny hand toward the front, his innocent voice trembling with unease. Yang Mingjie held him close, tears streaming down his face as he murmured softly, "I did this for you, my son. Don't blame me. It wasn't that I didn't want to save you." Yang Tao's face was marked with fear and anger, scolding. Has she lost her mind? For the sake of one Xiaoyan, she's abandoning her son? Is she really going to her death? Xiaoyan? Did you just say, Xiaoyan? She struggled through the crowd, her heart racing as she called out, having heard Xiaoyan's name. "Yes," Yang Tao replied. "Where is she? What happened to her?" She asked anxiously. She's over there." Yang Tao pointed with his wrinkled hand toward the mass of mutated rats.
"What?"
She gasped in shock. "You mean she's in the midst of the mutated rats? Swallowed by them?"
Yang Tao grimly nodded in affirmation.
She's eyes brimmed with shock and sorrow as she cried out, "And you all just stood by, watching? No one is going to save her?" Her heart ached with despair. It was merely a distance of 5 meters. So close that just a few steps would allow one to reach out and touch her, yet these people stood coldly by, unmoved. "What are you doing? It's dangerous out there. Come back." Her parents squeezed to the front, panic etched on their faces as they saw her charge out of the safe zone of the convenience store. "I'm going to save her," she declared, suppressing her fear. "My life was saved by Xiaoyan. No matter if I can save her or not, I must try." Harnessing her powers, she incinerated the nearest mutated rats, sending them rolling in chaos. Tianxi's parents exchanged worried glances, and after a brief silence, they resolutely followed her out. Employing their plant and fire abilities, they cleared a path through the obstructing mutated rats. Dad? Mom? Tianxi exclaimed, astonished to see them join her. Since she is your savior, we owe her our gratitude. How could we stand by and do nothing? Tianxi's father replied, though he couldn't shake the feeling that the girl was in grave peril. Nevertheless, they were willing to accompany their daughter. This is the daughter they have raised, a true embodiment of their essence. They take immense pride in her. Mom and Dad, you are too wonderful. I love you, Tianxiang exclaimed with a radiant smile. The three of them exerted their utmost to unleash their extraordinary powers, causing the mutated rats, which had previously been assaulting Xiyue and Xiaoyan, to cease their attacks and redirect their focus, preparing to eliminate the imminent danger. However, the sheer number of mutated rats was overwhelming, despite their relentless efforts. The casualties they inflicted remained inconsequential. As Tianxiang and her parents began to feel the strain from their excessive use of abilities, Father Tian decisively urged, Xiang, we have done our best. While we still possess some strength, we must retreat safely. Dad? Tianxiang's face was filled with disbelief, her heart reluctant to surrender. Little Xiang, heed your father's words, Mother Tian said with a serious tone. Torn between indecision, Tianxiang ultimately nodded in reluctant agreement. Just then, a beam of light suddenly shot towards the swarm of mutated rats.
Boom.
The light struck the rats, erupting with a thunderous explosion. As the brilliance faded, the mutated rats lay heavily wounded or lifeless. The onlookers gazed in astonishment towards the Moonlight convenience store, where the crowd instinctively parted. There stood the enigmatic store manager, elegantly wielding a weapon resembling a spray gun, which appeared to have unleashed the recent burst of light. Xiyue, undeterred by the fearful and puzzled glances of the crowd, smiled at Tianxiang and said, this time, you will need to pay with points. With tears streaming down her face, Tianxiang replied excitedly, of course. I can pay all the points I have.
Please save Yi Xiaoyan.
Xiyue remained composed, responding with a calm smile. Don't worry, I won't make you go bankrupt. The sudden intervention of Xiyue with her weapon could be traced back to her position on the second floor, where she had been observing the human struggle through the floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting on how unpredictable human nature could be in the apocalypse. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind.
Ding.
New task unlocked. Please successfully collect 600 mutated beast crystal cores. Task reward, 800 points. Unlock handheld electric fan. Collecting 600 mutated beast crystal cores? Xiyue was taken aback. How is this any different from sending me to my death? The mutated rats could not breach the safety zone of the Moonlight convenience store. If she stepped outside, she would be just an ordinary person. System, how about granting me a skill that makes me invincible outside the convenience store? 06's lips twitched. Indeed, it had been a mistake to let her experience an invincible state previously, and she had become quite attached to it. After a moment of silence, 06 conceded, I'll provide you with a weapon. With this, you'll easily collect the crystal cores. Xiyue, intrigued, asked what weapon. After a brief disappearance, 06 replied, I've placed it on the table. It's a laser gun. Xiyue looked over and found a futuristic laser gun resting on the table. She picked it up, marveling at its surprisingly light weight. How cool, she exclaimed, playfully aiming it at the swarm of mutated rats outside through the glass. Host, don't be fooled by the weapon's lightness. Its power is considerable. It will make exterminating these low-level mutated beasts a breeze. That's fantastic. Xiyue beamed with delight. This task will be a piece of cake. Just wait for me, and I'll collect 600 in no time. After observing the countless mutated rats outside, she revised her statement, I could collect 1000 with ease. You're doing great, host, 06 praised hesitantly. But, Xiyue frowned. But what? This weapon is essentially a loan. You'll need to pay me points for its use, 06 replied with a hint of pride. Let us see, for a single shot, you'll owe me 500 points. And you must return the weapon afterward. Xiyue felt as though she might bleed from the frustration. Being asked to pay points felt like a matter of life and death. Why had she ended up with such a money-minded system? If 06 could hear Xiyue's thoughts, It would have said that it chose her for their compatibility, meaning they were quite similar. When you criticize your adorable companion, you are, in a sense, criticizing yourself. Fine. Xiyue gritted her teeth. This was the sequence of events that led to Xiyue wielding the laser gun, preparing to unleash the most powerful attacks while striking the coolest poses. The mutated rats, devoid of intelligence and solely driven to attack, suddenly froze, their blood-red pupils reflecting fear. Why have these mutated rats stopped attacking? They must be terrified. They must have been intimidated by the store manager's weapon. The store manager is amazing. I'm so glad I didn't provoke her earlier. Seizing the moment while the mutated rats were incapacitated, Xiaoyan and Tianxiang hurriedly pulled Yixue and Yixiaoyan to safety. Yixue was covered in numerous bite wounds, a sight that was truly harrowing.
Shower.
Yang Mingjie exclaimed, filled with guilt and concern, stepping out of the convenience store's safety zone to embrace Yixue. Mom, whoa, what happened to Mom? Yang Ke cried helplessly. Chapter 60. The use of the point's flashlight. Xiyue was diligently excavating the crystal cores scattered across the ground, filling a bag to the brim with the collected cores. Having cleared the surrounding area of mutated rat crystal cores, she realized she had nearly completed the task. Task progress. Collected crystal cores, 359 out of 600. Once Xiyue discovered that there were no additional crystal cores to be found, she paused. Store manager, please save them. Tianxiang pleaded, gazing at Yixiaoyan's pale face. Store manager, I beg you, save my wife. Yang Mingjie echoed, equally desperate. Xiyue frowned. She still had more than half of the previous medicines left, having hardly used any, and the little chubby cat upstairs had already scabbed over its wounds, requiring no further treatment. After contemplating, she said, I can provide medicine, but there isn't too much left. It will cost 20 points to treat each wound. Do you want to buy it? Yes. I'll pay the points right now. Tianxiang agreed, without hesitation. Xiyue disregarded the conflicted and pained expression on Yang Mingjie's face and instructed Tianxiang. Then you bring her with me into the convenience store. Upon hearing this, Tianxiang and her parents carefully carried Yixiaoyan, closely following Xiyue into the convenience store's mobile unit. Yang Tao remained behind, trying to dissuade Yang Mingjie. Look at your wife's wounds. Treating each one costs 20 points. Adding them all up, we might end up bankrupt. Dad, Yang Mingjie said, holding the bloodied Yixue, his face etched with suffering and conflict. If we spend all the crystal cores, how will we survive afterward? Yang Tao's voice was cold and weary. Even if we use them all on her, she may not survive. Do you want me and our grandson to live on air afterward? Yang Mingjie was in tears. Appearing to be a devoted husband unwilling to part with his wife, yet he alone understood the chilling clarity that gripped his heart, weighing the pros and cons. His hands trembled slightly as he held Yixue, but a selfish and callous resolve began to surface in his eyes. Quickly, use your abilities to attack. To the left.
Ah.
That was close. Xian shouted nervously, hiding behind the abilities user. The abilities of the supernatural beings standing before him were tested as they fought valiantly against the swarming mutant rats, desperately attempting to halt their advance. What was happening? Why were they all rushing towards the villa at the base? Xian gazed through the window at the ominous mass below, his breath catching in his throat. With such a multitude of mutated beasts, escape seemed utterly impossible. My powers are nearly exhausted.
Ah.
I've been bitten. Someone come save me. The supernatural beings cried out in terror, some inadvertently succumbing to the relentless gnawing of the rats. Base leader Wu Xiongguang dashed out from a room behind him, flanked by two strength-based supernatural beings carrying a massive safe. Upon seeing his subordinates still clustered at the door, unable to forge a path, and realizing they had already suffered considerable losses, his fury ignited. You are utterly useless. How can you still not have driven back these damned rats after all this time? The men in front, burdened with unspoken grievances, redoubled their efforts. Observing the dire situation, Wu Xiongguang approached Xian and whispered urgently. You must store my safe in your space, and be sure not to lose it. This safe contained invaluable items he had painstakingly selected, high-grade crystal nuclei, skins of mutated beasts, and other treasures. Even in the face of danger, he could not bear to abandon them, having wasted precious time returning to retrieve them. Watching as Xian successfully stored the safe, Wu Xiongguang felt a weight lift from his chest, his rationality returning as he surveyed the grave situation. You two, hurry to the front and annihilate those rats. Wu Xiongguang commanded, pushing the supernatural beings who had just carried the safe. The two men displayed faces of despair and fear yet resigned themselves to the fight ahead. The sheer number of mutant rats was overwhelming, and as their powers waned, the rodents gained the upper hand, forcing Wu Xiongguang and his men to retreat further, with no escape in sight.
Ah!
More and more of his subordinates were bitten and dragged into the writhing mass of rats, being devoured. Base leader, we have no place left to retreat. Xiyue felt the cold wall pressing behind him, his spirit sinking. Wu Xiongguang, sensing the chilling barrier behind him, trembled in despair as he gazed forward. Within the base's residential area, he seethed, "Damn these beasts, I will exterminate them." The man unleashed his powers, attacking the enormous rats surrounding him, his eyes clouded with rage. Not far behind him, a family was also fighting against the mutant rats. Their child, sheltered in the center, covered his mouth in fear as he stared at the large rats with their long fangs, standing obediently to avoid distracting his parents or causing any trouble. However, the overwhelming number of mutant rats rendered the survivors' efforts futile. These creatures appeared unafraid of death. As one fell, another took its place. The young boy, caught between his parents, fixated on the monstrous rats and suddenly recalled a childhood memory of visiting the countryside during the new year when he would shine a flashlight on rats, causing them to retreat in fear. Quietly, he reached into his mother's backpack and retrieved the flashlight he had bought at the Moonlight convenience store. Suddenly, he shone the beam into the red eyes of the rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mutant rat, previously charging forward with wild abandon, let out a terrified sound upon being illuminated and began to retreat.
Yes! Success!
The child shouted joyfully. His parents paused their attack, astonished, and hope flickered across their faces. The man, still wielding his powers to incinerate the rats, noticed this turn of events and felt a surge of joy. He pulled out the flashlight he had just purchased from the Moonlight convenience store and shone it at the mutant rats, exclaiming, "Squeak!" The rats, now illuminated, lost their ferocity and began to shy away. "It really works!" he exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he waved the flashlight around while continuing to unleash his powers. Others, witnessing the effectiveness of this tactic, eagerly followed suit. "What is happening?" After shining the light, the rats became even more aggressive, leaping up to bite me. A young man shouted, desperately dodging the onslaught. He had seen the success others had with the flashlight and attempted to replicate it. "Why aren't my rats affected?" After being illuminated, they've only grown fiercer. Another person cried out in panic. She too had used her ordinary flashlight, only to incite the rats further.
Now,
she was frantically using her plant powers to keep the mutant rodents at bay and prevent being bitten. Realizing her flashlight was ineffective, she decisively stowed it away and replaced it with a new one she had recently purchased. Fortunately, she had always harbored a penchant for beautiful things and a desire to shop, so when she spotted the attractive and pristine flashlight at the Moonlight convenience store, she bought it. Tentatively, she flicked the switch, exclaiming excitedly, "It works!" These rats only fear the Moonlight convenience store's flashlight. Only this one has any effect. Soon, the survivors at the Great Sky Base were all aware of this revelation. Those with the special flashlight utilized its brilliance to repel the mutant beasts around them, while those without faced grim fates, some bitten due to carelessness, others overwhelmed as their powers drained. With the medicine already prepared, Xiyue rose, securing the wound ointment in her hand. Tian she approached with concern, relieved to see the bleeding had ceased. Tian's father and mother, having completed their transaction at the checkout, approached with a sense of relief. Astonished to find the wound she had just treated no longer oozed blood. "This medicine is remarkably effective?" Tian she worriedly glanced at Yi Xiaoyan, wondering why she had not yet awakened. "She has just stopped bleeding. She is still quite weak. Let us wait a little longer," Tian's father reassured. Tian she peered through the glass, noticing that Yi Xiaoyan's brother-in-law had yet to arrive, anxiously asking, "Why hasn't Xiaoyan's sister come to receive her treatment? Her injuries seem far more severe." Tian Shi's parents exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. Her sister had been bitten multiple times, and even with medicine, recovery would be a challenge. Shouldn't she hurry to receive treatment then? She questioned, confused and worried for Yi Xiaoyan's sister. Alas. Tian's father sighed heavily, speaking earnestly. Not everyone is willing to give everything for another person. So, Xiaoxi, you must learn to cherish yourself. She stared at her father, momentarily taken aback. In Yang Mingjie's arms, Yi Xiaoyi's breathing grew increasingly shallow, her body turning cold, her blood nearly drained.
Mama.
Wah! Yang Ke cried out loudly in Yang Tao's embrace, believing that his mother's state was due to his own mischief, thinking that if he behaved, she would awaken. Yang Mingjie choked back tears as he felt the life ebbing from his wife, realizing that Yi Xiao had ceased to breathe. Wife, dear wife, please awaken. Do not leave me, he cried out in anguish. Yang Tao stood nearby, sorrowfully sighing. Her fate is truly unfortunate, alas. Within the confines of the convenience store, Yi Xiaoyan, who had previously succumbed to unconsciousness, seemed to sense something amiss. Her eyelids trembled restlessly. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, filled with torment. Sister. She hurriedly approached, elated. Xiaoyan. You're awake. Tian's mother, with a caring touch, presented a bottle of mineral water, unscrewing the cap and gently offering it to Yi Xiaoyan's lips, saying, Drink some water. Thank you for saving my child. Yi Xiaoyan took a tentative sip. The dryness in her throat alleviated slightly, before urgently inquiring, Where's my sister? Is she safe? She could only recall that her sister had been ahead of her on the way to the convenience store, and now that she had arrived, surely her sister was unharmed. Yet, her heart ached painfully, as if she had lost something of utmost importance. Tian's mother stiffened slightly, unable to bear the truth. Your sister. She is outside the store, gravely injured. Injured? How could she be injured? Yi Xiaoyan exclaimed, her voice filled with desperation. I remember she reached the safety of the convenience store. With a heavy heart, she replied, Xiaoyan, you collapsed outside. Your sister shielded you. But she was bitten all over by mutated rats while protecting you. Yi Xiaoyan, in agony, rose unsteadily, her face etched with worry. Where is my sister now? Why isn't she by my side? I must find her. She wept. The shopkeeper kindly offered us medicine for 20 points per wound, but it seems your brother-in-law is reluctant to pay, and she hasn't been brought inside. Reluctant to pay points? All my crystals are with my sister. Surely that should suffice. Yi Xiaoyan stood stunned, a wave of sorrow and resentment washing over her. She never imagined Yang Mingjie would refuse to save her sister. Leaning against she struggled to exit the convenience store, pushing through the crowd until she reached the outermost edge. There, she witnessed Yang Mingjie opening Yi Xiao's backpack, stuffing the crystals inside his pockets. Sister. Yi Xiaoyan cried out in despair as she rushed forward, only to find that Yi Xiao's heart had ceased to beat. Sister, you promised you wouldn't leave me. Please, wake up. She shook her sister's lifeless body, her sorrow erupting into tears. Xiaoyan, do not do this. Your sister is already gone. Yang Mingjie spoke, his voice laden with pain. At his words, Yi Xiaoyan glared at him with hatred. Why didn't you take my sister inside for treatment? Are you so unwilling to part with those few points? Yang Mingjie, filled with indignation, retorted, Is that merely a small sum of points? Do you not realize how difficult it is to acquire crystals in this apocalypse? Besides, with all those wounds and so much blood lost, the medicine might not even help. Then you do not care for her at all? If you do not wish to part with points, you could use my crystals. Yi Xiaoyan shouted in anguish. How can you blame me entirely? I did not spend money to heal her. Yang Mingjie tore off his facade, revealing his hypocritical and selfish nature. Yet she was injured because she was saving you. It's all your fault. Yi Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had never known him. She stood beside her, equally astonished, her stomach turning at the sight of the man before her. Cough, cough. Yang Tao cleared his throat, attempting to assert his authority. Xiaoyan, you're still young. You only know to act on emotions. Sometimes, one must weigh the pros and cons. Yi Xiaoyan cried out, filled with indignation. Can my sister be weighed in such a manner? Xiaoyan, I understand your sorrow. I too am heartbroken, Yang Mingjie lamented. Yi Xiaoyan regarded Yang Mingjie's feigned sorrow with contempt, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. She clung tightly to her sister's cold body. Bidding her final farewell, before turning to Yang Ke, who was weeping in Yang Tao's arms. Darling, would you like to come with your aunt? Yang Ke wiped his tears with his small hands, glancing at his bloodied aunt with trepidation as he shrank back. What do you mean? This is my son. You cannot take him away. Yang Mingjie snatched Yang Ke up, holding him tightly, his eyes flashing a warning. Yang Ke clung to Yang Mingjie, burying his fearful face into his embrace. Upon witnessing Yang Ke's reaction, Yi Xiaoyan felt no trace of emotion, simply stating, understood. I will have no further ties with your family. Yi Xiaoyan severed all ties with Yang Mingjie and his kin. She refrained from seeking revenge solely for Yang Ke's sake. Yang Tao's face paled, realizing the dire implications. If Yi Xiaoyan distanced herself from them, they would no longer be able to freely take her crystals. Having reached this point, Yang Tao discarded any semblance of dignity. Oh, dear child, we are family. Even if your sister has passed, we must still take care of you. Yi Xiaoyan scoffed. No need for that. We shall go our separate ways. All right, you have a heart of stone, Yang Tao sneered, his murky eyes glinting. But what of Yang Ke? He is your nephew. You cannot abandon him. What do you mean? Do you not understand? You will still need to provide Yang Ke with the crystals necessary for his survival, Yang Tao declared. She had never encountered such shamelessness before, her anger boiling as she contemplated confronting him. Yi Xiaoyan swiftly restrained her, then turned to Yang Mingjie, asking, is that how you feel as well? Yang Mingjie, selfish and shameless, nodded in agreement. Indeed, since you have the means, Yang Ke is your nephew. Surely you wish for him to live well. Yang Ke gazed at Yi Xiaoyan with wide, innocent eyes. Auntie, I want to drink milk. Yi Xiaoyan's heart turned to ice as she looked at them, her resolve solidifying. Yang Mingjie, the crystals you just took from my sister's bag were my entire savings. Consider them a gift to you. From now on, I will no longer involve myself with Yang Ke, nor will I provide any crystals. Yang Mingjie was taken aback, realizing he had been caught in his act of theft. Feeling embarrassed, Yi Xiaoyan ignored them further, unwilling to look upon their faces again, and moved to relocate Yi Xiao's body. She assisted her, casting a final, fierce glare at Yang Mingjie as they departed. Meanwhile, Wu Xiongguang and his group were engaged in a desperate struggle against the mutated rats, soon to escape the villa. The last two subordinates blocking their path were overwhelmed by the rats, their bodies mangled and bloodied. Without a shred of hesitation, Wu Xiongguang and Xiyue seized the opportunity to flee. Along the escape route, they encountered numerous survivors wielding flashlights to fend off the surrounding mutated rats, with commendable success. Xiyue, inspired, retrieved a flashlight from his space, but his was merely an ordinary one, proving useless and instead inciting the wrath of nearby mutated rats. You fool! Wu Xiongguang scolded angrily, employing his powers to shock the approaching rats, depleting much of his energy. Xiyue, bewildered, remarked, but I saw them using it effectively. Wu Xiongguang suppressed his impulse to eliminate the creatures and focused intently on dealing with the mice. Strangely, the rodents no longer congregated around the villa. Instead, they scurried about aimlessly, as if they had lost their objective.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of collecting 600 mutated beast cores. Reward: 800 points. Handheld fan unlocked. Xiyue had completed her task, holding a bag filled with cores. She stowed her laser gun and prepared to head back.
Ding!
A new task has been unlocked. Please locate the lair of the mutated rat king and acquire fragments of the extraterrestrial meteorite. Task reward: 10,000 points. Unlocks medicinal alcohol and trauma salve. Xiyue paused in her tracks. Fragments of the extraterrestrial meteorite. This was a precious item. Last time, a superhuman from the Hope Base had inadvertently brought back a piece, which earned her a stint in the Black Room. This was sufficient proof of the meteorite fragment's significance. Xiyue excitedly returned to the convenience store, used the system panel upstairs, and directly handed over the collected mutated beast cores to 06. She then listed the newly unlocked handheld fan for sale. The cost price of the handheld fan was 20 points, through the panel's images. Xiyue saw it was a charming little purple fan with a handle, exquisitely crafted and adorable. Moreover, it operated on points for charging, which was exceptionally convenient. Xiyue listed 100 units, placing the surplus in the automatic vending machine, pricing each at 60 points. 06. How do I find the lair of the mutated rat king? Xiyue inquired eagerly. The taskbar on the system panel contains the coordinates of the task objective. The host can navigate there independently. 06 replied swiftly. Xiyue detected an eagerness in 06's tone, as if it too was impatient to collect the extraterrestrial meteorite fragments. But I only have this laser gun. And I'm still just an ordinary person. If I get attacked, I could be injured. Xiyue feigned a pitiful expression. 06. Could you bear to see your diligent and dedicated host get hurt? 06 hesitated, continuously considering that if the host were injured, she would be unable to run her store profitably, and she might even suffer a head injury, rendering her foolish and incapable of operating the store. This was too perilous. Too terrifying. I will equip you with a full-body protective shield. While it may not provide the invincible state as before, it will ensure no one can harm you. With the laser gun, you will have nothing to worry about. Thank you, 06. You are just too good to me. Xiyue's eyes sparkled with joy, and a hint of triumph flickered within. She knew the system would worry about her getting hurt and delaying her ability to earn points. Yes. The host should set off promptly. After urging her, 06 logged off. Xiyue took the laser gun, checked it for any issues, and prepared to head downstairs. Meow. A chubby cat suddenly walked in front of her and sat down, staring with its large green eyes, as if pleading, "Take me with you. Take me with you." Xiyue resolutely refused. "Little kitty, stay at home. The mice outside are fierce and large. They could swallow you whole." Chapter 63. Helping is kindness, not helping is duty. After saying this, Xiyue placed the chubby cat on the sofa, opened the task map on the panel, and then headed downstairs, ready to embark on her journey to the lair of the mutated mice. "What a cute cat!" Lu Yuyuan exclaimed with delight, pointing at the chubby cat following Xiyue. "In this apocalypse, there is still a cat of normal size. It's truly remarkable." Xiyue felt helpless and turned around to see the chubby cat stealthily trailing behind her. She picked up the little cat and pointed at the mutated mice outside the glass, saying, "Look, those mice are all bigger than you, Mimi. It's too dangerous for you to follow me. I can't protect you." The chubby cat's eyes sparkled at the sight of the mutated mice, excitedly meowing meow meow. Xiyue was at a loss for words and decided to place it back in the upstairs room and lock the door. "Host, this cat is not an ordinary cat. It's a mutated beast, and it has a decent level." Reaching level 6, 06 suddenly appeared. Level 6 mutated beast? Xiyue looked in shock at the chubby cat in her arms. She had considered that in this apocalypse, many normal cats and dogs had mutated, and ordinary animals that hadn't mutated had likely perished long ago. However, given Cat's previous appearance, covered in wounds and so small, she had assumed it was merely a low-level mutated cat, which could enter the convenience store, indicating it bore no malice and had some degree of aggression. But now it seemed she had completely misjudged the situation. "The host can take it along. It is deeply attached to you and will not harm you. Rather, it may assist you," 06 suggested. "Assist? You mean to let it grow larger and carry me to the mutated rat's lair?" Xiyue asked uncertainly. "Well, that is indeed a possibility. Otherwise, the host would have to walk a long distance," 06 replied, slightly embarrassed at being guessed. Xiyue was exasperated, thinking, "Why should I walk? My store is a mobile convenience store with wheels." She had only intended to ask the customers to leave and then maneuver the convenience store directly to the coordinates of the rat's lair. 06's mechanical face turned crimson, and it covered its head with its iron hands, ceasing to respond. It had never considered this. "Help!" Xiyue informed Lu Yuyuan, and together they ushered the customers out of the convenience store. Holding the cat, she stepped outside and surveyed the densely packed crowd of people in the safe zone, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Clearing her throat, she announced loudly, "I need to inform everyone that the Moonlight convenience store has an urgent matter and will be leaving temporarily. After we leave, this area will no longer be safe. Please evacuate to other secure locations." The moment she spoke, the crowd erupted in debate. "They're trying to drive us away. The manager is so cold-hearted. She wants us to go to our deaths. What does she mean? Aren't we all human? Shouldn't we help each other? Is there anything more important than the safety of so many of us? If the store leaves, I will never buy anything here again. Me too. My family, and I will never shop here again." Xiyue's expression turned cold. She accessed the system panel and blacklisted those who had just declared they would no longer buy from the convenience store, along with their families. In an instant, the survivors who had been shouting were expelled alongside their families. As you wished, you have been blacklisted and will no longer be able to visit my convenience store, Xiyue said with a smirk, her tone filled with disdain. Those blacklisted panicked outside the safe zone as the mutated mice surged towards them. Several were unable to defend themselves and were overwhelmed by the throng of rats. The once enraged crowd suddenly fell silent, as if the administrator had muted them. No one dared to speak. Xiyue felt satisfied. The little chubby cat in her arms let out a fierce roar, further paling the faces of the onlookers. Xiyue had merely intended to inform them, not to seek their opinions. Offering them shelter within the safe zone was simply an act of kindness on her part. Helping you is kindness. Not helping you is my duty. I will give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, regardless of whether you are prepared or not, I will move the convenience store. After speaking, Xiyue turned and returned to the convenience store, cradling the mutated cat in her arms, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Mom, Dad, what should we do next? Tian, she anxiously inquired. Tian's parents, equally perplexed, were at a loss for answers. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyan noticed the last person fleeing from the base, who was whispering softly. We will use the point-based flashlight to drive away the rats nearby and then escape from the base to the nearest safe location.
Yes.
I've already accumulated a significant number of points for the flashlight, just in case, she added. Curiosity piqued. Yi Xiaoyan approached and quietly asked, why do you say we should use the point-based flashlight to repel the rats? Are they afraid of its light? Turning around, the group found a charming young girl, who kindly explained, we just escaped from the base using this very method. These rats fear nothing, yet they are terrified of the light from the flashlight. Thank you. I understand now. Yi Xiaoyan politely expressed her gratitude. Upon returning to Tian Shi's side, she was about to share this information when the older sister from earlier rushed over, urgently and seriously saying, little sister, I forgot to mention, you must use the point-based flashlight sold at the Yueguan convenience store. Others will not be effective. Thank you, sister. I will remember, Yi Xiaoyan replied, touched. After the older sister's reminder, she departed. Yi Xiaoyan quickly conveyed this information to Tian Shi's family. This light can drive away rats. It's wonderful. I bought one for myself earlier, finding it quite practical, so I got one for each of my parents. Tian Shi exclaimed joyfully. They all produced their flashlights, each equipped and fully charged with points. As the 10-minute mark arrived, Xiyue decided not to wait any longer. She opened the system panel and activated the RV. This marked the first movement of the convenience store after it reached level 4, and unlike previous relocations, this transition was notably smoother and faster. In an instant, they had moved 10 meters away from their original position. The moment the Yueguan convenience store departed, the protective barrier around the crowd vanished. The mutated rats quickly sensed the change and surged in, creating chaos. The air was filled with the sounds of combat against the mutated rats, shrieks of panic, and curses of dissatisfaction, turning the scene into utter disarray. In the face of this dire situation, Yi Xiaoyan could only remove the gold bracelet that Yi Xiaoa had always worn, putting it on her wrist as a keepsake, while coordinating with Tian Shi's family to fend off the surrounding mutated rats. Meanwhile, Yang Mingjie was not so fortunate. Chapter 64. The Mutated Rat Nest. Yang Mingjie and his companions were unprepared. Yang Mingjie's earth-based abilities were only at level 4, while Yang Tao was even weaker, merely a level 2 water ability user. Under these circumstances, self-preservation was already a challenge. Once the convenience store departed, they found themselves surrounded and attacked by the rushing mutated rats. Most of the mutated rats targeted the tender Yang Ko, plunging Yang Mingjie into a perilous predicament. He was forced to fend off the attacking rats while also ensuring his father Yang Tao's safety, just as he managed to bury a few rats in the earth. Creating a glimmer of hope for escape, a painful wail pierced through the chaos. It hurts. This damned rat. Mingjie, help me. Yang Mingjie turned in shock. He saw Yang Tao covered in mutated rats, frantically thrashing about in agony, attempting to dislodge them. However, the rat's teeth were embedded deep into his aged skin, and the more he struggled, the deeper the bites became.
Dad.
Yang Mingjie cried in terror, rushing to his father's side, frantically swatting at the mutated rats. It hurts so much. Yang Tao groaned in unbearable pain. Yang Mingjie devoted all his energy to assisting Yang Tao, leaving him vulnerable from behind. Seizing the opportunity, the mutated rats latched onto Yang Mingjie's legs.
Ah!
Yang Mingjie winced, nearly collapsing to the ground. After a struggle, he managed to dislodge the rats from his legs, only to find Yang Tao had collapsed, covered in vicious rats.
No!
Yang Mingjie wept inconsolably as he held the sobbing Yang Ke. After a considerable time, the surrounding individuals organized themselves, working together with their flashlights to drive away the mutated rats and relocate to a relatively safe area. Despite enduring pain, Yang Mingjie carried Yang Ku on his back, supporting his injured father Yang Tao with both hands as they moved to safety. "Dad, please wake up." Yang Mingjie wept, gazing at Yang Tao, who lay on the ground, bloodied and breathing feebly. Perhaps due to a fleeting moment of clarity, Yang Tao stirred awake. "Son, treat me. Apply the medicine," he demanded, enduring excruciating pain, urging Yang Mingjie to use points to purchase medicine to staunch the bleeding and treat his wounds. He did not wish to die. He wanted to live. Yang Mingjie hesitated as he looked at his father, who seemed on the brink of death. Yang Tao, not hearing Yang Mingjie's response, stared at him with wide eyes, disbelief etched on his face. Yang Mingjie, frightened by that gaze, stammered, "Dad, don't worry. I will buy the medicine." Yang Tao finally closed his eyes in relief. Yang Mingjie was conflicted. Yang Tao's injuries were more severe than Xiyue's, with no part of him unscathed. To heal him would require using all the crystal cores, and even then, success was uncertain. When Yang Mingjie came to his senses, he realized Yang Tao had already stiffened on the ground, lifeless.
Dad!
In one day, he had lost two of his closest loved ones, plunging Yang Mingjie into despair. Yet, after venting his anguish, he began to feel his legs growing numb and the blood flowing more profusely, a sinking dread settling in. Yang Mingjie felt an urgent need to reach the Yueguan convenience store to buy medicine. He could not afford to wait any longer. He looked around, his face paling. The moving convenience store had vanished without a trace. Where could he procure medicine now? Xiyue maneuvered the Yueguan moving convenience store to a location near the mutated Rat King's lair and halted. Through the glass walls, she could vaguely see a large burrow in the distance, bustling with ordinary mutated rats coming and going. The returning rats carried mutated beasts and other food, presumably offerings for the Rat King. Xiyue inspected her laser gun, finding no issues, and after instructing Lu Yuyan to stay safely in the convenience store, she cautiously stepped outside. The mutated cat closely followed her, suddenly enlarging in size. The once small cat had transformed into a strong adult tiger. "Wow, how cool!" Xiyue exclaimed. After the transformation, the cat's gaze remained unchanged, filled with affection and devotion towards Xiyue. It gently rubbed against her, cautious not to harm her. Filled with excitement, Xiyue gathered her courage, placing her palm on the tiger's fur. It was so soft. The fur beneath her hand was surprisingly pleasant to touch. After stroking the large cat, Xiyue composed herself. There was still a task at hand. Accompanied by the hefty cat, she stealthily approached the entrance of the rat's nest. Xiyue found herself in a state of inner turmoil, contemplating whether to employ the laser machine to instantaneously eliminate the horde of mutant rats. However, the thought of stirring the mutant rat king within, potentially allowing it to escape through another tunnel, filled her with trepidation. Suddenly, the patrolling mutant rats seemed to sense impending danger, squeaking in alarm as they summoned a multitude of others to converge upon Xiyue's location. With little time to ponder, Xiyue gripped her weapon, calmly aiming the laser gun at them, poised to pull the trigger. Just then, a massive cat sprang into action, its powerful claws ruthlessly striking the mutant rat swarm, instantly dispatching several of them. With a swift bite, it captured a few more, then used its tail to swipe and send flying additional mutant rats. In no time, the feline had eradicated them all. Xiyue stood, mouth agape in astonishment. Just as the hefty cat was about to swallow the rats in its mouth, Xiyue rushed forward, placing a hand on its back to intervene just in time. "Spit that filthy thing out." The cat blinked innocently and, complying, expelled the rodents from its mouth. Xiyue cast a disdainful glance at the mess before retrieving a bottle of fresh, mineral water to cleanse the cat's mouth. "Let us proceed." She led the cat into the depths of the rat's lair. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly dark, impairing visibility. Xiyue activated her portable flashlight, enabling her to discern the conditions within. In the pitch-black tunnel, as the terrain shifted, she was met with a chilling sight. Illuminated by the flashlight, she beheld a storage area teeming with the carcasses of animals, the stench of blood permeating the air. Xiyue instinctively held her breath, her skin prickling with fear, as she steeled herself to navigate through this horrifying expanse with the cat in tow. The subsequent area also appeared to serve as a food storage space. Yet the prey within consisted mostly of injured creatures, unable to flee, each writhing on the ground in agony. Are there humans here?
There are still living people.
Come save us. A voice emanated from within. Xiyue halted, astonished, directing her flashlight toward the source of the sound. To her surprise, there were indeed survivors. The injured mutant beasts writhed nervously under the beam of light, desperately attempting to escape. As she shone the light further in, she discovered two figures huddled on the ground, their eyes filled with hope, fixated on the glow of the flashlight. Xiyue raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile creeping onto her lips. What a coincidence. She recognized them, yet they clearly failed to recognize her. Xiyue, in her injured state, nudged the massive form beside her. Commander of the base, wake up. Someone has come to rescue us. Wu Xiongguang struggled to open his heavy eyelids, a surge of elation erupting within him upon seeing the light from the flashlight.
Ha ha ha.
There is still a glimmer of hope. I, Wu Xiongguang, am not meant to perish. Once his laughter subsided, he inquired, how many of you are there? Is there a solid assurance that you can lead me to safety? When the response did not come, a glint of ruthlessness crossed Wu Xiongguang's eyes as he tempted them. If you successfully escort me to safety, I shall offer you all my crystal cores. In his mind, he harbored malevolent fantasies of betraying these ungrateful individuals to the zombies once he had escaped. It is not you. It is merely I. Xiyue spoke calmly, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. And, have you perhaps misunderstood? I had no intention of rescuing you. Wu Xiongguang and Xiyue's faces paled. This voice was one they could never forget. It belonged to the manager of the Moonlight convenience store. The individual they had presumed to be a member of a powers team was, in fact, her. Their hopes of escape had been utterly dashed.
No.
I must survive. Determination ignited in their eyes as they spoke in a more subdued tone. Manager, please, save us. We have wronged you in the past, and I apologize. You even blacklisted us. For the sake of our shared humanity, please help us. Xiyue felt no sympathy within her. Did they think that an apology would absolve them? The notion was ludicrous. Their blacklisting was well-deserved. Did they think that merely because she had blacklisted them, it would balance the scales? Did they believe she was obliged to rescue them? Apologies, but I am not so magnanimous. She turned decisively, continuing deeper into the lair with her cat. Wu Xiongguang and Xiyue, engulfed in despair, watched as the light from the flashlight grew increasingly distant, their panic mounting. Don't go, manager. I was wrong. Everything targeting the convenience store was the commander's doing. It had nothing to do with me. Xiyue cast all blame onto Wu Xiongguang. You coward. Wu Xiongguang seethed, gritting his teeth. As the light began to fade from view, he disregarded his anger towards Xiyue, frantically shouting, I will give you all my crystal cores. High-grade beast skins, even everything I have at the Great Empty Base. Just save my life, manager. Xiyue heard him, yet remained unmoved, her pace unwavering as she carried the only light within the rat den away. The shouts of Xiyue and Wu Xiongguang faded into silence, eventually becoming inaudible. Suddenly, Xiyue halted. The system panel's map indicated that the coordinates of the mutant rat king lay just ahead. Shoo. She gestured for the cat to be quiet. The feline became cautious, refraining from making any noise. Xiyue stealthily peeked around the corner, anticipating darkness, yet was met with a beam of light. Through this illumination, she discerned a massive black rat, nearly the size of her cat, lounging there in a state of feigned slumber. This mutant rat king was clearly accustomed to luxury. A small hole had been fashioned at the side for breathing in fresh oxygen, with light streaming in from that very opening. Upon spotting the mutant rat king, the cat's eyes gleamed with a mix of battle fervor and hatred. Xiyue surmised that they must have a significant history together. True to her conjecture, the mutant cat harbored a deep-seated grudge against this mutant rat king, previously residing in the depths of the forest. The mutant cat had been forced to flee due to the disturbances caused by the mutant rats, which had driven the weaker mutant beasts away from its territory. In search of sustenance, the mutant cat had ventured toward the base, only to discover an abundance of large, feeble rats, allowing it to feast to its heart's content and attain a sense of prosperity. However, this idyllic situation was short-lived, having consumed too many of the mutant rat king's minions. The king could no longer sit idly by. Enraged, it had emerged to engage in a prolonged battle with the mutant cat, leaving both parties injured. The mutant cat, being somewhat weaker, had been forced to retreat. Now, in this encounter with the mutant rat king, it was a case of sworn enemies meeting, and both were filled with animosity. Xiyue gently stroked the large cat, her gaze fixating on the pile of crystal cores beneath the mutant rat king, her mouth watering with desire. To avoid damaging the precious cores, Xiyue signaled to the cat, which understood her intentions perfectly. In an instant, she sprang up and lunged towards the rat king, delivering a fierce claw strike. The rat king, previously ensconced in a deep slumber, was jolted awake by the pain, its blood-red eyes glaring furiously at the formidable feline before it. The mutated cat, undeterred, let out a roar, and soon the two massive mutated beasts were locked in a fierce struggle. As it attacked, the mutated cat deliberately led the rat away from the pile of crystal cores. Seizing the opportunity, Xiyue brandished her laser gun, aiming it at the mutated rat king.
Cat, dodge,
She exclaimed. Barely had her words left her lips when the mutated cat swiftly evaded the attack. The rat king, momentarily bewildered, had yet to comprehend the situation when it saw a human pointing something at it, emitting a radiant beam of light. A profound sense of impending doom washed over the rat king, but the speed of the laser was too swift for it to evade. With a final, mournful screech, the laser detonated, obliterating the rat king's body in a gruesome explosion of blood, rendering it utterly lifeless. The feline approached elegantly, sinking its teeth into the rat king's carcass in a fit of rage before extracting the crystal core from within. Presenting it to Xiyue, she examined the level 6 mutated beast's crystal core, a deep blue gem sparkling with exquisite radiance. After rinsing it with some mineral water, she carefully stored it away. Returning to the pile of crystal cores left by the rat king, she crouched down and meticulously searched, finally uncovering a black stone at the very bottom. At last, "I found you," fragment of the meteorite. As Xiyue grasped it, the system's notification echoed in her mind as expected.
ding.
Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and successfully obtained a fragment of the meteorite. Reward, 10,000 points. Alcohol and trauma medicine unlocked. Elated at the task's completion, Xiyue couldn't wait to return to her convenience store to submit the meteorite fragment to the system and discover what additional rewards awaited her. After packing all the crystal cores, she hefted 2 large bags and headed back alongside the cat. Upon reaching the spot where Wu Xiongguang and Xiyue had been captured, she discovered they had bled out and were devoid of life. Just as she contemplated leaving, she suddenly noticed the ground beside Xiyue erupting with a plethora of supplies, including a safe. Could this be a treasure trove? Chapter 66. Points Exchange Station, System Space. Delighted, Xiyue retrieved a new bag and began to collect the supplies and crystal cores strewn about, ensuring not to overlook the seemingly valuable safe. However, despite exerting all her strength to move it several times, she was unsuccessful. Ultimately, it was the cat that carried the safe on its back, escorting her out of the rat's den. Burdened with so many items, Xiyue felt utterly exhausted. After a laborious trek, she finally reached the perimeter of the convenience store. Liberating her hands, noticing she no longer needed to carry the safe, the cat reverted to its kitten form, following Xiyue upstairs. Host has successfully submitted crystal cores, mutated beast skins, and mutated plants, earning a total of 47,200 points. Xiyue grumbled, "Isn't your commission a bit excessive? You took half." Host, "This is a necessary deduction. There's no alternative," the system replied, sounding quite aggrieved. Xiyue's tone softened immediately. "All right then." She then produced the meteorite fragment acquired from the Rat King's lair. "Here, take this meteorite fragment and see what good fortune awaits us this time." With a gleeful response, the system swiftly absorbed the fragment.
Ding.
Host has successfully acquired a piece of meteorite fragment. Reward, Points Exchange Station has been updated to the system panel. Each station requires 5,000 points. Please place them at your discretion. Points exchange station? Is it akin to the points redemption machine? Intrigued, she accessed the system panel, revealing a new icon. Clicking on it, she diligently read the instructions. The points exchange station could be established at any location outside the convenience store's range, serving the same purpose as the points redemption machine, allowing for points exchanges. Understanding its utility, Xiyue noted that it could be constructed at various bases, facilitating point exchanges even if the convenience store relocated. She observed a line of red text below the instructions. Location must meet criteria. The convenience store must remain for at least 5 days before deployment. I could easily set one up at the Hope base. And the current vast empty base could also accommodate one, Xiyue mused. After making her decision, Xiyue promptly purchased 2 stations, deploying them at the entrances of the 2 bases. Successfully deducted 10,000 points. The points exchange station has been deployed. Extremely satisfied, she recalled the safe the cat had retrieved. Circling around it, she observed that it was intact and remarkably intricate. Lacking a key and unaware of the combination, she found it utterly inaccessible. Destroying it would likely damage its contents, yet unwilling to concede, she finally sought assistance. 06, please help me open this safe. Very well. This is a trivial matter. With a click, 06 effortlessly unlocked the safe. Xiyue excitedly opened the door, revealing it to be filled with level 4 and 5 crystal cores, one side brimming with an abundance of them. The other half contained precious furs, venom, teeth from various mutated beasts, and rare mutated plants with special properties that were difficult to collect. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Have I struck gold? After thoroughly examining the contents, she was astonished to find a level 6 crystal core and another fragment of the meteorite hidden within. Xiyue was overjoyed. The sensation was akin to discovering rare loot from a formidable boss in a game. When space manipulators perish, their possessions tend to spill forth, prompting many in the apocalyptic world to hunt them down for the chance to score valuable resources. Wu Xiongguang would never have anticipated that the safe he risked so much to retrieve would ultimately benefit the very convenient store manager he despised. Xiyue handed all the crystal cores, beast skins, and other items to 06. Host has successfully submitted crystal cores and other items, earning a total of 60,200 points. Today alone, I've amassed over 100,000 points. This is far too easy. I hope such fortune continues. Filled with pride, Xiyue eagerly inquired. How many points are needed to upgrade the convenience store to level 5? 250,000 points are required. Please continue your efforts, host, to achieve the upgrade, 06 replied. Xiyue's earlier excitement at earning over 100,000 points dissipated instantly. Rubbing her head, she replied obediently, all right, I will work hard. 06, this meteorite fragment is for you.
I want to see what we can obtain this time.
Unable to contain her anticipation, Xiyue clutched the meteorite fragment, her eyes gleaming with expectation. Successfully acquired a piece of meteorite fragment. Reward, host system space, size unrestricted.
Fantastic.
Xiyue exclaimed, overjoyed that she would no longer need to carry a multitude of shopping bags from the convenience store. Reflecting on her earlier return, laden with bags, she felt the formidable image of the store manager somewhat diminished. Having a system space is indeed a great convenience, and the lack of size limitations makes it even more appealing. Suddenly, Xiyue's imagination sparked. What if she could fit an entire convenience store into the space? Wouldn't that keep her perpetually safe and virtually invincible? 06 was momentarily taken aback and responded, thank you, host, for highlighting this bug. It has now been rectified. It added a new stipulation. The convenience store cannot be stored within the system space. Xiyue felt a profound sense of malice. After delivering its update, 06 withdrew into silence, never to be heard from again. Soon enough, Xiyue dismissed the incident from her mind and recalled the rewards from her previous mission. She had unlocked alcohol and trauma medicine. It was imperative to stock them promptly. She opened the system panel's marketplace and found them in the pharmaceutical section, alcohol priced at 30 points and trauma medicine at 150 points. Such an exorbitant price for trauma medicine? Xiyue exclaimed in surprise, but soon realized that given its remarkable efficacy, the steep cost was perhaps justifiable. She ordered 100 bottles of alcohol, each priced at 100 points, and procured 50 units of trauma medicine. After some contemplation, she concluded that the medicine was incredibly effective. It could staunch bleeding from deep, severe wounds inflicted by mutated rats. Thus, she decided to price it at 500 points each, reasoning that such a valuable remedy could hardly be deemed too inexpensive. Once she had stocked the shelves, the system automatically arranged them next to the previously placed heat-relieving medicine. It was time to return to the Great Sky Base. Considering the survivors there, who had undoubtedly sustained injuries, her timely arrival with the trauma medicine would be advantageous. She descended to inform Lu Yuyan to prepare for business, and the Moonlight convenience store began its journey, swiftly returning to the vicinity of the Great Sky Base. Concealed on the hillside, the nearby survivors noticed the store's arrival and soon gathered in groups. Chapter 67. Have you not heard of the Moonlight convenience store? Upon learning that the store had restocked with alcohol and trauma medicine, the survivors, despite the high prices, rushed in to make their purchases. Driven by their own or their family members' injuries, Yang Mingjie, carrying Yang Ko while dragging his injured leg, managed to half-crawl, half-walk into the store. Upon hearing that trauma medicine was available, joy illuminated his face. He had feared that by the time he arrived, the stock would be depleted. To his surprise, the trauma medicine was readily available. How fortunate he felt. However, his elation faltered when he saw the price of the trauma medicine was 500 points for such a small vial. A fellow abilities user nearby cast a casual glance at him before picking up the medicine and heading straight to the checkout. She was not foolish. Such an effective remedy was worth purchasing, price notwithstanding. Yang Ko, nestled in Yang Mingjie's arms, gazed around wide-eyed, his first visit to the convenience store filling him with awe. He soon spotted familiar products on the shelves and excitedly tapped Yang Mingjie, yearning for milk. Still preoccupied with the steep price of the trauma medicine, Yang Mingjie snapped. All you ever think about is milk. Do you have any idea how much it costs? Am I in debt to you? Yang Ko's little face fell pale. His lips quivered, and he whimpered. Stop crying. It's infuriating. Yang Mingjie retorted harshly, his usual tenderness replaced by frustration. If you keep this up, I'll toss you out. Normally, it was Xiyue who cared for Yang Ko, but without her, Yang Mingjie had no patience for the distressed child. Ultimately, fearing the loss of his leg exceeded his concern for the crystal core, he took the trauma medicine and queued for payment. Though his heart ached, he could not afford to delay any longer due to his leg's numbness. 500 points, I'll pay by card, he said, as Lu Yuyan flashed a sweet smile in response. All right. Reluctantly, Yang Mingjie swiped his card. As the crystal cores gifted by Yi Xiaoyan dwindled, he realized that future survival depended solely on his own efforts to acquire more. After leaving the convenience store, he found a secluded spot to apply the medicine on his injured legs. However, due to the severity of his wounds and the delay in stopping the bleeding, one of his legs had lost all sensation. I can't feel my leg. Yang Mingjie cried out in terror, pounding it with all his might, but to no avail. Is this leg doomed? Panic gripped him. In this harsh apocalypse, becoming disabled meant certain doom. How could he survive, especially with a young child to care for? Tears streamed down his face as he lamented, this is all retribution. My just deserts. Yang Ko, frightened by his father's distress, stood frozen beside him, wishing for his mother and his aunt. Ahead lay the Great Sky Base. A woman drove a jeep, her tone serious. 5 individuals occupied the vehicle. Apart from a slender man in the passenger seat, the others were all women. At this moment, a commanding woman in the back seat spoke up, Accelerate. Let us hope we arrive in time. Yes, Captain, the driver replied swiftly. With the death of the mutated rat king, thousands of mutated rats, bereft of their leader, scurried chaotically within the Great Sky Base. The remaining survivors began to gather, united in their effort to drive away the vermin. Despite their differences in gender and age, they all wielded flashlights. Li Tianqing similarly joined the fray, brandishing the flashlight he had received from the store manager, striving to fend off the rats. However, in a moment of carelessness, he stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the retreating mutated rats lunged at him. Li Tianqing raised his arms to shield his head, shutting his eyes in fear. Just as disaster loomed, a long plant whip lashed out, knocking the rats away. Little brother, are you all right? Came a mature, charming voice. Li Tianqing, still dazed, looked up to see a stunning woman with a commanding presence standing before him.
Thank you,
He exclaimed, scrambling to his feet in gratitude. The woman ensured he was unharmed before returning to her task of driving away the mutated rats with her plant-based powers. Captain, there are more mutated rats in the Great Sky Base than reported. The others joined her. Wan Ting smirked, the more, the merrier. Let us see who can kill the most. The 4 others exchanged knowing smiles. All right, let us compete. The 5 of them swiftly dispersed, utilizing their varied abilities to bombard the swarm of mutated rats. Deprived of their king's mental connection, the rats, already in a state of panic, began to flee from the bright lights and the onslaught of abilities users. In less than 2 hours, the mutated rats had either scattered or perished, leaving the Great Sky Base in a semblance of calm. Wan Ting and her subordinates were diligently extracting the crystal nuclei from the brains of the mutated mice. Once they had gathered a sufficient quantity, they paused and reconvened. Guo Jingjing had collected 120, Wang Li 216, Deng Jianghong 302, I had 457, and the captain 839. Once again, the captain emerged victorious. Qin Shi remarked, her expression one of accustomed familiarity. It has become a habit for me that the captain always wins. Deng Jianghong chuckled. The others shared expressions that indicated they had anticipated this outcome long ago. Wan Ting stored her share of crystal nuclei and, with a playful smile, admonished them. You should have trained harder. Now you regret it, don't you? I do regret it, Captain. Next time, I will train diligently and surpass Wang Li. So I won't come in last, Guo Jingjing teased, making a face at Wang Li. Wang Li shook his head in exasperation, choosing not to stoop to the level of a young girl, yet secretly resolved to intensify his training regimen. Did you all notice the individuals from the Daku base using identical flashlights to ward off the mutated mice? Wan Ting inquired, her tone tinged with curiosity.
indeed.
I saw them using those flashlights, and they were surprisingly effective, Deng Jianghong responded. At that moment, Qin Shi interjected, I just casually asked someone from the Daku base, and she told me that only the flashlights they possess have such an effect. How intriguing! Wan Ting raised an eyebrow, pondering the uniqueness of these flashlights and their origins. Li Tianqing, who had been admiring Wan Ting from a distance, cautiously approached, stating, the point's flashlights can be purchased at the Moonlight convenience store. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the group, he tentatively inquired, haven't you heard of the Moonlight mobile convenience store? Chapter 68. A request to join our base. The Moonlight mobile convenience store? The 5 individuals wore expressions of bewilderment. What is that place? Wan Ting asked, realizing they genuinely had no knowledge of it. Li Tianqing's demeanor shifted to one of pride. The Moonlight mobile convenience store is that RV supermarket parked outside our base. It offers an extensive array of goods, an inexhaustible supply, and all of them are precious resources from before the apocalypse. After a brief pause, his tone grew even more boastful. I even know the store manager, a mysterious and immensely powerful individual. Qin Shi and the others regarded him as if he were recounting the most absurd of tales, their expressions akin to those witnessing madness. What kind of gaze is that? Li Tianqing exclaimed in frustration. This is the truth. Why don't you believe me? Wan Ting's keen gaze scrutinized him, recalling that upon entering, she indeed noticed a large vehicle parked in the distance. At the time, she had assumed it belonged to the upper echelon of the Daku base, inwardly marveling at their wealth. After all, they possessed such a luxurious RV. Unlike their own ice-splitting base, situated in a remote corner, living a lifestyle akin to that of rustic villagers. To connect with other bases, they had to go through the Daku base. Periodically, when the staple foods like grass cakes from the ice-splitting base ran out, they would send someone to the Daku base to restock. This time, it happened to be her and her ability team, and they encountered the mutated mice along the way. Fortunately, they arrived just in time. Captain, the mutated mice in the Daku base have been eradicated. We can now seek out assistance, Xiyue, Qin Shi reminded her. There's no rush. The Daku base isn't going anywhere. I am quite intrigued by this Moonlight convenience store. Let us investigate first. Wan Ting beckoned to Li Tianqing, who approached curiously. Wan Ting pressed a crystal nucleus into his hand. Since you know the store manager, I would like to request that you lead us there. This is your reward. Li Tianqing was elated to find that the reward was a level 3 crystal nucleus. All right, I will take you there right away.
Thank you.
No need for thanks.
See you soon, he replied.
As Yi Xiaoyan and Tianxi completed their purchases, each carrying a shopping bag, they prepared to depart. Wan Ting and her group entered just as they brushed past each other. Yi Xiaoyan instinctively glanced at the formidable Wan Ting, quickly averting her gaze to avoid any potential displeasure. Once outside, Tianxi noticed her distracted demeanor and expressed concern. Xiaoyan, what's wrong? Is your wound bothering you again? I'm fine. Yi Xiaoyan shook her head, feeling somewhat lost. Having completely severed ties with Yang Mingjie and the others, that place was no longer an option for her.
Now,
she could only temporarily stay with Tianxi's family, but it was not her own home, and she was always apprehensive about being a burden. She was uncertain about her future and could only take things one step at a time. Meanwhile, Wan Ting and her companions were awestruck upon entering the convenience store. Completely taken aback. The refreshing coolness of the air conditioning enveloped them, the pristine marble floors gleamed, and even in daylight, the lights remained on, illuminating the shelves stocked with a dazzling array of goods. Everything shattered their preconceived notions. Have we fallen into a trap? Guo Jingjing exclaimed incredulously. I seem to have stumbled upon a normal convenience store in this apocalypse. We all see it, Wang Li affirmed. Is this place for real? These goods are just sitting here unguarded? Deng Zhongheng questioned, her faith in reality wavering. Wan Ting observed that the patrons were remarkably cautious and law-abiding. Their eyes gleamed with greed, yet none dared to steal or pilfer. Heightening her vigilance, her curiosity about the store manager intensified. Manager, have any new products arrived at the store? Li Tianxing inquired affectionately. Yu Xiyue was idly lounging behind the cash register, with Lu Yuyan handling all the transactions. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yu Xiyue shot him a glance. No. Why do you ask? Have you struck it rich? Li Tianxing's face flushed slightly as he rubbed the crystal nuclei in his pocket. Well, sort of. Then go check what you want to buy, Yu Xiyue replied, wishing to resume her leisurely activities. Li Tianxing, perceptive enough, chose not to disturb her further. He approached Wan Ting's group, advising, since you haven't been here before, you can review the process on the bulletin board, get your card sorted, and then you can make purchases. Thank you. We can manage from here, they assured him. Li Tianxing understood he was no longer needed and began selecting items on his own. Standing beside the cash register, Wan Ting and the others carefully examined the rules displayed on the board. Wan Ting recalled the individual behind the computer whom Li Tianxing had referred to as the manager and confirmed, Hello, are you the manager of the Moonlight Convenience Store? Yu Xiyue looked up to see a stunningly beautiful woman with an air of elegance addressing her. Externally calm, internally her heart raced. Yes, how may I assist you? The strikingly beautiful manager, Wan Ting, hadn't anticipated just how much inner turmoil the seemingly aloof and enigmatic store manager harbored. Can we follow this process to purchase items here? Yu Xiyue nodded, of course, as long as customers adhere to the rules. The group erupted in excitement and curiosity. Thank you, manager. They were among the strongest from the ice-splitting base, not lacking in crystal nuclei. Once they obtained their point cards and loaded them with ample credits, they commenced their shopping spree, nearly emptying the shelves of all available goods. Noticing the sheer volume of items they were purchasing, Yu Xiyue gently reminded them. Our store does not permit reselling more than 3 items. Please consider your purchases carefully. Wan Ting waved her hand, signaling her understanding, assuring the store manager that all the purchases were for her own consumption. Yu Xiyue, satisfied with the response, chose to disregard them. After all, any violations would render their goods unsellable. She merely offered a casual reminder. In the end, the 5 of them each bought a plethora of items, even stocking up on the least popular towels, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. Lu Yuyan diligently collected her points, while Yu Xiyue occasionally lent a hand. Suddenly, Wan Ting spoke up. Store manager, could you relocate the Moonlight Convenience Store to our ice-splitting base? Ice-splitting base? Yu Xiyue inquired. Yes. We are a group of ability users from the neighboring ice-splitting base. Our location is quite remote and desperately lacks supplies. So I earnestly request that the manager consider coming to us. Wan Ting's mature voice carried a note of supplication. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiyue felt a stir of interest. She had spent quite some time in the Sky Base, which had seen its fair share of troubles, and she had often contemplated leaving. Yet each time, the formidable purchasing power of the Sky Base had managed to retain her. Chapter 69. Ice-splitting base. What is the purchasing power like there? Yu Xiyue suddenly asked. Purchasing power? Wan Ting and her companions were momentarily taken aback, having not shopped in 5 years. Yu Xia blinked her large eyes, filled with anticipation. The purchasing power must be substantial, right? Qin Shi recalled the constant complaints within the base about the poor quality of food and supplies, where even the desire to spend crystal cores was thwarted. If the Moonlight convenience store opened in ice-splitting base, the products would surely sell like hotcakes, Guo Jingjing affirmed confidently. Oh, I can already envision countless points showering upon me, Yu Xia mused. It's too late today. I shall set off tomorrow. Wan Ting and the others were astonished. The manager has already agreed? And plans to leave so soon? Are you not worried that we might have ulterior motives? Or that the base may have ambushes to seize your convenience store? Aren't you concerned? Wan Ting asked incredulously. Yu Xia's eyes were dark and her tone casual. No one can take the convenience store from me, nor can anyone defeat me. Why should I worry? Wan Ting and her companions were left speechless by the manager's overwhelming confidence. However, deep down, they remained skeptical. After all, the manager was just one person. Surely, she could not prevail against a multitude of powerful adversaries. Nevertheless, they merely wished to shop and had no intentions of seizing the convenience store. Their plea for the Moonlight convenience store to come to ice-splitting base stemmed solely from a desire for a better quality of life. They chose not to dwell on their doubts, filled instead with gratitude toward Yu Xia. Manager, we shall return now to inform the base of this good news. With that, Wan Ting and her companions hurriedly drove off in their jeep towards ice-splitting base. Manager, are we really leaving so soon for a new base? Lu Yuyan asked as she locked the store after closing time. Yes, Yu Xia nodded. I've spent enough time in this base. It's time to open a new store elsewhere. The sky base has already been milked dry. It's time to seek out new opportunities. I'm so excited. Lu Yuyan beamed. Going to various bases with the manager to open stores makes each day so thrilling, far better than my previous life. Upon returning to her room on the second floor, the mutated cat immediately snuggled up to her. Caressing its now well-groomed fur, Yu Xia picked it up and headed to the bathroom, preparing to give it a bath. Meow. The cat protested loudly, clearly resistant to the idea of bathing, struggling fiercely in the water. Yet, it was no match for Yu Xia's grip, ultimately resigned to the experience. After the bath, she dried it off instantly, far more effective than a hairdryer. The mutated cat's fur fluffed up beautifully. Finally clean and pleasantly fragrant, Yu Xia drew close and inhaled deeply. The sensation of cuddling the cat was simply delightful. Meow. Don't touch me. I'm still angry. Such a good kitty. Here's a reward in the form of a sausage, Yu Xia said, tearing open the packaging and offering it. Meow sob. Fine. For the sake of the food you provided, I'll temporarily forgive you. The mutated cat focused intently on its meal. Yu Xia gently patted its head, her heart brimming with affection. After its bath, the mutated cat's fur transformed into a pristine white with hints of orange, resembling a delicate golden tiger. Exceptionally beautiful. I've always called you Cat, but have yet to give you a proper name, Yu Xia said softly, contemplating. How about Qian Qian? Meow, I have a name now? Ding. New task unlocked. Please move the Moonlight convenience store to at least 20 bases, selling a minimum of 10 products at each base. Task reward, 5,000 points. Unlocking products such as sneakers, t-shirts, summer pants, orange juice, grapes, and hamburgers. Yu Xia was exhilarated. This time, so many items were unlocked. Moreover, this task aligned perfectly with her own plans, as she intended to visit a new base tomorrow. She eagerly anticipated achieving a record-breaking sales figure, amassing a fortune in points. With a heart filled with joy and expectation, Yu Xia snuggled the cat and drifted into slumber. You plan to leave? Tian, she gasped, her face a mask of reluctance. Yes, I wish to depart from the sky base and live in another base, Yi Xiaoyan replied. Tian, she protested. Xiaoyan, have I done something wrong? Or are you uncomfortable staying at my house? You must tell me. No, Tianxi, you are my best friend, and your uncle and aunt have treated me wonderfully. It's just that. Yi Xiaoyan interrupted, not wanting her to misunderstand. I simply no longer wish to live in the sky base. Sadness and melancholy etched across Yi Xiaoyan's face. She could not continue this way. She yearned for a fresh start in a new place. Xiaoyan, I support you. Tian, she firmly grasped her hand. You must take care and start your new life well. Okay. Just then, Tian Dad emerged from his room, having unintentionally overheard their conversation. Xiaoyan, if you're seeking to begin anew in another base, I have a recommendation. Yi Xiaoyan looked at him, puzzled. Ice-splitting base, Tian Dad stated. I have an old friend there, a person of great integrity. You can rest assured in seeking him out. Having an acquaintance in a new place can be quite beneficial. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Ultimately, the choice is yours. Yi Xiaoyan's eyes reflected her inner conflict. As darkness enveloped the sky, Wan Ting and her companions finally returned to Ice-splitting base. At the entrance, they confirmed their identities according to protocol, and the guards reluctantly opened the gate to admit them. Qin skillfully navigated the jeep through the base, soon stopping in front of a heavily guarded building. The guard's ability users swiftly surrounded the vehicle, and for a moment, it felt as if the very air had solidified. Wan Ting and her companions appeared unfazed, stepping out of the vehicle without a hint of apprehension. Upon seeing Wan Ting's face, the guard immediately bowed respectfully. Miss, you have returned. Wan Ting nodded slightly and strode inside, with the others silently following. In the living room, she encountered a warm and gentle middle-aged woman. The strong aura of the authoritative figure dissipated as Wan Ting spoke in a tone filled with affection. Mother, I'm back. The middle-aged woman smiled warmly. Why are you so late? I was worried sick. When I was on my way, the sky base was overrun by mutated rats, and we could only assist in clearing them out, which delayed us significantly. The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow upon hearing the news. Had the mutated rats overrun everything? Wan Ting, anxious to alleviate her mother's worries, quickly assured her that all was well now. The Daco base had returned to its former state. That's good to hear, the woman replied, her mind easing. Did we manage to procure enough grass cakes and mutated wheat this time? Wan Ting smiled slightly. I didn't trade with Xiyue for those items, but I've brought back even better supplies. What could possibly be superior to grass cakes in this post-apocalyptic world? Chapter 70. Regret Unending. Wan Ting produced the items she had purchased from a convenience store and handed them over for her mother to inspect. These precious supplies. Where did you acquire them? Wan Lianfeng exclaimed, astonished, as she rummaged through the bag's contents. Hee, I bought them right at the entrance of Daco Base, where a mobile convenience store has opened. Wan Ting found her mother's reaction amusing. Wan Lianfeng could no longer maintain her dignified composure. Her curiosity piqued. Who runs it? How could they possibly have such supplies 5 years into the apocalypse? Wan Ting recalled the young, calm face of the store manager, a girl who appeared even younger than herself. Wan Lianfeng could hardly believe it. A girl younger than her daughter had managed to gather so many supplies long thought lost to the apocalypse and was boldly selling them. Mom, I observed closely. It seems the people of Daco Base are quite fearful of this manager. Inside the convenience store, everyone behaved with utmost decorum, and there was no sign of theft or chaos. It appeared that the manager possessed considerable strength or perhaps had powerful backing. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Lianfeng smiled in relief. Well, that doesn't concern us at the Libing base. As long as we can acquire these supplies to improve the lives of the survivors, that's all that matters. However, the amount you bought is rather limited. It's only enough for us. Tomorrow we should bring more people and hurry back to Daco Base to purchase more, ensuring everyone at our base can benefit. There's no need to go to Daco Base tomorrow, Wan Ting interrupted, holding back her mother's excitement. You won't believe it, but I managed to persuade the manager to bring the mobile convenience store to our base tomorrow. Wan Lianfeng was overwhelmed with joy upon hearing this news, feeling a bit dizzy. That's wonderful. Ting, you've done exceptionally well. Tomorrow morning, no. You should go now and inform every survivor at the base about this. Tell them to prepare their crystal cores for a structured shopping spree. Wan Ting placed all her purchases down, affirming, understood. She then went outside to organize her subordinates to relay the message to everyone at the Libing base. Xiyue enjoyed a leisurely sleep, not waking until 11 a.m. When Qianqian saw her awake, he jumped onto the bed, his hefty body landing squarely on Xiyue. Meow, meow, he urged, prompting her to get up and feed him. Xiyue affectionately ruffled Qianqian's soft fur before getting up to wash up. Ever since the Moonlight convenience store had been upgraded to level 4, she no longer needed to open the store herself. Lu Yuyan, a staff member, could handle it all. If she slept in, Lu Yuyen would even kindly bring up a lunchbox and leave it on the coffee table in the living room. It was truly delightful, the joy of having staff. As she prepared to depart for the Libing base that afternoon, Xiyue generously gave her staff a day off. After freshening up, she descended the stairs with Qianqian, just in time to see Lu Yuyen emerging from her room. Store manager. Lu Yuyen exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Good morning. Did you rest well? We have a lot to do this afternoon at the new base. Lu Yuyen, brimming with energy after her own restful sleep, assured her. You need not worry. Good to hear. Xiyue grabbed 3 sticks of ham, 2 bottles of milk, and selected a self-heating hot pot from the shelves for lunch. Naturally, 1 stick of ham and a bottle of milk were for Qianqian. Seeing this, Lu Yuyen also took a self-heating hot pot for herself. After finishing their lunch, Xiyue set the coordinates for the Libing base, deducting the corresponding points. The Moonlight convenience store promptly activated and departed towards the designated coordinates. The survivors at Daco base, as usual, emerged to shop, only to find the Moonlight mobile convenience store had vanished, leaving behind an expanse of barren yellow earth. Where is the Moonlight convenience store? Panic ensued among the survivors at Daco base. Those who had stockpiled supplies fared better, while those who hadn't felt as if struck by lightning. Yang Mingjie, who also hadn't stocked up, limped painfully to the base's entrance, only to learn this disheartening news. The convenience store is gone. What will I do now? Where will I get food? When will the Moonlight convenience store return to Daco base? Yang Mingjie's face was etched with regret and confusion. Those who had hoarded supplies might sell a few items, but certainly at exorbitant prices beyond his means. The thought of having to eat grass cakes with his son again filled Yang Mingjie with sorrow. If only he had rescued Yi Xiao back then, his son would have her care, relieving him of the burden, and perhaps even receiving crystal cores periodically. His father might not have perished. But alas, there are no remedies for regret. A luxurious, imposing double-decker RV traversed the rugged road with remarkable smoothness. Along the way, it passed numerous small bases, yet Xiyue did not stop, merely recording the coordinates as she headed straight for her destination, the Libing base. After approximately 2 hours, the Moonlight mobile convenience store came to a gentle halt at the entrance of the Libing base. The ability user guards stationed at the entrance were filled with excitement and joy upon seeing the massive vehicle, and they hurried back to report to Wan Lianfeng. Upon hearing that the Moonlight convenience store had arrived as promised, Wan Lianfeng was elated.
Quick.
Notify the survivors in the base to line up in an orderly fashion for shopping, just as we practiced last night. Yes, the guard replied, joyfully departing. Mom, has the Moonlight convenience store arrived? Wan Ting approached. Yes, let us go now. We must leave the best impression on the store manager. Xiyue was on the first floor of the convenience store, overseeing the automated stock replenishment. Once all the products were restocked, she felt a sense of relief. All right, we can open for business now. Lu Yuyen swiftly opened the doors, and Xiyue adjusted the glass to transparency. Everything was in place. They merely awaited the arrival of eager customers. Is this the Moonlight mobile convenience store? The technology of the pre-apocalyptic era could never have produced such a double-decker RV. Wan Lianfeng marveled at the luxurious and beautiful vehicle before her, exclaiming in awe. With a mix of caution and reverence, they stepped inside. Just as Wan Ting had described, the store was powered without interruption. The air conditioning, of an unknown brand, provided excellent cooling, instantly transporting those who entered from the scorching desert to a refreshing oasis. Wan Lianfeng carefully surveyed the surroundings, her eyes sweeping over the neatly arranged shelves filled with a dazzling array of products, as well as refrigerators, freezers, popcorn machines, and computers. Overwhelmed by the sights, her respect and curiosity for the store manager intensified. She soon spotted the manager behind the cash register, grooming a cat. Approaching, she politely greeted. Store manager, it is an honor to meet you. I am Wan Lianfeng, the leader of the Libing base. Welcome. Xiyue set down the comb and grasped the hand she extended towards her. Greetings, I am Xiyue, the manager of the Moonlight mobile convenience store. Chapter 71. The Power of Purchasing. Wan Lianfeng was taken aback, not anticipating that the store manager would possess such a pleasant demeanor. Manager, I am immensely grateful for your presence at our Ice Shatter base. Everyone here has diligently prepared their crystal cores and memorized the shopping process for the points card. Xiyue initially intended to mention that the shopping process could be observed on the board above, but the words were abruptly swallowed back. She ultimately settled for a simple,
All right.
after a brief silence. Xiyue reminded her, please note that our store strictly prohibits fighting and other violations. Otherwise, one will be blacklisted. Rest assured, manager. The Ice Shatter Base has already cautioned everyone, and we will not tolerate any incidents of queue jumping, fighting, or refusal to pay. Wan Lianfeng displayed a humble demeanor before Xiyue, appearing nothing like a base leader, but rather like a congenial elder. This left Xiyue with a favorable first impression of the Ice Shatter Base. All of Wan Lianfeng's knowledge regarding the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store came from her daughter, Wan Ting. However, since Wan Ting had only made a single purchase at the convenience store, Wan Lianfeng was unaware of the specifics of being blacklisted. What happens to someone who is blacklisted? Once blacklisted, they can no longer enter the vicinity of the convenience store nor purchase its goods, Xiyue replied nonchalantly. Wan Lianfeng, however, was filled with trepidation, astonished that such a power existed. Beneath her calm facade lay a tempest of emotions. She felt immensely relieved that her intentions were solely to procure supplies without harboring any covetous thoughts towards the convenience store. Through the pristine glass, Wan Lianfeng observed survivors gradually gathering at the entrance of the Ice Shatter Base. Not wishing to delay their shopping time, she said, Manager, I shall not take up any more of your time. I will go outside now to organize them into an orderly queue for purchasing supplies.
All right.
Xiyue felt an inner sense of delight. This visit to the Ice Shatter Base had been extraordinarily smooth, and she hoped that the points earned would be sufficient for an upgrade to the convenience store. The survivors outside the Ice Shatter Base gazed in astonishment at the opulent double-decker RV. Before the apocalypse, most of them had been villagers from nearby towns, rescued by the Wan family and gathered together to form the Ice Shatter Base. Their hearts brimmed with immense gratitude and loyalty towards the Wan family and Wan Lianfeng. Thus, when the base announced that a convenience store would be arriving soon, offering a plethora of supplies that could only be obtained before the apocalypse, and instructed every household to prepare their crystal cores and queue the following day, they complied, albeit with a hint of skepticism, out of loyalty to the base. These survivors were largely straightforward and possessed significant abilities, yet due to the base's inferior location, they struggled to connect with larger bases and had to rely on the Great Sky Base for supplies, often falling victim to exorbitant prices for meager goods. This is exactly as the base notified us. This vehicle is incredibly luxurious. Is it not priced similarly to those luxury cars from before the apocalypse? One exclaimed. I see white steamed buns, bottled water, instant noodles on the shelves. I brought all my crystal cores. I wonder if I can afford it. Accompanied by guards, Wan Lianfeng approached. Everyone, please form a line and do not create chaos. As discussed yesterday, begin by exchanging your points cards. The people of the Ice Shatter Base instinctively divided into two lines, each queuing at the points exchange machines to redeem their points one by one. Once they had exchanged their points, they entered the convenience store in an orderly manner to select their goods. There's air conditioning. How refreshing. The first survivor to enter exclaimed, as if they had never encountered such luxury. No one mocked him or regarded him with disdain, for their expressions mirrored his astonishment. The initial group of entrants, already nervous, became even more self-conscious, hesitant to make large movements while selecting items. To any observer, it might have appeared as though they were attempting to pilfer goods. Xiyue observed the scene without any disdainful thoughts. It reminded her of her own first experience dining at a steakhouse in her previous life, where she had brought an entire month's salary, feeling anxious and restrained, fearing her funds would be insufficient for the high prices. In the end, when she placed her order, she discovered it was not as exorbitant as she had feared, realizing she had merely been scaring herself. Once she spent a few more days here, these individuals would grow accustomed to the environment and would no longer be so apprehensive. I want to buy these. A survivor piled a plethora of items onto the checkout counter, completely filling the surface and creating a small hill. Xiyue and Lu Yuyen were momentarily taken aback. Is this permissible? The survivor from the Ice Shatter Base asked, anxiety etched on his face, fearing he had purchased too little and would be looked down upon by the manager and staff. Oh dear, I should have brought more crystal cores. The survivor regretted not believing in the existence of a convenience store and only bringing a small amount to join in the excitement. Returning to her senses, Xiyue felt an overwhelming joy. If her initial impression of the Ice Shatter base was favorable, it had now blossomed into genuine affection. The purchasing power exhibited here was astounding. She could envision countless points rushing toward her. It seemed she would soon reach the threshold to upgrade to a level 5 Moonlight convenience store. Lu Yuyen, regaining her composure, sensed the manager's elation beside her. And her own smile radiated even more brightly. Of course, I will pack these for you right away. The survivor, who had previously regretted his limited purchases, now felt a wave of relief wash over him.
Still,
He silently vowed to bring all his crystal cores on his next shopping trip. The first individual's purchasing power had already left Xiyue pleasantly surprised. Yet she was utterly astonished by the subsequent customers, each one purchasing even more than the last. The inhabitants of the Ice Shatter base spent their points as if they were flowing water. It was truly an eye-opening experience for both Xiyue and Lu Yuyen. By the end of the day, the two sat in chairs, rotating their sore wrists. Xiyue glanced at the revenue. Remarkably, they had earned 48,721 points in just one afternoon. It seemed the store would be upgraded by the following day. Filled with anticipation, Xiyue wondered what a level 5 convenience store would be like. Meanwhile, Qin Dan and her group finally arrived at the Dawn base. Surprisingly, their journey had been devoid of danger. Once we enter, you should find Yi Tianze and have him send someone to rescue the Great Sky base, commanded the leader of the ability team, who had been dispatched by Wu Xiongguang to oversee Qin Dan. Qin Dan curled her lip, neither agreeing nor refusing. Unlike these individuals, her family had transformed into zombies at the onset of the apocalypse. Thus, there was no one she was concerned about at the Great Sky base. Moreover, given the massive number of mutated rats they had encountered earlier, it was likely that the Great Sky base had already fallen. Even if they attempted a rescue now, it would be far too late. Wu Xiongguang had entrusted her with supplies intended to persuade the Dawn base, all of which were stored in her space. Once she located her senior brother Yi Tianze, she could easily part ways with these individuals and seize the supplies for herself, using them as leverage to elevate her own status. Chapter 72. Meeting the upgrade requirements. A new day dawned, and Xiyue did not linger in bed indulging in sloth. Rather, she arose early. Stretching her limbs and drawing back the curtains, she was astonished to see a lengthy queue forming outside the convenience store. How exuberant! Xiyue's lips twitched at the sight. At this rate, it would not take long before the store would upgrade, perhaps by this afternoon. Accompanied by her cat, Qian, she descended the stairs and quickly shared breakfast with Lu Yuyen. Not wishing to keep the patrons waiting, Xiyue and her companion finished their meal and prepared to open the doors for business. Upon witnessing the transparency of the store's glass, the crowd outside became animated, their eyes gleaming with desire as they anticipated a shopping spree. Before the store even opened, they had exchanged crystal cores for points at the rewards machine, saving themselves considerable time. As Lu Yuyen swung open the door, the eager customers surged inside. After a while, groups of people emerged, each laden with numerous full shopping bags, leaving with satisfied expressions. As noon approached, when the last customer of the morning completed their transaction using points, Xiyue heard the familiar voice of System 06 reminding her that the total points for the Moonlight convenience store had reached 251,800, fulfilling the conditions for a level 5 upgrade. Would she consent to the upgrade? After a moment's contemplation, Xiyue decided against an immediate upgrade. System 06 was taken aback, its voice turning whiny, lamenting, "Host, you have changed. You would usually upgrade without a second thought." Xiyue was slightly taken aback by its pitiful tone. "I prefer to wait until after the store closes tonight. Otherwise, we cannot operate during the upgrade, which would waste the entire afternoon." Instantly, System 06 perked up, exclaiming, "Ah, host, you are so clever." It then remarked, "Have you noticed that you've become quite lively lately?" Xiyue absent-mindedly rubbed her ear, which had been subjected to 06's incessant chatter. "Really? Is that so?" she replied, while System 06 tilted its head curiously. "Don't you feel it?" Xiyue sighed, reflecting on how, upon binding with the system, 06 had been devoid of emotion, whereas now it was a chatty, adorable companion. She found herself growing fond of this lively version of 06, considering it her own system to cherish. "Perhaps," mused 06, pondering until it succumbed to slumber. Xiyue had grown accustomed to its sudden disappearances, so she felt little concern. Yuyan, the convenience store will upgrade again tonight. Let's look forward to it, she said. Lu Yuyan beamed with excitement. That's wonderful. I can't wait to see the upgraded store. Yu Xia smiled faintly, sharing her anticipation for the changes that would come with level 5. However, the most pressing concern was to operate the store well at the Ice Rift base. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, finding a base that was so orderly and amiable was quite rare. She was determined to stay for a full 5 days, ensuring that a points exchange station would be established. Of course, part of her motivation for this duration was the lucrative opportunity to earn points here, an undeniable advantage. Meanwhile, Qin Dan and her companions found themselves in quite a predicament, flitting about the expansive Dawn base, which was over 10 times larger than the Great Empty base. Like headless flies. Didn't you say you were a disciple of Yi Tianze? Why have we not encountered him yet after you mentioned his name? Ding Yunpeng, the most powerful among them with his fire ability at level 5 peak, grew impatient. A flicker of guilt crossed Qin Dan's eyes. While she indeed shared a teacher with Yi Tianze, he was a genius unlike any other. He hardly needed guidance, as he had surpassed what any instructor could teach him. She merely bore the title of his classmate. In truth, she had only met Yi Tianze once, and though she had memorized his extraordinary presence, he likely had not even glanced at her, let alone remembered her name. Yet, she could not confess this truth. Instead, she deflected. Yi Tianze is busy conducting experiments in the secret laboratory at Dawn Base. He doesn't have the luxury of wandering around like us. Though Ding Yunping's expression remained grim,
He was somewhat persuaded.
if we cannot find him now, what should we do next? Qin Dan contemplated the supplies in her spatial ability, already formulating a plan. However, she deemed her companions superfluous. They had lost their usefulness, and she needed to find a way to shed them. As the midday heat peaked, Ding Yunpeng, anxious, but with no choice, led them to shelter beneath an eave. Qin Dan possessed spatial abilities, while the others had awakened fire and wind powers, offensive abilities. Wu Xiongguang had dispatched them to escort and monitor Qin Dan, choosing not to send weaker elemental users like those with water abilities. Consequently, they grew thirsty and hungry, reliant on Qin Dan's supplies for sustenance. Give me a bottle of water. Each of them clamored for a bottle of mineral water from her. Qin Dan's gaze darkened as she pondered how to rid herself of them. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoyan successfully secured a seat in a vehicle passing by the Ice Rift base, having exchanged 3 level 1 crystal cores for the opportunity. Little sister, it's unsafe for you to travel alone. The man in the passenger seat, his face dotted with acne, frequently turned to engage her, wearing an unwholesome grin. Yi Xiaoyan frowned deeply, her hand discreetly gathering energy, ready to unleash her powers if danger arose. Guoming, turn this vehicle around and sit quietly, otherwise, I swear I will pop every pimple on your face. The woman seated beside Yi Xiaoyan suddenly interjected. Guoming, who had been behaving inappropriately, immediately straightened up, obediently turning away. Yi Xiaoyan let out a sigh of relief, relaxing her hand, no longer preparing for confrontation. Grateful to avoid conflict, she simply wished to reach the Ice Rift base, without interruptions. Turning her gaze back to the woman who had intervened, Yi Xiaoyan noted that she appeared older, likely in her early 30s, with a refined yet unpretentious demeanor that exuded warmth and sincerity, someone instantly likable, though not in a romantic sense. Don't worry, little sister, I'll keep an eye on him for you. If he dares to bully you, just watch me take care of him, Zhang Ro said, her tone softening as she observed Yi Xiaoyan's youthful face, feeling a maternal instinct to protect her. Why did you come out alone? You should have brought more companions. My only sister has passed away, and I no longer wish to stay at the Great Empty base, Yi Xiaoyan replied, biting her lip in sorrow. Perhaps because the older sister's gaze was so warm, she thought of her own sister and, without hesitation, revealed the truth. However, Yi Xiaoyan instantly regretted her candor. She should not have spoken so openly. If they learned she was alone and had no family, they might harbor ill intentions. Zhang Ro's compassion deepened, her voice becoming even gentler. We'll take you directly to the Ice Rift base. You won't need to disembark along the way. The world is too perilous to let you venture alone. Yi Xiaoyan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart and hurriedly declined, insisting that they could simply drop her off near the ice-cracking base, as she could manage on her own. Old song, I happen to want to visit the ice-cracking base to see my sisters. We plan to stay there for a day. Jiang Ro wished to avoid causing them any inconvenience. Song Jianhua, focused on driving, smiled indulgently. All right. We shall stay there for a day, my young lady. Jiang Ro shot him a glare, her cheeks slightly flushed as she turned away. Yi Xiaoyan remained unaware. With the same destination in mind, she merely felt fortunate and ceased to resist further. At the dawn base, Ding Yunpeng and his companions suddenly felt dizzy, their bodies growing heavy. Initially, they attributed it to mild heatstroke and paid little attention. Qin Dan observed them with a cold smirk. Within a minute, Ding Yunpeng and the others collapsed to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Dan approached and searched their bodies for crystal cores, collecting them all before glancing back at them and departing without a shred of regret. Having exerted considerable effort, she finally managed to contact an old schoolmate at the dawn base. Ronger, I have finally found you. Qin Dan gripped the delicate hand of the girl before her, her tone affectionate. Senior, is that really you? Guorong inquired, uncertainty lacing her voice. Yes, it's me. I'm your senior, Qin Dan. Oh, Guorong replied, her lack of emotional response revealing that they were not particularly close. Even if they had been familiar in the past, she held no inclination for intimacy now. What brings you to the dawn base? I remember you were at the large sky base laboratory? Qin Dan detected her disdain and impatience, suppressing her anger. I have vital intelligence that I need to relay to Senior Yi Tianze. This information is of utmost importance to the dawn base, no, to any base. And indeed to humanity itself. Guorong's eyes flickered. Intelligence? What kind of intelligence? Qin Dan recognized her curiosity, but refused to divulge anything. This intelligence is extremely critical. I must meet with Yi Tianze before I can share it. Ronger, aren't he working in his laboratory? Please help me arrange a meeting with him. The more Qin Dan withheld, the more curious Guorong became. You claim this intelligence is crucial for all humanity, yet no one will believe me. If I directly assist you in this, I will merely be dismissed as a fool. With no other recourse, Qin Dan produced warm steamed buns from her storage. Upon seeing the buns, Guorong remained calm, for she knew that Yi Tianze had developed non-toxic wheat last month, albeit with a remarkably low yield, allowing for some flour production. The upper echelons of the dawn base and researchers like them had occasionally been able to enjoy it. However, as Qin Dan began to reveal instant noodles, milk, bottled water, and sandwiches one by one, Guorong stood frozen in place. With these, surely someone will believe my words, Qin Dan declared with a triumphant expression. Guorong snapped back to attention, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the food. A points redemption station? What is that for? Wan Ting inquired, sitting on a round stool in the Moonlight convenience store's rest area, her face filled with confusion. The points redemption station functions similarly to the points exchange machine at the convenience store, with the only difference being that I can set it up outside the ice cracking base, Xiyue explained, sitting beside her and enjoying a spoonful of watermelon. So, if the convenience store leaves, the points redemption station will remain? After swallowing a mouthful of sweet, crisp, seedless watermelon, Xiyue continued, in the future, when your points card runs low and you wish to recharge it for a flashlight or a handheld fan, you can go there to add points without delaying your usage. That sounds incredibly convenient. Wan Ting exclaimed, her excitement evident. Moreover, the store manager's willingness to build this at the ice cracking base indicates that she intends to return with a mobile convenience store in the future. With this investment, the significance is altogether different. Thus, we need not worry about the ice cracking base losing the Moonlight convenience store again. Xiyue smiled. With such high-quality wool available at the ice cracking base, she would undoubtedly return to continue her endeavors. Having invested points, she anticipated a return on her investment. I hope they won't disappoint me in the future, allowing me to redeem more points and expedite my upgrade. As the day's business finally concluded, Wan Ting took the initiative to bid farewell to Xiyue before departing with her purchase supplies. Xiyue returned upstairs, cradling the unfinished watermelon. 06. I want to upgrade the convenience store.
Ding.
The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store is upgraded to level 5, requiring a total of 250,000 points. Confirm the upgrade? With unwavering resolve, Xiyue affirmed. Successfully deducted 250,000 points. The upgrade will be completed in 8 hours. Business operations must cease during the upgrade process. Though her accumulated points had diminished significantly, Xiyue felt an unusual lightness. I am so looking forward to the upgraded convenience store tomorrow. She mused while soaking in the bathtub, sipping on ice-cold cola to soothe her eager heart. After a relaxing bath, she snuggled up with her money and drifted off to sleep. Upon arriving at the ice-cracking base, Song Jianhua halted the vehicle. This is the ice-cracking base, Yi Xiaoyan observed nervously, noting the well-maintained order here.
Oh.
The Moonlight convenience store? She suddenly spotted a luxurious purple double-decker RV parked not far from the ice-cracking base. The Moonlight convenience store has come here? What a coincidence. Jiang Ro leaned closer to the car window to take a look. Yi Xiaoyan's initial unease about the new environment dissipated upon seeing the familiar Moonlight convenience store, involuntarily bringing a smile to her face. Little sister, you finally smiled. Jiang Ro's gentle voice drifted to her ears. Yi Xiaoyan felt warmth in her heart and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for bringing me here. Just as Jiang Ro was about to say it was unnecessary, Guoming, his face dotted with acne, interjected. Why are you thanking us? We were paid for this, ha ha. Yi Xiaoyan was momentarily at a loss for words, and the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Jiang Ro kicked him lightly, sending him back. Well, little sister, there's really no need to thank us. It is only right to bring you here after collecting the crystal cores. Yi Xiaoyan continued to express her gratitude, for they had gone out of their way to deliver her to the ice-cracking base. You're heading to a new base alone, unfamiliar with the surroundings. I can't help but worry, Jiang Ro said with concern. As it happens, we will also be staying here for 2 days, so we can look out for each other. After some contemplation, Yi Xiaoyan agreed, okay. Although Uncle Tian had instructed her to find his friend, she did not genuinely wish to disturb or trouble anyone. Xiyue was awakened by Qian's calls. After a few affectionate rubs on the kitty, she finally opened her eyes. Remembering that the convenience store upgrade had been completed today, she eagerly surveyed her room, only to find it had remained unchanged.
Huh.
Xiyue felt a twinge of disappointment and walked into the bathroom. Though the room itself had not changed, the bathroom had doubled in size. The ordinary-sized bathtub had transformed into a luxurious round tub, and a floor-to-ceiling window had been installed beside it. Exquisite lavender-scented incense was placed atop the bathtub. The wash basin has become more expansive and opulent, adorned with an array of high-end skincare products, face masks, and cosmetics. Additionally, 2 mirrors have been installed, encircled by intricate and luxurious patterns that are particularly exquisite. As Xiyue stepped out of her room, she noticed that the second-floor living area had undergone a transformation. Its area had significantly increased, and a small open kitchen had been added in the newly created space. The kitchen is equipped with a concealed range hood, a stove, and an assortment of cookware. The cabinets are stocked with a plentiful supply of dishes and utensils, including meticulously arranged kitchen knives. Moreover, a thoughtful addition of an automatic dishwasher has been made. Adjacent to the open kitchen is a rectangular dining table, accompanied by 6 chairs, each cushioned for comfort. Delighted, Xiyue pulled out a chair and sat down to try it out. Finally, she no longer had to dine at the coffee table every day. After sitting for a while, she stood up and neatly repositioned the chair. A staircase leading upwards? At that moment, Xiyue was astonished to discover a new flight of stairs that ascended, whereas previously there had only been a staircase leading down. A 3rd floor? She ascended the stairs slowly. The light streaming down from above was exceptionally bright. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she was greeted by an entire sky garden. How beautiful it was! A pathway paved with smooth pebbles wound through a riot of colorful flowers. A refreshing breeze caressed her, carrying the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms, reminiscent of the garden from the film Alice in Wonderland. Among the flowers, beautiful butterflies danced, captivating Qian's attention as she flitted through the garden in pursuit of them. As Xiyue meandered along the pebble-strewn path amidst the blossoms, she felt the fatigue of her body and mind dissipate. In the center of the garden flowed a small stream, over which a delicate stone bridge had been constructed. Walking across the bridge, she gazed down at the clear waters below, where lively little fish swam playfully. The bridge connected to a European-style outdoor pavilion. Inside the pavilion were seats for enjoying afternoon tea, adorned with exquisite pastries and a set of teapot and cups. Mousse cake. Having skipped breakfast, Xiyue picked up a small spoon and began to indulge. The stream encircled the pavilion, flowing onward to an unknown destination, yet the water continued to trickle. As Xiyue savored her dessert, she admired the garden's splendor. feeling as though she was living a blissful retirement life. Qianqian, having tired of chasing butterflies, approached the stream, curiously watching the little fish. The third floor felt like a separate realm, enveloped in a transparent protective membrane that shielded it from the extreme temperatures of the outside world. The air within was not the stale chill of air conditioning, but rather a refreshing and invigorating atmosphere. Xiyue particularly cherished this. Knowing that spending all day in an air-conditioned environment could weigh her down, now she could come here daily to relax and breathe in the fresh air. Qianqian also thrived in this environment, frolicking joyfully in the garden, her tail held high in glee. Xiyue lingered in the garden for quite some time before preparing to descend, eager to see what changes had occurred in the upgraded convenience store below. Qianqian, let us go, she called from the top of the stairs. Meow, I'm not coming down yet. I haven't finished playing. Qianqian replied, clearly reluctant to leave. Not wishing to force her, Xiyue descended alone, leaving Qianqian to engage in a battle of wits with the little fish, oblivious to her owner's departure. Upon reaching the first floor, she found Lu Yuyan already at work, diligently processing transactions at the cash register. Xiyue refrained from interrupting her, instead taking in the upgraded convenience store with keen interest. The most apparent change was the increased spaciousness. What had once been 4 rows of shelves in the center had now expanded to 6, with products neatly arranged upon them. A dedicated fruit shelf had also been added, where previously unlocked fruits such as apples and pears had been relocated, separating them from other merchandise and enhancing the store's overall appeal and shopping convenience. Furthermore, an additional employee dormitory had been established, mirroring the previous one in design, as if it had been copied and pasted. Each dormitory now featured a small round table and a stool, providing a space for employees to dine. The cash register counter had been elongated, now equipped with a computer and card reader, while a new soy milk maker had been added between the hot dog and popcorn machines. A heated display case now housed various food items, including steamed buns and baozi. The customer lounge area had also expanded, adding 2 more seating spots. Xiyue was thoroughly pleased with these improvements. Stepping outside, she noticed that an additional device had been installed on the 2-point redemption machines, a retractable awning for shade and rain protection. Xiyue activated it via the system panel, and those still using the crystalline core to redeem points felt a pleasant coolness envelop them as they looked up in surprise at the awning. With a sense of quiet pride, Xiyue raised her head to admire her convenience store, which had transformed from its previous 2-story structure into a 3-story vehicle. Its overall design was particularly exquisite. From the outside, the top layer appeared as though it were adorned with floral wallpaper, concealing the interior from view. Manager,
What are you looking at?
a familiar voice called from behind her. Turning around, Xiyue was surprised to find Yi Xiaoyan from the Great Air Base. Curiously, she inquired, "What brings you here?" "I've come to live here," Yi Xiaoyan replied, pleasantly surprised that the mysterious and formidable manager remembered her.
Wow.
"The Moonlight convenience store has been upgraded to 3 stories. How impressive," she exclaimed, in awe of what she perceived as the most mysterious and remarkable establishment in the world, along with its manager. At that moment, someone behind her called out, "Little sister, I've been looking for you everywhere. So this is where you are." Yi Xiaoyan glanced back to see Zhang Rou and her companions, drenched in sweat, approaching her. "My apologies, Jiang Jie. I just wanted to check out the convenience store, and forgot to greet you all," Yi Xiaoyan said, feeling a twinge of guilt, knowing they must have searched for her for quite some time. Zhang Rou, relieved to see her, replied, "It's fine. Just don't wander off alone again. If you want to go anywhere, let me know, and I'll accompany you." Yi Xiaoyan readily agreed, feeling the warmth of sisterly care emanating from Zhang Rou. Xiyue merely glanced at them, having no acquaintance and thus nothing to say, before returning to the convenience store. Guoming sighed in relief. The manager of the convenience store gives off such an intimidating aura. Zhang Rou and Song Jianhua exchanged solemn looks, nodding in agreement.
Is that so?
"I find the manager to be quite gentle and comforting," Yi Xiaoyan disagreed. Though she hadn't interacted much with Xiyue, the manager had saved her several times. Had it not been for the manager's willingness to provide her with healing supplies, she might have succumbed to her injuries long ago. Not wishing to dwell further on the topic, Zhang Rou suggested, "Are you here to buy something from the Moonlight convenience store?" Yi Xiaoyan nodded, explaining that she had used up much of her supplies and intended to restock. Zhang Rou and her companions followed her inside. purchasing a few items before they all departed together, heading back to the ice-shattered base. As Xiyue gazed through the window at the retreating figures, her expression remained obscured by a veil of uncertainty. She had recently taken note of the malicious intent values of Jiangro and her companions, which were considerably high, indicating that these individuals were adept at feigning innocence. Yet, their animosity towards the Moonlight convenience store had not crossed Xiyue's threshold. To whom, then, was the excess malice directed? Xiyue's gaze lingered on Yi Xiaoyan's silhouette. Meanwhile, Qin Dan paced anxiously back and forth in the home where she had been taken in by Guorong, her face a portrait of unease. It had been quite some time since Guorong left early that morning with a substantial portion of supplies, venturing to the secret laboratory at the Dawn base. Left in the lurch, Qin Dan could do nothing but wait in her mounting frustration. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, the sound of a key turning in the lock drew her attention. Her eyes brightened, and she hurried to the door. When it swung open, Guorong stepped inside, flanked by several formidable ability users. "Ronger, you've finally returned." Qin Dan's joyful exclamation was abruptly cut short as one of the ability users behind Guorong rendered her unconscious. "Take her away," Guorong commanded, her voice devoid of any surprise, chillingly cold. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the Moonlight convenience store. Level 5 store rewards you with 15,000 points, unlocking bagged rice, bagged flour, and the flame blade. 06, you've just awakened? I've been successfully upgrading all morning," Xiyue teased, her voice light. 06's face flushed crimson with a hint of indignation, responding with a haughty tone. "The system has its reasons for reporting. Do not unjustly accuse me. XX. Imagining 06 in a sulking posture made Xiyue smile. "All right, I want to say anything more, huh?" Stepping out of the water, she donned her slippers by the shore and settled into a chair to peruse the rewards she had just unlocked through the system panel. One item caught her attention. With a swift motion across the system interface, she located the flame blade within the weapons section. Priced at 500 points, the usage instructions stated that the blade would be enveloped in flames during use, with the ability to control the flame's intensity. The flames would deplete and require points for replenishment. Xiyue's face lit up with joy upon reading the instructions. The prospect of wielding such a formidable weapon, adorned with flames, was exhilarating. The requirement for points to recharge the flames did not surprise her. This was commonplace for products at the Moonlight convenience store. Curiosity piqued. Xiyue purchased a flame blade. In an instant, a long knife materialized on the table. She lifted it, feeling its substantial weight. The blade gleamed with a chilling brilliance. Undeniably impressive. Even a girl like Xiyue, who typically favored beautiful clothing, found herself enamored. Noticing a button on the hilt, she pressed it, but nothing happened. Frowning, she revisited the instructions and discovered that the initial press was for binding her fingerprint. Once bound, the weapon would belong solely to her, rendering it unusable by others. After completing the binding, the button would then function to adjust the flame. How advanced! Xiyue marveled, pressing the button again. Instantly, the cold blade was enveloped in a resplendent layer of fire. Understanding from the instructions that this flame was not ordinary, she realized it wielded the power equivalent to a level 3 fire-based ability. With a delicate touch, she adjusted the button, watching the flames grow larger and more intense. Wielding the flame blade, she swung it gracefully through the air, striking several impressive poses before extinguishing the flames and setting it down. The hilt featured a groove for swiping points cards. Utilizing her manager privileges, Xiyue erased the fingerprint she had just bound, rendering the flame blade pristine once more. She then stocked the rice and flour she had simultaneously unlocked. Each bag, weighing 400 grams, had an entry price of 4 points. Xiyue ordered 50 bags of each, pricing them at 10 points. The flame blade was not inexpensive, and the public remained unaware of its true power, leading Xiyue to refrain from overstocking. She carried the blade to the first floor, placing it on the topmost shelf, the most conspicuous spot, with a price tag of 2,000 points, accompanied by usage instructions. After arranging it, she quietly approached the checkout counter, activating the newly added computer and opening an offline minigame, casually keeping an eye on the flame blade to see if anyone would recognize its worth. However, the entire afternoon passed without a single purchase, with inquiries being scarce. Customers entering the store cast curious glances, but upon seeing the 2,000 point price, hesitated and redirected their attention. After all, 2,000 points was no trifling amount, not something everyone could readily afford. Most customers ultimately settled for the nearby point-based flashlights or handheld fans, finding those far more practical. Xiyue sighed inwardly, realizing that those who did not appreciate the flame blade now would likely come to treasure it in the future. Chapter 76. The Jester. When Qin Dan awoke, she found herself bound hand and foot. The stark white walls loomed around her, and her mouth was gagged with a cloth, rendering her voiceless. She struggled, producing faint sounds as the chair beneath her creaked. "Ah, you're awake," a researcher clad in a white lab coat noted, hastily exiting the room.
Moment latte.
The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Qin Dan turned her gaze towards the door, witnessing 4 or 5 individuals in white coats entering together. At the center stood a tall, graceful man, his high nose and deep-set eyes giving him an air of chiseled elegance. His demeanor exuded unmatched sophistication. Even in her restrained state, Qin Dan's eyes sparkled with infatuation. It was Yi Tianzi. Yi Tianzi halted 5 steps away from Qin Dan, his penetrating gaze devoid of emotion as it fixed upon her. The moment their eyes met, Qin Dan felt a tremor run through her body, her earlier admiration dissipating in an instant. Guorong, accompanied by another assistant, stepped forward to untie Qin Dan and remove the cloth from her mouth. Cough, cough. Qin Dan sputtered, her throat dry. The others grimaced, their expressions laden with blatant disdain. "Dandan, didn't you claim to have significant intelligence to share with Dr. Yi? Now that the doctor is here, do tell," Guorong prompted. Qin Dan ceased her coughing, her gaze locked onto Yi Tianzi. "I will only speak to him." At her declaration, the surrounding individuals shifted from disdain to outright contempt. A flicker of disgust crossed Yi Tianzi's eyes, yet he still spoke, his voice low and resonant as he issued a command. "Please, you may all leave first," Qin Dan urged impatiently once all the assistants had exited. "Dr. Yi, you must be quite curious about the origins of those supplies. I can enlighten you and even offer you everything in my space, provided you agree to make me your closest assistant." Observing her avaricious and infatuated demeanor, Yi Tianzi's dwindling patience evaporated. "Do you presume you are the sole individual privy to the origins of these supplies?" Qin Dan's expression turned quizzical. The distance between the Daqiang base and the Dawn base was particularly vast. She and a few others had tirelessly driven for days, arriving only yesterday. It was inconceivable that anyone could have reached this location faster than herself. Yi Tianzi replied nonchalantly. "Those supplies originate from a mobile convenience store known as the Moonlight Convenience Store, correct? There is also a female manager there." Qin Dan was taken aback, having assumed that Yi Tianzi was unaware of the Moonlight Convenience Store's existence, which she had considered her bargaining chip. "I became aware of this convenience store a month ago. It simply did not pique my interest at the time." Under Yi Tianzi's penetrating gaze, Qin Dan felt akin to a mere jester. His eyes were dark and unfathomable, yet his intrigue towards the manager of the Moonlight Convenience Store intensified. A month prior, individuals he had casually stationed at various bases returned from the Hope base to the Dawn base, bringing with them some products from the convenience store and relaying this information to him. However, those items had merely consisted of steamed buns and similar foods, which had failed to capture his attention. This time, however, was different. Among the supplies brought by Qin Dan was a cooling medication that had previously eluded them. Upon acquiring it, he discovered it was not the same as those sold in stores and promptly conducted experiments on living subjects, revealing that its efficacy surpassed that of their ordinary medications several times over. Furthermore, its components remained a mystery even to him, sparking an intense curiosity about the manager of the Moonlight Convenience Store. Realizing her once valuable bargaining chip had lost its worth, Qin Dan hastily shifted her plea. "I implore you, allow me to remain by your side as your assistant, and I shall willingly offer all my supplies." Recalling the cooling medication that had piqued the interest of researchers, she quickly added, "Dr. Yi, you must be intrigued by the cooling medication, right? I previously only gave Guorong half a tablet, and I still have 2 boxes left in my space. If you agree to my request, I will give you all of it." Yi Tianzi raised an eyebrow. His willingness to entertain her was indeed influenced by the depletion of half a tablet of the cooling medication. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? He inquired, regarding her with the coldness reserved for the deceased. In an instant, Jean Dan felt a piercing pain surge through her head, clutching it tightly in her hands. She writhed on the ground in agony, yet her suffering proved futile. However, before long, she suddenly stood up as if nothing had happened, her gaze vacant. Yi Tianze smirked slightly, casually gesturing with his fingers to open his space. Jean Dan obediently complied, opening her own space and spilling its contents onto the ground. Subsequently, she stood motionless, akin to a marionette. The flame blade? Qi mused, her hand gently caressing it, her interest piqued until she noticed the price tag. 2,000 points? How exorbitant. She quickly withdrew her hand, unable to afford it. Wan Ting approached, picking up the flame blade and admiring it thoroughly. It was a fine weapon, sharp and substantial in hand, likely to be particularly effective in combat. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, most individuals awakened their powers and had grown accustomed to summoning abilities for battle, thus few invested points in purchasing weapons. But she was different. She had cherished cold weaponry since childhood and even sought training in its use. At this moment, Wan Ting held the flame blade with great affection, reluctant to let it go. Upon reading the description on the tag, she was astonished, further solidifying her resolve to purchase it. Manager, I wish to buy this. Along with the flame blade, Wan Ting declared at the checkout, pointing to a pile of snacks she had just set down. The flame blade remained tightly clutched in her arms. Xiyue was elated to finally encounter someone with discerning taste, instructing Lu Yuyao, please process her transaction.
All right.
Lu Yuyao completed the transaction, watching Wan Ting swipe her card. Only after the payment did Xiyue add, the flame blade's fiery power is equivalent to a level 3 fire ability. Purchasing it is akin to acquiring a new ability. Upon hearing this, Wan Ting's face lit up with delight. She had awakened a plant-based ability, now at level 6. Possessing the flame blade would significantly enhance her lethality and prowess. Upon returning to the base, Wan Ting and her team were immediately besieged by Qi and the others, eager for her to demonstrate the flame blade. They remained skeptical, as such a weapon enveloped in flames was unprecedented, much less one with the power of a level 3 fire ability. Wan Ting retrieved the manual that the manager had provided upon her purchase, scrutinizing it carefully. Understanding how to utilize it, she proceeded to operate the weapon. First, she inserted her points card into the slot beneath the hilt, charging it with points. The manual indicated that each use would automatically deduct 10 points, allowing the flames to remain active for approximately a week. Once her points were successfully loaded, Wan Ting pressed her thumb onto the hilt's button, binding her fingerprint, ensuring that only she could wield this blade. Then, with a gentle twist of the button, a crimson flame ignited around the blade in an instant, igniting the air with a palpable heat.
Wow.
It's just as described. It truly is flames. Qi and the others were awestruck, their eyes filled with admiration and longing for such a formidable weapon, prompting them to seek out their own. Wan Ting gazed at the blade in her hand with adoration. She lifted it and swung it a few times, instantly shattering nearby gravel, while wooden stakes nearby were consumed by the flames. The razor-sharp edge and the ferocity of the flames were undeniable. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoyan and Jiang Ro, at the ice crack base, pooled together 20 level 1 crystal cores to rent a 2-bedroom apartment. Each room had 2 beds, perfectly accommodating the 2 men and 2 women. After returning from a day of hunting mutated beasts, Yi Xiaoyan appeared listless. After collecting her share of crystal cores and beast hides, she retreated to her room and lay on the bed. Seeing her state, Jiang Ro entered with concern etched on her face. Xiaoyan, are you unwell? Or are you injured? Yi Xiaoyan's face flushed slightly as she stammered. I'm just, it's my stomach. It hurts, but it will pass in a day. She had always suffered from menstrual pain, and despite awakening her abilities, she had not been spared from its effects. Each month during this time, she could do little but lie in bed. In the early days at her sister's house in the city, she had eagerly helped with cooking, washing dishes, and cleaning. But now she found herself retreating to her room. Yang Mingjie and Yang Tao had grumbled behind her back, claiming she was slacking off, suggesting she had only pretended to be industrious before revealing her true nature. However, once the days passed and her pain subsided, she resumed her household duties, finally silencing their complaints. Rest well. I won't disturb you. Zhang Ro said gently. As Yi Xiaoyan observed the door close behind her, she bore the pain and gradually succumbed to slumber. When she awoke once more, the night had enveloped the world outside, plunging it into darkness. Gently caressing her abdomen, she noted that her rest had alleviated some of her discomfort. Suddenly, Zhang Ro entered the room, illuminating it with a flashlight and carrying a cup of warm milk. Seeing that Yi Xiaoyan had roused, Zhang Ro smiled and offered her the milk, saying, "You've slept the afternoon away. You must be quite hungry. Here, have a cup of milk to settle your stomach." Touched, Yi Xiaoyan accepted the cup, noticing that the milk was still warm, her eyes glistening with gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Zhang." Zhang Ro's concern for her mirrored that of her own sister, Yi Xiaoya. In this unfamiliar base, Zhang Ro's companionship made each day a joyful experience. Furthermore, Zhang Ro's husband, Zhang Jianhua, was markedly different from her brother-in-law, Yang Mingjie. He was not only reserved but also bore a cheerful disposition, making him easy to approach. Though Guoming's gaze towards her was not particularly friendly and bore a hint of lewdness, he refrained from making any inappropriate advances. Especially with Zhang Ro vigilantly watching over her. "Drink it while it's hot. It will soothe your stomach," Zhang Ro gently urged. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaoyan tilted her head back and drank it down. Zhang Ro watched her finish with a flicker of delight and malice in her eyes, which Yi Xiaoyan, still enveloped in gratitude, failed to notice. Post-drink, she felt her body grow languid, succumbing to the desire for sleep. Seemingly aware of her drowsiness, Zhang Ro kindly remarked, "After such a warm drink, sleepiness is only natural. Rest easy. You are safe with me here." Yi Xiaoyan nodded, expressing her thanks. "I'll sleep now. We'll collect the crystal cores together tomorrow." With that, her eyelids grew heavy and she drifted into a deep slumber. Zhang Ro exited the room, closing the door behind her. In the dimly lit living room, illuminated only by the moonlight and starlight filtering through the glass, Zhang Jianhua and Guoming stood at the entrance, their faces adorned with sinister smiles. "Did she drink it?" Zhang Jianhua whispered. "Yes, I watched her drink every last drop," Zhang Ro replied, her demeanor shifting from that of a gentle elder sister to one of jealousy and cruelty. "She's fallen asleep. Damn it, I can barely contain myself. Every time I see these young girls, I just want to strip the flesh from their faces." "Keep your composure. Do not lay a finger on her. She still serves a purpose, and we cannot let our efforts go to waste," Zhang Jianhua warned sternly. Noticing Zhang Ro's increasingly unfriendly expression, he quickly wrapped his arm around her shoulders, attempting to soothe her. "What does it matter if she's a few years younger? She cannot compare to my wife's beauty." Zhang Ro's expression softened slightly. "Really? Of course. She pales in comparison to you," Zhang Jianhua feigned sincerity, his true thoughts starkly contrasting. "That's more like it. Now we can move her under the cover of darkness," Zhang Ro declared. Suddenly, Guoming interjected, his voice hoarse and laced with primal desire. "She won tea wake for a day, so let us not waste time. I've been thinking about her for a while." With that, he opened the door, intending to enter. However, Zhang Ro and Zhang Jianhua quickly restrained him.
No, they insisted.
Frustrated by the obstruction, Guoming's displeasure was evident as he growled, "Why are you stopping me? I've been patient with the previous assignments. Why can't I have my turn? And let us not forget, this business was set up thanks to my sister, Guorong." The expressions on Zhang Ro and Zhang Jianhua's faces darkened. Ultimately, Zhang Ro spoke softly. "Indeed, your sister provided us with this opportunity, but you know that the Dawn base requires experimental subjects to be in both mental and physical health. If anything goes wrong, it's not just our efforts that will be in vain. We could offend Dawn base, and that would be our end." Guoming's lustful desires were swiftly extinguished. "Fine, let us depart now." Under the shroud of night, Zhang Ro and her companions stealthily transported Yi Xiaoyan to their vehicle, preparing to leave the ice shatter base. This process had become second nature to them, having executed dozens of similar operations. In less strictly managed bases, they would simply incapacitate their targets, taking them regardless of the time of day. However, in a well-regulated place like Ice Shatter Base, they waited until nightfall to carry out their clandestine operations. They preyed on the young, regardless of gender, targeting anyone who was healthy and alone on the road. Once their victims were transported to Dawn Base, they would contact Guorong, who worked as an assistant in the base's secret laboratory. To ensure the subjects were healthy and without issues, earning them 50 Grade 3 crystal cores in return. As for what Dawn Base planned to do with their captives, Jiang Ro and her cohorts had little concern. All they cared about was acquiring the crystal cores. The rest, including the potential for live experiments that could lead to unspeakable suffering, was of no consequence to them. They had been in this business for nearly 2 years, desensitized by the countless individuals they had dealt with. Moreover, with even a reputable establishment like Dawn Base engaging in such nefarious activities, what did they have to fear? That night, it was Wan Ting's turn to be on duty. Every night, Ice Shatter Base dispatched ability users to patrol, preventing dangerous situations and maintaining order. Although Wan Ting's mother was the leader of Ice Shatter Base, she never sought special treatment. When her turn came, she performed her duties without complaint. Since the arrival of the Moonlight Convenience Store, every member of the base had been equipped with a personal flashlight, allowing them to see clearly in the dark. This had significantly improved their lives, enhancing visibility during the night. At that moment, Wan Ting, through the beam of her flashlight, noticed a suspicious jeep lurking around the base. Through the light, she could see that the 3 individuals inside were unfamiliar faces, likely not from Ice Shatter Base. As they caught sight of Wan Ting's flashlight, their expressions turned increasingly unnatural. The older man and woman appeared somewhat composed, but the younger man, his face riddled with acne, displayed clear signs of panic and fear. Wan Ting's heart quickened. It was evident they were up to no good. She exchanged a knowing glance with her subordinates, who promptly encircled the jeep. One of them approached and knocked on the passenger window. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Ro cursed silently, realizing that Yi Xiaoyan was laid on the back seat, concealed beneath their feet. They had not anticipated such stringent scrutiny from Ice Shatter Base, and now they could only hope that this was merely a routine check and that they would not be discovered. Jiang Ro felt cold sweat trickle down her face as she collected herself and slowly rolled down the window. What's the matter? Wan Ting's subordinate glanced at her before asking, "Why are you out of the base so late?" Jiang Ro forced a smile. "Oh, is there a problem? Is it against the rules to be out this late?" Song Jianhua feigned irritation. "Is it not allowed to be out at this hour?" The probing ability user scanned the interior of the vehicle, finding nothing amiss. "Of course it's allowed. You may proceed. Just be cautious on your way back," he replied, stepping back and shaking his head at Wan Ting, indicating that nothing suspicious had been found. Wan Ting nodded, and her surrounding subordinates stepped aside. Seeing this, Jiang Ro smiled sweetly at Wan Ting. "Thank you." Song Jianhua and Guoming also relaxed, exchanging friendly smiles with the outside world. Guoming, upon realizing that the coast was clear, even took pleasure in rolling down the car window, leaning out to admire the graceful figures of the patrolling women. He let out an inappropriate whistle, lamenting the plight of these beauties who had to patrol at such a late hour. It truly tugged at one's heartstrings. His actions drew the ire of the crowd, who were on the verge of leaving, turning to glare at him with disapproval. At that moment, Wan Ting noticed something stirring beneath his legs. She approached the front of the car, eager to get a clearer view. "What are you staring at?" Guoming obstructed the window with his body, his tone unfriendly. Wan Ting frowned and, utilizing her powers, conjured a plant whip that ensnared his neck, effectively immobilizing him. As she shone her flashlight beneath the seat, to her astonishment, she discovered a woman, unconscious and in a precarious state. The expressions of Jiang Ro and Song Jianhua shifted to concern. With a sudden surge of urgency, Song Jianhua slammed the accelerator, causing the vehicle to lurch forward at breakneck speed. Wan Ting swiftly sidestepped to avoid being struck, narrowly escaping injury. The individuals from the Ice Shard Base immediately unleashed their abilities, bombarding the vehicle in a flurry of attacks. Although the car sustained significant damage, it did not deter their escape. Drawing out a newly acquired flame knife, Wan Ting activated it, the blade igniting in fierce flames. Combining her botanical powers, she entwined the fiery weapon and hurled it decisively at the tires of the jeep. The flame knife embedded itself into a tire, causing the jeep to roll uncontrollably before finally coming to a halt, precariously tilted on the ground. The occupants, Jiang Ro and her companions, emerged with varying degrees of injury, battling dizziness as they crawled out. "Even in this apocalypse, does your Ice Shard Base have to meddle so much?" Song Jianhua grumbled, wiping the blood from a head wound. "I don't care about other bases, but here at Ice Shard Base, we will ensure the safety of survivors," Wan Ting replied coldly. Without wasting time, Jiang Ro and her companions unleashed their abilities to attack Wan Ting and her group. Yet, their strength paled in comparison to that of the Ice Shard base's members. In under 10 minutes, the three were ensnared by verdant vines. Wanting chose to ignore the defeated trio and instead rescued the still unconscious Yi Xiaoyan from the car. During the rollover, Yi Xiaoyan had also sustained injuries to her arm. Wanting applied a thin layer of trauma ointment, her trusted remedy from the Moonlight convenience store, which continued to prove its efficacy. The moment it was applied, the wound began to scab. Wanting, finally at ease, examined Yi Xiaoyan's pale face. Her initial instincts proving correct. She recalled seeing this girl sharing laughter with the store manager, surmising they must have some acquaintance, perhaps even a close relationship. This was why she had chosen to save her, rather than out of some altruistic desire to protect every life in this desolate world, a notion far too sanctimonious. If the Ice Shard base were truly so benevolent, it would likely have perished long ago. Let us go. Do you even comprehend what you're doing? Jiang Ro shouted. We are working for the Dawn base. I advise you to release us quickly, or the consequences that Ice Shard base will face are beyond your capacity to bear. The mention of the Dawn base made Wanting's heart race. What is your connection to the Dawn base? Guoming, with a swollen face and fierce eyes, declared. My sister is a researcher at the Dawn base's laboratory. Do you dare offend me? A cold sweat broke out on Wanting's mature and strikingly beautiful face. They were indeed from the Dawn base, which dwarfed the Ice Shard base in significance, rendering it as insignificant as an ant. Initially, she had only aimed to curry favor with the store manager by rescuing Yi Xiaoyan. Now, she found herself entangled with the Dawn base. In that moment, she hesitated, unable to make any decisions, and resolved to confine the trio while returning to consult her mother, Wan Lianfeng, on how to proceed. Wanting recounted the entire sequence of events to Wan Lianfeng. But I never anticipated they were affiliated with the Dawn base. What should we do next? Wan Lianfeng, upon hearing the name of the Dawn base, felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, given the current situation, the decision rested solely on her shoulders. Chapter 79 Fate. She contemplated the gamble. Would the Dawn base truly take action over a mere researcher? However, as the leader of a base, she could not afford to gamble on such uncertainties. She now faced two stark choices: risk offending the Dawn base for a slim chance of pleasing the store manager, or protect her base from repercussions while relinquishing any opportunity to win favor. The Dawn base was one of the largest and most powerful among the survivor enclaves, with a substantial population of survivors and a significant proportion of ability users. Their scientific laboratory, bolstered by the genius of Yi Tianzi, had developed numerous innovative edible plants and potent medicines. Before the Moonlight mobile convenience store emerged, all food supplies were reliant on the Dawn base. The convenience store boasted an endless array of resources, including food and daily necessities long vanished from the post-apocalyptic landscape. The store manager was an immensely powerful and mysterious figure, with an origin shrouded in enigma, accompanied by a plethora of high-tech innovations. After a moment of deep contemplation, Wan Lianfeng spoke with unwavering resolve. Eliminate them. As long as the deed is done cleanly, the Dawn base will likely remain oblivious to our involvement. Communication in this era was nowhere near as convenient as in the pre-apocalypse, who could ascertain that they had vanished from the Ice Shard base. If someone noticed their disappearance, she could simply deny any knowledge of it. Indeed, these individuals had visited the Ice Shard base, but had not lingered long enough for anyone to question their whereabouts.
What could possibly happen to them?
Perhaps they had been devoured by mutated beasts or perished in a horde of zombies. Wan Lianfeng resolved not to miss any opportunity to enhance the store manager's favor while avoiding the ire of the formidable Dawn base. Wanting accepted her orders, though with a hint of hesitation. Are we truly going to kill them? One of them has a sister at the Dawn base. Kill them? Wan Lianfeng replied coolly, revealing the decisiveness of a leader prepared to make hard choices. Make it clean. Wanting fell silent, departing quietly. Guorong, also a researcher at the Dawn base's secret laboratory and an assistant to Yi Tianzi, was approached by Xiyue, who called out to him while he was at work. Upon seeing Xiyue, Guorong promptly set aside his important tasks, deliberately adopting a high-pitched tone.
What is it?
Xiyue, ignoring her affected voice that grated on his nerves, inquired, how long until the experimental subjects arrive? Guorong, observing his indifferent demeanor, felt a pang of frustration but replied, they should be arriving this week. The timing seems about right. There won't be any issues, will there? The doctor is running low on experimental subjects. And if there are delays, he'll be displeased, Xiao Xian emphasized, taking the matter very seriously. Has the doctor's supply of experimental subjects run out so soon? Guorong was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, my brother is quite dependable when it comes to serious matters. They must be on their way by now. That is reassuring, Wan Ting replied. She unceremoniously tossed the bodies of Jiang Ro and the others into the horde of zombies, erasing their existence from the world in an instant. Once the area was cleared, she and Qin Shi proceeded to bring the still unconscious Yi Xiaoyan to the Moonlight convenience store. Shopkeeper, could you please take a look at her condition? When might she awaken? Yu Xia glanced at her and exclaimed, Goodness, it's her again. It seemed she frequently found herself injured and in need of treatment at the store, turning it into an impromptu hospital. However, Yu Xia was not a doctor. Out of familiarity and a tinge of guilt for not having warned her to be cautious earlier, she called out, 06, please check on her condition and let me know when she might regain consciousness. Host, I will conduct a scan, 06 responded. After a few moments, the scan results emerged. She has been infused with the sap of a mutated plant. She will naturally awaken after a day. Yu Xia felt a wave of relief and relayed this information to Wan Ting and the others. That's a relief, they sighed, no longer burdened with worry. Shopkeeper, this girl is not from our Ice Shard base. She has been unconscious, and we have no idea where she is temporarily residing. I noticed her chatting with you at the convenience store before. Do you know her? Yu Xia nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I know her well. She often comes here seeking help. How could I not recognize her? Wan Ting's heart leaped with joy. Her assumption was correct. The shopkeeper indeed knew this girl. It seemed that risking resentment from the Dawn base to save her was, after all, worthwhile. Can we keep her here? We can wait until she wakes up, Wan Ting suggested cautiously. Sensing that they had matters to discuss and noticing the dwindling number of customers, Yu Xia consented. Very well. She harbored her own subtle intentions. With the store upgraded to level 5, it now featured an employee dormitory and a cashier station. She could easily hire another staff member. The fact that Yi Xiaoyan had frequently visited the convenience store for treatment, only to coincidentally arrive at this new base, felt like fate to Yu Xia. She intended to inquire whether Yi Xiaoyan would be interested in working at the store upon her awakening. When Yi Xiaoyan finally opened her eyes, she found herself in a familiar setting. So, I have indeed returned to the convenience store. It seems I have an inexplicable bond with Moonlight Convenience, she mused internally. You're awake, Lu Yuyan exclaimed upon seeing her regain consciousness, her eyes filled with warmth. Yi Xiaoyan felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing she had once again troubled the shopkeeper. Although she had been in a deep slumber, she had vaguely heard the events unfolding outside.
To her shock,
The Jiang Ro she had endlessly been grateful to had been plotting to sell her all along. Everything they had done to help her had merely been a facade. Having initially regarded Jiang Ro as an older sister, Yi Xiaoyan now felt as if her entire existence had lost its meaning. She found herself devoid of interest in anything, uncertain of the path her future would take. Lu Yuyan gazed at her potential colleague with admiration. The shopkeeper had previously hinted at the possibility of hiring Yi Xiaoyan, and Lu Yuyan wholeheartedly supported the idea. As Yi Xiaoyan noticed the dimming sky outside and realized the convenience store had no other customers, she understood that she had been unconscious for an entire day and that the store was now closed. Not wanting to intrude any further, she quickly stood up. Thank you, but I must take my leave for today. I will return tomorrow to properly express my gratitude to the shopkeeper. Lu Yuyan, sensing her urgency, seized her arm. I'll go upstairs to call the shopkeeper. Please wait a moment. She has something to discuss with you. Although Yi Xiaoyan was unaware of the shopkeeper's intentions, she patiently remained in place. Before long, Yu Xia descended the stairs. Each time Yi Xiaoyan saw the shopkeeper, she was struck by her enigmatic allure, which exuded a quality that made one hesitant to approach. I truly appreciate all the trouble you go through for me, Yi Xiaoyan expressed sincerely. No need for thanks. Yu Xia smiled. It appears you and the convenience store share quite the connection. Yi Xiaoyan's face flushed crimson. Was it not true? She had been carried to this place time and again. Overcome with shyness, she felt an urge to flee. Would you like to work at the convenience store?
Huh?
Yi Xiaoyan, still lost in her thoughts of wanting to disappear, was momentarily taken aback by the shopkeeper's question. Would you like to join us here? Xiyue patiently reiterated. She was always kind to adorable younger sisters, unless they crossed her or touched her boundaries. Yi Xiaoyan's heart, which had felt desolate and dry, suddenly surged with life. A radiant joy illuminated her features as she responded without hesitation, "Yes. Thank you so much, shopkeeper. I am incredibly grateful for your willingness to take me in." Yi Xiaoyan was nearly bouncing with excitement. Haha, Xiyue laughed at her exuberant response. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting a staff member. You have earned 2 staff packages as a reward. Xiyue retrieved the newly acquired staff-specific outfits and handed them to Yi Xiaoyan. This is your staff uniform. You can wear it during work. Yi Xiaoyan accepted it with delight, lovingly caressing the soft fabric. Gian, please show her the employee dormitory and familiarize her with the daily work routine, Xiyue instructed before taking a box meal from the shelf and heading upstairs. Lu Yuyan guided the elated Yi Xiaoyan through the newly upgraded employee dormitory. This will be your room from now on. Yi Xiaoyan instantly fell in love with the space. After inspecting her new quarters, Lu Yuyan took her to the cashier station to go over the daily tasks. As employees, we can freely take meals from the shelves 3 times a day, as long as we don't waste anything. Lu Yuyan grabbed 2 box meals, one for herself and the other for Yi Xiaoyan. This will be our dinner. Afterward, I plan to indulge in an ice-cold cola. I'm so satisfied. I almost forget what my life was like before. Yi Xiaoyan opened her meal to find sautéed garlic shrimp and stir-fried lettuce. The shrimp had been shelled, allowing the sauce to envelop the tender meat, bursting with flavor. The lettuce was vibrantly green and looked refreshingly light. She eagerly picked up a shrimp, dipped it in garlic, and savored the taste. Delicious. Lu Yuyan mimicked her, savoring a shrimp of her own. Heavenly. Truly, gourmet food had the power to heal the soul. Yi Xiaoyan's previously despondent heart began to mend as she relished the delightful meal. Only good food could be relied upon. For the moment, she cast aside her sorrow, anger, and despair, focusing intently on the precious sustenance before her. After finishing their meal, the 2 girls each grabbed a bottle of ice-cold cola and settled down to chat. I never expected that the gentle older sister who treated me so kindly along the way would suddenly reveal herself as a human trafficker, Yi Xiaoyan lamented. Her eyes filled with sorrow and fear. Lu Yuyan listened intently, her face reflecting shock at such harrowing revelations. Indeed. Reflecting upon the days I spent with them fills me with trepidation, Yi Xiaoyan acknowledged with a nod. Oh, do not dwell on it too much. Everything is well now. And you've even been summoned by the store manager to work at the convenience store, Lu Yuyan consoled her. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Yi Xiaoyan's face brightened once more. You are right. I have turned misfortune into fortune. However, I must express my gratitude to Captain Wan. Had it not been for her, those nefarious individuals would have whisked me away long ago. Lu Yuyan supported her sentiment, affirming the necessity to thank her properly. After all, we are only here for a few more days. You can express your gratitude when she visits the store. Indeed, Yi Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the days ahead, following the store manager on her various errands. Meanwhile, Guorong hastily completed her tasks and left the laboratory in a flurry. Days had passed, and she dreaded the possibility of Xiao Xian inquiring about the experimental subjects. Only when she successfully exited the lab and returned home did she feel a sense of relief wash over her, no longer consumed by anxiety. Where is that scoundrel Guoming? Why hasn't he returned with a new experimental subject to dawn? Guorong paced anxiously within her home. She was all too aware of her brother's character. He could be manageable at times, yet utterly hopeless at others. Akin to a lump of clay that could not be shaped. However, with the steady presence of Jiang Ro and Song Jianhua by his side, she reassured herself that there should be no complications. For the past few days, an inexplicable unease gripped her heart, as if something significant loomed on the horizon. Nightmares plagued her sleep, filled with ominous premonitions. Yet, with her standing in the dawn base, she believed no grave misfortune could befall them. With such connections, no external forces would dare to trouble them. Perhaps some delays had arisen. Today marked the 5th day at the icebreaker base, and tomorrow morning they would embark towards the nearby smaller bases. Xiyue hummed a tune as she pruned the branches in the 3rd-floor garden. Since hiring Yi Xiaoyan, She no longer needed to monitor the lower level. Each day was spent either transporting snacks to the second-floor living room to indulge while watching television or strolling in the garden on the third floor, enjoying the breeze and admiring the flowers. Life had never been more delightful. Opening the system panel, Xiyue discovered that the conditions for the points exchange station had been met, allowing her to make a purchase. Without hesitation, she clicked the buy button, and the system automatically deducted 5,000 points. She chose a vacant spot within the icebreaker base for installation. Upon confirming the location, the points exchange station materialized before her. This time, it was not installed outside the base, as Wan Lianfeng had recommended that particular location to prevent survivors from encountering dangers while exchanging points. Thus, this area had been intentionally left vacant for such a purpose. Xiyue had no objections, as the installation cost remained constant regardless of the location. On the first floor, Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan were diligently at work. Unlike before, Lu Yuyan's smile radiated with brilliance. She had heard from the store manager that they would be moving to another base the following day, filling her with excitement and anticipation. Yi Xiaoyan shared her enthusiasm, having become increasingly proficient in her role at the convenience store, fully adapting to this new lifestyle. Previously, upon Wan Ting's arrival, she had expressed her gratitude and even requested the store manager to transfer her unused points to Wan Ting's card. Chapter 81. Safe Travels. Wan Lianfeng understood that today was the last day of the convenience store at the icebreaker base, so she made a special trip to see the store manager. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the points exchange station within the base, a blend of astonishment, fear, and confusion washed over her face. Has the store manager ever entered the base? She inquired of the guard stationed at the entrance, who shook his head.
No.
The store manager has never left the confines of the convenience store. The fact that the store manager could create a station within the base without ever stepping outside astounded her. Clutching her racing heart, Wan Lianfeng found this revelation beyond her comprehension. Thank goodness we did not oppose the store manager, but instead welcomed her presence. If there had been any lingering doubts regarding her abilities, they have now been entirely dispelled, and we are completely in awe of her enigmatic prowess. Our icebreaker base must never stand against the Moonlight Convenience Store. In the future, whenever the mobile convenience store arrives, we must treat them with utmost friendliness and hospitality. Indeed, each visit from the Moonlight Convenience Store leaves Wan Lianfeng in a state of awe, and this occasion was no exception. Scanning the area, she noticed only 2 staff members present, with the store manager absent from the first floor. One of the employees she recognized as Yi Xiaoyan, the girl Wan Ting had rescued. How fortunate that she had been employed by the store manager. Rather than seeking out the store manager immediately, she meandered through the first floor. Her gaze swept past rows of shelves, taking in items that could never have existed in a post-apocalyptic world, as well as refrigerators and other appliances. One of her subordinates purchased a cup of soy milk at the cash register and handed it to Wan Lianfeng. After taking a sip, she savored the rich, aromatic soy milk, its perfectly balanced sweetness utterly delightful. Survivors in the resting area noticed her presence and graciously offered up their seats. Thank you, Wan Lianfeng replied warmly as she settled into a chair. Sitting there, gazing out at the desolate world beyond, while enjoying the exquisite soy milk in her hand, she felt as if she were caught in a temporal dissonance. It was as though she inhabited 2 parallel worlds. The outside world was a harsh wasteland, while the convenience store embodied a life of peace and normalcy. All the tranquility and enjoyment within the convenience store stemmed from the store manager. Wan Lianfeng became acutely aware of the significance of the store manager's existence in this apocalyptic era. Before long, Xiyue descended from the upper floors. Today being the final day at the icebreaker base, a greater number of patrons than usual flocked to purchase supplies, many opting to buy in bulk. Concerned that Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan might struggle with the increased workload, Xiyue decided to lend a hand. Upon her arrival, she spotted Wan Lianfeng seated in the resting area. Leader Wan, Xiyue greeted her. Wan Lianfeng immediately rose, bowing respectfully. Store manager, what brings you here? Xiyue, puzzled, inquired. Why are you here? Wan Lianfeng quickly elaborated. I am aware that today marks your final day at the icebreaker base, and I wanted to ensure I fulfilled my duties as a host by visiting. Xiyue had always held a favorable impression of her, and noticing that the first floor was rather chaotic, she escorted Wan Lianfeng and her assistant to the second-floor lounge. It was Wan Lianfeng's first visit to the lounge, and she was awestruck by the luxurious interior, the television playing in the background, and a small cat lounging on the leather sofa. She marveled at the sight. There was also a closed door, which she presumed to be the store manager's private quarters, and a staircase leading to the third floor, the mysteries of which intrigued her. However, she dared not pry further, merely casting a fleeting glance before redirecting her gaze. This living environment bore no resemblance to the post-apocalyptic world. Even as someone born into privilege, she could not help but feel envious. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," Xiyue invited, lifting Qianqian and placing her on the carpet before turning to indicate the seating. She then fetched 2 cups of water from the water dispenser and handed them to her guests. "Thank you." Wan Lianfeng received the gifts with a mixture of surprise and trepidation. "Manager," she began, "today I have brought some local specialties from the ice-shattering base as a token for you. This place is rather remote, and these humble offerings may not seem worthy, but I hope you will not find them distasteful." Initially apprehensive about presenting these items, fearing the manager would have no means to utilize them, her worries dissipated upon seeing the open kitchen. Xiyue was taken aback, not expecting that the gifts were meant for her, piquing her curiosity. Wan Lianfeng signaled to her female assistant, who understood and discreetly stepped aside. Standing beside the sofa, she activated her spatial abilities and retrieved the carefully prepared gifts meant for the manager. Various cuts of meat from mutated beasts, meticulously processed, appeared on the ground, totaling around 50 to 60 pounds. Xiyue was genuinely astonished. The gifts consisted of raw meat. Wan Lianfeng quickly clarified, the ice-shattering base is nestled against the mountains, where zombies are scarce. We often encounter various mutated beasts, and we sustain ourselves by hunting them. Finally, Xiyue understood why the survivors of the ice-shattering base possessed such formidable strength. Daily encounters with mutated beasts naturally honed their skills. Practical experience was indeed the fastest path to becoming stronger. "Manager, these meats are sourced from the finest parts of each mutated beast, drawn from years of our expertise," Wan Lianfeng carefully elaborated. Although unconventional, this gift brought genuine joy to Xiyue. Since the Moonlight Convenience Store upgraded to level 5 and a kitchen was established on the second floor, she had longed to occasionally prepare her own meals. However, lacking unlocked ingredients, she had been relegated to consuming instant meals and box lunches. "Leader 1, your thoughtfulness is greatly appreciated. I truly cherish this gift." Xiyue stored the meat in her system space, ensuring its freshness would be preserved indefinitely. Observing the manager's sincere delight, Wan Lianfeng relaxed, laughing lightly. "As long as you are pleased, manager. If you find you need more, we can always return to the ice-shattering base to procure more. We will always welcome you back." Xiyue discerned Wan Lianfeng's intentions. She wished for her to bring the convenience store back. This approach was acceptable to her, and for the sake of such exceptional purchasing power, she would indeed return more often. "Very well, I agree wholeheartedly." Wan Lianfeng and her assistant were overjoyed at the manager's words, no longer burdened by the fear of future scarcity of such goods. The following morning, as Xiyue and her companions prepared for departure, the entire ice-shattering base gathered early at the vehicle's entrance to bid farewell to the convenience store. "Wishing you a safe journey, manager. Our family is reluctant to see you go, sob sob. Please remember us at the ice-shattering base. We shall await your return." Wan Lianfeng and Wan Ting stood at the forefront of the crowd, their faces reflecting reluctance, yet they ultimately smiled and offered their blessings. "Wishing you a safe journey. May all go smoothly. The ice-shattering base will always welcome you back." Chapter 82. Automatic Evasion Function. Beside the desolate and sweltering road, remnants of crumbling buildings lay scattered about. The area was sparsely populated, with vehicles passing by only occasionally, further enhancing the sense of desolation. At this moment, Fan Saija's mood was far from pleasant. His only means of transportation with his girlfriend, Li Lu, had suffered a flat tire due to debris and scrap metal on the road, leaving them stranded by the roadside, hoping for the kindness of a passerby. Having endured the oppressive heat for a while, both Fan Saija and Li Lu were beginning to suffer from dehydration. Just then, a small truck appeared in the distance, and through the windshield they could see a man and a woman inside. After waiting so long for this vehicle, they were determined not to miss their chance at salvation. "You stay here. I'll flag them down," Xiyue declared, sprinting into the road, waving his arms desperately.
Stop. Stop.
However, the occupants of the truck did not slow down. Instead, they pressed the accelerator, barreling towards him at an alarming speed. Watch out!
Xiyue shouted in alarm.
At the last possible moment, as the truck was about to collide with him, Xiyue rolled swiftly to the side, narrowly avoiding disaster. The truck's occupants showed no concern for whether they had struck anyone, continuing forward without reducing speed. Lu rushed to help her boyfriend up, discovering that his back had been scraped by the gravel, blood oozing from the wound. Xiyue, you're hurt. If I ever encounter those two again, I'll make them pay. Xiyue felt a sharp sting in his back and sighed. It seems no one will kindly offer us a ride. We have 3 flatbreads left, but only half a bottle of water. If they didn't encounter anyone soon, they would perish from thirst. The harsh reality settled heavily in the air, and Lu felt a wave of despair wash over her. Who would have thought they could evade zombies only to succumb to dehydration? Time trickled by, and the two sheltered behind a wall, avoiding direct sunlight to conserve their dwindling water supply. Yet, the last half bottle had been consumed half an hour ago. Just as they were on the brink of despair, a massive 3-story RV approached steadily from a distance. Am I seeing things? Lu rubbed her eyes vigorously. I think I see a 3-story RV. Xiyue wiped the sweat from his eyes and, to his astonishment, also spotted the peculiar vehicle. The massive RV moved swiftly, gliding over the debris-strewn road with an eerie smoothness, in stark contrast to the grim realities of the apocalypse. Could it be a mirage, appearing just before their demise? Xiyue hesitated for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and ran into the road. After all, they were already facing death. He could not afford to disregard any glimmer of hope.
Stop.
Please help us, he called out, waving his arms with all his might. The 3-story RV maintained its speed, barreling straight towards him, showing no signs of stopping. Unable to discern who was at the wheel, Xiyue felt his energy wane, and he could only resign himself to closing his eyes in despair. Lu watched in horror. No. Moments passed, but the anticipated pain never came. Confused, Xiyue opened his eyes, only to find the enormous vehicle had mysteriously vanished. Just as he grappled with his bewilderment, Lu pointed behind him in shock. The truck had just vanished. Xiyue turned abruptly to see the vehicle reappear behind him, continuing along its original path. Who was controlling it? The Moonlight convenience store was now on autopilot, with Xiyue having set the coordinates for a soil base not far from the ice-shattering base, allowing it to navigate on its own. This time, she intended to visit smaller bases she had previously overlooked for a simple reason: proximity and the desire to complete her task swiftly. Xiyue opened the system panel to check her task progress. Task: please move the Moonlight convenience store to at least 20 bases and sell a minimum of 10 items at each. Task progress: 110. She had initially aimed to complete this task rapidly, but the warm hospitality of the ice-shattering base had delayed her. Now, regaining her focus, she resolved to spend only 1 day at each base before heading to the next nearest location. Along the way, Xiyue took out the ingredients given to her by Wan Lianfeng, marinating the most tender piece of beef with the seasonings provided by the kitchen, planning to prepare steak for herself at noon. Just as I had finished attending to matters, I took a moment to catch my breath while gazing out the window, only to notice individuals attempting to flag down the convenience store's vehicle, triggering its automatic obstacle avoidance feature. Xiyue checked their malice levels and found them to be nearly non-existent towards the store. Reflecting on the expression of the woman by the roadside, she concluded that they were merely seeking assistance. Filled with anticipation for the steak lunch, her mood was buoyant, prompting her to pause the vehicle via the system panel, preparing to investigate their intentions. The couple outside continued to gaze in disbelief at the retreating 3-story RV, which suddenly came to a halt approximately 20 meters away. The initially opaque wall of the ground floor transformed into transparent glass, revealing an interior reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic convenience store, complete with rows of shelves, small tables and chairs for resting, and even a refrigerator and cash register. Xiyue and Lu could scarcely believe their eyes. They gazed longingly at the shelves stocked with bottled water and sandwiches, their minds oscillating between the abnormality of the situation and their desperate thirst for water. Ultimately, they set aside their reservations and cautiously approached the entrance, summoning the courage to step inside. Welcome, greeted Yi Xiaoyan and Lu Yuyan, clad in matching light purple staff uniforms. Their polite smiles radiating warmth. Observing their immaculate appearances and pristine attire, Fan Saija realized they thrived in this post-apocalyptic world, which heightened his wariness of the establishment. In a world where automobiles remained the primary means of transportation, gasoline had become a precious commodity. Who would drive such a comfortably air-conditioned vehicle? Fan Saija pondered if these thoughts were merely figments of his imagination before his brush with death. Upon their entrance, Yi Xiaoyan remained stationary, prompting, "Customers may select their items and proceed to check out. The points card registration is outside," Li Yuyan added. Li Lu, suppressing her parched throat, hoarsely inquired, "Can we purchase bottled water?" "Of course. All items in our convenience store are available for purchase," came the reassuring response. Fan Saija and Li Lu carefully reviewed the purchasing process before proceeding to the points exchange machine outside to register for their points card and recharge their points. Upon detecting a level 1 crystal core, the machine indicated, "You may exchange for 20 points. Do you agree to the conversion?" They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Chapter 83. Is this considered a base? The crystal core vanished instantly, replaced by a pristine white points card bearing the holder's information. Moonlight Convenience Store Points Card Holder. Fan Saija. Ability Level 4. Speed Type. Points 20. Upon returning, their expressions had grown increasingly tense. Everything about the Moonlight Convenience Store exceeded their comprehension. Initially, Fan Saija had contemplated asking the vehicle's owner for a lift for himself and Li Lu, but that notion had evaporated, leaving him hesitant to even broach the subject. Timidly, they searched the store for items they needed. The first thing they reached for was the long-desired bottled water. Fan Saija picked up a bottle. Anxious about whether his points would suffice, he nervously glanced at the price. So inexpensive? The bottled water was marked at only 2 points? Is this truly the price for a bottle of water? He chuckled. Yi Xiaoyan laughed at his reaction, recalling her own astonishment upon first discovering the Moonlight Convenience Store.
Indeed.
All our products are clearly priced. There is no deception involved. With this confirmation, Fan Saija and Li Lu felt emboldened to select their items. Given the high consumption of bottled water, they opted for 4 bottles. They also picked a few buns, wishing to sample the flavors, and chose instant noodles. Each selecting their preferred flavor. Fan Saija chose spicy beef, while Li Lu opted for chicken stew with mushrooms. Ice packs? They can keep things cool for 48 hours. We need those. They took 5. Flashlights? Rechargeable with points? We'll take one of those as well. As Fan Saija read the supplementary details on the labels, he felt an insatiable desire to purchase everything he saw, akin to the irresistible allure of chewing gum. Li Lu followed closely behind, assisting him in gathering items while meticulously scanning the shelves to ensure nothing was overlooked. Eventually, Li Lu ventured outside to recharge some crystal cores, exchanging for ample points to complete their purchases. As a level 2 psychic ability user, she was primarily a support character, aiding Fan Saija by distracting zombies and mutated beasts. She felt weak and lacked any real means of self-defense. When they spotted the flame knife on the shelf, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this knife truly as described? Fan Saija inquired of the attendant. Absolutely. We pride ourselves on honesty, Xiyue, who had just descended from the upper floor, replied softly. Dressed in a sleek black form-fitting dress paired with diamond-studded heels, she appeared stunning, yet such attire seemed implausible in a post-apocalyptic world. Manager. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan greeted respectfully, their eyes betraying their fervor. She was indeed the enigmatic owner of the peculiar RV. Fan Saija and Li Lu stood anxiously, too timid to examine the manager closely, fearing they might offend her. Are you interested in purchasing the flame knife? Xiyue asked. Fan Saija felt a surge of anxiety, unsure of how to respond. He feared that declining would provoke the manager's ire, potentially leading her to expel him and Li Lu, confiscating their previous purchases. Perceiving their distress, Xiyue kindly added, customers may take their time to browse and decide at their leisure. If you express interest, I can retrieve it for you to test.
With that,
she settled into a chair at the cash register, leaving them undisturbed. After some deliberation, Fan Saija and Li Lu decided to observe the knife first. If it indeed matched the description, he would purchase it for Li Lu, providing her with an additional means of self-defense. I would like to see it, Fan Saija stated. Xiyue rose, retrieving the flame knife from the shelf and demonstrating its use to them. Ultimately, she led them outside the convenience store, handing the knife to Li Lu for her to try. As she bound her fingerprint to control the flames, she waved it in an open area, and the results surpassed their expectations. Without hesitation, Van Xiyue paid the points and gifted the flame knife to his girlfriend. Having made a significant sale, Xiyue's spirits lifted further. The Moonlight convenience store had lingered long enough. It was time to depart. By the way, why did you try to flag my vehicle? Van Xiyue explained nervously, our tire blew, so we hope to catch a ride. Xiyue believed them, having noticed the abandoned vehicle with a flat tire by the roadside. Considering their substantial purchases, she was more than willing to offer them a ride. We are headed to a nearby soil base. We can take you along.
Thank you so much, manager.
Van Xiyue and Li Lu expressed their heartfelt gratitude, brimming with excitement. Xiyue dismissed them, retreating upstairs to watch television. The convenience store resumed its journey toward the destination, while Yi Xiaoyan and Lu Yuyan tended to the shop below, their friendship blossoming as they whispered secrets to one another. Van Xiyue and Li Lu found seats, content to remain quietly. Where on earth do we find hot water to prepare this instant noodles? Li Lu and his companion felt a pang of hunger, gazing longingly at the instant noodles in their hands. There's a hot water dispenser over there. Just swipe your card to get hot water, Lu Yuyan replied with practiced ease before returning to her conversation with her friend. This is delicious, Li Lu exclaimed, savoring the last slurp of broth and reminiscing about the delightful taste. Indeed, I used to scoff at instant noodles before the apocalypse, never realizing how delectable they truly are. Van Xiyue chimed in, patting his swollen belly. At that moment, a dilapidated small truck passed by the convenience store, peering through the glass. Van Xiyue recognized it as the vehicle that had nearly run him over moments earlier. The two individuals inside were desperately attempting to salvage supplies from the wrecked vehicle. With the truck inoperable, they could not possibly carry everything away. Witnessing this, Li Lu and Van Xiyue burst into laughter.
Ah, servas temrit.
The wheel of karma spins well. Heaven shows no mercy. The two individuals, engrossed in their task, remained oblivious to the passing Moonlight convenience store RV. Approximately 10 minutes later, the convenience store arrived outside the soil base. Is this truly the base you mentioned? Xiyue questioned, eyeing the enclosed area surrounded by barbed wire, her lips twitching slightly. Beyond the wire, a low earthen wall encircled the compound, barely the height of an adult man, designed for reinforcement. However, from her vantage point on the second floor, she could clearly see inside the base. It appeared to consist of a series of diminutive earthen houses, looking exceedingly rudimentary. No one was visible outside, as the survivors within the base likely sought refuge from the heat in their humble dwellings. The central house was presumably the residence of the soil base's leader, as it was noticeably larger than the others and featured a window made of animal hide, unlike the others that merely had holes with wooden sticks propped up. The residents closest to the entrance spotted the grand 3-story RV and, filled with trepidation, hurried toward the larger house. Village Chief. A large bus has suddenly stopped outside the village. Chapter 84. A miracle? A goddess? The village chief of the soil base was an elderly man who cupped his ear, asking, "What did you say? Speak louder, I didn't catch that." The man could only repeat a shout, "There's a huge vehicle outside." Finally, Village Chief Wang Daju understood. "Let us go take a look." Hearing the news, the villagers followed the chief, eager to witness the spectacle and broaden their horizons. Through the gate of barbed wire, they beheld the 3-story RV just 5 meters away. The villagers whispered among themselves, "This vehicle is enormous. It's so beautiful, and it's completely dust-free, just like new. I've never seen such a large vehicle when I worked in the city. Who could be inside? What brings them to our village, to our base? If you ask me, I have no idea. We should observe the village chief's demeanor," one villager replied. Wang Daju, having lived many years, was witnessing such a vehicle for the first time. Had it been before the apocalypse, he might have thought it belonged to some affluent city dweller passing through to enjoy the natural countryside. Now, in these apocalyptic times, the sudden appearance of such a grand, pristine vehicle felt rather unusual. They referred to their base as a base, but in reality, it was merely a village. As the eldest, Wang Daju was the village chief of Soil Village. The villagers, generally lacking in education, predominantly adhered to the chief's commands. He dared not show any signs of panic, fearing it would incite fear among the others. However, he was uncertain how to approach the individuals inside the vehicle. At that moment, the wall of the RV transformed into transparent glass, revealing illuminated shelves filled with various food items and supplies. Instantly, the entire village erupted in excitement. There's food inside. It looks just like a small supermarket. Should we break the glass and rush in to grab some? Mommy, I want to eat grilled sausages. Wang Daju's expression turned grave. He remained silent, and no one dared to move. Just then, the door of the convenience store swung open, and music began to play. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan emerged together, both donned in identical clean, purple dresses, standing respectfully at either side of the door. Why are there two women? The villagers exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, a stunning woman in a black A-line dress and sparkling high heels gracefully stepped out of the RV. Xiyue smiled faintly. Greetings, residents of the Soil Base. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store eagerly awaits your patronage. The crowd gasped in unison. What is she saying? The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store? This three-story vehicle is truly a convenience store. She is so beautiful, dressed like a princess. She must be a wealthy young lady. How can she look like this in the apocalypse? Can we really buy things from inside? It can't be a scam, right? After all these years of apocalypse, how could there still be such ample supplies? Who on earth are they, and why have they come to our base? Village Chief. Can we trust what this woman is saying? Wang Daju did not respond, his aged body trembling violently as he took a step forward, opening the village's protective barrier and slowly walking out. His son, Wang Taigang, followed behind, confused, while the villagers gradually trailed after them. Xiyue raised an eyebrow, uncertain of the village chief's intentions. Regardless of their reactions, within the confines of the convenience store, she was untouchable. A miracle. A miracle. Suddenly, the village chief felt his knees before Xiyue, shouting fervently. Taken aback, Xiyue gasped, Huh? Is this elderly gentleman in shock? The chief suddenly looked up at her, his voice filled with reverence. Is this vehicle yours? Xiyue maintained her composure, gently nodding, although inwardly she was quite flustered.
Goodness.
It seems my convenience store has caused quite a stir. His body shook even more violently as he suddenly bowed his head to her. Goddess. The goddess has descended. Xiyue's large eyes widened in confusion. Standing beside the door, Yi Xiaoyan and Lu Yuyan were equally astonished, though they quickly composed themselves. The chief's words rang true. In their hearts, the store manager was indeed akin to a goddess. Yi Xiaoyan and Lu Yuyan gazed at Xiyue with fervent admiration. Wang Daju was not the only one to lose his composure. He wanted everyone to join him. Grabbing his son, who was frozen in place, he urged, Quick, kneel down. Wang Taigang, unsure of what was happening, instinctively bent his knees and knelt. Quickly, shout for the goddess. Wang Daju glared at him, frustrated. Wang Taigang, feeling a sense of embarrassment, managed to stammer, Goddess. Satisfied, Wang Daju spread his arms wide, losing himself in a fit of excitement. The goddess has descended in this apocalypse. This is a miracle. The divine has not forsaken us. Humanity is saved. Xiyue could only respond with a silent expression of disbelief. Wang Daju, still not satisfied, turned back to the villagers, commanding them, Quickly kneel down before me. This is a miracle. The goddess has brought a glimmer of hope to save humanity. The villagers, accustomed to the commands of their leader, hesitated momentarily but ultimately succumbed, kneeling in unison and calling out, Goddess. This astonishing scene left Fan Saija and Li Lu, who were seated in the convenience store, utterly dumbfounded. Xiyue, the center of this commotion, maintained a stoic expression, yet her mind was overwhelmed with sarcasm. This resembled a grand scene of pyramid schemes or a gathering for the propagation of superstitions. Desiring to clarify that she was not a goddess, Xiyue began her self-introduction. I am the manager of the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store, not the goddess you speak of. This vehicle is merely my mobile store, not a divine miracle. You are indeed the goddess. This is a miracle. Wang Daju, without a moment's thought, dismissed her words. Xiyue felt that reasoning with him was futile. The village chief resembled an elderly person from the old world, easily brainwashed. I am merely a businesswoman. You provide crystal core points and I will sell you goods, nothing more. Wang Dazhu remained unconvinced, his understanding shaped by the scarcity of resources in the apocalypse.
To him,
Possessing such a miraculous vehicle with an abundance of new supplies could only be attributed to divine grace. He viewed Xiyue as the embodiment of that divine presence. As she observed Wang Dazhu's resolute gaze and the villagers swayed in belief, Xiyue felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness since her arrival in this world. Do as you wish, Xiyue finally acquiesced. Wang Dazhu perceived her concession as divine approval, leading the villagers in an ecstatic chant, "Goddess! Goddess!" Xiyue felt her patience reach its limit and admitted defeat. Yuyan, Xiaoyan, please inform them of the purchasing process. I am heading upstairs. After giving her instructions, she swiftly retreated to the convenience store. As she basked in the coolness of the air conditioning, Xiyue felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Help me. This is too humiliating. She had never imagined being addressed in such a fantastical manner.
meanwhile,
Fan Xijie and Li Lu exchanged glances that conveyed their shared astonishment at the earlier scene. Xiyue, feeling awkward, feigned anger and shot back. What are you staring at? Go, eat your instant noodles. Fan Xijie and Li Lu meekly responded, we finished the instant noodles long ago. Then by another bowl. Xiyue exclaimed before darting upstairs at lightning speed, leaving the two customers staring at each other in bewilderment.
buffed.
They both burst into laughter simultaneously. The manager has such an adorable side, Li Lu remarked, covering her mouth and whispering. Outside, Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan helped Wang Dazhu and his son to their feet. The other villagers began to rise as well. Wang Dazhu, filled with immense honor, asked with a frail voice, are you two divine messengers?
Buffed.
Lu Xiaoyan and Lu Yuyan exchanged quick glances and chuckled. Are we? Lu Xiaoyan playfully inquired. Lu Yuyan, her eyes twinkling, responded, why not? They accepted the village chief's title, considering their manager to be an omnipotent deity, wanting to remain by her side forever. The title of divine messenger brought them immense satisfaction. With renewed enthusiasm, they eagerly explained the purchasing process to the villagers. This is the points exchange machine which is used to redeem points. Before purchasing, you must obtain a card. The villagers gathered behind them, their eyes wide with curiosity, and gasped in awe. Wow, this is incredible. Truly a miracle, the village chief exclaimed. The surrounding villagers became convinced that the manager was indeed a goddess. How could a mere human possess such a sophisticated vehicle? They believed in the village chief's words, recognizing his wisdom accrued through long life experiences. Following the outlined steps, the villagers lined up one by one to exchange their points cards. Having accepted the manager as a goddess, it became easier for them to accept the appearance of their names and abilities on the exchange machine. Even when faced with more bewildering occurrences, they would marvel. What extraordinary techniques from the celestial realm. After encountering the most absurd situations, all other matters seemed easily comprehensible. As the villagers completed their cards, led by the village chief, they entered the convenience store in batches. The goddess's sanctuary is indeed extraordinary. It's not as hot inside as outside, so refreshing. Wang Dazhu grinned, revealing his last two remaining teeth. He mused that when he passed on, his descendants could proudly boast that their great-grandfather had seen the goddess and visited her sanctuary. Feel free to select your items and then proceed to the checkout. Lu Yuyan instructed. Thank you, divine messenger. Wang Dazhu nodded eagerly, then was supported by Wang Taigang as he went to choose the supplies he needed. In their village, few possessed awakened abilities, and their strength was minimal compared to the previous bases. Among the meager population of 100, less than a quarter had awakened powers, averaging only level 2 or 3. Thus, their points were limited, and their purchasing options were modest. Most villagers unanimously opted for the cheapest staples: white steamed buns, dumplings, and bottled water, necessary foods that could satiate hunger and quench thirst. Wang Dazhu purchased a flashlight for points, despite the painful cost. However, in the apocalypse, the utility of a flashlight was invaluable. He believed one flashlight could be shared among all villagers, with each contributing points to cover the electricity costs. Having light would make nighttime activities significantly easier. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan, busy collecting points, noticed this trend. Although they hailed from two different bases, both had large populations and decent strength. Despite not possessing many crystal cores, after the emergence of the Moonlight convenience store, buying food was no longer a major concern, as they had already tried many of the available products. They had previously expressed their surprise at the reasonable prices in the Moonlight convenience store, even wondering whether the manager would struggle to turn a profit. Now, accompanying the manager to the rural base, they realized that many others existed outside, and even at such low prices, people were reluctant to spend more on food. Those who completed their purchases first had already secured extra seating in the rest area. They cherished their white steamed buns, taking small bites as if to savor every morsel, even deliberately chewing longer before swallowing. They sipped water cautiously, merely moistening their lips. White flour is the tastiest. A burly man wept as he ate. I long to farm again. After the apocalypse, nothing grows in the fields. They have all gone to waste. Every day, I watch the cracked, barren land, and my heart aches. Nearby, a fellow farmer from the soil village, well acquainted with such sentiments, shed tears upon receiving his white steamed bun. Yi Xiaoyan and Lu Yuyan felt a heavy weight in their hearts upon witnessing the scene. These individuals were the epitome of ordinary people in a post-apocalyptic world. They harbored no ulterior motives or grandiose ideals of changing the world. Their only desire was to cultivate crops once more from the barren land. They merely wished to lead a decent life, free from the specter of starvation. Xiyue was acutely aware of the hardships endured by these people. From her vantage point above, she could see the desolation of the entire soil village, witnessing children resorting to eating dirt to stave off hunger. As a normal person, she too possessed a sense of compassion. Such feelings are to be expected from one raised in a civilized society. However, she had no inclination to save the world and would not distribute the supplies from her convenience store freely to the pitiful souls of the wasteland. There were far too many unfortunate souls to rescue, and the principle of a grain of kindness begets a pound of resentment held true. Moreover, these supplies were obtained through the system, and she cherished every bit of it. The convenience store, moving under the moonlight, was sufficient to ensure the survival of these ordinary people, and that was enough. Xiyue, too, wished to diligently complete her tasks and live her life well. As the second person completed their purchase at the soil base, Xiyue successfully clocked in. The mission required 20 bases, leaving 18 yet to be visited. Chapter 86. Arrival at the Peace Base. At noon, Xiyue indulged in a well-deserved steak, thoughtfully preparing a serving for each of the 2 staff members. After the lunch break, once the last wave of customers at the soil base had purchased their supplies, the convenience store closed its doors early, ceasing operations for the day. Fan Saija and Li Lu found the village chief and exchanged all their 20 crystal cores for an old yet functional tricycle. After expressing their gratitude to the store manager, they departed, now burdened with ample supplies, alleviating their concerns about potential issues on the road. This small base could no longer yield profit for the convenience store. So Xiyue lingered outside the soil base for a night, setting off the following morning to nearby bases. Wang Dazhu and the villagers knelt at the base's entrance, shedding reluctant tears as they bid farewell. Goddess, please remember us. At the peace base, the guards verified their identities, and the siblings Ma Sahan and Ma Haodong spoke with urgent expressions. Our vehicle broke down on the way, and it was loaded with supplies for the base. The situation was dire, and they insisted, quickly notify our father to send a vehicle for those supplies. The base's supplies were a matter of great importance. The guard wasted no time, summoning personnel and rushing to inform the higher-ups. Ma Sahan and Ma Haodong followed closely behind, feeling the weight of their responsibility for not having brought the supplies back. They needed to seek their father's forgiveness, though he would undoubtedly be understanding. For he was the kindest man in the world. The vehicle broke down? The supplies for the base were on it? Ma Ji's composed face revealed a flicker of tension and anger, his gold-rimmed glasses glinting slightly. Ma Sahan and Ma Haodong lowered their heads in guilt. Father, it is all our fault. A flash of fierceness crossed Ma Ji's gaze, but was quickly replaced by a caring demeanor. A broken vehicle is of little consequence. I have already dispatched someone to retrieve the supplies. Are you both unharmed? Tears welled in Ma Sahan and Ma Haodong's eyes, deeply moved. The supplies in the vehicle were meant to sustain the peace base for an entire month, and they were uncertain if any had been lost. Their father did not cast blame upon them. Instead, he showed concern for their well-being. No, we were eager to return and encountered only a few zombies on the way. But my brother and I dispatched them with ease. Ma Sahan explained, presenting the crystal cores obtained from their encounters with the undead to Ma Ji. Ma Ji accepted them and deftly placed them in the cabinet. No one found the scene unusual, as it was customary at the peace base for everyone to submit their crystal cores to the base leader, Ma Ji. The base would then allocate food and supplies according to each individual's contribution. In simpler terms, those who submitted more crystal cores received more in return. However, even ordinary individuals with no extraordinary abilities could earn a share of food by contributing even a little to the base, ensuring they would not starve. This was why everyone willingly submitted their crystal cores. After leaving Ma Ji's residence, Ma Sahan and Ma Haodong remained at the base entrance, anxiously awaiting the return of those sent to retrieve the supplies. It wasn't long before a vehicle returned, driven by someone dispatched by Ma Ji. As they passed, the window of the front passenger seat rolled down to reveal a woman wearing a smug expression. Ma Sahan, you really are useless. You've managed to lose next month's supplies on the road.
I'm truly impressed. Ma Qian.
Ma Sahan hissed through gritted teeth. Ma Haodong, also implicated in the loss of supplies, shared a similarly unfriendly expression. Ma Qian hopped out of the vehicle, her ponytail swinging as she landed. Your father shouldn't have sent you. It's a waste of a truck. Ma Sahan glared at her, feeling frustrated yet powerless. Ma Qian was a space ability user. She could effortlessly store supplies within her space, negating the need for a truck altogether. Enough of this bickering. We are all siblings here. The driver, Ma Chong, a peak-level ability user, stepped out to intervene. Ma Qian, who often sought to curry favor with Ma Chong, immediately feigned compliance. Understood, big brother. Ma Sahan pouted, refraining from further comment. They were among the top ability users at the peace base and were all children taken in by Ma Ji. The peace base was originally the peace orphanage, with Ma Ji being the beloved of the orphanage's head. When the apocalypse first erupted, the headmistress sacrificed herself to protect the children, tragically bitten by a zombie. In a timely intervention, Ma Ji killed her to safeguard everyone. This act led to the acceptance of many nearby survivors, thus forming the current peace base. Under Ma Ji's leadership, the base became increasingly harmonious, with life flourishing in tranquility. Everyone felt a strong sense of belonging to the peace base and unwavering loyalty to Ma Ji, which was undoubtedly linked to the fact that those disloyal had long been eliminated. Host, we are nearing the peace base. The cheerful voice of 06 reached Xiyue's ears. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. Little money grubber, you've awakened. Who are you calling a little money grubber? 06 retorted, ruffled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You little money grubber. You've earned so few points at the soil base that you're ignoring me. Xiyue's tone was teasing. 06 choked momentarily, thinking to itself. So the host has noticed. It was indeed feeling a bit petulant, purposely ignoring her. It was all due to the stark contrast. Previously at the ice base, they earned a considerable amount of small change daily. This time at the peace base, it should be profitable, Xiyue reassured it. 06, upon hearing this, spun around in delight. When the Moonlight convenience store arrived outside the peace base, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment. In that moment, memories resurfaced of the existence of convenience stores and supermarkets from before the apocalypse. The glass displayed an array of food, daily necessities, and even refrigerators and computers, all of which had long vanished from the wasteland. Little did they expect to witness such a sight again. The commander of the peace base, Ma Ji, received the news promptly and rushed over with a multitude of children, eager to witness the magnificent three-story RV. The luminous words emblazoned above the entrance read, Moonlight Convenience Store? Ma Ji narrowed his eyes and read them aloud. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. After 5 years of apocalypse, a convenience store had suddenly emerged? With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Ma Ji and the others pushed the door open, and upon seeing the abundant supplies up close, they could hardly contain their excitement, yearning to gather everything into their arms. Eventually, it was Ma Ji who regained his composure first, halting the impulsive actions of those around him. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he inquired, Is this truly a convenience store, as the sign suggests? Indeed, you are witnessing a legitimate convenience store, Lu Yuyan replied. Internally, Ma Ji was besieged by a tempest of emotions, yet he maintained a composed facade. He distributed a portion of the crystal cores to Ma Chong and the others, judiciously arranging for the adopted sons and daughters to acquire cards and accumulate points to purchase supplies. The other inhabitants of the peace space could only watch enviously from outside, for they lacked crystal cores, having surrendered all of theirs long ago. They stood outside, hoping that the base commander and his entourage would return with enough provisions to share. Ma Ji and his companions nearly exhausted the entire inventory of the convenience store through their fervent purchases before finally pausing. Upstairs, Xiyue watched with delight as the balance on the system panel continued to rise, her smile widening. 06 was equally exuberant. Once Ma Ji and the others returned to the base with their substantial haul, they promptly organized the survivors according to their monthly contribution points to distribute food. A long queue formed, and despite the sweltering heat, no one complained. Each face radiated joy. Zhang Hong stood in line, filled with anticipation, just like everyone else. In his 50s and devoid of any abilities, he could only find meager work repairing furniture, unlocking doors, or building walls in exchange for minimal contribution points. Though the amount was scant, under the management of Commander Ma Ji, he still received some food daily, ensuring he wouldn't starve. Finally, it was nearly his turn, with a capable ability user ahead of him. After verifying identities, he received a small package of food containing steamed buns, mantou, milk, and mineral water. Zhang Hong's mouth went dry as he salivated at the sight. The individuals in front of him departed joyfully with their provisions, and at last, it was Zhang Hong's turn. The food distribution was overseen by Ma Chong and Ma Qianqian, Ma Ji's adopted children. Their table was laden with an array of items purchased from the convenience store, guarded by numerous security personnel maintaining order. "What is your name?"
Ma Qiang inquired.
Zhang Hong, he replied, brimming with hope. Ma Qianqian flipped through the record book, searching for a while before discovering his name on the last page, her face contorted in disdain. "You've only earned 6 contribution points," she scoffed. Ma Chong and the surrounding guards exchanged mocking glances at Zhang Hong. Each time he came to collect food, he faced derision. Zhang Hong had grown accustomed to it. As long as he received something to eat, he could bear the ridicule. With a conciliatory expression, he asked, "Can I exchange this for something else?" Ma Chong casually tossed a white mantou at him. "Just this." Zhang Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this all? What about water? Can I have a bottle of mineral water? With your meager contribution points, you think you deserve water? Giving you a mantou is already generous." Ma Qianqian retorted without compassion, eliciting laughter from Ma Chong and the others. Fury and helplessness washed over Zhang Hong's face. He was but an ordinary man, aging and lacking physical strength. In other bases, he might not even survive. After a moment's thought, he decided to endure, taking the hard-won mantou and preparing to leave. "Here's a bottle of water for you." A warm voice came from behind Ma Chong. "Father." Ma Chong and Ma Qianqian instantly adopted a more submissive demeanor. Zhang Hong gazed at Ma Ji, astonished and moved. "Must I repeat myself?" Ma Ji's tone turned stern. Ma Qianqian quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the table, her face betraying reluctance, but she tossed it to Zhang Hong nonetheless. He accepted it, looking at Ma Ji as if he were a savior. "Commander, thank you." Ma Ji waved dismissively, his voice imbued with warmth and strength. "You're all members of the peace base. As your commander, I am akin to your guardian. How could I bear to see you suffer from hunger or thirst? This is our commander. Truly, I could weep." The survivors waiting in line expressed their admiration and adoration. If Ma Ji possessed a system, his approval rating would have undoubtedly reached a perfect score. Ma Ji successfully upheld his image as a benevolent leader, achieving his goal, and left with satisfaction. By noon, everyone in the peace space savored the long-forgotten taste of real food, ushering in a newfound prosperity. "Father." Ma Qianqian and the other adopted children congregated at Ma Ji's villa. "Ever since you gave that Zhang Hong a bottle of water, those useless ordinary people have been coming to me, greedily demanding more food and drink. Their avaricious faces repulse me," Ma Qianqian recalled, her expression seething with anger. "Do they not understand their own worth? Did you give them anything?" Ma Haodong asked. "I didn't want to, but father advised me to occasionally extend small favors," she replied. "You did well, Qianqian." Ma Ji's eyes sparkled with approval. He intended to offer these individuals small kindnesses to cultivate their appetite, turning them into his sharpest weapons. The others cast envious glances at Ma Qianqian. What do you think of the moonlight convenience store outside the base? Ma Ji's gold-rimmed glasses glinted, concealing his gaze. It's quite mysterious. After 5 years, they've managed to produce such fresh food, Ma Sahan replied thoughtfully. Not to be outdone, Ma Qianqian added. I questioned those 2 clerks, and they mentioned that the store is run by a young female manager. In truth, the clerks had said, we merely work for the manager. You should ask her. She is a goddess, embodying both beauty and wisdom. Yet, Ma Qianqian scoffed at this notion.
Beauty?
I find that hard to believe. No matter how lovely she is, can she compare to me?
Please.
A young woman? Ma Chong and the others looked stunned. They had assumed that such abundant resources and a miraculous RV must belong to a formidable faction or family, never imagining it was owned by a single individual, a woman. No less. Ma Ji, peering through his golden spectacles, also expressed surprise. The manager, you say? I wish to meet her. Father, why do you want to see her? Ma Sahan exclaimed, displeased. In her mind, her father was akin to a deity. No matter how capable the manager might be, she paled in comparison to him. Akin to starlight against mere dirt. If a meeting were to occur, it should be the manager coming to the peace base, not the other way around. Though Ma Chong and the others remained silent, their expressions mirrored Ma Sahan's, clearly sharing her sentiments. Upon her arrival at our base, she generously provided us with an abundance of supplies. As the leader of the peace base, it is only fitting that I meet her to express my gratitude before we embark on our journey. Ma Ji, however, did not afford them the opportunity to voice their objections. His gaze, though warm, bore an undeniable air of authority. Yes, father, came the subdued reply from Ma Chong and the others, their heads bowed. Chapter 88, a play of many acts. The store manager wishes to see you. The leader of the peace base, Yi Xiaoyan, announced.
See me?
Let him come up. Xiyue consented, swiftly tidying away the array of snacks and beverages from the coffee table into the cupboard. Meow? Qian gazed curiously. The sun has risen in the west, and the one who cleans the litter can tidy up the room themselves? Yi Xiaoyan went downstairs to inform them that the manager had granted permission for a meeting. Come with me, she instructed, preparing to lead him upstairs. Ma Ji felt no surprise and naturally followed behind. Ma Chong and the others trailed after. But just as they were about to ascend the staircase, they were halted by Yi Xiaoyan. You cannot go up, her eyes glinting with intensity. On what grounds? Ma Chong and the others retorted, visibly displeased. The manager specifically instructed that only the leader of the peace base may ascend. Yi Xiaoyan remained unwavering. What does she think she is? The disdainful remarks from Ma Qianqian erupted, unable to contain herself any longer. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Yi Xiaoyan's gaze turned cold, regarding Ma Qianqian as though she were a mere specter. Lu Yuyan, who had been diligently managing the cash register, ceased her actions, casting a frosty glare at Ma Qianqian. For them, such words from Ma Qianqian were tantamount to blasphemy against their deity. As the situation escalated, Ma Ji stepped forward to mediate. All right, I shall go up alone. Let's not prolong this discussion. Miss Clerk, you may escort me upstairs. Yi Xiaoyan remained resolute, her gaze still fixated on Ma Qianqian, unwilling to let the insult to the manager go unpunished. Unpunished?
Ha!
Let us see how you will handle me. Ma Qianqian replied with an air of arrogance. As the adopted daughter of the leader of the peace base, she was accustomed to respect wherever she went, and being treated thus had long since pushed her to her limits. Ma Ji, eager to probe the strength of the convenience store, refrained from intervening. Meanwhile, Ma Chong and the others prepared to unleash their abilities to teach Yi Xiaoyan a lesson. Just then, they were horrified to find their powers seemingly evaporated, leaving them utterly powerless. Cold sweat broke out across their brows as they paled. What is happening? I can't feel my abilities. Neither can I, came the anxious replies. Ma Qianqian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of panic and attempted to activate her spatial abilities, only to find them unresponsive. How could this be? Heh, Yi Xiaoyan sneered. Within the confines of this convenience store, no customer can wield their powers. But why should she justify this to them? As a store clerk, she was unaffected by such restrictions. With a flick of her fingers, she summoned a bolt of lightning that surged towards Ma Qianqian.
Ah!
Ma Qianqian, devoid of any means of retaliation, was struck, her eyes rolling back in her head. The others could only watch in frantic despair, powerless to intervene. Ma Ji's facade of calm shattered, his voice rising in fury.
Stop.
Do you realize what you are doing? Yi Xiaoyan offered him no acknowledgement, instead intensifying her assault. Ma Qianqian writhed on the floor, frothing at the mouth, utterly incapacitated. While Ma Ji may not have cared for Ma Qianqian's fate as her guardian, any harm to her was a direct affront to his own dignity. This was the consequence of disrespecting the store manager. Now bereft of their abilities and in the territory of another, Ma Ji and his companions could only grit their teeth and endure. Suddenly, a light, rhythmic footfall echoed from the staircase above. Ma Ji looked up to see a woman of striking beauty descending gracefully. As Xiyue made her way down, she utilized the system interface to blacklist Ma Qianqian. The once defiant Ma Qianqian, now lifeless on the ground, was repelled by the store's spatial boundaries. Flung out of the premises, with no hindrance whatsoever. The doors of the Moonlight Convenience Store stood ready, wide open. Ma Qianqian flew out seamlessly, landing squarely within the confines of the base, her life uncertain from the shock, but at least spared from becoming a meal for the undead. All those who caused a disturbance in the convenience store have been blacklisted, Xiyue addressed them. I hope you will manage your people better in the future, or the consequences will be far more severe than mere blacklisting. Ma Ji felt a weight settle in his heart. He was taken aback by the formidable, unfathomable methods of the store manager, even as he struggled to grasp the implications of being blacklisted. The manager had neither touched Ma Qianqian nor made any overt action, yet had effortlessly ejected her from the store's domain. Adjusting his glasses, he donned his trademark gentle smile. Manager, I must apologize for the unfavorable impression I left upon our first meeting. After waiting for a time upstairs without seeing Yi Xiaoyan return, Xiyue grew bored and began to peruse the system interface. Upon inspection, she discovered that Ma Ji, the leader of the peace base, harbored an astonishing malice value of 75 towards her and the convenience store. The last time she observed him through the glass, he had appeared to be the archetype of a savior. It seemed that was merely a facade. In truth, he was a hypocritical scoundrel. Instantly extinguishing any desire she had to allow him upstairs. Oblivious to the fact that his pretense had been seen through, Ma Ji wore an apologetic expression. Ma Qianqian is an orphan. I have been preoccupied with my duties and failed to provide her with proper guidance, resulting in her unruly behavior. Now that she has erred, it is only fitting that the manager disciplines her. As a guardian, I too must apologize to you. What a performance you put on, Xiyue thought silently, almost inclined to present him with a trophy for his theatrics. She noted with amusement that with each word he uttered, his malice value increased by 2. Now standing at 81. As Ma Qianqian's father, you certainly owe me an apology. However, as the base leader, what is your reason for apologizing? Xiyue countered with intrigue. To have the Moonlight Convenience Store visit our peace base is indeed a stroke of fortune for us, yet I failed to greet the manager promptly. This was my folly. Hence, I come today to seek your forgiveness. Ma Ji exuded sincerity and regret. At that moment, the background music in the convenience store played a song titled The Actor. Uft. Xiyue swore she was genuinely suppressing laughter, yet it was utterly unavoidable. Manager? Ma Ji glanced over, perplexed as to why she was smiling.
Meanwhile,
Ma Chong and the others, the remaining adopted children, glared daggers at Xiyue, convinced that the manager was being ungrateful in the face of their father's humility. Chapter 89. What is the peace base worth? Indeed, my visit to your base is a rare stroke of luck for you. However, if it is an apology I seek, I must demonstrate some sincerity, Xiyue declared. With someone presenting themselves for her amusement, she intended to play along and uncover the true motives behind their facade, all while reaping some benefits for herself. Ma Ji faltered. Sincerity? He merely spoke casually. How could it be that he truly came to atone, let alone prepare tokens of sincerity? The others gazed at the shopkeeper with disbelief, never imagining she would shamelessly ask them for items. In response, Xiyue's expression darkened.
what?
Were you all merely toying with me earlier? Ma Ji and the others felt a tightness in their hearts. They were currently on someone else's turf. Their extraordinary abilities rendered ineffective, and they could not afford to provoke the shopkeeper. No, shopkeeper, you've misunderstood. We would never deceive you. This is my token of apology. Ma Ji clenched his jaw and retrieved 2 treasured level 6 crystal cores from his pocket to present to Xiyue. As she toyed with the crystal cores, a faint smile graced her lips. Now, this is more acceptable. Ma Ji and his adopted children were seething with indignation. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you may leave. I have already sensed your apology. Having received the 2 crystal cores without any effort, Xiyue had no desire to prolong the interaction. She was eager to return upstairs to watch her drama featuring a particularly handsome young actor. Is it so realistic to shoo someone away after receiving such gifts? After years of holding a high position in the post-apocalyptic world, Ma Ji was usually as calm as the chrysanthemum, but he was now utterly unable to maintain his composure. Feeling the urge to curse. Shopkeeper, I am here for an important discussion. Should you not invite us upstairs? They had been standing on the stairs since the beginning, while Xiyue stood several levels above, looking down at him, which made him exceedingly uncomfortable. No need to go upstairs. Xiyue had no intention of letting them dirty her living room. If you have business, speak quickly. Her patience was wearing thin. Ma Ji was too calculating and slow in his speech, the sort of person she least wished to engage with. She silently resolved to block him and his companions once he finished speaking. How dare you treat my father this way? Ma Haodong could no longer contain himself. Pointing angrily at Xiyue, Xiyue had lost her last shred of patience. She coldly regarded his pointed finger, asking, Did your father not teach you not to point at others? Ma Haodong, what? Then allow me to teach you. As her words fell, a fierce, domineering flame enveloped his finger in an instant. It's so hot. Ma Haodong frantically waved his hand, attempting to extinguish the flames, but to no avail. The fire clung to him like a red serpent, mercilessly scorching its prey. The acrid scent of roasted flesh filled the air. Shopkeeper, you. Ma Ji glared at Xiyue with fury, commanding, Put out the flames at once. Do you wish to sever ties with the peace base? Sever ties? Xiyue scoffed, revealing her disdain. What of the peace base? Does she truly care for such a trifling establishment? Let alone the fact that they had already made purchases, fulfilling a system task at one of the 20 different bases, marking their attendance as successful. Even if they hadn't succeeded, the post-apocalyptic world was rife with various bases. Far too many to count. If necessary, she would simply go to another base. What is lacking in this apocalypse is not bases but resources, the essentials for survival. And she was certainly not short of such supplies. One might even say she possessed an inexhaustible bounty. It was baffling what those who clashed with her sought. Why not coexist harmoniously with food and drink for all? Greed knows no bounds. My finger.
Ma odongesse anguished crie secod.
The oppressive flames gradually subsided, revealing his finger, which had once pointed at Xiyue, now reduced to nothing but a skeletal remnant. The flames had entirely incinerated the flesh and blood from Ma Haodong's finger.
Ah!
Ma Haodong screamed in terror. If you do not provide an explanation, the peace base will not let this matter rest. Ma Ji glared at Xiyue with malice, issuing a threat. Xiyue felt no sense of threat, rolling her eyes. She replied, all right, noted. Now, off you go. With that, she promptly opened her system panel and blocked Ma Ji and his children. Though Ma Ji and his companions wished to protest, they were instantly ejected from the convenience store due to being blocked. The door swung open, ensuring their swift expulsion. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, serves you right. Xiyue scanned the first floor for any remaining customers, recognizing them as Ma Ji's subordinates. Without hesitation, she blocked them all. Lu Yuyan, who had been checking out customers, watched as those blocked were flung out of the store. They had barely completed their transactions, leaving their items behind. Thank you for your patronage, and we welcome you next time. Oh, but there won't be a next time. Lu Yuyan's lips twitched in irritation. Shopkeeper, there are no customers left.
What shall we do now?
Yi Xiaoyan inquired. Let us wait a bit longer. If no new customers arrive, you two can close early and take a rest. Then we can go to the 3rd floor for afternoon tea, Xiyue said gently. The garden on the 3rd floor. How wonderful. I love the shopkeeper. After being blocked, Ma Ji and his companions found themselves expelled into the base, tumbling in a heap. Ma Ji, unfortunately, ended up at the very bottom. As the highest-ranking members of the peace base, they quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. What are you staring at? Ignoring the curious gazes from the surrounding survivors, Ma Ji was helped up by Ma Chong and Ma Sahan, suppressing his fury. Ma Ji felt that had it not been for the remnants of his rationality, he would have killed everyone who witnessed his disgrace. Father, my hand. My finger is ruined.
Mao Dong exclaimed in horror.
Be quiet. It's just one finger. How long will you keep whining about it? Ma Ji growled, his patience wearing thin. Ma Haodong dared not speak further, retreating to the side, cradling his injured hand. Ma Qianxian, who had exited earlier, approached. She had witnessed their expulsion from the base. Father, were you all blocked by that wretched woman? It seems so. I wanted to return to find you, but once I got near the convenience store, I couldn't get any closer. Might it be due to being blocked? Ma Qianxian speculated. Ma Ji's expression darkened as he led Ma Chong and the others to test the theory, only to find that, like Ma Qianxian, they were met with an invisible barrier preventing their approach to the convenience store. This is dire. Their inability to access the convenience store meant they could no longer procure resources. While other survivors could still enter and purchase supplies, Ma Ji had little trust in them. Within the peace base, all crystal cores collected by survivors were submitted to Ma Ji. The resources within the base were exchanged for contribution points, consolidating his control over all wealth within the community. He only slightly trusted a few of his adopted children, but now they were all blocked. The supplies procured earlier from the convenience store had mostly been exchanged by survivors using contribution points, leaving hardly enough for their own needs.